001 floating corpse in the river. As dawn broke, the fishermen residing by the river commenced their daily toil. Some set off to feed the fish fry in their nets, while others ventured to the riverbank to inspect the catch from their nets set the previous night. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed, followed by a frantic shout. "Murder! Help! There's been a murder!" The villagers rushed toward the commotion, only to find Widow Zhang, her face pale and trembling, stumbling toward them in terror. Upon inquiry, they learned that she had spotted a floating corpse outside her own fishing net, which had sent her into a panic. Soon, they indeed discovered a body submerged in the water, with only the hips and bent legs protruding above the surface. It was a male corpse, grotesquely swollen and bound by wire at the feet. The local police quickly arrived on the scene, confirming it was indeed a body before sealing off the area and investigating the circumstances surrounding the discovery. They refrained from disturbing the corpse until the city's criminal investigation team and forensic experts arrived. Accompanying the forensic team was a luxurious imported vehicle worth approximately 500,000 yuan, driven by a striking young woman. As she stepped out, a young man wearing sunglasses and a sharply tailored suit caught the attention of the villagers. His suit was impeccably tailored, surpassing even that of the village secretary, and his attire seemed excessively formal, as if he had arrived from an Antarctic expedition without. Changing into appropriate attire for Sanya, the woman behind the wheel, named Yu Shirhan, rolled down the window and addressed the young man. "Young master, should I accompany you?" Yu shook his head and replied, "Shirhan, I've told you numerous times to call me Dr. Yu or Detective Yu. Wait for me in the car, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Please be careful, Detective Yu," Yu Shirhan said with a smile, her lips pressed together. Yu nodded and greeted the approaching forensic expert. Together with the criminal investigation team, they entered the cordoned-off area established by the police. After documenting the scene, they moved the body onto a gurney, and forensic expert Yan Xian, along with his assistant Guan De, commenced their examination. Meanwhile, Yu stood aside, observing the scene. Guan De remarked, "The deceased is male, and given the rapid cooling of the body in water, along with the liver temperature and skin swelling, the time of death appears to be over. 8 hours. There are multiple bruises on the body, indicating he was likely beaten while alive. The abdomen is distended, and foam is exuding from the mouth and nose, consistent with drowning. However, he is completely unclothed and his feet are bound with wire, which leads us to preliminarily conclude it was homicide." Guan Yu crouched down, gently fanning the deceased's face. "Are you attempting to revive him? Clearly, he drowned by accident." Guan De retorted, "On what basis do you claim he drowned by accident?" Yu rose to his feet and explained, "The foam you extracted is reeking of strong liquor, indicating he was severely intoxicated prior to death. The injuries are located on the elbows, knees, and sides, consistent with self-inflicted injuries from a fall. Moreover, his feet are positioned shoulder-width apart. Who would bind someone so loosely? This wire must have ensnared him while he was adrift." Guan De frowned. "But what of his clothing? Did he strip before diving into the water in his drunken state?" Yu replied, "Your analysis is astute. Intoxicated individuals often feel overheated and tend to undress. Alternatively, his clothing could have been swept away by the current, as garments of those who fall into water are easily lost." Guan De hesitated, unable to counter with evidence. Forensic expert Yan Xian interjected, "Guan Yu is correct. Your observations lack thoroughness and are misled by appearances. This deceased indeed likely drowned after accidentally falling into the water while intoxicated. However, this is merely a preliminary assessment and we should take him back for a thorough examination." Turning to the criminal investigation team, Yu stated, "Based on the current flow speed, the deceased likely fell into the water approximately 20 kilometers upstream. There's a county town 20 kilometers upstream. Please call to see if anyone has reported a missing person." The officer in charge of the case was reluctant but made the call. He hung up, astonished, and said, "A woman just reported her husband missing in the county. The description of the missing man closely resembles this deceased." Yu instructed, "Once identity is confirmed, investigate where he was drinking last night and with whom. Those who were aware of his intoxication yet failed to ensure his safety bear an undeniable responsibility for his death. This case is nearly resolved. Farewell." "Who is he?" a young officer inquired, gazing at Yu's retreating figure in confusion. The seasoned officer overseeing the case shook his head, puzzled. "I'm not sure. It was arranged from above that an expert would assist us. Yan knows him, so I didn't ask further. I didn't expect him to be so young." The young officer remarked, "What if his analysis is flawed? We would be the ones to face the consequences." The seasoned officer replied, His analysis is indeed not comprehensive. It is possible he could have been violently assaulted and discarded into the river while drunk. However, he helped us swiftly locate the source of the body. Beyond following his leads, do you have any other suggestions? After a moment of contemplation, the young officer could offer no better alternative. The seasoned officer smirked. Out of ideas, I see. That's why you're a trainee officer and he's an expert. Now let's get to work. 002 The Nine-Yang Absolute Pulse. Upon returning to the vehicle, Yu noticed the spacious back seat. He removed his leather shoes and sat cross-legged, declaring, Shirhan, let's depart. Drive steadily, I need to practice. Shirhan glanced up, asking, young master, are you tired? This time, Yu refrained from correcting her. Not tired. The corpse in the water carries a heavy aura. I must quickly refine it. Let's go. Shirhan did not inquire further and gently pulled away, having already turned around, heading back toward Yanjing. Even a rural road in the capital is remarkably well maintained, allowing Yu to sit comfortably in the back seat. Shirhan drove steadily, occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror, not to check the road behind, but to observe her young master. The transformation in him over this period had been immense, so much so that even Shirhan, who had grown up alongside him, found him strangely unfamiliar. The Yu family is a prestigious lineage in Yanjing, often referred to as one of the 8 great families of Yanjing in conjunction with 7 others. As the sole descendant of the 4th generation, Yu received considerable affection from his elders. However, Yu had been frail and sickly since childhood. Despite the Yu family's extensive efforts to seek medical treatment worldwide, his condition showed no improvement. At the age of 8, an elderly Chinese physician informed the Yu family that Yu was afflicted with the congenital Nine-Yang Absolute Pulse, which no amount of yin-toned medication could remedy beyond the age of 9. The only solution lay in harmonizing yin and yang, specifically through the care of women, particularly young girls. With no other alternatives, the Yu family resorted to desperate measures, spending money to find girls to accompany Yu in cultivating that life-saving yin-yang technique. Under the ample nourishment of yin energy, Yu's health remarkably improved. Regrettably, after his recovery, Yu became excessively indulgent, having been spoiled rotten. He became well-versed in all vices, reveling in the company of women daily, and his tastes grew increasingly refined, dismissing any woman of lesser beauty. However, such exquisite women are a rarity in the world. The Yu family was left to expend relationships and resources to quell the growing chaos. Yet Yu became ever more unruly. At the age of 15, he audaciously attempted to pursue the daughter of a city bureau leader, only to narrowly escape a severe reprimand, thanks to the amicable relationship between Yu and that family. This incident remained under wraps. Otherwise, Yu would undoubtedly have gained more notoriety than that Li fellow. However, Yu did not temper his behavior. One evening, 3 months ago, as he intended to escort a beautiful woman to a hotel, a man unexpectedly kicked him from behind, resulting in severe injuries. After receiving emergency treatment at the hospital, Yu appeared to suffer from amnesia, as if he had transformed into another person. Initially, he remained silent until his grandfather, Yu Chengshu, reassured him that they would bring the young man who kicked him to justice. When Yu finally spoke, everyone was taken aback. He said, "No, Grandpa. He truly cares for Xiaoya. Xiaoya intended to accompany me to the hotel only to save her brother. Please do not make things difficult for them. Provide Xiaoya with 200,000 yuan to arrange proper medical care for her brother, and try to reduce some of the expenses." Yu Chengshu responded with satisfaction. "That's the spirit, my child. It is rare to see you so magnanimous. How about I help you find a suitable girl?" Yu shook his head. "No, thank you. I cannot harm any more good girls. I have an alternative plan that requires your assistance." At that moment, Yu dismissed everyone except his parents and grandparents. It remains unclear what he discussed with them, but later, Yu Sahan noticed that Yu frequently visited the hospital's morgue and the forensic examination center. These places, which most people would avoid, somehow allowed Yu to maintain a stable condition without resorting to drawing energy from women. Eventually, Yu Sahan learned that Yu visited these locations to absorb the lingering energy of souls after death for his cultivation. To find a suitable excuse, Yu self-studied criminal investigation and forensic science, dubbing himself a detective, and opened a beautiful mind therapy clinic, specifically catering to women suffering from an imbalance of yin and yang. Moreover, Yu's temperament, character, and manner of interacting with others underwent a complete transformation. For the past 3 months, he had not harmed a single woman. Most notably, Yu Sahan was struck by the fact that he no longer regarded himself as a privileged young master. Instead, he genuinely cared for her. His previous displays of concern had merely been veils to entice her into his bed. Yu Sahan was perplexed by the reasons behind Yu Yu's metamorphosis, but his transformation brought joy to the entire Yu family. Why Yu Sahan no longer felt the need to be on guard against this unruly young master, and she often found herself praying that he would not revert to his former self. Yet, Yu Yu would not revert. The old Yu Yu was gone. The current Yu Yu had traversed time and space, arriving from a realm of cultivation as an unparalleled genius, a prodigy born once in a millennium. In that realm, he could traverse the heavens and earth, move mountains and part seas, and he was pursued by countless beauties. However, Yu Yu devoted himself to arduous cultivation, dismissing the adoration of celestial maidens. In a twist of fate, those women, fueled by love turned to hatred, conspired against him during his tribulation. He was compelled to risk everything, colliding with the dark storm clouds of calamity, feeling the wrath of thunder strike him. Despite possessing a protective treasure, he was obliterated in an instant and subsequently lost consciousness. When he awoke, Yu Yu found himself trapped in this inexplicable world, confined within a deteriorating body. He was unaware of how he had crossed over, and this world seemed ill-suited for practicing his Shen-Tian art. A century passed in the blink of an eye, and he feared he would never regain his formidable powers to break through the barriers of space and seek vengeance against those women. Yu Yu swiftly discovered that this dilapidated new body not only housed the 9 yang absolute veins, but had also been afflicted by a chronic poison. Who could have administered such poison? While others assumed he was in a daze, Yu Yu was already absorbing and digesting this body's memories, formulating strategies. The Yu family currently found itself in a state of unprecedented decline. If it were not for his father, Yu Xinghui, fortuitously marrying a capable wife, who discreetly supported the Yu family with her maternal family's influence, they would have been ousted from the ranks of the 8 prominent families in Yanjing long ago. Even so, internal unrest plagued the Yu family. On the day of his birth, Yu Yu was poisoned. Ironically, the perpetrator believed they could eliminate him without detection, but instead, they inadvertently saved his life. To this day, he still wears the jade pendant that had been poisoned. Yu Yu could not yet wield his powers. He needed to absorb a substantial amount of yin energy to heal his 9 yang absolute veins. There were various sources of yin energy, but the most potent came from the deceased and women. Newly deceased individuals emitted the most yin energy. Thus, Yu Yu had to seek contact with the recently departed, necessitating a convincing rationale. Reluctant to genuinely assume the roles of a criminal investigator or forensic expert, he adopted the identity of a detective. Although private investigation is illegal in the country, with the Yu family's influence, it would not pose a problem for him to participate as an expert in solving cases. To mask his intentions and absorb yin energy from women, Yu Yu opened a beautiful mind therapy clinic, primarily offering psychological consultations. Women were delighted to engage in conversation with him while receiving massages, and it was said that the therapeutic effects were remarkable. Consequently, despite the high fees, business flourished. In just 3 months, Yu Yu had gained a modest reputation within the criminal investigation circles of Yanjing City, though the detectives expressed discontent, preferring not to have an outsider meddling in their cases. Just then, a shocking nationwide serial case erupted, presenting an opportunity for Yu Yui.in. The Chaoyang district of Yanjing City. A bustling commercial center thrived, filled with various shops and the region's most vibrant leisure and shopping hub. It was Saturday, and despite the sweltering heat of the afternoon sun, throngs of people were out shopping. Suddenly, the sound of urgent police sirens pierced the air, prompting pedestrians to quickly clear the way as 3 police cars sped towards a branded clothing store. The store's attendants and the on-duty manager hurried outside to greet the officers blocking the entrance, while curious onlookers gathered, peering inside and whispering about the unfolding events. Leading the operation was the precinct chief, who addressed the store manager. "We have been ordered to temporarily seal off the store. Uninvolved customers may leave, but employees and any items inside must remain untouched." Customers swiftly exited, while the store employees exchanged anxious glances, nervously awaiting further instructions. Within minutes, 3 more police cars arrived, one of which was a van. Observant individuals quickly deduced, "A homicide has occurred. That van is for transporting corpses." The news spread rapidly, and the crowd reacted with shock. At that moment, a police car pulled up, and a woman in sunglasses emerged, her badge indicating she was a second-level police supervisor. Some bystanders immediately recognized her, exclaiming, "It's Officer Shangguan Feng. The legendary female detective has arrived." What kind of major case could have warranted her presence? Shangguan Feng was accustomed to such adulation. Upon exiting the vehicle, She promptly made her way towards the store without uttering a word. Captain Shangguan, the store manager, well aware of the renowned detective, rushed forward to inquire, "What has happened? Our headquarters has instructed us to cooperate fully." Without answering, Shangguan Feng greeted the precinct chief before stepping into the store. Inside, her gaze swept over the brightly lit, lavishly decorated boutique, landing on a prominent European-style sculptural platform at the center, where a life-sized female sculpture stood adorned in the store's branded attire. "This is the search warrant," announced Shangguan Feng's assistant, Shimin Yu, as she displayed the warrant. Her eyes then followed Shangguan Feng as they approached the sculpture. As they drew closer, Shimin Yu whispered, "Captain, could this be the third human bone sculpture?" As Shangguan Feng arrived before the sculpture, she tilted her head and scrutinized the artwork before her for a considerable time, finally asserting it must be her. Although the form differs, there are not many statues with hair. "Manager, do you have other plaster sculptures in your store?" The store manager, overhearing their conversation, responded with astonishment, "No, the others are all plastic." "Captain Shangguan, is there something wrong with the sculpture? It was purchased by our boss 3 years ago from an unknown source and has remained here since, as it is truly beautiful, a treasured centerpiece of our store." Shangguan Feng donned gloves and gently lifted the garment adorning the sculpture, peering at its lower back. After a mere glance, she declared, "Indeed, this is the one. Manager, this sculpture is exactly what we seek. Find something to cover and secure it. We must transport it immediately. Dada." The manager looked up toward the sculpture in astonishment. 00 for he must be called upon. It was a realistic sculpture, depicting a beautiful young girl, her exquisite face held high with pride, her glossy black hair cascading neatly to her shoulders. Standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, her youthful form was both balanced and slender, with her hands placed on her hips, her left foot firmly grounded while only the toe of her right foot lightly touched the floor. She exuded a vibrant dynamism. This sculpture was undeniably stunning. Although the sculptor's skill was not exceptionally refined, it seemed as though a magical essence had been infused into the artwork, breathing life into the figure of the girl. Gazing upon her, one could almost perceive a living maiden standing there in proud defiance. Once she was removed, the entire store appeared to lose much of its luster. As the young girl's sculpture was enshrouded in a plastic bag and secured within a wooden crate for transport, murmurs of speculation filled the air. Shangguan Feng felt a heavy weight in her heart. This was the third sculpture discovered within a week. How many similar sculptures remained to be uncovered? Until the perpetrator was caught, no one could say. Since the sculpture was purchased by the store's owner, neither the employees nor the manager knew its origins. Shangguan Feng casually inquired a few questions, obtained the owner's phone number, and then departed. Another girl's sculpture. As Shangguan Feng approached her vehicle, she overheard a conversation. Her gaze flickered toward a bespectacled middle-aged man who exclaimed, "I heard this is the third sculpture taken away by the Public Security Bureau this month. They are treating it as a homicide case. It might not be a sculpture at all but a meticulously crafted mummy." Furrowing her brows, Shangguan Feng turned to the police station chief beside her and said, "Chief Li, please manage the situation and investigate that bespectacled man's background." As Shangguan Feng's police vehicle drove away, Chief Li approached the bespectacled man, loudly declaring, "Everyone, disperse. Do not speculate or spread rumors. You come here." The commotion on Dongning Street quickly subsided. Although many continued to shop, the clothing store's business plummeted, and numerous onlookers snapped photos, spreading various rumors at an alarming rate. As Shangguan Feng was en route to the forensic center with Shimin Yu, her phone rang. Upon viewing the caller ID, she discovered it was the landline of the Beijing Municipal Public Security Bureau's director's office. Frowning, she initially considered ignoring the call but ultimately answered, saying, "Director, what can I do for you? I am busy investigating a case." Director Zhou Jigang of the Beijing Municipal Public Security Bureau replied, "Xiaofeng, I heard you found a third sculpture." Shangguan Feng responded, "Yes, Director. It should be said that we have found the third victim." Zhou Jigang continued, "Xiaofeng, I don't want to pressure you, but I am under immense pressure myself. How many days do you anticipate it will take to solve this case?" Shangguan Feng replied, "Director, you are also an experienced investigator. Solving a case cannot be predicted with certainty." Zhou Jigang remarked, "It seems our goddess detective is encountering difficulties." "Xiaofeng, this case is rather unusual and must be resolved promptly. Would it be possible to enlist that detective from last time for assistance?" Shang Guanfeng instantly became agitated, declaring, "Director, this is my case. Why should we involve an outsider?" "Absolutely not," Zhou Jigang urged. "Xiaofeng, wasn't it his involvement that led to the swift resolution of the previous dismemberment case? Do you want to steal your credit? Let him take a look. The final decision lies with you." Firmly, Shang Guanfeng insisted. "No, absolutely not. This is a matter of principle. He is not a police officer. Why should he interfere? Our criminal investigation team is not inept. Do you think we cannot solve this case?" Zhou Jigang, hearing her tone, responded with firmness, "Comrade Shang Guanfeng, this case is not as simple as you think. You must invite him to assist with the investigation, or I will assign it to another unit. You will still be required to enlist his help." Shang Guanfeng exclaimed, "Why? Am I expected to request his help even if I resign?" Zhou Jigang replied, "Exactly, because it is an order." Clenching her teeth, Shang Guanfeng retorted, "Who does he think he is? Why must I request his assistance? I refuse. I would rather resign than comply. Find someone else." She hung up the phone, and Shimin Yu cautiously inquired, "Captain, why do you become so furious at the mere mention of him? He assisted us without charge last time, didn't he?" Recalling the previous incident ignited Shang Guanfeng's anger. Uncharacteristically, she reproached her close companion, "Do not mention him. Do not speculate. Do not." As she spoke, an idea struck her, and she indignantly declared, "Fine, if I must invite him, so be it. It is no big deal. I will call to see where he is indulging himself now." Shimin Yu stared at Shang Guanfeng in surprise, sensing that her relationship with Yu was not as simple as it seemed. Upon arriving at the establishment known as Beautiful Mind Therapy Clinic, Shang Guanfeng found the reception area occupied solely by a strikingly attractive young nurse in a pink uniform, energetically performing aerobics. Noticing Shang Guanfeng, the nurse approached with enthusiasm and inquired, "Captain Shangguan, are you here on official business, or?" Shang Guanfeng recognized the nurse and replied, "Xiaohan, I'm here on official business. Where is your master?" The nurse, Yu Shihan, smiled and said, "Dr. Yu is in the massage room treating a patient. Would you like me to inform him?" "No need. I will wait for him." Shang Guanfeng thought to herself, "Massage? That scoundrel is surely taking advantage of his beauty." 005 teasing the beautiful detective. Just as Shang Guanfeng settled down, a woman's piercing scream echoed from the massage room. Having been a police officer for many years, she recognized it as a cry of extreme pain. Her heart raced as she looked toward Yu Shihan, who was playing with a pen at the reception desk. Yu Shihan also heard the scream. She looked up and smiled at Shang Guanfeng, saying, "It's nothing serious. That's a normal reaction. Painful massages are Dr. Yes' specialty." As soon as she finished speaking, another scream erupted from the massage room, followed by a series of agonized cries, indicating that a woman was enduring considerable torment. Within, due to her professional instincts and understanding of Yu, Shang Guanfeng envisioned a vulnerable woman being cruelly tormented by Yu in the massage room. Each scream struck her heart like a whip. Unable to remain seated any longer, Shang Guanfeng abruptly stood and strode toward the massage room while Yu Shihan hurriedly obstructed her, saying, "No, you cannot go in there," and no matter the objections from Yu Shihan, Shang Guanfeng approached the door of the massage room. She pushed the door, only to discover it was locked from the inside. A scream echoed again from within, weaker than the initial one, as if the woman inside had been tormented to the brink of unconsciousness. Shang Guanfeng attempted to shove Yu Shihan aside, but Yu Shihan seized her wrist and twisted it backward. Surprised, Shang Guanfeng suspected something was amiss inside. She feigned a distraction, pushing Yu Shihan aside, and then kicked the door of the massage room open with a resounding bang. However, the scene that greeted her left her utterly astonished. Inside the massage room, there was no tortured woman, only a woman lying on a massage bench as one would typically find in a massage parlor, and a young man seated beside her, diligently administering a massage. Upon seeing Shang Guanfeng burst in, Yu quickly draped a large towel over the patient and admonished, "Xiaohan, how many times must I remind you? I absolutely cannot be disturbed while treating a patient. You all need to leave." Realizing that she had misjudged Yu, Shang Guanfeng awkwardly apologized. "I'm sorry, I will compensate you for any damages." The door closed again, but the lock was broken, leaving it ajar. The startled female patient clutched Yu's hand, pleading, "Dr. Yu, this feels amazing, please continue." Yu lowered the towel back to the patient's waist and resumed his massage. Under his firm touch, The patient emitted intermittent cries that were indistinguishable between pain and pleasure. Waves of cool energy flowed from the patient's pressure points into Yu's body, gradually extinguishing the rising fire within him. He continued to focus intently on his massage. After a considerable time, Yu emerged from the massage room, drenched in sweat, while the female patient hurriedly left, her head bowed low. Despite her hat pulled down tightly, Shang Guanfeng recognized her instantly. This young beauty was none other than the recently popular star, Zhao something. Yu Shihan hurriedly handed Yu a towel to wipe his sweat. Yu, dramatically stretching in his seat, remarked with irritation, "I was nearly driven to madness by someone. I'm utterly exhausted. Xiaohan, call the remaining 3 scheduled patients and postpone them to tomorrow." Shang Guanfeng stood up and said, "Yu, I sincerely apologize for earlier. I heard her screams and thought something terrible had happened. They'll cover the cost to repair your door." Yu glanced at her and replied, "Oh, is that so? Then I shall procure a better, soundproof, and robust vault door that can withstand violent kicks. Xiaohan, choose the most expensive option. No need to be polite with Captain Shangguan." Shang Guanfeng understood that Yu was teasing her. She gritted her teeth in silence. After all, she had kicked the door open. A few thousand for a better door was affordable for her, and she could endure it for the sake of the incident. Yu stole a glance at Shang Guanfeng, noting how the usually poised detective now appeared somewhat flustered. He felt a sense of satisfaction and said, "Captain Shangguan, did you come today because you're experiencing some psychological hurdles? It is my duty and obligation to provide a massage to alleviate the burdens of diligent Officer Shangguan. I can offer you a discount of 20%. Shang Guanfeng tried several times to interrupt Yu, but he continued his relentless stream of words until he finally paused. Only then could she interject, "You're the one with psychological hurdles. Recently, there's a case that the Bureau hopes you can assist in investigating." Yu responded with interest. "What major case warrants the personal request of Officer Shangguan?" Suppressing her rising anger, Shang Guanfeng explained, "It's a series of incidents, rather peculiar in nature. The leadership hopes to resolve it swiftly, so we must request your assistance." "Must we? Well, if that's the case, I'll decline. I don't like to be coerced," Yu replied with a smile. "Since the case is in the capable hands of the goddess detective, it will surely be resolved swiftly without my intervention." Shang Guanfeng thought to herself that he should understand this, though she refrained from voicing it. She attempted to persuade Yu to take on the case, presenting several reasons, but he remained unmoved. Finally, in frustration, she said, "If you manage to crack this case, I will grant you that additional request." Yu finally smiled, declaring proudly, "You should have said so sooner. It is my duty to serve the public, and I cannot refuse such an opportunity. Xiaohan, cancel tomorrow's appointments. I'm going to assist Officer Shangguan with the investigation and won't have time for them." Though Shang Guanfeng had finally convinced Yu, she felt no joy observing him dismiss so many patients. She remarked, "Isn't this inappropriate? What about those patients' ailments?" Yu chuckled. "They are merely minor issues stemming from irregular lifestyles. They won't perish without treatment. Officer Shangguan's case is far more important. Let us proceed with the investigation." In the curious art studio, Shang Guanfeng handed a bag of clothing to Yu, instructing him to adhere to the usual practice. To change into the attire, complete with a hat and sunglasses. Yu chuckled, questioning the significance of such a disguise, given that several members of the criminal investigation team were already familiar with his identity. Shang Guanfeng, undeterred, insisted that he change first, allowing him 5 minutes for the task. With a shake of his head, Yu entered the changing room, shedding his lab coat to reveal a somewhat frail physique. Coupled with his gaunt face, he resembled a high school student. Gazing into the mirror, he silently lamented the subpar state of his appearance, yearning for the restoration of his once handsome visage. As for his formidable prowess, he sighed, recognizing that hope seemed faint in this cursed place. Just as Yu was lost in his self-reflection, Shang Guanfeng inquired impatiently from outside about his delay. Yu quickly collected his thoughts, assuring her that he would be ready shortly. He hastily donned the police uniform prepared by Shang Guanfeng, which, despite its low rank, merely a cadet, fit him far better than the last time he had worn an ill-fitting smallest size. The uniform seemed to imbue him with a newfound vitality, making him appear less frail and more spirited. Upon emerging from the changing room, Yu Shihan's eyes sparkled at the sight of him. This version of Yu was indeed a rarity. Shang Guanfeng, also pleased, noted that he looked significantly better in this outfit compared to before, feeling justified in her inexplicable decision to have someone alter it. "Let us go," Yu urged. Yu Shihan earnestly reminded Shangguan Feng to take good care of Yu, particularly to avoid provoking his ire. Shangguan Feng dismissed her concerns with a casual remark, secretly wishing for Yu to be dealt a blow. Once in the car, Shangguan Feng tossed a bag of documents onto Yu's lap, urging him to review the materials as they headed to the forensic center. "You're not afraid, are you?" she teased. Yu smiled faintly, expressing gratitude for her special consideration and revealing his fondness for the uniform, albeit lamenting its low rank. Shangguan Feng clenched her fists, resisting the urge to retaliate, and sternly reminded him to address her as captain, asserting that her only concern was to maintain the integrity of the police image. The police car sped away, fueled by frustration, while Yu, with an air of resignation, began to diligently peruse the case files. To recount the events, it all began 2 weeks prior when Shangguan Feng received an unsigned letter, printed on both the envelope and the stationery. The message was straightforward, a location accompanied by a taunt, stating that a corpse was concealed there, though they might not find it. The address led to the life-drawing classroom at the Yenjing Academy of Arts, a place where a body should have been discovered long ago. Although Shangguan Feng suspected the letter was a prank, she made time to visit the art gallery at the school. Despite her keen detective instincts, she found nothing amiss, and just as she was about to leave, she noticed that the life model had not moved while the students had departed. Upon inspection, she discovered it was a sculpture, and as she exhaled in relief, she noticed something peculiar. It had hair, appearing strikingly lifelike. This was her first encounter with such a vividly detailed sculpture. After inquiries, she learned that the sculpture had been anonymously donated for educational purposes several years ago. The school had retained it due to its resemblance to a real human and its artistic style, using it as a teaching aid. Though the hair was odd, it was an era that celebrated the bizarre in art, and the sculpture's excellent proportions made it a preferable alternative to hiring a live model. As Shangguan Feng examined it further, a sense of unease grew within her. After obtaining permission from the instructor, she plucked a hair for forensic analysis, confirming it was human hair, which matched the DNA of a girl reported missing years earlier. Upon seeing the girl's photograph, a chill coursed through her, for the likeness to the sculpture was uncanny. With this evidence, Shangguan Feng secured a search warrant, bringing the sculpture to the forensic center for examination, where it was revealed that the internal framework was comprised of human bones. She promptly initiated an investigation into the case. 7 days later, she received another letter with a similar taunt, but this time with a different location. Acting swiftly, she applied for another search warrant and discovered a second sculpture, again made with human bones in a wealthy individual's home. Another week passed, and earlier today, she received yet another letter, leading her to retrieve a third sculpture. This was the extent of the clues currently available. Yu read through the documents with remarkable speed, scrutinizing the photographs of the 3 sculptures before closing his eyes to reflect. He declared the case intriguing and accepted the assignment, while Shangguan Feng promptly distanced herself from any personal involvement, insisting she was merely following orders. Yu inquired whether DNA comparisons for the second and third victims had been completed. Shangguan Feng replied that the second was forthcoming, though the process had been slower than anticipated due to a backlog of cases requiring DNA analysis. Yu suggested making a phone call to expedite the results. Shangguan Feng rolled her eyes, retorting that she would not engage in such favoritism and that if anyone were to make the call, it would be him. 007 was poisoned. Yu and Shangguan Feng arrived at the Forensic Identification Center of the Public Security Bureau in Yenjing City. They observed that the third sculpture had already been examined, and it was indeed a plaster statue made from human bones. Forensic expert Chun Zhonghua recognized Yu and greeted her warmly before presenting his findings to Shangguan Feng. "Captain Shangguan," Chun stated, "the skeleton within the sculpture is indeed composed entirely of human bones, secured with stainless steel expansion screws. We can confirm that she is the third victim in this series of cases. Based on the bone age assessment, I estimate she was approximately 17 years old at the time of death. However, the cause of death remains indiscernible from the skeletal remains." Shangguan Feng inquired, "Director Chun, are there any clues on her body or skeleton?" Chun replied, "There are no useful clues on the plaster exterior, aside from 3 uppercase markings XBY etched into the lower back. No other peculiar traces are present. Regarding the bones, her left calf appears to have been fractured previously and has since healed. Based on the junctions condition, it likely occurred between the ages of 7 and 12. Chun pointed to the hanging radiographs, noting, it seems the perpetrator took advantage of this detail, designing a single leg stance to obscure the discrepancy in her leg lengths. In reality, every individual's legs are not perfectly symmetrical. It is simply challenging to detect in everyday life. Shang Guanfeng asked, is her hair human? If so, we need to conduct a DNA test to see if it matches any missing persons. Chun responded, I've already instructed my assistant to perform the test. However, based on my experience, those hairs are likely human, though it's uncertain if they belong to the same individual as the skeleton or to the deceased herself. Should we dismantle the statue? Shang Guanfeng shook her head. If not necessary, we should avoid damaging these 3 sculptures for now. We will utilize a 3D printer to generate a scanned image of the deceased's facial bones and enlist an anthropologist to reconstruct her face, in hopes of identifying any corresponding missing persons. Yu interjected, isn't that rather cumbersome? Just like the first 2 sculptures, her original appearance should be identical to the statue. Shang Guanfeng countered, I've already taken photographs of the statue's face for comparison, but we cannot afford to be negligent. We must not allow any momentary laziness to lead to significant delays or misjudgments in the case. Her words were clearly pointed, but Yu pretended not to hear, glancing around. On the autopsy table, 2 newly arrived bodies lay, and a wall lined with morgue cabinets concealed an unknown number of corpses. Most would find it hard to suppress their fear in such a place. In truth, there is little to fear from the deceased. Humanity's dread of the dead stems from a fear of death itself and a sense of shared sorrow. Furthermore, the dead emanate a certain chill, and in dim, enclosed spaces, sensitive individuals may perceive an eerie coldness, but that is the extent of it. Yu sought that very chill, finding comfort rather than fear in such an atmosphere. At the base of the wall opposite the morgue cabinets stood the 3 sculptures that had been transported back. After studying the photographs for some time, Yu finally beheld the physical forms. The first victim, Zhao Junya, appeared youthful and vibrant, having only been 15 at the time of death, yet her physique was notably developed. She lay on her side, propped up by her left hand, gazing into the distance with an expression that conveyed both pride and aloofness. The identity of the second victim remained uncertain, but she was likely a girl named Su Lisha, who was 16 at the time of her demise. She held her disheveled hair back with one hand while resting her other hand on her waist, standing tall with legs slightly apart, her demeanor radiating unmatched pride. The origins of the third victim were yet unknown, though her statue was the most well-preserved due to its elevated placement. Do you need 10 minutes? Shang Guanfeng inquired. Yu replied, that should suffice. I'll take a look. Yu approached, meticulously examining the sculptures. After a period of observation, he stood up, prompting Shang Guanfeng to ask, what did you find? Yu responded, I have made some discoveries. Typically, the first victim holds paramount significance for serial killers, so I scrutinized the first statue you brought back. Clearly, this sculpture's design and carving techniques suggest it was a preliminary attempt. The sculptor likely had no prior experience creating human bone statues, perhaps fearing that human bones could not support the weight of the sculpture, which is why the first human bone statue is in a reclining position. Shang Guanfeng pondered this insight, and Yu continued, the CT images reveal some damage around the bone fixation holes in the first statue, indicating the perpetrator's inexperience. Initially, he may have used standard screws, only to find them inadequate, leading him to switch to expansion screws. The second statue lacks such flaws, suggesting that the perpetrator was refining his technique. Well, there's nothing more to observe, Yu concluded, proceeding toward the 2 autopsy tables. As he examined the bodies, he discreetly absorbed some of the chilling energy present. He then addressed a young forensic technician conducting an examination. This corpse appears peculiar. I recommend conducting a toxicology test promptly. The young technician, taken aback, replied, a toxicology test? This individual was killed in a brawl. Yu shrugged, believe it or not. As Yu walked away, Chun Zhengguo approached, donning gloves to examine the deceased's eyelids. Upon observing the pupils, he urgently called out to the young technician, how could you be so careless? Look closely at the pupils. He may have used drugs prior to death. This is a crucial discovery. Hurry, draw blood for testing. The young technician, flustered, hastily proceeded with the task while occasionally casting a disgruntled glance at the already departing Yu. During the case seminar, Shang Guanfeng was taken aback as she caught up with Yu. Both boarded the police car and departed from the forensic center. Shang Guanfeng inquired, "How did you know that the deceased was poisoned?" Yu replied with a smile, "I possess the ability to communicate with spirits. Believe it or not." Shang Guanfeng scoffed, "Who would believe you? You must have observed something." Yu smiled faintly without offering an explanation. Shang Guanfeng escorted Yu back to the case analysis room of the criminal investigation team, where team members, including Shi Menyue, were already seated. Upon seeing Yu enter alongside Shang Guanfeng, their expressions turned somewhat peculiar. Although Shi Menyue had undoubtedly informed everyone, Shang Guanfeng still announced, according to higher directives, "We will invite Yu to participate in the investigation of this case. Please give her a warm welcome." Applause ensued, albeit not particularly enthusiastic. Despite Yu's assistance in solving the skinning and dismemberment case previously, it left the team feeling somewhat disgraced. Privately, they believed they could have solved that case without Yu's help, thus feeling little gratitude, a sentiment that aligned perfectly with Shang Guanfeng's thoughts. Shang Guanfeng was well aware of her subordinate's sentiments. She said, "Xing Tianyu, shift a little to make space for Yu." Reluctantly, Xing Tianyu shot Yu a disdainful glance and moved his chair aside. Yu took a seat between Xing Tianyu and Shang Guanfeng, fully aware of the disdain directed at her and preferring not to engage in idle chatter. Yu Feifeng stated, "As you all might already know, the case concerning the skeletal beauty sculpture has now involved 3 victims. At this rate, we might see a 4th victim within a week. This case is of great significance, and we must act swiftly to apprehend the suspect. Let us commence the analysis. Everyone, please share your thoughts." For a moment, silence enveloped the room. The case was so bizarre that even the seasoned and sharp-minded detectives felt uncertain about how to proceed. At this juncture, Xing Tianyu, with a gleam of excitement, proclaimed, "Captain, I've just uncovered a crucial lead. The 3rd victim discovered today may very well be a missing girl named Lu Jiao." Xing Tianyu distributed the materials he held, and upon glancing at the photograph of the missing girl, Yu let out a soft scoff, remarking, "Fools are blessed with good fortune." Xing Tianyu furrowed his brow and asked, "What did you say?" Yu responded, "I said I am indeed a bringer of fortune. My arrival has led to such a significant breakthrough for you all. Truly remarkable." The audacity of her words left everyone astonished. Just as Xing Tianyu was about to retort in anger, Yu turned to Shang Guanfeng and said, "Captain, I sent you a message 5 minutes ago, informing you that I had already identified the 3rd victim. The information I have is 10 times more comprehensive than what Xing Tianyu has found, but it seems you may have overlooked it." Xing Tianyu was taken aback, and the others were equally astonished. Shang Guanfeng, also surprised, retrieved her phone and inquired, "Is that so? Then why didn't you inform me sooner?" Yu smiled and replied, "Because I wanted to give you an unexpected surprise. But it matters not. Xing Tianyu, you can take the credit for this." Xing Tianyu gritted his teeth in frustration. Yu's demeanor was as if she had discarded a worthless bone, infuriating him further. Xing Tianyu continued, "I have investigated and found that there is essentially no connection among the 3 missing girls. However, they do share similar characteristics. For instance, they are all quite young and come from affluent families. Though their methods of disappearance differ, no ransom calls were made, indicating that the perpetrator did not abduct and murder them for monetary gain." Yu shook her head slightly. Xing Tianyu felt an inexplicable tension rising within him. After a brief pause, he added, "According to my investigation, the 3 girls show no signs of online relationships, nor would they run away from home. Their parents' social circles are entirely different, effectively ruling out the possibilities of romantic or revenge-driven motives." Shang Guanfeng nodded approvingly. Xing Tianyu was diligent in his work, intelligent and industrious, qualities that made him a favored subordinate of Shang Guanfeng. His performance today did not disappoint her. Xing Tianyu continued, "This seems to eliminate all possibilities. It is neither a case of financial gain nor personal vendetta. Could it be that all 3 disappearances were mere coincidences?" If it were not for these sculptures connecting them, perhaps no one would associate these three seemingly distant cases. It is precisely this connection that led me to consider one potential theory. With a hint of pride, Xing Tianyu paused to build suspense before continuing. Given that the perpetrator is capable of crafting such exquisite sculptures, it is highly likely that he is an artist, a sculptor. Upon encountering these three angelically beautiful girls, he may have become infatuated with them, subsequently abducting and murdering them to immortalize their likeness in stone, transforming them into sculptures that would never age. As Xing Tianyu concluded, the room erupted in enthusiastic applause. Even Xi Menyue cast an approving glance at Yu Yu, thinking to herself that Xing Tianyu's analysis was astute and wondering what rebuttal Yu Yu could possibly offer. Well said. Yu Yu also applauded and asked, "So how do we capture the perpetrator?" Xing Tianyu's mind raced as he swiftly conjured the most reliable answer, stating, "We will need to collaborate with the police from the three locations, conducting extensive interviews to see if these girls had any contact with a sculptor. Furthermore, we must promptly investigate the origins of these three sculptures, following the clues to discover more." Yu Yu inquired, "How long do you estimate it will take to apprehend the suspect?" Xing Tianyu retorted, "How can one possibly estimate that? Solving a case is not like taking an exam." Yu Yu replied, "Then we are in trouble. Rumors related to this case are already circulating online. If we cannot resolve it within a week, it may escalate into a nationwide sensation. Such heinous serial crimes occurring right beneath the emperor's feet. Do any of you feel the weight of this pressure?" 009 Comprehensive counterattack. Although everyone harbored a dislike for Yu Yu, his words bore an undeniable truth, casting a heavy pall over the atmosphere. Xing Tianyu, despite his desire to unearth additional clues, found himself at a loss, struggling to conjure any viable leads. Xi Menyue, harboring a slight affection for Xing Tianyu, interjected to support Yu Yu. "Do you have any suggestions to expedite the case resolution?" Xing Tianyu, well respected among his peers, felt a wave of scrutiny from the group as they turned their gaze towards Yu Yu, eager to witness a potential downfall. Yu Yu offered a slight smile and replied, "I have only perused the materials provided by Captain Shangguan for 5 minutes. Hence my current grasp of the situation is rather limited. However, based on what I have observed, I can assert with certainty that while the sculptor may not necessarily be the perpetrator, they undoubtedly possess knowledge of the true culprit." Detective Wang Pingchuan interjected, scoffing, "Well, that's common knowledge." Yu Yu retorted with a huff, "Do you know what happened to the last person who interrupted me?" Wang Pingchuan's expression shifted, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face. Was it possible that this seemingly inconsequential individual held some hidden significance? Captain Shangguan interjected, "All right, let us refrain from distractions. Yu Yu, as you are now part of the criminal investigation team, do not intimidate your colleagues. Please continue." Yu Yu chuckled, "I was merely jesting. The last person who interrupted me enjoyed a lavish meal on my expense. Now where was I? Yes, I can confidently state that the sculptor lacked formal training in sculpture. These three statues are devoid of spirit. Their forms are quite ordinary. It is no wonder they fail to command respect as true art, relegated instead to serving as models in a university or fashion store, or even in the homes of the affluent. Posing awkwardly, the audience involuntarily furrowed their brows. Yet Yu Yu's observations regarding the statue's condition proved irrefutable. The second statue bore traces of tadpoles and saliva, indicating it was the most poorly preserved of the trio. The first statue also displayed numerous smudges, clearly having been mishandled rather than cherished as a genuine work of art. Shangguan Feng recalled her sculpture instructor from art school, whose words she had previously overlooked. Prompted by Yu Yu's insights, she began to suspect that the creator of these skeletal sculptures was not a trained professional but rather an amateur or a craftsman engaged in this craft out of passion. Yu Yu articulated, "The creators of these three sculptures focused excessively on replicating the deceased's appearance and physique, neglecting the expression of their own artistic thoughts. Consequently, these sculptures are exceedingly mediocre and fundamentally flawed." Xi Menyue, recalling her own chilling reaction upon viewing the sculptures, remarked, "Perhaps you have a point, but who is to say this isn't his unique style? I find them beautiful, and they evoke a sense of life within me. Isn't that a form of success?" Yu Yu countered, "They are indeed beautiful, yet to claim they resemble the living is an exaggeration. Your emotional response stems from the knowledge that they are crafted from human remains. If I were to inform you that this thriving district beneath our feet was once a site for executing prisoners, steeped in a heavy aura, would you not feel a twinge of discomfort? A chill crept into Ximenue's heart, and she shot Yu a glare. Although she recognized his intention to instill fear, she could not help but feel an unsettling chill. Shangguan Feng interjected, "Let us avoid veering into irrelevant details. Even if we ascertain that the sculptures were crafted by an amateur, it does little to aid our investigation. In fact, it complicates matters further. After all, locating a skilled sculptor is far more feasible than chasing after an unknown enthusiast." Yu smiled, "That's true, but I have yet to finish. From the materials presented, I gleaned additional clues. For instance, the first victim was 15 years old at the time of her disappearance 11 years ago. The second victim was 16 and vanished 10 years ago. The third victim was 17 and went missing 9 years ago. Have you noticed? They were all born in the same year." Upon hearing Yu's revelation, the group felt as if a door had suddenly swung open in their minds. They had received clues long before Yu but had failed to connect the dots. Xing Tianyu frowned. "What's so significant about that? Could merely be a coincidence." Yu replied, "Is that so? Does no one here find this correlation particularly intriguing?" Shangguan Feng, observing the furrowed brows of her colleagues, stated, "If Yu's theory holds, it may suggest a unique psychological condition wherein the perpetrator harbors a deep-seated hatred for girls of that age." The group fell into contemplation, and Yu continued, "Earlier, Xing Tianyu posited that the perpetrator may have killed the victims out of infatuation, subsequently immortalizing their beauty in sculpture. I, however, hold a differing view." Xing Tianyu frowned but remained silent. Yu elaborated, "Have you noticed that the second sculpture was purchased by a wealthy individual? Originally, it was anonymously donated to a private art exhibition. The third statue was also donated to an art museum before being acquired. Now, consider this. If you had painstakingly collected a cherished possession, would you willingly part with it for public admiration? Or would you prefer to keep it hidden for your own enjoyment?" A collective gasp of realization echoed through the room. Xing Tianyu lowered his head, his fists clenched tightly. His prior analysis of the sculptor as the murderer, driven by unrequited love, had been decisively dismantled by Yu's articulate and substantiated arguments, leaving him utterly defenseless before his peers. In the presence of the captain and the group, Xing Tianyu felt a burning embarrassment wash over him. In 1,000,000 Ways to Die, Yu appeared oblivious to Xing Tianyu's expression as he continued, "I wonder if everyone has noticed the expressions of these sculptures. They all exude an air of pride, their heads held high, yet the stark reality is that they are devoid of clothing." Yu felt her face flush with embarrassment, lowering her head to curse Yu under her breath. Shangguan Fengqing cleared her throat and interjected, "Yu, get to the point." With a smile, Yu replied, "The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the murderer has deliberately orchestrated this. He desires these girls to stand in humiliation before the public eye, a profoundly cruel and malicious affront." The group stirred with intrigue. Yu's analysis indeed held merit, yet they wondered why it had not occurred to them sooner. Yu continued, "From this, we can infer that the murderer may have previously suffered humiliation at the hands of the deceased, or perhaps witnessed others being belittled by them, thus projecting his ire upon the victims. This perpetrator is likely a reclusive individual of lowly status who harbors disdain for society." Though the group was not particularly fond of Yu, they could not help but acknowledge the validity of his analysis. The murderer's narrow-mindedness and brutally vindictive methods were evident. Even in death, the victims were not spared his malice. Yu then posited, "Have you considered why the murderer suddenly chose to inform Captain Shangguan of the sculpture's locations through a letter?" The group shook their heads in confusion. As Yu's incisive reasoning unfolded, their sentiments toward him began to shift, recognizing the skill required for criminal investigation. Shangguan Feng remarked, "I have pondered this. He may have heard unfounded rumors about me or felt discontent with trivial titles like Goddess Detective, prompting him to challenge me through that letter." Yu chuckled, "I wholeheartedly agree. I am well aware that Captain Shangguan loathes such titles, while I, on the other hand, would not mind being referred to as Detective Yu." A few chuckled lightly, while others merely sneered in disdain. Yu continued, "I believe there exists another possibility regarding the murderer's sudden communication with Captain Shangguan. Have you noticed that the first victim went missing during the year of the snake, and next year marks another year of the snake? Perhaps he wishes to enact a change as this cycle concludes. The atmosphere shifted as the implications of Yu Yu's conjecture began to sink in. It was highly plausible that the number of victims could escalate to 12. A significant figure indeed. Shangguan Feng scoffed. Change? He will either face execution or spend the rest of his life in prison. Yu, are you suggesting we should immediately investigate the cases of 26-year-old girls who went missing this year? Yu smiled. Indeed, Captain Shangguan, you are astute. That is precisely my intention. Additionally, it is prudent to examine the other age groups I previously mentioned. The target characteristics are quite distinct, and the number of missing persons fitting that description should be limited. By identifying more missing individuals promptly, we may regain some initiative. Shangguan Feng inquired, well then, do you have any further insights? Yu replied, not at the moment. Shangguan Feng asked, does anyone else have thoughts to share? Xing Tianyu, having been thoroughly rebutted, remained silent, as did the others, still processing Yu Yu's analysis. Shangguan Feng assigned tasks, and everyone dispersed. Turning to Yu Yu, today's investigation concludes here. It's time to clock out. Yu, you may head home. Yu smiled slightly. All right, it seems Xiaohan is waiting for me. Shangguan Feng replied, then I shall leave you to it. Meeting adjourned. As Yu exited the criminal investigation team, Yu Shihan was parked nearby, and upon entering the car, Yu became engrossed in his phone. Yu Shihan asked, Detective, where shall we go now? Without looking up, Yu responded, to the Beijing Institute of Arts and Crafts. As Yu Shihan drove ahead, she couldn't resist asking, Detective, is this case troublesome? Yu replied nonchalantly while still preoccupied with his phone, it's manageable. Although the deceased cannot exert any influence, there is still a certain intrigue to this case. Yu Shihan was taken aback. It was the first time Yu had described a case as interesting. She felt a desire to sneak a glance at Yu's phone, but her angle made it difficult. Yu reassured her, do not worry. I will involve you in this case. Yu Shihan quickly responded, is there danger in this case? Young master, perhaps we should steer clear of it. Your safety is paramount. Yu chuckled, what danger could there possibly be? Captain Shangguan is always on guard against me, intent on denying me any opportunity. Thus, I plan to investigate independently to see if I can outpace her. I want you to be my assistant. There are no corpses in this case. It won't frighten you. Yu Shihan furrowed her brow, feeling that Yu was merely brushing her off. She believed that conducting a private investigation into a murder case was indeed perilous, and she questioned whether she could adequately protect him. At that moment, a young man suddenly leapt over the railing and dashed across the road, startling Yu Shihan, who slammed on the brakes. The young man hurriedly crossed, forcing several cars to stop, and even insulted the drivers with a rude gesture. Such a lack of manners. Yu remarked, Xiaohan, although my body has yet to fully recuperate, I still possess the ability to protect myself. Pay attention to that fellow. As Yu Shihan continued driving, the young man continued his reckless antics, even vaulting onto the railing to showcase his agility. But suddenly, calamity struck. He slipped and fell hard onto the railing, resulting in a rather unfortunate encounter. The young man collapsed in pain, curling into a ball as bystanders hurriedly moved away to avoid trouble. Yu Shihan exclaimed, what just happened? Young master, what did you do to him? Yu replied nonchalantly, nothing much. I simply seized the opportunity to demonstrate that I can still defend myself. Anyone foolish enough to provoke me will be met with a million ways to die. Yu Shihan laughed, then I can rest easy. The two individuals cast aside their misfortune and continued on their journey. Suddenly, Yu Shihan remarked on how formidable Miss Shangguan was, admitting that she could not hold her back. Yu responded, it's quite normal, you have only practiced for a few days. She has been honing various combat techniques since the age of 3, accumulating years of battle experience. Even among trained men, few can claim victory over her. Yu Shihan, intrigued, inquired, what did she promise the young master? Did he so readily agree to assist her in the investigation? Yu smiled, saying, you will know in due time. Now focus on driving. There will be ample opportunity to discuss the case details later. Upon their arrival at the Yanjing City Academy of Arts and Crafts, a rather unassuming institution among the illustrious schools of the city, They noted its lavish exterior, which likely attracted a steady stream of students. When disembarking, Yu changed her police badge to reflect a rank of deputy inspector, akin to Shangguan Feng. Yu Shihan followed closely behind, carrying Yu Yu's bag, and their presence quickly garnered the attention of passing students. "We have come to investigate a case," Yu Yu declared, presenting her credentials at the security checkpoint. The guard, curious, inquired, "Officer, are you here regarding the human bone sculpture in the life drawing room?" Yu countered, "Who informed you of this?" The guard chuckled. "It spread like wildfire online. I was surprised to see that statue when I arrived for my shift. I heard many boys have been sneaking into the life drawing room at night. You know how it is. They must be terrified now." Yu cautioned, "Please refrain from spreading such rumors. It could lead to complications." The guard, unfazed, provided the location of the principal's office and kindly noted that the principal might have left for the day. Yu replied, "Thank you for the heads up. I have an appointment with the principal." Upon reaching the office, they found the middle-aged principal, Jiang Fuming, awaiting them. He appeared surprised, having just returned from dining with friends after receiving a call from the Education Bureau. Upon learning their purpose, he felt somewhat bemused by the gravity of the situation. Without revealing his amusement, he promptly called for the relevant personnel to join them. While waiting, Yu shared case details with Yu Shihan. Soon, Director Liu from the archives and warehouse manager Wang arrived. Liu, somewhat irritable, remarked, "Haven't you already taken the relevant materials?" Yu replied, "Yes, but I hope to uncover more clues. Additionally, I wish to inspect your storage room to see if the original box containing the sculpture and its contents still exist." Liu, sensing something amiss, reluctantly agreed, "Very well, I will look into it." However, Wang, managing the warehouse, expressed impatience. "After all these years, that box has likely been repurposed." Yu quickly probed, "It seems you have a vivid memory of that box. Are you certain it wasn't destroyed?" Wang paused, seemingly recollecting. "Oh right, I forgot. That box, due to its quality, was later used to store a batch of graduates' works, which have been kept in the warehouse." Yu grinned. "See, this is a new lead. Let us retrieve that box." Wang rummaged through the storage records and eventually found a long, low box tucked away in a corner. "Indeed, this is it," he exclaimed. "I initially thought it was just another unwanted ugly sculpture, but upon seeing the box, I realized it was something more, as such boxes are typically used for high-end art." Yu understood why the warehouse manager remembered it so well. The box's quality suggested it contained something extraordinary. Wang dragged the box out and prepared to pry it open. "Do not open it," Yu interjected. "This is evidence. It must be preserved and sent to the forensic team for thorough examination. Xiaohan, please call Captain Shangguan to come collect the box." "Wang, do you recall the condition of the box when it was opened?" Wang replied, "Of course." Upon opening, it was filled with small S-shaped foam cushioning, and the statue was wrapped in bubble wrap, secured with foam blocks. The packaging was immaculate, reminiscent of new electronic devices. In my 30 years of overseeing the warehouse, I have unwrapped many tightly packed art pieces, and this was one of the best. Yu asked, "Do you remember where the foam secured the statue?" Wang confirmed, "Yes, at the head, chest, waist, knees, and soles of the feet. Those were the key areas. These points were vulnerable to deformation, indicating that the perpetrator was either exceptionally skilled at packaging or had employed a professional service." Yu suspected the former. At that moment, Director Liu excitedly approached with a stack of documents, declaring, "I found it. I can't believe this delivery slip is still here." Yu smiled, "Thank you, Director Liu. It seems fortune is on our side. With this evidence, the perpetrator will soon be apprehended." In the midst of a bustling investigation, Shangguan Feng hurriedly approached, her brow furrowing upon seeing Yu. "Did I not instruct you to finish your shift?" she inquired. Yu smiled, replying, "I cannot sit idle, so I thought I would come by and take a look." To my surprise, I have indeed uncovered new leads. Even Shangguan Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment, as she had previously sought relevant evidence from the school upon discovering the first bone sculpture, only to be told that the time elapsed had rendered any pertinent evidence extinguished. Why was it that Yu could uncover evidence so readily upon his arrival? Had he exerted personal influence on the school? Regardless, finding evidence was a positive outcome, and Shangguan Feng was not one to resist adaptability, yet Yu's smug demeanor was irksome. The box was thoroughly repackaged and transported back to the Criminal Investigation Unit, with the express delivery receipt secured in an evidence bag by Shang Guanfeng. She then inquired of Yu Yu, "Have you made any further discoveries?" Yu shook his head and said, "There are no more findings. It is fortunate to have located these 2 items. Let us return." Expressing gratitude to Director Liu and Professor Wang, Shang Guanfeng led the team back to the unit. Yu Yu also thanked the 2 educators before departing, leaving Liu and Wang puzzled, wondering if they had misperceived the situation. How had Officer Yu transformed into a trainee? "Young master, are you not hungry?" Yu Shihan had prepared a lavish dinner for Yu Yu. "I picked this up while I was out. Do take a look and see if it suits your palate. If not, I can fetch something else." Yu Yu countered, "Have you eaten?" After a moment's hesitation, Yu Shihan shook her head. "Silly girl," Yu Yu remarked. "You likely assumed I would not indulge in such street food. Thus this was for yourself, wasn't it? I shall devour it today, leaving you to starve." Yu Shihan smiled coyly. "I can always get fast food or order takeout. I will not go hungry." Yu Yu nodded, swiftly consuming the meal before wiping his mouth with a napkin. "In the future, remember to get me more vegetarian dishes. Also, you may call me Brother Yu. Please refrain from referring to me as young master or using such formalities. It makes me feel as though I am 70 years old." Yu Shihan beamed. "Understood, Brother Yu." Upon arriving at the Criminal Investigation Unit, they found the team fully equipped and ready to unbox the evidence. Yu Yu sat nearby, smiling as he observed, while Yu Shihan took the opportunity to eat. Shang Guanfeng approached Yu Yu, asking, "How did you manage to find evidence so quickly? Did your family exert pressure?" Yu shook his head. "No, I merely had someone speak with Principal Jiang. The ability to jog their memories regarding relevant clues is a testament to my efforts." Shang Guanfeng scoffed, "Is that so? Pray tell, how did you exert such effort?" Yu Yu chuckled, "I am a psychologist, adept at helping individuals relax and recall memories from long ago. Do you remember the games we played as children?" Instantly, Shang Guanfeng was transported back to their youth, where they played together. In those days, the frail Yu Yu had been told by the robust Shang Guanfeng that she would marry him and protect him for life. Abruptly, Shang Guanfeng shook off the nostalgia, coldly retorting, "I have long forgotten. The only thing I distinctly remember about you is an indelible, unforgettable incident." With that, Shang Guanfeng stormed away, and Yu Yu sighed, realizing that neither she nor he was to blame for the past. Only the former Yu Yu, who had foolishly attempted to overstep boundaries with Shang Guanfeng, resulting in a failure that nearly left him incapacitated at her hands. However, due to the Yu family's past favors towards the Shangguan family, they were still willing to facilitate a connection between Yu Yu and Shang Guanfeng after he improved himself. The current head of the Beijing Public Security Bureau, Zhou Jigang, was once a subordinate of Shang Guanfeng's father, and it was through the Shangguan family's assistance that Yu Yu was afforded seamless access to the Bureau's investigative efforts. Now, Yu Yu sought to mend his relationship with Shang Guanfeng, not out of a desire to marry her, but because she was a woman born under the 6 Yin signs, making her immensely beneficial to him, a person of the 9 Yang lineage. Due to the passage of time and the meticulousness of the perpetrator, Yu Yu did not believe that any trace evidence would remain on the box or the delivery slip. He took to his phone, browsing the internet, unnoticed by those around him. Soon, the box was opened, revealing various graduation projects from the School of Arts, which were carefully set aside as the investigative team examined the box meticulously. The microtrace department was the first to report, indicating that 2 fingerprints had been found on the delivery slip and had been sent for comparison. Such comparisons were time-consuming. If the fingerprint owners had no prior offenses or records in the system, the results would yield nothing. No bloodstains or valuable clues were found within the box, suggesting that the 2 new pieces of evidence discovered by Yu Yu had led to a futile endeavor. Although no one voiced their dissatisfaction, their expressions betrayed their discontent, as they cast not a single glance in Yu Yu's direction. With a smile, Yu Yu remarked, "Captain Shangguan, it seems that the team is not particularly pleased with the 2 items I uncovered. Should you not elucidate the significance of my findings to them?" The team exchanged astonished glances between the disassembled box and Yu Yu, wondering if there might be more to the box than met the eye. 013 The man who drowned in the bathhouse. Shang Guanfeng spoke calmly. "It's quite simple. This box is handcrafted from camphor wood, which is typically used for furniture. It is rare to see it employed for delivery boxes. This box must either be custom-made or crafted by the murderer or an accomplice, making it a valuable clue. Furthermore, the delivery slip was issued from the city where the first victim, Zhao Junya, went missing 8 months ago. From this, we can deduce some patterns of the perpetrator's activities, thus rendering this evidence all the more significant. Clap, clap. Yu applauded vigorously, exclaiming, "Indeed, Captain Shangguan, your insight mirrors my own thoughts precisely." Shangguan Feng replied tersely, "Less chatter. These discoveries alone do not point directly to the murderer. Do you have anything else to add? If not, you may return to rest." Yu smiled, "No worries, has everyone had dinner yet? It's on me." Shangguan Feng responded indifferently, "No need, I have already dined." Suddenly, Shangguan Feng's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, her brow furrowed slightly. She answered, "Hello, this is Shangguan Feng." After a brief conversation, she hung up and addressed the group. "A homicide has occurred at a bathing center. Due to the number of suspects, I need to bring several more people with me.
Liu Li, Zhang Yiwan.
You two stay behind to clean up. The rest of you, come with me to the scene. Let's move out immediately." Shangguan Feng did not call out to Yu, yet he followed the criminal investigation team to the crime scene, a bustling establishment named Xinlong. The business was indeed thriving, with several customers left by the security guard, and over 100 patrons indulging in baths and massages inside. At 9 in the evening, the bathhouse was at its peak of activity. After police cars blocked the entrance, many attempted to enter the bathing center. The owner was cooperative, eager for the establishment to resume operations quickly to avoid substantial losses. Upon seeing the detectives enter, someone shouted, "Officer, when can we leave?" Shangguan Feng walked past without a glance, and most of the investigation team ignored the question. However, Yu stole a glance at the individuals, noting their robust physiques and numerous tattoos, which suggested they were not upstanding citizens. The bathhouse was divided into male and female sections. The men's side was devoid of patrons still bathing. All male customers were now clothed, seated on benches or directly on the floor. In contrast, the female patrons remained unaffected, as the incident had occurred on the male side. After passing the bathing pools and massage rooms, they reached the shower area, where individual stalls were separated but lacked doors or curtains. Although no one was showering now, the floor was still slick with water. In the farthest right stall, a young man with dyed blonde hair lay supine on the floor. Upon entering the bathroom, Shangguan Feng and her team donned gloves, masks, and shoe covers to preserve the scene. However, given the nature of the environment, it was rare for any substantial evidence to remain intact due to the flow of water. Yu also wore a mask and shoe covers but refrained from putting on gloves, as he could not touch any evidence. The forensic team had yet to arrive, so Shangguan Feng merely took a few photographs of the deceased before searching for potential clues alongside her colleagues. The victim possessed no belongings, and there were no articles in the bathroom to verify his identity. His possessions had surely been concealed or removed. Shangguan Feng summoned the bathhouse owner for questioning. The owner stated that there were no cameras installed in the shower area to protect customer privacy. Only the entrance and cash register were monitored. This posed significant challenges in identifying suspects, as over 200 patrons and dozens of staff could not be ruled out as potential culprits. With no leads emerging in the bathroom, Shangguan Feng awaited the arrival of forensic personnel to conduct the autopsy. She instructed Xing Tianyu, "Take a few people to interview the bathhouse customers, focusing on their movements and whether they have seen the deceased. Additionally, pay attention to those with fresh scratches." After Xing Tianyu departed, Shangguan Feng glanced at Yu and asked, "Why are you still here? What are your thoughts on this case?" Yu replied with a smile, "I was waiting for you to ask me." Crouching beside the deceased, he waved his hand about a foot above the body, stating, "The victim's lips exhibit a purplish hue, suggesting he likely drowned. Press his abdomen to see if any water or foam escapes." Shangguan Feng noted the color of the victim's lips but found it hard to believe he had drowned. "The drainage in the bathroom is excellent. How could he have drowned?" Yu chuckled, "I noticed many customers brought basins, so it would be relatively easy to drown someone. Of course, it's also possible he was drowned in the bath and then moved here to dispose of the body." Shangguan Feng crouched next to the deceased, pressing on his abdomen while wearing gloves. To her astonishment, pink frothy liquid began to seep from the victim's mouth, indicating diluted blood. The victim's mouth or throat must have sustained an injury, prompting Shang Guanfeng to hastily retrieve her camera and capture the evidence. Any further discoveries? Shang Guanfeng inquired of Yu Yu. Yu Yu responded with a smile. Yes, the victim likely drowned with little struggle, which is difficult for one person to accomplish. Thus, the tattooed individuals we first encountered appear quite suspicious. I recommend bringing them in for thorough interrogation. 014 urine as evidence. Shang Guanfeng regarded Yu Yu with suspicion, her expression turning cold. Don't you think it's highly improbable for the murderer to remain at the crime scene after committing the act? Yu Yu smiled faintly. Those who frequently interact with law enforcement possess strong counter-surveillance instincts. They are well aware that fleeing immediately would only draw attention. Though his reasoning held merit, Shang Guanfeng remained stern. This case is none of your concern. If you have nothing further to contribute, you may leave. Yu Yu countered. If the perpetrator is still present, I have a method to swiftly identify them. Would you care to test it? Shang Guanfeng arched a brow. What method? After a hushed exchange, her frown deepened. Preposterous. Absolutely not. Yu Yu remained undeterred. My intention is to assist. This case is straightforward, let us not waste time. After a brief hesitation, Shang Guanfeng relented. Very well. What are the odds of success? 60%, Yu Yu replied. Enough to warrant the risk. Yet insufficient for me, she retorted. If the suspect becomes wary, complications will arise. Yu Yu met her gaze steadily. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. Shang Guanfeng studied him for a long moment before speaking coolly. If you believe this bravado will alter my opinion of you, you are gravely mistaken. With a light chuckle, Yu said, Rest assured. Should this fail, I shall trouble you no further. Agreed, Shang Guanfeng declared. I'll arrange it immediately. Soon after, the coroner confirmed the victim had drowned and was investigating the cause. Meanwhile, Yu's plan unfolded outside. Through preliminary screening, nearly half the male patrons had left the bathhouse, providing credible alibis along with their identities and addresses. As departures continued, impatience grew among the remaining crowd. Complaints arose, with demands to return home, particularly from a group of high school students citing impending exams, their parents already waiting outside. Remain calm, Yu reassured. Innocent individuals will be released shortly. How much longer? Someone pressed. 5 minutes at most, Yu replied. The coroner's latest findings reveal the killer left traces. With your cooperation, we'll identify them swiftly, and everyone may depart in peace. A voice inquired, What must we do? Form 2 lines facing me, Yu instructed. The crowd complied promptly. Now, our forensic team will apply a specialized chemical solution to your feet. He continued. Xing Tianyu and others, masked and equipped with spray bottles, began misting the patrons' calves and feet. Bewildered glances were exchanged until a burly man with a tiger tattoo protested. My skin is sensitive. Must I participate? Yu reassured. The solution is gentle. It won't harm even delicate skin. Light laughter rippled through the room before another asked, Officer, what is this test for? Blood traces? Not blood, Yu clarified. Urine. Murmurs of confusion arose. Indeed, Yu continued. But before explaining, heed this. From this moment, no one may speak, glance downward, or observe others' feet. Violators will be treated as prime suspects, detained indefinitely. Silence fell over the bathhouse. As the spraying concluded, Yu elaborated, the reason for this test lies in a physiological truth. At the moment of death, bodily tension often forces involuntary release of waste. The coroner confirmed our victim urinated prior to death, meaning the killer would bear traces. His gaze swept the room. Do not look down. Keep your eyes on me. Many public pools employ reagents that react to urine, turning the water blue to expose offenders. Our method is similar. However, prolonged soaking may have diluted residues, requiring 3 to 5 minutes for the reaction. A pause. Already, some feet are changing color. Unease flickered across several faces. One student, who had earlier cited exams, raised a hesitant hand. Officer, I may have urinated in the bath earlier. In the midst of their laughter and mockery, the students derisively insulted their classmate, branding him as worthless and declaring they would never bathe with him again. Calmly, Yu reassured them, stating there was no need for concern. The The urine in the pool was distributed in patches, while the deceased's urine had splattered onto the murderer, appearing as droplets. It was during the moment when the murderer was pressing the deceased against the wall, forcefully pouring scalding water into his mouth with a shower hose, that he likely overlooked the indelible marks left by the victim on their bodies. The student who had been speaking earlier turned pale as Yu coldly fixed her gaze upon him, asking if he wished to look down at his feet. There was no need, she asserted, for the deceased had already indicated who the murderer was with his urine. Trembling in fear, the student protested, "No, it wasn't me. I only held his left hand." Silence. The other students who had previously mocked him shouted angrily, "You fool! They are deceiving you. There's nothing to validate their claims. They know everything. How could it be a deception?" The student looked down and saw blue droplet-shaped marks on his feet, exclaiming in terror, "It's real. We were indeed urinated on by that bastard." With a cold smile, Yu remarked, "Bastard? At least he didn't kill you. Handcuff these rascals. Take them back for thorough questioning. Now you have to take exams for years." With a wave of her hand, Shang Guanfeng signaled for Xing Tianyu, Wang Pingchuan, and others to approach and restrain the students. One of them shouted, "You don't understand anything. That scoundrel has been bullying our school's students, extorting boys and harassing girls for years. No one listens when we report it. He's only locked up for a few days before he's released. Those who reported him suffered even worse. Today we finally caught him alone, and we dealt with him. We are the heroes of the school." Yu countered, "How long do you think people will remember you? A year? 2 years? I suspect that more will remember your foolishness. Your record of murder will follow you for a lifetime. You and your parents will bear this burden forever." Another student retorted, "What else could we have done?" Yu replied, "Gather evidence and report it to the authorities. That is your right." "Is it effective?" questioned the self-proclaimed hero. "Better than murder," Yu replied. "If the extortion reaches a certain amount and he is a repeat offender, he will face severe punishment. You should have gathered more evidence to sue him instead of killing him." The 5 students suspected of murder were escorted away, realizing that each of them bore those blue droplet-shaped marks on their feet. They understood they had been deceived, feeling regret, frustration, and helplessness. But what could they do? Soon, anguished cries from their parents echoed outside. "Officer, the murderer has been apprehended. Can we leave now?" inquired a man with a tiger tattoo who claimed to be allergic. Yu shook her head, stating, "The others may leave after providing their identity information, but you tattooed individuals must wait a while longer." The man protested, "Officer, why must we stay? Is it because of our tattoos? This is discrimination. We have the right to sue you." Yu responded, "You certainly have that right, but we also have the authority to detain you for over 24 hours on charges of obstructing justice. Let us see if the contents in that bag leak or if someone gets poisoned." The man's expression changed, and another tattooed individual next to him turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, with a loud sound, he released gas, and a substance rolled out from his shorts, tumbling across the floor. The tiger-tattooed man immediately kicked the substance into the bathing pool, prompting the forensic team members to angrily reprimand him and restrain all 4. They then instructed the owner to retrieve the kicked substance from the pool using a net. With a smile, Yu remarked, "Actually, those bags are quite airtight and don't pass through the stomach, making them difficult to rupture. As long as one searches the rectum, enduring for 24 hours isn't impossible. However, since we are aware now, there's no point in enduring any longer. It would be more comfortable to expel it, wouldn't it?" The 4 tattooed men hung their heads in despair. Their previous nonchalance vanished. Getting caught for petty theft or fighting might lead to a short detention, but drug-related offenses were an entirely different matter. "All right, the case is solved." Yu turned to Shang Guanfeng with a smile, saying, "What do you think? My idea was quite good, wasn't it?" Shang Guanfeng replied calmly, "It was merely a successful gamble. What if it had failed? Such matters are not repeatable, and your luck cannot always be this favorable. We have yet to clarify the identity of the deceased, and we have not found the murder weapon or any evidence. This case is far from being resolved." Yu stated, "The deceased's belongings should be hidden in a trash bin or a storage locker. The murder weapon is the hose connected to the showerhead. We should take it back to the lab to examine the threads. there should still be traces of the deceased's blood or pharyngeal mucosa. Shang Guanfeng instructed everyone to continue their work according to regulations and called Yu to a secluded area, asking, "How did you know they used the hose to drown the deceased? And how did you know they were using hot water?" "The deceased told me," Yu explained. Firstly, the deceased had been lying on the ground for at least half an hour, yet his body appeared as if it had just emerged from hot water, which is abnormal. When you press his abdomen, the amount of blood foam that emerges is excessive, unlike normal drowning. His pharynx must have been injured by something. That's when I considered the presence of hot water supply and the shower hose. It was merely simple reasoning. Shang Guanfeng eyed Yu with skepticism. She had not noticed so many clues herself. Could Yu truly possess such keen insight? Then how did you discover that person was concealing drugs within his body? Shang Guanfeng inquired. 016 The girl who disappeared 9 years ago. This one is even simpler, Yu remarked. The moment we walked in, they were already provoking us. Even if they were habitual offenders, it was quite unusual. I found it strange at the time, but later realized they were likely overplaying their hand, trying too hard to appear innocent precisely because they had nothing to do with the murder. Yu continued. At first, while seated, they seemed unremarkable. But when I had them stand, one of them couldn't keep still, fidgeting incessantly, visibly uncomfortable. That's when I knew something was off. Then it struck me. What could someone hide on their body to evade police inspection? The word drugs flashed into my mind. Fools have fortune. Xing Tianyu muttered under his breath as he passed by. What did you say? Yu asked. Nothing, Xing Tianyu replied. Just that we're lucky to have someone like you, solving cases as effortlessly as drinking water. Truly a blessing. Yu smiled. Thank you for the praise, Captain Shangguan. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Safe travels, Shang Guanfeng said. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Yu strode confidently out of the bathhouse. As always, Yu Shirhan had the car waiting right outside. Once inside, she asked, Brother Yu, did the case go smoothly? Why were 2 groups arrested? Fairly smooth, Yu replied. The first group were the killers, the second were drug traffickers. Just happened to catch them together. Yu Shirhan, steering the car, listened intently as Yu summarized the investigation. So, Yu finally asked, how do you think I handled this case? Very well, Yu Shirhan said. Solving it so quickly, you're amazing, Brother Yu. Be honest. Yu Shirhan hesitated, then admitted, well, it felt a bit risky. If they hadn't taken the bait, things could have gone badly. Exactly, Yu agreed. That's also Shang Guanfeng's view. She'd have loved to see me fail. She always has a backup plan. But I have my own principles. I don't act unless I'm certain. Oh, Yu Shirhan nodded. That's good then. Brother Yu, where to now? Back to the clinic. We need rest. Tomorrow's going to be busy. Yu Shirhan hummed in acknowledgement. Brother Yu, how's the energy absorption today? Should I schedule a couple of female patients? After a moment's thought, Yu shook his head. No need. My yang energy is under control for now, but I'm physically exhausted. They returned to the clinic. Yu showered and went straight to bed. At a little past 4 in the morning, Yu Shirhan knocked urgently on his door. Brother Yu, Miss Shangguan called. She's found a new lead and is catching a 7 o'clock flight to Guangzhou. She wants to know if you're coming. Yu sat up instantly. Of course. You're coming with me. Understood. By noon, they arrived at the Guangzhou Public Security Bureau. Over a quick meal, a seasoned detective in his 30s briefed them, his expression somber. This happened nearly a decade ago. He began projecting files onto a screen. I just started working at the local precinct when we got a report about a missing 17-year-old girl. First, we assumed she just wandered off, but she never came home. The screen displayed a photo of the missing girl, youthful, vibrant, her appearance strikingly similar to the 3 recent victims. Shang Guanfeng and her team had barely slept, scouring national databases for missing persons reports. In a country of over 1 billion, thousands vanish yearly. Narrowing the search was painstaking. Records rarely noted family wealth or physical attractiveness, requiring manual review. Compounding the challenge was time. Many old records were incomplete or never digitized, making matches unlikely. Yet, after a sleepless night, Shang Guanfeng had discovered Su Yuerong's decade-old disappearance through a search engine. Her father's million-yuan reward for her safe return had made headlines, preserving traces of the case online. Su Yuerong vanished during summer vacation. After an evening out with friends, she parted ways around 9 p.m. and was never seen again. We initially suspected kidnapping, the detective Yen Jishue explained. The Su family was prominent locally, but no ransom demands came. Her father plastered the city with posters, offered rewards on TV and in papers. Nothing. We knew then she was probably dead. Xing Tianyu asked, "How did you rule out the possibility she left voluntarily?" "She wasn't the type," Yen Jishue said. Her best friend confirmed she'd been happy that night. She'd even bought a dress for her upcoming 18th birthday and was eager to get home.
No boyfriend.
No reason to disappear without a trace. You set down the files. You did thorough work, Detective Yen. The records show no obvious gaps. Though I notice one detail. Su Yuerong went out that night partly because her home was under noisy renovation. The records on the construction crew seem incomplete. In a moment of astonishment, Yen Jishue questioned, "Is something missing?" He had personally participated in all inquiries, having penned a substantial portion of the notes. This morning, upon receiving the notification for collaboration, he meticulously reviewed the documents and found nothing amiss. Yu interjected, "I merely speculated. There are records of electricians, plasterers, tile layers, door and window installers, and ceiling constructors, yet there seems to be no record of carpenters." Upon hearing this, everyone perked up, realizing the significance of Yu's inquiry. It was plausible that the perpetrator or their accomplice possessed adept carpentry skills. Yen Jishue pondered briefly before exclaiming, "Ah, I see you suspect this." Indeed, the Su family had engaged carpenters, but their work concluded a few days prior to Su Yueren's disappearance, and they left with their payment. There was no animosity between Su and the couple, nor any outstanding debts, so we did not pay much attention. "Are you suggesting that the carpenters abducted Su Yueren?" Shang Guanfeng interjected, "No, we do not yet possess concrete evidence to ascertain the profession of the perpetrator. We merely suspect that carpenters may have been involved in the packing and transportation phase, though it is highly likely unrelated to this case." Yen Jishue nodded in understanding and remarked, "It is commendable for the youth to harbor ideas, but they must be grounded in fact. Reasonable deductions should be based on evidence. We have an abundance of leads to investigate. If we pursue every seemingly irrelevant clue, we risk derailing our primary objective. Does anyone have further inquiries?" Seizing the opportunity, Yen Jishue admonished Yu, while Xing Tianyu relished in her embarrassment. Shang Guanfeng, however, appeared displeased, as Yu was her protege, and Yen Jishue's remarks seemed to undermine her authority. She calmly stated, "Indeed, youthful ideas can be beneficial. Many breakthroughs in cases arise from seemingly absurd notions." Yu smiled, expressing gratitude for the captain's support. "However, team leader Yen, even if you have not initiated an investigation, it appears you have not retained the contact information of the carpenter couple." Yen Jishue discerned Shang Guanfeng's implication and retorted, "We deemed the carpenters unrelated to this case. Hence we did not pursue that avenue." "Such a pity," Yu lamented. Just as Yen Jishue was about to respond, an unexpected flatulence erupted from him, causing his face to flush crimson. The atmosphere in the case discussion room became profoundly awkward. Yu suggested, "Let us take our time to examine the case details further. How about we first review the videos from that time?" Yen Jishue was relieved and hastily led Shang Guanfeng, Xing Tianyu, Yu, and Yu Shihan to the video investigation room. There, they found hundreds of computers organized in 4 neat rows, with video investigators intently scrutinizing surveillance footage. Yen Jishue logged them into 4 computers and opened the video directory when he felt his stomach bloating again, prompting him to excuse himself. Yu diligently began watching the footage, completely disregarding Yen Jishue. In truth, his sudden discomfort was his own doing. He had been prattling on unnecessarily. When Yen Jishue returned, they had already reviewed the videos at least twice. The available footage from 10 years ago was exceedingly scant. Street surveillance equipment was scarce, and the resolution was dismally low, particularly for nighttime recordings. The video showed Su Yueren strolling down the street after parting ways with her friend, heading toward the bus station. Despite her affluent background, she had always been frugal. Yet, she never boarded the bus, and none of the drivers that night recalled seeing her. How could she have vanished over such a short distance? During the time frame leading up to Su Yueren's disappearance, No evidence of her being followed was found, and no suspicious individuals or vehicles were noted departing the area afterward. The Su family reported her missing at 11 p.m., and due to their influence, a comprehensive search commenced by midnight in the vicinity of her disappearance, yielding no clues. Confusion ensued among the group, prompting Yan Jishue to inquire, "What makes you believe this case is related to yours?" Shang Guanfeng responded, "Because she bears a striking resemblance to the victims in our other 3 cases. We suspect there may be more unrecognized victims, and to stay ahead of the perpetrator, we must not overlook any clues. Is Su Yueren's father still in Guangzhou? We wish to speak with him." Yan Jishue shook his head. "He has succumbed to madness. His wife is deceased, their family fortune lost. He wanders daily along the route where his daughter vanished, having vehemently opposed its renovation, ultimately being committed to a mental institution." Xing Tianyu remarked, "So, he sold the house he once lived in?" Yan Jishue affirmed, "Yes, it has changed hands several times. Su Guangzong occasionally returns to search for his daughter, yet no one wishes to engage with him. The house is now rented out to oblivious outsiders." "How tragic," Yu Shihan murmured. "Indeed," Yan Jishue replied. "The loss of a child can devastate a family, which is why there is such animosity toward human traffickers." Yu Yu added, "Though the family is shattered and the path lost, Su Guangzong still remains. Captain, I believe we should meet with him." Yan Jishue countered, "He has lost his sanity. Meeting him would likely yield little benefit." Yu Yu insisted, "Perhaps we could help him regain his clarity. After all, I possess a professional license in psychological therapy." The power of hatred. Yan Jishue expressed his astonishment and skepticism, asking, "Is that so?" However, he could hardly recall any clues when he was lucid. Now that so much time has passed, even if he regains consciousness, what could he possibly remember? Yu Yu interjected, "Regardless, we must meet with him and inform him that his daughter has been found." As she spoke, Yu Yu illuminated her phone screen, revealing a photograph of a sculpture that bore a striking resemblance to Su Yuanyong. A collective gasp arose from those present, and Shang Guanfeng immediately inquired, "Where did you find this?" Yu Yu replied, "At a cultural square in Yanjing City. It is a landmark statue." Xing Tianyu remarked, "Surely it's merely a coincidence that it resembles her? Have other features been verified?" Yu Yu scrolled through her phone, revealing that the statue's hair and the prominent letters behind it confirmed that this sculpture, along with the previous 3, was crafted by the same artist, Su Yuanyong, the 4th victim in this case. Shang Guanfeng instructed, "Provide me with the address. I shall arrange to have the statue returned to the criminal investigation team." "No," Yu Yu countered, "if we remove the statue and the perpetrator discovers this, the situation could change dramatically. It is prudent to maintain the status quo." Shang Guanfeng cast a surprised glance at Yu Yu before addressing Yan Jishue. "Captain Yan, please take us to find Su Guangzong." Yan Jishue consented, albeit hesitantly. "Very well. But is this truly wise? If Su Guangzong learns of his daughter's fate, I fear he may not withstand the news." Yu Yu reassured him as a psychologist, "I will convey this information to him in the most palatable manner." Yan Jishue nodded, silenced, and personally drove Shang Guanfeng and the others to the psychiatric hospital. Under the guidance of the doctor at the facility, they soon encountered Su Guangzong. Beneath the blazing sun, most individuals sought refuge in air-conditioned rooms or under the shade of trees. However, one figure, drenched in sweat, was fervently searching the garden. It was Su Guangzong. At 55, he bore the appearance of an elder, his hair completely white, and his demeanor and gait suggested someone far beyond 60, more akin to a septuagenarian.
Su Guanzong.
The doctor called out. Hearing this, Su Guangzong turned with a beaming smile and hurried over, exclaiming, "Officer Yan, do you have news of my daughter?" Previously reluctant to meet Su Guangzong due to the absence of information, Yan Jishue now found himself at a loss in the face of grim news. He could only respond ambiguously, then introduced Shang Guanfeng and the others as detectives from Yanjing City. "Yu Rong is in Yanjing City?"
Su Guangzong joyfully exclaimed to Shang Guanfeng.
"No wonder I couldn't find her. Officer, is my daughter well?" Shang Guanfeng glanced at Yu Yu, who replied, "Mr. Su, we are currently uncertain if the person we found is indeed her. We have a photograph. Please take a look." Yu Yu produced her phone, and Su Guangzong eagerly leaned in, exclaiming upon seeing the sculpture, "Indeed, that is her. My dear daughter, my little Rong Rong, I have finally found you. Mr. Su, this is merely a sculpture. Yu cautioned. Could you examine it more closely? The doctor interjected, his vision is not very good. Mr. Su, please put on your glasses and take a closer look. Su Guangzong fumbled in his pocket for his reading glasses, and after examining the photo again, he gasped. It is a statue. Not my daughter. A statue. Not my daughter. He began to exhibit signs of mental distress once more. The doctor remarked, this is not good. He is about to have an episode. It is a form of self-protection from his brain that erupts upon facing disappointment. Do not worry. Yu said, allow me to try something. She produced a pocket watch and waved it before Su Guangzong, stating, do you see this watch? If you focus on it for 1 minute, you will be able to envision your daughter. Her words seemed to possess a certain enchantment, calming not only Su Guangzong but also the attending doctor and Shang Guanfeng, who found themselves drawn to the pocket watch. Yu continued, Mr. Su, you are a man. You must be strong. Regardless of whether your daughter is alive, you must continue to live robustly. You must witness the apprehension of the one who harmed her. You cannot drift aimlessly through life any longer. A spark reignited in Su Guangzong's eyes as he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, declaring, indeed, I must live well. I must see that scoundrel who harmed my Rong Rong brought to justice. As Yu stowed the pocket watch, she added, Mr. Su, although what you see is merely a sculpture, it is highly probable that it was constructed using your daughter's skeletal remains as a framework. What? Su Guangzong gasped in shock. Yet instead of descending into madness once more, he took Yu's phone to scrutinize the image of the statue, tears streaming down his face. Poor Rong Rong. He choked. Who could be so cruel as to subject you to this? Father shall not let this go unanswered. I will avenge you. Yu turned to the doctor, asking, does the hospital have a quiet room? I would like to inquire about a few matters while he is relatively lucid. The doctor, astonished, replied, I have never seen him regain clarity so swiftly. Please follow me. Mr. Su, let us go to my office to discuss matters with these officers. Before the incident, Su Guangzong held Yu's phone tightly, his gaze unwilling to stray from his daughter's statue until he entered the doctor's office. Yu took the lead in the inquiry without hesitation. She asked Mr. Su if the pose of the statue held any special significance and whether he had ever seen his daughter exhibit a similar stance. The posture of Su Yuan resembled that of someone reaching for an apple, with her left foot slightly forward and her right hand raised. Her expression was serene and warm, in stark contrast to the previous 3 statues. This change in demeanor might indicate a shift in the mindset of either the perpetrator or the sculptor. Su Guangzong fell into a reverie, and everyone patiently awaited his recollections, as any insight he might recover could prove pivotal to the case. Earlier, Yu had briefed Shang Guanfeng and others about the discovery of Su Yuan's statue, crediting her previous connections for the lead. A message she had shared in a WeChat group regarding her newfound admiration for an obscure sculptor's work had quickly circulated, yielding valuable information. Although only 1 statue had been located thus far, it was anticipated that further discoveries would follow if additional statues existed within Yanjing. Xing Tianyu, though reluctant, found himself powerless. Such resources were beyond his reach. Shang Guanfeng's perception of Yu gradually shifted. She was no longer viewed as an inept fool but recognized for her ability to leverage available resources for meaningful endeavors. Just as everyone assumed Su Guangzong might lack answers, he suddenly exclaimed, I remember I have seen this pose many times. This is how Rong Rong would stand by the window to play with the bird she kept on the windowsill, a pug that loved to sing. She adored that bird, and after she vanished, it became despondent and stopped singing, eventually passing away within 2 months. The group exchanged astonished glances at the photo Yu had shared. Indeed, Su Yuan's pose strikingly resembled that of someone playing with a bird. Su Guangzong abruptly inquired about the statue's location, expressing a desire to find his daughter. The group turned to his attending physician, Dr. Liu, who responded, I must contemplate this further. Mr. Su's behavior today is uncharacteristic. I must assess his mental state to determine if he can endure a long journey. Yu interjected, it's all right. I am a licensed psychologist. With my care, Mr. Su will be fine during the trip. Yu Shirhan presented Yu's credentials, prompting Dr. Liu to agree. Very well. I will issue a discharge certificate for Mr. Su immediately. After Dr. Lu departed, Yu continued her inquiries with Su Guangzong. Having already addressed numerous questions, she posed a new one. Mr. Su, please focus on my pocket watch. As it swings back and forth, time will regress by a year with each oscillation. When it swings 9 times, you will return to the period before your daughter's disappearance. Do you recall any peculiar signs during that time? Peculiar signs? Su Guangzong furrowed his brow in contemplation. Yu guided him, suggesting, for instance, an inexplicable sense of unease or the feeling of being watched. Su Guangzong's gaze seemed to drift into the distance as he murmured. That was a long time ago. The room held its breath, fearful of disrupting Su Guangzong's recollection. After a moment, Su Guangzong's body suddenly shuddered, his skin prickling with goosebumps. Yu immediately inquired, "What's wrong? Have you discovered something?" Su Guangzong replied anxiously, "Yes, for several consecutive days, it felt as though someone was watching me. I mentioned this to my child's mother, who dismissed it as paranoia. I tried to ascertain who was observing me, but I could not find out." Yu probed further. "Typically, such watchers are elusive. Do you recall the specific day?" Su Guangzong recalled. It was after the garage and storage room renovations began, and that feeling faded a few days before Rongrong went missing. Yu continued. "During those days, did your neighbors exhibit any unusual reactions? Were they disturbed by the noise of the renovations or the debris?" Su Guangzong shook his head. "No. I am very mindful of neighborhood relations. I instructed the workers to minimize disturbances, which delayed the project by nearly a week." Suddenly, Su Guangzong broke into tears, lamenting. The garage renovation was meant to prepare a space for Rongrong's car when she turned 18. Yet she disappeared just as the garage was nearing completion. Yu asked, "Did you interact with any unusual individuals during the renovations? Did any workers express dissatisfaction with the extended timeline?" Su Guangzong replied, "I did not engage with anyone unusual. I paid the workers daily, and they raised no objections." Yu then inquired, "During that period, was there anyone who appeared particularly concerned or overly friendly? For instance, someone who offered to take out the trash or worked extra hours without requesting additional pay?" Su Guangzong pondered this, his body jolting as clarity returned to his eyes. He exclaimed, "Could it be that such a benevolent person is responsible for my daughter's abduction?" Yu responded, "While individuals who exhibit extraordinary kindness do exist, they are exceedingly rare. In this case, we must investigate any anomalies, as we cannot dismiss the possibility that someone may have approached your family under the guise of caring intentions while harboring ulterior motives." In the intricate unraveling of a perplexing case, Su Guangzong furrowed his brow as Yu enlightened him that the path from which his daughter had vanished was not an isolated trail devoid of human presence. Her disappearance was eerily silent, and while the possibility of being swiftly abducted by a trained individual could not be entirely dismissed, it was far more probable that she had entered the vehicle of an acquaintance. The police had struggled to uncover any leads, perhaps because those involved were perceived as benevolent, leading to their actions being overlooked. Startled, Su Guangzong exclaimed, "How did you know I was not referring to just one person?" Yu replied matter-of-factly, "It is quite simple. It is not an easy task for a single individual to subdue a girl of such stature. Moreover, based on our analysis of the previous 3 cases, it is evident that the perpetrator must have accomplices, who, during that time, treated you with exceptional kindness." Taking a deep breath, Su Guangzong responded, "The carpenter Master Zhao and his family." Yan Jishua's hand trembled slightly, pondering whether the overlooked carpenter family had indeed kidnapped Su Yuanyuan. While Shang Guanfeng remained composed, Xing Tianyu felt a tremor of doubt in his own abilities. Yu pressed further, "What are the names of the carpenter couple? How old are they? What distinguishing features do they possess? Do they have any relatives? Are you aware of their place of origin? Have you ever seen their identification cards?" Su Guangzong endeavored to recall and describe the couple's appearance. They had a son of similar age to Su Yuanyuan, yet due to their vast differences in lifestyle, there had been little interaction between the families. Upon hearing this, Yu exchanged a glance with Shang Guanfeng, who understood the implication. Xing Tianyu, however, remained oblivious to the unfolding realization. The husband was named Zhao Hai, while the wife was Lu Dongyun. The child's name was unclear, only known as Akai. Su Guangzong even recited their phone number, Yet regrettably, he had never seen their identification cards. When he had hired them for carpentry work, there had been no written contract, only a verbal agreement on the price, with payment rendered upon completion. This couple had been exceedingly accommodating. However, excessive amiability raised suspicions, especially during such a sensitive period. Upon learning that this couple had assisted Su Guangzong's family without charge, Yan Jishue too began to question their intentions. How had everyone collectively overlooked this couple? Was it simply because they had completed their work and departed just days before the incident? Unable to recall any further details, Yu instructed Yu Shihan to accompany Su Guangzong to handle the necessary paperwork and pack their belongings. She, along with Shang Guanfeng, Yan Jishue, and Xing Tianyu, engaged in a brief discussion regarding the new developments in the case. Yan Jishue was the first to acknowledge his oversight, stating, "I sincerely apologize. It seems we have indeed been negligent. If we assume the carpenter couple is the culprits, how could they have executed the abduction? After all, there were no suspicious vehicles observed leaving around the time of Su Yuanyuan's disappearance." Yu inquired, "Captain Yan, what criteria did you use to assess the presence of suspicious vehicles?" Yan Jishue explained, "Primarily, we considered the time taken on that route and the identity of the vehicle owners. We conducted checks, and during the interval from Su Yuanyuan's disappearance to our police car's arrival, no suspicious vehicles were recorded." Yu concurred, "That is correct. The footage does not reveal anything conspicuous. Yet, if I were with diligence, one can uncover clues." As Su Guangzong prepared to leave, Yan Jishue and Xing Tianyu returned to their respective offices, their expressions grim, clearly indicating that they had not received any favorable news. Xing Tianyu spoke first, "Captain, the phone company informed us that we lack the authority to conduct investigations in different locales. However, they did assist us in checking, but the records are too old and incomplete, rendering them of little value." After speaking, Xing Tianyu cast a glance at Yu, astonished that this fellow had proven correct once again. Yu smiled faintly and remarked, "The perpetrator in this case is exceptionally meticulous. Such clues are typically elusive. Now, Captain Yan, have you made any discoveries on your end?" Yan Jishue, his face darkened, replied, "The ID is authentic, but it does not correspond to any individual. The person has never been to Guangzhou. 10 years ago, he lost his ID and reported it missing, but since the system was not interconnected, it was impossible to trace at that time." Yu responded, "If we cannot trace it, so be it. Can we still contact those who worked for the Su family back then? Let us reach out to each of them and observe their reactions, informing them that the suspect may be the woodworking couple, to see if anyone shows a particular response or recognizes them from somewhere." Yan Jishue nodded. "I was planning to do just that. Little Yu, are you truly a trainee officer? It seems otherwise." Shang Guanfeng interjected, "He is indeed a trainee officer. Quite clever in thought, though he tends to eschew rules, which still makes him a student in practice." Yan Jishue realized, I see. It's only natural for the young to err from time to time, as long as they do not repeat the same mistakes. Now let us proceed. Captain Shangguan, what are your next steps?" Shang Guanfeng stated, "I wish to visit the original Su residence." You must be fatigued. Accompany Mr. Su to the inn to rest." Su Guangzong countered, "No, I wish to return home." Yu insisted, "I can manage. Let us go together." Yan Jishue expressed surprise, "Little Yu, you must strengthen your physical fitness. How can one serve as a detective without robust health? You aren't still recovering from an injury, are you?" Yu replied, smiling calmly, "It's nothing serious. I have a slight chronic condition that merely requires me to avoid vigorous exercise." Yan Jishue nodded, refraining from further inquiry. Shang Guanfeng observed Yu's retreating figure, slightly furrowing her brow, while Xing Tianyu quietly asked, "Captain, do you know what illness Yu has?" Shang Guanfeng replied, "Mind your own business. Get in the car." Upon arriving at Su Guangzong's former home, they found it had changed hands multiple times and was now leased to a studio. Yan Jishue explained their purpose, and the occupants expressed understanding, allowing them to explore as long as they did not disrupt the studio's work. "It's been so many years. What clues can we possibly find here?" Xing Tianyu questioned, perplexed. Shang Guanfeng was about to clarify when Yu interjected, "There are at least 3 benefits to this visit. Firstly, it allows Mr. Su to revisit his home, providing some solace. Secondly, we may discover any lingering clues, and thirdly, we can assess the environment to determine potential locations for monitoring the Su family. Xing Tianyu contended, after all this time, it's unlikely any clues remain. The community may have undergone renovations. What could there possibly be to observe? Yu, uninterested in debate, approached Su Guangzong for a conversation. Shang Guanfeng, however, advised Xing Tianyu, you need to compose yourself. Think more and speak less. Maintaining a calm mind is the genius challenge 022 perhaps. Yu remarked, currently there is no direct evidence linking the woodworking family to the case. The reason for suspicion lies in the fact that they are the only ones without an alibi, coupled with numerous coincidences and their mysterious disappearance. I see. Yan Jishue commented from behind, no wonder you immediately inquired about the woodworkers. You are employing the process of elimination. Yu turned around, smiled, and replied, indeed, your investigative work back then was quite thorough, yet you still couldn't find the suspect. Thus, I had to search for clues among those you hadn't suspected. Yan Jishue gave a thumbs up, stating, impressive. Every time I revisit this case, I start from scratch and have never thought to filter those who seem innocent based on your foundation. You are remarkable. Yu smiled gently, saying it's nothing. I have some research in psychology, which allows me to adeptly identify flaws or oversights in human nature. This is both my strength and my weakness. Yan Jishue was taken aback, asking, how so? Are you worried others will reject you? Yu shook her head, saying no. If one could see everything clearly in an instant, life would soon feel dull. While Yan Jishue pondered Yu's words, Xing Tianyu seethed with anger, feeling that Yu was equating herself to a genius, while they, who could not see through things, were merely mediocre. Shang Guanfeng coldly remarked, I see that self-aggrandizement is your greatest talent. No one can rival you in that. Yu chuckled, saying thankfully, there is someone who completely comprehends me, Captain Shangguan. Otherwise, life would be far too tedious. Shang Guanfeng didn't even glance at him, turning to Su Guangzong and asking, Mr. Su, could you elaborate on the situation of that family? In the hospital, Su Guangzong had already provided a general overview of Zhao Hai's family, but now Shang Guanfeng wanted more specific details, such as their daily movements and living habits. Su Guangzong nodded, saying of course. Zhao Hai is a carpenter with excellent skills, a bit taciturn, only knowing how to work diligently. His wife has a more outgoing personality and is the true head of the family. Their son, Akai, inherited his father's temperament, remaining silent most of the time. Su Guangzong could hardly recall him speaking. While Zhao Hai was working on carpentry for the Su family, his wife set up a stall by the roadside selling her handmade plaster sculptures. With her eloquence, the business was quite good, and their son spent his days painting in the garden, giving away free sketches to many neighbors. By the way, he once helped Rongrong by drawing her portrait. Su Guangzong excitedly added, but regrettably, after so much time, I don't know where her photo or those drawings have ended up. Shang Guanfeng had long been speculating on how the suspect selected targets. It seemed this could very well be the answer. Xing Tianyu suggested, Captain, should we gather a few of those sketches drawn by that boy? Shang Guanfeng replied, Captain Yan, I'll entrust this task to you. We have no enforcement authority here. Yan Jishue smiled, saying this is indeed our job. I'll have the local police station post a notice and have the community committee inquire door to door. We might find quite a few. Yu wanted to say those sketches were of little significance, but Shang Guanfeng had already spoken, wishing to avoid discouraging her favored subordinate. Yu didn't regard Xing Tianyu as a rival, so she let him be. Xiaohan, Yu said to Yu Shihan, please check nearby for places selling art supplies like brushes and paper. I want to draw a portrait of that family too. All right, I'll go right away. Yu Shihan eagerly replied. Shang Guanfeng interjected, with your skills, you'd best not embarrass yourself. Yu laughed, asking, are you going to do it yourself? Great. It's been a long time since I've seen you paint. Xiaohan, buy more. I want Captain Shangguan to understand what it means to have one's skills sharpened after 3 days apart. I want one too. Xing Tianyu added, though painting isn't his forte, he had put in some effort, having previously succeeded in sketching a suspect while taking statements, thus feeling reasonably confident. While Yan Jishue handled the logistics of moving boxes when the owner returned, Shang Guanfeng and the others left. Although everything proceeded smoothly, Shang Guanfeng decided to stay in Guangzhou for the night. The conditions at the guest house arranged by Yan Jishue were decent, but Yu Shihan was quite dissatisfied, picking at various faults, and eventually discreetly asked Yu if they should book a luxury suite at a 5-star hotel. She had scheduled 2 beautiful ladies, just waiting for Yu's approval. However, Yu shook her head, saying no, not tonight. Xiaohan, you'll have to endure tonight. Yu Shihan exclaimed, why? SNT it's still early? Yu replied, rules are rigid, but people are adaptable. Remember to come to my room smelling fresh and fragrant tonight. Yu Shihan blushed, saying all right. In Shang Guanfeng's room, Yu and the others arranged their chairs, sitting upright and attentively listening to Su Guangzong describe the suspect, while swiftly sketching on their drawing boards. Gradually, the suspect's likeness emerged, followed by the next one. Yan Jishue and Yu Shihan occasionally moved behind the trio to observe their progress, and Yan Jishue silently rejoiced that he hadn't entered the competition. The portraits being drawn by the 3 before him were significantly superior to his own. Ultimately, 9 sketches were jumbled and placed in front of Su Guangzong, who felt that each one bore a resemblance, and he selected 3, asking who drew these. The target of the murderer is her. Among the 3 portraits selected by Su Guangzong, both Lu Dongyun and Akai were painted by Shang Guanfeng, while Zhao Hai's was painted by Xing Tianyu. To everyone's surprise, Yu's portraits were entirely dismissed. Xing Tianyu looked at Yu with a smug expression, as if to say, a genius? Even if he is indeed a genius, it is impossible for him to excel in every aspect. Yan Jishue was somewhat astonished, having believed that Yu's work was the best, only to find it unselected. Shang Guanfeng observed Yu's painting, pondering intently, before suddenly experiencing an epiphany. Su Guangzong commented that Yu's painting was quite good, particularly the eyes, but it made the subject appear somewhat aged. Yu Shihan scoffed, saying they failed to grasp Yu's intent. Yu interjected, Xiaohan, cease your boasting. My painting is lacking, and I have embarrassed everyone. Yu Shihan pouted defiantly, and just as confusion enveloped the group, Shang Guanfeng remarked, indeed, Yu's painting is the finest. He depicted the suspect as they appear now, which is why Mr. Su perceives them as older. Oh! The group reassessed the portraits, realizing that Yu's work portrayed the 3 individuals as being 10 years older, leading to their sudden enlightenment. Yu chuckled, stating that while everyone painted the suspects as they were at the time, his was akin to gilding the lily, and he was merely a source of amusement. However, the pride he exhibited was anything but contrite, inciting Xing Tianyu to the brink of fury. Yan Jishue arranged meals for everyone at the police station's canteen and delivered them to the guest house. Both Yu Shihan and Shang Guanfeng assumed Yu would struggle with the food, but to their surprise, he relished it. Before long, Yu finished and cheerfully declared, all right, most of the tasks for today are completed. Who wishes to explore Guangzhou at night? Everyone was utterly exhausted, disinterested in venturing out. Just as Yu prepared to retreat to his room, Shang Guanfeng called out to him, saying, Yu, come to my room for a moment. I have something to ask you. Yu replied with a smile, understood. I'll just have a quick word with Xiaohan before I come over. After a while, Yu arrived at Shang Guanfeng's room, where she locked the door. Yu laughed. Captain Shangguan, what are you up to? I'm indifferent. Shang Guanfeng's expression turned stern as she retorted, enough with the banter. I thought you had truly changed after your ordeal, yet you remain the same. Rogue. Yu recognized that the personality of the deceased Yu influenced his own, but he reasoned that finding some amusement in this desolate place was essential. He suppressed his smile and stated, at least I haven't tarnished the reputations of any young ladies. Shang Guanfeng scoffed, not for lack of desire, but perhaps due to inability? Yu grinned mischievously, you could always give it a try. Shang Guanfeng shot him a glare, if you're not afraid of death, then come on. I won't hold back. They exchanged glances and Shang Guanfeng continued. All right, I won't waste time with you. Your performance these past few days has been commendable, changing my perception of you, but this pertains solely to your professional abilities, not your character. Yu ceased his playful demeanor and said, thank you for your affirmation. Xing Tianyu will be furious with me. Shang Guanfeng replied, who told you to relentlessly suppress him? A little setback could do him good. Your performance has been satisfactory, Yet your methods are sometimes questionable. Did you hypnotize Su Guangzong? Yu laughed. What do you think? If hypnosis were that simple, it would be wonderful. I merely employed a sophisticated mental guidance technique and discovered information about his daughter, thereby rescuing him from the abyss of psychological collapse. Shang Guanfeng skeptically inquired, so simple? Yu responded, for those who know, it is not difficult. For those who do not, it is indeed challenging. The human psyche is a curious thing. It can collapse suddenly or reassemble from chaos in an instant. For Su Guangzong, the force to reconstruct his spirit is hatred. Shang Guanfeng conceded, fine, even if that can be somewhat justified, what led you to suspect the carpenter from the outset? I do not believe in your so-called process of elimination. Yu explained, sometimes it requires a stroke of luck. I kept pondering whether the box might have been crafted by the murderer, which heightened my attention towards the carpenter. Coincidentally, their records lacked any mention of a carpenter, so I casually inquired. Shang Guanfeng let out a derisive hum. I knew you were just guessing. Have your troublesome friends relayed any useful information back? Yu chuckled. Not yet. Discovering a victim in advance has already provided us with significant insight into the case, so we cannot expect too many fortunate developments all at once. Shang Guanfeng stated, all right, notify me immediately of any news. You may leave now. Yu replied, Xiao Fenger, I have a question for you as well. Shang Guanfeng shot him a glare. Do not call me that again. Just ask your question. Yu inquired, why would the suspect write to you issuing a challenge? Shang Guanfeng's heart raced as she responded. Did you not answer that question yesterday? Yu shook his head. No. That answer was merely a ruse. We both know the truth is far more complex. Xiao Fenger, I am genuinely concerned for your safety. You are in the same year as Zhao Junya, Su Lisha, Lu Jiaojiao, and Su Yuan. Moreover, you are beautiful and proud. Shang Guanfeng retorted coldly, and what of it? I would welcome them to seek me out. I will ensure they regret it for a lifetime. Yu cautioned. Recklessness will not suffice. You have too many concerns. If they discover your vulnerabilities, you will be in peril. Me? Vulnerabilities? Shang Guanfeng scoffed. Then enlighten me. What are my weaknesses? On the head of the Tai Sui, one dares to disturb the earth. Yu laughed, saying, your weakness is me. We are bound by our childhood engagement. If they were to kidnap me and you were to yield, what would you do? Shang Guanfeng clenched her fists and angrily retorted, if you dare utter another word, I will throw you off this balcony. If they were to kidnap you, that would be quite something. I would seek revenge on your behalf. Now leave. Yu calmly exited Shang Guanfeng's room, and after she locked the door, she couldn't help but ponder the possibility of Yu's words. Undoubtedly, Yu was not Shang Guanfeng's weakness, but she began to contemplate what her true weaknesses might be. Under what circumstances could she be coerced by a murderer? Yu's hypothesis was certainly one potential scenario, yet executing it would not be so simple. Should the assailants truly intend to proceed in such a manner, they would likely reveal more flaws. After all, the imperial capital was Shang Guanfeng's territory. As long as the assailants made even the slightest mistake, she was confident that she would ensure their return would be impossible. Yu had awakened Shang Guanfeng merely to tease her. He did not believe that she could be bested by that family of three. Even if she were to be careless, Yu would ensure that no harm would come to her. Upon returning to his room, he found that Yu Shihan had not yet returned. He took a shower and attempted to cultivate, yet it proved futile. This was not a world conducive to cultivation. Yu took out his phone to browse the internet, and it was only when he was on the verge of sleep that Yu Shihan finally returned. Did you deliver the clothes? Yu inquired. Yu Shihan nodded, explaining that she had originally been sent to purchase clothing for Su Guangzong, who had been hospitalized for many years and possessed few decent garments. This time, as he was to go to the imperial capital to reunite with his daughter, he could not afford to appear shabby. What's wrong? Yu sensed that Yu Shihan's demeanor was somewhat off. She shook her head, but Yu insisted. Do you think I can't see that you have something on your mind? Speak up. Did Shang Guanfeng bully you, or did Su Guangzong give you a hard time? I shall settle the score with them. Yu Shihan quickly clarified. No, it has nothing to do with Miss Shangguan or Mr. Su. Just now, while I was buying clothes, two men harassed me. What? Yu exclaimed furiously. Did they take advantage of you? Where are they? I shall go and deal with them right now. Yu Shihan hurriedly replied, "Young master, we are not in Yenjing City. And besides, I have already taught them a lesson." "That is good to hear. You are indeed my half-disciple," Yu remarked. "Wait, it's impossible that buying 2 pieces of clothing took that long. Those 2 men were still pestering you, weren't they?" Yu Shihan admitted quietly, "Yes, they even called for a group of accomplices. I barely managed to escape and return." Yu's expression turned cold as he said, "They have some audacity. Xiaohan, rest assured, I will not let them off easily. First, let us practice. Later, we shall explore Guangzhou at night and shop well. If they attempt to flee, they may consider themselves fortunate, but if they are still obstinate." "Heh," Yu Shihan pleaded, "Young master, please do not take risks on my behalf. This is not Yenjing City." Yu replied, "Do you think I can only act tough in Yenjing City? I have long since transformed. Come, let us hasten our practice. Do not waste my time," Yu declared. Having referred to himself as young master, Yu Shihan dared not defy his wishes, hurriedly joining him on the bed. They sat facing each other, legs crossed, palms pressed together, resembling ancient practitioners. This was indeed a form of cultivation, appearing simple yet profoundly challenging. The accumulation of yin energy during cultivation flowed through numerous sensitive acupoints, creating sensations akin to ants crawling within one's body. This was merely the usual experience for Yu Shihan. During the new moon, when the yin energy peaked, Yu would extract all the yin energy from her body, leaving her feeling as though she were engulfed by ants, an unbearable sensation. Today marked the middle of the month, and the yin energy Yu Shihan had stored was not excessive. Thus she felt significantly better than during her previous experiences. Nonetheless, she still broke into a sweat, feeling weak and unable to rise from the bed. "Stop pretending. How can it be that unbearable?" Yu teased. "Regardless, I am determined to go shopping. If you do not accompany me, I shall go alone. It is truly difficult." Yu Shihan admitted, though she was indeed acting to some extent, as she did not wish for Yu to confront those ruffians. However, she could not hide her thoughts from him. Under Yu's encouragement, Yu Shihan reluctantly rose. She even hoped to disturb Shangguan Feng as they passed her door, but this plan was thwarted. "If you dare disturb her, I shall never take you out again," Yu warned. "Oh," Yu Shihan obediently replied. For Yu's safety, she wished to deliberately provoke Shangguan Feng, but considering Yu's recent changes, she could not resist the urge to see how he would handle those ruffians. In a state of inner conflict, they exited the police guest house and hailed a taxi toward the city center's Zhonghua Plaza. Zhonghua Plaza is a commercial hub brimming with renowned brands, offering a one-stop shopping experience for retail, dining, and entertainment. By the time Yu arrived at Zhonghua Plaza, it was already 10:30 at night, yet the plaza remained bustling with energy. As soon as they exited the taxi, they were spotted. "There she is," someone shouted, and soon several individuals rushed toward Yu and Yu Shihan from a distance. Yu Shihan's expression changed. She had not anticipated that they would pursue her so tenaciously. To protect her young master, she could think of nothing else. "Let us go," Yu urged, pulling Yu Shihan toward the shopping center, while his mind raced to devise a plan to deal with those audacious scoundrels who dared to lay their hands on Yu Shihan. In the realm of cause and effect, Yu asserted that he possessed a million methods to eliminate his adversaries, a statement not made in jest, for he indeed had the capability. However, when it came to implementation, one must weigh the costs and benefits, pondering the question of worthiness. The path of cultivation in this world is fraught with challenges, and squandering magical energy is a disgrace. Thus, Yu opted for a method that conserved his magical power, the wheel of causality. Before Yu, a pale blue, ethereal wheel materialized, adorned with numerous drifting specks of light. With practiced ease, he manipulated the wheel of causality. The 6 burly men charging towards him simultaneously let out cries of alarm, either tumbling to the ground or crashing into telephone poles, suffering severe injuries in the process. One man, who collided with the pole, was left bloodied and unconscious, while another, who slipped on the roadside, broke his hand and screamed in agony. One particularly agile man attempted to vault over a railing to reach Yu, but was met with a sudden break in the railing, causing him to fall heavily, his waist impaled by the jagged metal. Another man charged forward only to unexpectedly slip, landing on the ground where a toy police car lay, which shattered into pieces upon impact. A child's wail pierced the air. Wow. My police car, Daddy. He broke my police car. A muscular man, resembling a bodybuilder, hoisted the fallen burly man and bellowed, Are you blind? This is a genuine limited edition BMW. There are hardly any in the country. I worked hard to acquire it. If you don't compensate me for my car, I'll flatten you. The series of unfortunate incidents caused many to stop and glance back, including Yu and Yu Shirhan. Observing that the men had all encountered misfortune, either severely injured or entangled in trouble, Yu Shirhan was momentarily astonished. Yu, however, merely smiled nonchalantly, pleased with the efficacy of the wheel of causality, which required little magical energy to set in motion. The only drawback was that he would also bear the consequences of his actions, though thankfully, the repercussions would not manifest immediately. Surveying his handiwork, Yu remarked, Just a few fools, nothing to behold. Now let us proceed to shop. With that, he strode away, while the man still entangled in a dispute over the car finally managed to make a phone call. Xiang Xiao, I found that girl. She's back at Zhonghua Plaza. What nonsense are you spouting? The fitness trainer shouted. Return my car. After a while of shopping at Zhonghua Plaza, Yu bought several garments for Yu Shirhan. She gently urged him to return and rest, but Yu, still unsatisfied, remarked, Those fools are remarkably inefficient. It has been quite some time, yet neither the main target nor reinforcements have arrived. This is quite disappointing. Since we are out, accompany me to purchase some men's attire. Reluctantly, Yu Shirhan agreed to continue shopping with him. Yu's shopping pace was swift. He selected 2 suits and some casual wear, then, together with Yu Shirhan, chose matching shoes. Eventually, they arrived at a jewelry counter, where a nearly 1-carat pigeon blood-red ruby pendant caught Yu's eye. He held the ruby necklace up before Yu Shirhan, inquiring, Do you fancy this necklace? She replied softly, I do like it, but it is far too costly. Yu laughed, If you like it, then we shall purchase it. It is merely 1 carat, not expensive nor burdensome at all. Yu Shirhan, blushing, was about to respond when someone from behind interjected, A mere 1-carat ruby? How could it possibly suit such a pure and beautiful lady? He continued, It must be at least 5 carats to be worthy. The individual's comment was a blatant provocation, for 5-carat rubies are significantly more precious and often not available on the market. Turning to face the source of the interruption, Yu observed a flamboyantly dressed young man accompanied by 4 burly men, with another 4 stationed outside, indicating that previous setbacks had heightened the young man's vigilance.
Xia Han.
Do you know this braggart? Yu inquired. Yu Shirhan quickly shook her head. No, I don't know him. Guyu. Yu nodded. I have no interest in getting acquainted. You would do well to leave promptly, lest you find yourself regretting your decision. Zhang Tianxiang, accustomed to bullying, had never heard such words before. He snorted in disdain. I want to see how a country bumpkin from the north can make me regret anything. Go on. Teach him a lesson. Yu Shirhan stepped forward but was restrained by Yu, who coldly retorted, Watch me. The 4 burly men behind Zhang Tianxiang advanced. And before the jewelry store's attendants could intervene, they were already before Yu. 2 men seized Yu while the other 2 prepared to deal with him, a tactic they had successfully employed many times before. However, this time they were destined to fail. Yu's form suddenly became elusive, and with remarkable speed, he struck the abdominal pressure points of the 4 men simultaneously. They gasped in unison, clutching their stomachs as they slowly descended to the ground. Zhang Tianxiang, retreating 2 steps to enjoy the spectacle, was taken aback to see his most capable henchman fall in an instant. Yu stepped over the fallen men, advancing towards Zhang Tianxiang. Although his pace appeared slow, it was significantly faster than Zhang Tianxiang's retreat. Before the 4 men outside could react, Yu had already reached him. Apologies. I was out attending to matters today and have yet to draft a single word. I shall endeavor to complete another chapter later. I hope to manage it before midnight. Zhang Tianxiang felt an overwhelming sense of fear rising within him. He attempted to flee, yet in the blink of an eye, Yu appeared before him, leaving him no opportunity for escape. Yu swiftly struck Zhang a few times, causing him to stagger backward until his legs gave way, and he collapsed onto a circular wheeled stool in a jewelry store. Just as he thought he had found a moment of respite, The stool rolled backward and collided with another, sending Zhang tumbling between them. The back of his head hit the stool, and his limbs flailed as he crashed to the ground, causing a chaotic mess of overturned stools around him. The onlookers were taken aback, but upon witnessing Zhang's unfortunate predicament, they couldn't help but stifle laughter. Yu Yu halted a nearby stool and taunted Zhang, challenging him to come over and confront her, to see who would prevail. Zhang's four bodyguards, clutching their stomachs in pain, sat on the floor, momentarily immobilized. The remaining 4 bodyguards hesitated, torn between rushing to assist Zhang and maintaining their own safety against Yu Yu. Dazed and disoriented, Zhang finally managed to rise to his feet, struggling to regain his bearings as his bodyguards rushed to support him. Yu Yu instructed a sales associate to wrap up a necklace, while she directed Xiaohan to prepare for payment, suggesting it was time for them to return home. Gradually, Zhang regained his composure and shook off the support of his bodyguards, pointing angrily at Yu Yu as he bellowed, "You dare strike me? I will not let this go. Just wait. I'll summon 100, no, 1,000 people to crush you like the insect you are." Yu Yu scoffed, "If you wish to seek your demise, do as you please. I've encountered many like you. Tell me, who is the highest-ranking official in your family? I wish to discern whether you are worth my time." Zhang retorted with a smirk, "It's too late for you to beg for mercy now. My father is Zhang Jianming. Are you frightened?" Yu Yu chuckled dismissively, "Never heard of him. Just a moment. Let me call my father and ask him if anyone knows this minor official of yours." As she lifted her phone, Zhang was infuriated by her contempt. His father wielded power that could shake the entire Guangdong province with a mere stomp, yet Yu Yu trivialized him. "Fine. I will wait right here. Let us see how significant your father truly is." Zhang seethed. The call connected quickly, and Yu Yu's mother, Shi Yun, inquired, "Yaya, why are you still awake at this hour? What troubles you?" Yu Yu replied, "Mom, why is Dad's phone with you? In that case, I must tell you. I've been bullied." Hearing this, Yu Shurhan stifled a laugh, recalling how Yu Yu had never dared to call her mother for help before, though this call would undoubtedly yield better results. Shi Yun huffed, "You must have caused trouble again. Haven't you?" Yu Yu protested, "That's not true. There were over 20 of them against me. They nearly beat me to death. You can ask Xiaohan. I've been quite restrained today and didn't instigate anything." Soon, Yu Shurhan's phone rang, and upon answering, she confirmed to Shi Yun, "Yes, Auntie, today young master didn't cause any trouble. It was all my fault. The trouble was initiated by me." In just a few sentences, she recounted the events, even mentioning Zhang Tianxiang and his father's names. After hanging up, she informed Yu Yu Auntie said we should wait a few minutes, and the issue will be resolved. Yu Yu smiled, "My patience is boundless." "Boy, are you trembling in fear? You can always summon your relatives for assistance." Zhang began to regret his bravado, yet he stubbornly replied, "I'm not afraid. Let them come." Unbeknownst to him, Yu Yu had already executed her strategy. Soon, Zhang's phone rang, and upon answering, he was met with an enraged voice, "You little rascal. Are you trying to get me killed? I told you not to cause trouble. Keep your head down, and now you've offended someone beyond our reach. Apologize immediately. If they refuse to forgive you, I will disown you." Zhang's face drained of color as he processed his father's words. It felt as if the ground had crumbled beneath him. His once arrogant demeanor shattered in an instant. Yu Yu smiled slightly, "So, you understand your mistake now? Honestly, I didn't wish to involve my mother. It was your aggressive demeanor that pushed me to do so. You threatened to summon 1,000 people to crush me. What a formidable figure you are. Truly." Zhang's legs buckled, and he swayed as his bodyguards rushed to steady him. In a hoarse voice, he stammered, I apologize. It was all my fault. I shouldn't have said those things. I was merely boasting. I couldn't possibly summon that many people. They are just my friends." Yu Yu replied, "I know you are reluctant, but it matters not to me. I have no interest in your apology. You may leave now, and it would be wise to avoid crossing my path in the future." Zhang hesitated. "What about my father?" Yu Yu interjected, "There's nothing to be done. Perhaps he will need to reflect for a while." Zhang's vision darkened as he finally comprehended the depth of his father's fear. As Yu Yu departed from the shopping center, she carried a ruby necklace purchased for Yu Shurhan, along with several articles of clothing and shoes. Yu had intended to alleviate some of Yu Shirhan's burdens. However, Yu Shirhan insisted that she was capable of managing it all. As they reached the roadside, a taxi approached to pick up passengers. Just as Yu Shirhan was about to enter the vehicle, Yu waved her hand and said, "No, we have a private car." "Private car?" Yu Shirhan asked, puzzled. Soon, a police car came to a halt before them, and Shang Guanfeng rolled down the window, calmly instructing them to get in. Yu Shirhan took the front passenger seat while Yu settled into the back. Just as the vehicle was about to pull away, Zhang Tianxiang rushed over, pleading at the window, "Brother, please spare me. I beg you. I'll bow down." Yu replied coolly, "Some matters have no remedy for regret. If your father truly has issues, he should reflect seriously and strive for leniency. We are leaving." Shang Guanfeng drove off, while Zhang Tianxiang stumbled after them, falling to the ground. He raised a hand, shouting in despair, "Brother, spare me." The police car departed silently, leaving Zhang Tianxiang to kneel in disappointment.
Moments later.
He slammed his fist into the ground, muttering bitterly, "Bastards, not even a shred of opportunity. This is utterly unreasonable. If you deny me a way out, then I..." Suddenly, a piece of ceramic tile flew from nowhere, striking Zhang Tianxiang on the back of his head with a loud crack, rendering him unconscious before he could finish his sentence. In the car, Shang Guanfeng asked Yu, "When did you realize my presence?" Yu smiled and replied, "I noticed while shopping for clothes." Shang Guanfeng further inquired, "When did your skills become so formidable?" Yu chuckled, "Formidable? I don't feel that way." Shang Guanfeng scoffed, "Those 4 bodyguards are no ordinary men. Any one of them could easily defeat 100 of your former self." Yu hesitated, "Well, cough. I actually used a technique that shortens my lifespan, which is why I seem somewhat adept now." Shang Guanfeng warned, "If you continue to spout nonsense, I won't listen anymore." Yu effortlessly took down a burly man, leaving him incapacitated for quite some time. "What peculiar technique did you employ?" Yu laughed. "If I revealed the truth, you wouldn't believe me." Shang Guanfeng retorted, "How can you know I wouldn't believe you if you don't share?" Yu conceded, "Fine. It's a form of martial arts called acupoint striking. Now do you believe me?" Shang Guanfeng replied, "I believe in the 9 yang absolute pulse. Why would I doubt acupoint striking?" One last question. How did those 6 individuals suddenly encounter misfortune when you exited the car? Yu chuckled, "I can't answer that. They were too far from me, and I didn't look back when they fell. I have no idea why that happened." Shang Guanfeng continued, "Since you can strike acupoints, I presume you're also skilled in techniques like flying leaf plucking and remote acupoint striking?" Yu jested, "If that were the case, I should be in underground fighting matches." Shang Guanfeng huffed, "It's not that you don't want to. It's that you can't, right? The energy expenditure is too great for you to endure." Yu replied with a grin, "Xiaofeng, you truly deserve the title of goddess detective. You've hit the nail on the head." This attitude from Yu made Shang Guanfeng somewhat suspicious. She shot Yu a fierce glare and said, "If I weren't driving, I would kick you out. You could have just taken them down. Why leave it to others?" Resulting in she stepping in to resolve it? "Do you realize the serious consequences of your actions?" Yu laughed. "Do you think my mother is so foolish as to exert pressure directly? That would be grossly underestimating her. Rest assured. Look at how frightened Zhang Tianxiang and his father are. They must have serious problems, and I might have inadvertently aided my mother." Shang Guanfeng scoffed, "You always have your reasons. Haven't you already rested? Why bring the naive Xiaohan into trouble shortly after returning to the guest house?" Yu replied, "Why do you assume it's me causing trouble without even asking for the context? Until you change this attitude, I shall remain silent." Yu Shirhan hurriedly interjected, "Miss Shangguan, the young master truly didn't cause any trouble." Through Yu Shirhan's explanation, Shang Guanfeng began to regard Yu with newfound respect. It was quite rare for this flamboyant young master to show concern for others. Though a bit reckless in defending Yu Shirhan, Shang Guanfeng internally supported Yu in dealing with those ruffians. "Too reckless," Shang Guanfeng admonished, "in the future, if you're going to take risks, do it alone and don't involve Xiaohan." Yu Shirhan quickly replied, "I can protect myself. If the young master ventures out and doesn't take me along, I would secretly follow, just like Miss Shangguan. Shangguan Feng scoffed. I don't care about him. I'm worried about you, Xiaohan. You are too naive and pure. Never let yourself be deceived by those wolves in human guise. Yu chuckled. If I wanted to eat, I would have done so earlier. Why wait until now? I've always regarded Xiaohan as a sister. Shangguan Feng dismissed this notion, thinking that had she not consistently defended Yu Shihan, the latter would have long been bullied by Yu. Oh, Yu pulled out a watch, frowning slightly. My friends have discovered another statue. Unexpected surprise. Shangguan Feng had a change of heart and hurried back to Yanjing City alone overnight, while Yu and the others returned the next morning alongside Xing Tianyu and Su Guangzong. As Yu Shihan prepared to take her belongings back to her room for rest, Yu suddenly addressed her. Xiaohan, may I temporarily borrow that ruby necklace? I promise to return it by morning. Yu Shihan responded with a soft "oh," saying, What's mine is yours, brother Yu. You can have it whenever you want. The little girl's eyes sparkled with innocence, making her utterly charming. Yu, pretending not to notice, replied, All right, then, be sure to rest early. Reluctantly, Yu Shihan left, and Yu wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering whether his resolve was dwindling or if the girl's allure was simply growing stronger. How could he, who remained untouched amidst countless goddesses and fairy-like figures, succumb to the charm of a simple young girl? He must hold firm. The longer he persevered, the richer the rewards would be. Yu silently reminded himself, returning to the balcony to study the ruby under the moonlight. Having encountered numerous gemstones, Yu had seen his share during his cultivation days and even now within the Yu family, which, despite its decline, was still a prominent clan. However, the jewels he had encountered lacked spiritual energy due to the thinness of spiritual qi in this world. Yet, upon seeing the ruby in the jewelry store, he discovered it still contained a trace of spiritual energy, a treasure in his eyes. The value of that spiritual energy far exceeded its price, prompting him to purchase it without hesitation. The nourishing effect of spiritual energy was far superior to that of negative energy, which invigorated him to deal with Zhang Tianxiang and his 4 bodyguards personally. What allowed this small gemstone to retain its spiritual energy? After careful examination, Yu deduced that the gem's pristine surface and luster suggested it had recently been unearthed, perhaps explaining why its spiritual energy had not yet dissipated. Buried underground? Newly unearthed? A realization struck him. He should frequently visit jewelry stores or explore gemstone mines, as newly excavated gems might possess rich spiritual energy. Furthermore, he wondered if the treasures buried in ancient tombs could also absorb spiritual energy anew. As he toyed with the ruby necklace, he gazed up at the distant starry sky. Perhaps this world was not as dire as it seemed, and he ought to explore it without delay. The following morning, Yu and Yu Shihan flew back to Yanjing, while Xing Tianyu and the police dispatched from Guangzhou returned to the Criminal Investigation Brigade. After a brief rest, Yu and Yu Shihan accompanied Su Guangzong to the location where the statue of Su Yueran was discovered. Centrally located in a square, the statue stood under a cement pavilion, adorned with clothing and footwear, appearing quite proper, unlike the previous 3 sculptures that had appeared rather disheveled. The statue was lifelike. Su Guangzong felt as if his daughter had come to life before him. Overwhelmed with emotion, he called out her name, arms outstretched as he approached. Mr. Su, please remain calm, Yu Shihan interjected, blocking Su Guangzong's view. He paused, regaining his composure. Yu then asked, Mr. Su, are you certain this statue was crafted in your daughter Su Yueran's likeness? Su Guangzong nodded fervently, exclaiming, Yes, it is her. My daughter. The dimples on her face are identical. It is astonishingly accurate. Yu reassured him. Last night, Captain Shangguan dispatched someone to collect samples. We will soon confirm whether she is indeed your daughter. Su Guangzong nodded, his gaze fixed intently on the statue's face as he inquired, If it is confirmed that she is my daughter, when may I bring her home? Yu replied, Unfortunately, that may not be immediate. The remains must be released to family only after the case is resolved or a coroner's signature is obtained. We will strive to expedite the investigation.
Su Guangzong nodded, sighing.
Well, I have endured for 10 years. I can wait. Mr. Yu, I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. Perfect timing. I also wish to have a proper conversation with you, Mr. Su. Let us find a quiet place to sit. The three of them made their way to a tea house, where Yu ordered a pot of chrysanthemum tea, while Su Guangzong chose oolong tea. As he held the steaming cup, his gaze fell upon the ruby necklace adorning Yu Shirhan's neck. Officer Yu, you two must not be ordinary detectives, are you?
Su Guangzong remarked.
Yu smiled. What makes you say that? Ordinary detectives would not generously purchase such expensive gifts, especially for someone like me, a downcast mental patient. Yu replied with a grin, Mr. Su, your insight is remarkable. I am indeed not a detective. Rather, I am merely a dandy with a passing interest in criminal investigation and ample free time.
Su Guangzong responded.
Then you must be the most talented dandy I have ever encountered. Mr. Yu, please do not take offense, but why are you so interested in me? In a light-hearted exchange, Yu remarked that it was quite simple. Just as Mr. Su held a keen interest in her, she was in dire need of a talent like his, while he sought an opportunity for resurgence. Am I correct? She inquired. Su Guangzong's eyes sparkled with recognition as he acknowledged Yu Gongzi's profound insight and forthrightness, which left him feeling somewhat ashamed. Indeed, Yu Gongzi, I find myself at a dead end, unwilling to shamelessly accept any further gifts. My only desire is to sustain myself through my own efforts. It appears you intend to offer me a chance. May I inquire what you have in mind? Yu smiled. Of course, it pertains to your original profession. Although many years have passed, your connections and acquaintances still remain. Do they not? Su Guangzong's expression became serious as he cautioned, Yu Gongzi, the jewelry industry is fraught with peril. The initial investment is substantial, and one can easily face complete ruin. It is not a simple endeavor. Yu chuckled. I am well aware. If it were easy, I wouldn't seek your assistance. Do not rush. Once this case is resolved and you have sorted out your personal matters, we can deliberate further. Su Guangzong nodded slowly. That works for me. I, too, need to gather my thoughts and discern how many of my old colleagues remain trustworthy. Excellent. Mr. Su. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Yu exclaimed. Su Guangzong, noticing her unwavering confidence, posed a question. Are you not concerned that my old afflictions may resurface, causing me to revert to madness? Yu responded. My confidence lies not in you, but in myself. The patients I have treated do not relapse. They emerge stronger than before. Moreover, I shall serve as your steadfast support. Should you encounter any troubles, big or small, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. My services may be costly, but I guarantee resolution.
I understand, Su Guangzong replied.
After enjoying tea, they prepared for lunch. Su Guangzong took a moment to glance at his daughter's statue before resolutely returning with Yu to the Beautiful Mind Therapy Clinic. On the way, a call from Shi Yun interrupted Yu, who cheerfully responded, Good morning, mother. Are you resting at home today? I have matters to attend to and won't be able to return for lunch. Shi Yun retorted, I have no time to cater to you, my little piglet. Did you know that Zhang Tianxiang is hospitalized with a concussion and has yet to regain consciousness? Zhang Tianxiang? Who is he? Is he connected to me? Yu inquired with a laugh. Shi Yun explained, Zhang Tianxiang is the son of Zhang Jianming. You had an altercation with him last night. Have you forgotten? After you left, a tile fell from above and knocked him unconscious. There are now rumors online claiming you assaulted him. Yu laughed. Since it's merely a rumor, it indicates no relation to me. That boy has committed numerous wrongdoings. I spared him, but fate has not. If he survived, it's merely luck. Do you need me to handle this situation? Let us not. You would only exacerbate the situation. I merely wanted to caution you against acting impulsively. I understand. Yu assured, and after some insistence, Shi Yun relented, advising Yu Shirhan to closely monitor Yu. Once the call ended, Yu mused in silence. Zhang Tianxiang has gone too far. How dare he slander me for causing his concussion? This matter is far from over. Just as Yu Shirhan was about to interject, Su Guangzong suddenly asked, Zhang Tianxiang? SNT his father Zhang Jianming? Do you know them? Yu queried. A smirk crossed Su Guangzong's face as he replied, I cannot say I know them well. Likely Director Zhang has forgotten who I am. For business reasons, I once invested considerable emotional capital in his wife and son. Additionally, I happen to possess some insider information regarding Director Zhang. Yu chuckled. Do you know how I became entangled with the Zhang family? It truly is a case of karma returning in full force. Later that afternoon, Yu arrived at the criminal investigation team, where Shang Guanfeng awaited her in her office. After a few inquiries about Su Guangzong, Shang Guanfeng informed her, "Thanks to your efforts, the DNA from statues 2 and 3 has been matched to the missing persons, Su Lisha and Lu Jiaojiao. Notably, Lu Jiaojiao had broken her left leg at the age of 10, which corresponds with the CT scan of the third statue. This case has been confirmed as a series of homicides, and the leadership is treating it with utmost urgency, demanding a swift resolution and justice for the perpetrator." Unfazed by this news, Yu inquired, "Have you seen the statue discovered last night?" "I have. It possesses both distinct features. I took samples for examination. Zhao Junius' parents have arrived. Let's go meet them," Shang Guanfeng stated. With a smile, Yu teased, "When did you begin to trust me? Shouldn't you have me observe from behind one-way glass while you and Xing Tianyu meet the family?" Shang Guanfeng scoffed lightly. "Enough chatter. Are you coming or not?" Soon, they arrived at the meeting room to encounter Zhao Junius' parents, who, at a similar age to Su Guangzong and his wife, appeared significantly older than their peers, their hair graying. Upon seeing the statue of their daughter and hearing of her tragic fate, Zhao Junius' parents could not contain their grief, embracing each other in tears. After waiting 12 long years, they had clung to a glimmer of hope, only to receive a devastating blow after all this time. This news was an immense hardship to bear. Once they had calmed somewhat, Shang Guanfeng asked, "Mr. Zhao, prior to your daughter's disappearance, did you engage a carpenter or have any neighbors hire one?" "Did we?" Zhao Junius' parents replied, puzzled. "We cannot recall." After leaving the meeting room, Shang Guanfeng immediately frowned and glanced at Yu, inquiring, "What troubles you? Why have you remained silent throughout?" Yu replied, "There is nothing of significance to discuss. Unlike Su Guangzong, they are heartbroken yet have chosen to forget the events of that year. Why should I reopen their healed wounds? Those who have opted for selective amnesia will instinctively resist any attempts to recall their memories." Shang Guanfeng remarked, "It appears I have overestimated you. Do you possess any unique insights regarding this case? If not, you may return to attend to the lady's ailments." Yu chuckled, "Are you so eager to dismiss me? In truth, we are nearing the culprit. You should understand that if a case remains unsolved beyond 72 hours, it often turns cold. Given that these incidents occurred over a decade ago, it is commendable that we have unearthed so many clues. If you wish to expedite the resolution, there are methods available, albeit with considerable risk. Do you deem it worthwhile?" Shang Guanfeng queried, "What methods do you propose?" Yu suggested we could issue a public announcement or a wanted notice, revealing the leads on the family of 3. The discerning eyes of the public will soon assist us in locating them. While this was indeed a viable approach, Shang Guanfeng preferred to reserve it until absolutely necessary. She stated, "This strategy cannot be employed just yet. We must devise an alternative plan. Please review the latest materials and convene in the case analysis room in half an hour." Half an hour later, Yu arrived at the case analysis room, finding everyone already seated. Xing Tianyu had saved a spot for him, and Shang Guanfeng nodded in acknowledgement as Yu took his seat. Shang Guanfeng addressed the group, "I trust everyone has meticulously reviewed the available information. Although, with Yu's assistance, we have identified 3 suspects, we are still far from apprehending the perpetrator. I invite each of you to share your thoughts on this case without fear of error, as I too am at a loss. You may begin." Silence enveloped the room. Had Yu not been present, they might have expressed their opinions freely. However, after Xing Tianyu's previous encounter with Yu, which left him thoroughly bested, the group was now more cautious. Yu smiled, "Since you have graciously afforded me the opportunity, allow me to initiate the discussion." Noticing no objections, he commenced, "Let us begin with this shipping order. This is one of the few pieces of evidence the suspect has left for our analysis. Do not merely focus on the shipping location. Observe the handwriting left by the perpetrator." He continued, "The characters are written in a standard script. While it is superior to that of the average person, it appears somewhat hasty. What does this signify? As the saying goes, a person's handwriting reflects their character. From this, we can infer that the individual who penned this address possesses a somewhat careless and impulsive nature. If these words were written by one of the family members, I can assert with confidence that they were penned by the individual named Akai." "Why do you assert that?" Shi Menue inquired. Yu explained, because the couple demonstrates diligence in their work, evident from their creations. Among the three suspects, we know the least about Akai. If these words are indeed his, they reveal his impulsiveness and recklessness, indicative of a cold-hearted disposition. Criminal Officer Mo Yenhui raised his hand. Impulsiveness and recklessness are understandable, but why label him as cold-hearted? What leads you to that conclusion? Yu replied, it is quite straightforward. He is fully aware of the contents he is sending yet remains indifferent, casually filling out a shipping label. This clearly illustrates a lack of empathy. Ximenue countered, what if he was merely anxious? He might have wanted to leave quickly. Yu countered, handwriting produced under anxiety tends to be more chaotic and disorganized. Excessive pressure in certain areas, with some characters standing out disproportionately, possibly even bearing traces of perspiration. Yet these characters were written in a relaxed state. Xing Tianyu interjected, he may have enlisted the help of the courier to write it. Yu concurred, indeed that is a possibility. However, since you do not support this notion, I shall refrain from further analysis of the handwriting. Let us now discuss the shipping address. The first victim of a serial killer is often of great significance to them. Thus, the initial shipping address is unlikely to be arbitrary. Why did the murderer choose not to send it elsewhere? Why the Yanjing City Institute of Arts and Crafts? Xing Tianyu retorted, you are merely presenting unfounded conjectures. Even if we understand Akai's impulsive nature and their choice of the Arts Institute, how does that aid in solving the case? His tone was rather brusque, seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Yu asserted, my reasoning is not without basis. By understanding the perpetrator's character, we can discern who the principal and secondary offenders are, thereby predicting their actions. In this case, if Akai is impulsive and cold-hearted, while Zhao Haoyi and Lu Dongyun are meticulous and harbor guilt towards the victim, I can confidently state that the true culprit is Akai. While admiring the beauty of the women, Ximenue exclaimed, could the murderer be Akai? Surely you must be mistaken. How could he possibly be the culprit? 12 years ago, he would have been merely around 15. Yu retorted, are there not cases of murderers under the age of 15? Ximenue was left speechless. Xing Tianyu maintained his stance, asserting that this was merely an unfounded conjecture. Yu inquired, indeed, what insights do you propose? Xing Tianyu replied, I have no profound insights. In the absence of evidence, we can only persist in our search for clues rather than engage in baseless speculation. Yu laughed, it seems I cannot persuade you, so let us drop the matter. Let everyone pretend I said nothing. All eyes turned to Shang Guanfeng, who remarked, although Yu's analysis may lack reliability, in the absence of other leads, a bold hypothesis could yield benefits. Does anyone else have differing thoughts? The clues in this case were indeed scant, leaving everyone at a loss for words. Shang Guanfeng continued, Yu, please proceed. Why do you believe the murderer chose the Arts and Crafts Academy as the initial target? Yu responded, perhaps the murderer once studied at the academy or was rejected by it. I lean towards the latter possibility, as the Arts and Crafts Academy is not particularly prestigious. Most people might not have even heard of it. Only those with a connection would pay it special attention. Some agreed with Yu's analysis, suggesting that the academy must bear some unique relationship to this case. However, opinions varied regarding the nature of that relationship. Is there anything more? Shang Guanfeng inquired. Yu smiled. Captain, we would like to hear your perspective on this case. Without your input, we are at a standstill. Yu's insistence was a calculated move. Shang Guanfeng had undoubtedly conferred with Xing Tianyu and the others privately, keeping Yu in the dark. Shang Guanfeng stated, I have no particular opinions on this case. We must meticulously examine the existing evidence and clues. However, I have a premonition that there will soon be significant developments. We are not far from apprehending the murderer. Yu applauded enthusiastically, declaring, indeed, I too sense that we are close to solving this case. Shang Guanfeng ignored him and continued, since no one has additional thoughts, I shall begin assigning tasks. Her work distribution was similar to 2 days prior. Others would continue to gather evidence and search for new missing persons, while she would lead Xing Tianyu and Yu, along with Yu Shihan, back to the Arts and Crafts Academy. Principal Jiang Fuming, upon learning their identities, readily escorted them to the archives office, where all student records were maintained. Although they could eliminate files from the past 12 years, The volume of documents still required scrutiny was overwhelming, filling the office with boxes upon boxes of records. The group could only immerse themselves in sifting through the files, as Principal Jiang and the archivist soon departed. With the absence of outsiders, Xing Tianyu could not contain his frustration. What era are we in? Why haven't these schools digitized their records? Perhaps we should find a more efficient way to filter through this. Laboring over these papers will wear us down. Yu, without lifting her head, replied, and how do you propose we filter them? Stunned, Xing Tianyu stammered, well, perhaps we should exclude records from the last 30 years. I believe the couple related to this school should be the key. 12 years ago, Akai was only 15 and likely had no connection to this institution. Yu countered, is that so? It is not uncommon for prodigies to enter university at 15. What evidence do you have to support your analysis? All our reasoning must be grounded in evidence. This rebuttal left Xing Tianyu momentarily speechless. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, then what do you suggest? Yu replied, I have no suggestions. I am merely here to appreciate beauty. Look at these artistic students. They are truly stunning. Shang Guanfeng interjected, can you two cease your bickering? Do you not wish for this case to be resolved swiftly? Yu answered, of course. Solving the case while admiring beauty is my forte. Shang Guanfeng remarked, no wonder you are so quick to dismiss the mail files. Are you implying that Lu Dongyun is connected to this school? Yu replied, perhaps. After all, my deductions are entirely unfounded, so you need not take them seriously. Xing Tianyu questioned, why not Zhao Hai? Yu explained, it's quite simple. This school does not teach carpentry, yet it offers sculpture courses. Xing Tianyu felt an urge to slap himself for overlooking such a straightforward detail. Had he truly been so flustered? Shang Guanfeng admonished, you are merely seeking to evade work. Do not lead my team astray. Such conjectures are not reliable. If everyone approached investigations like you, we would be in serious trouble. Yu smiled slightly and replied, I have not established a class for disciples. Those who wish to learn from me are only inviting trouble. Pardon me, I have made a small discovery. Do you not think this girl resembles our suspect in her youth? The name of the file that Yu threw before Shang Guanfeng was not Lu Dongyun, but rather a name unfamiliar to them, Su Yanli. However, the photograph within the file bore a striking resemblance to Lu Dongyun as depicted by Yu and her companions, albeit appearing considerably younger. Upon seeing Su Yanli's photo and then glancing at her date of birth, Xing Tianyu felt a growing certainty that Yu had indeed found her target. What a fortunate individual! Xing Tianyu mused silently to himself. Shang Guanfeng scrutinized Su Yanli's basic information and inquired, on what basis do you conclude she is Lu Dongyun? Yu replied, upon careful analysis and bold conjecture. Firstly, she bears a remarkable likeness to Lu Dongyun, and secondly, her history casts significant suspicion upon her. She was reprimanded and subsequently expelled for neglecting her studies due to a romantic relationship. The final course she failed was sculpture. Shang Guanfeng flipped through the file and remarked, you are able to read so quickly. Yu responded, this is relatively slow. From the outset, I focused on the files of expelled students. I still believe Lu Dongyun encountered difficulties at school, which led to her animosity towards it. This is what Xing Tianyu refers to as filtering. Though I do not possess absolute certainty, I feel I have wagered correctly this time. Yu was deliberately provoking Xing Tianyu, who understood her intent and silently gritted his teeth, pretending not to hear. Shang Guanfeng tossed the file back to Yu and said, this is the lead you have uncovered. You shall investigate her background. Yu smiled and replied, but I am not a true police officer. How can you expect me to investigate? Shang Guanfeng paused, then stated, very well. You continue your inquiries and I will take responsibility for tracing her whereabouts. The whereabouts of a normal individual should be relatively easy to ascertain. After some time, Shang Guanfeng returned to the office, her expression somewhat grave as she announced, Su Yanli has vanished. Since leaving school, no one has seen her. Yu smiled faintly and remarked, it seems I have guessed correctly again. Is it possible to locate the man who caused her academic derailment? What is his profession? Shang Guanfeng shook her head. No one knows. For years, Su Yanli has not returned home, and no one has seen her boyfriend. Xing Tianyu, with a hint of schadenfreude, remarked, it is improbable for someone to be missing for such an extended period. she may no longer be among the living. Yu countered, not necessarily. Nearly 30 years have passed, and back then, household registration management was quite chaotic. With a bit of money, one could acquire a new identity, effectively vanishing. While we may not currently trace her whereabouts, we can still uncover what transpired back then. Just watch. Yu took out her phone and quickly located Su Yanli's university classmates group. She applied to join, noting in the remarks, "I am Su Yanli." Mere seconds passed before her request was approved. Assuming the identity of Su Yanli, she greeted the group. "Hello everyone. Lily, is it really you? Where have you been all these years?" inquired a female ID. "Wandering everywhere." Yu replied, "And you are? Don't you even recognize me? I was your upper bunkmate." Shirhan quickly searched for her information. Yu feigned a sudden realization and engaged in conversation with a woman named Nie Shujuan. A few individuals in the group greeted Su Yanli, but Nie Shujuan was the most enthusiastic. Yu suddenly lamented, "I regret the events of that time." Nie Shujuan asked, "Which matter are you referring to?" Yu responded, "I should not have fallen for that man, nor should I have let him distract me from my studies." Nie Shujuan paused before asking, "Are you speaking of that carpenter?" Yu beckoned Shangguan Feng to review the chat records. Such coincidences were rare, and even Xing Tianyu had no retort. After exchanging a few more words with Nie Shujuan, she logged off. Yu turned to Shangguan Feng, stating, "Captain, immediately investigate Nie Shujuan's situation, including where she accessed the internet." Shangguan Feng inquired, "Why investigate her?" Yu replied, "Because she is highly suspicious. Records indicate Su Yanli had a tumultuous relationship with her upper bunkmate, and Nie Shujuan looked down upon Su Yanli for her rural background. It was she who reported Su Yanli's early romance, yet her recent demeanor was quite abnormal." Shangguan Feng instantly grasped Yu's implication. She promptly picked up the phone to request a trace on Nie Shujuan's information and where she had accessed the internet. "What is happening with Nie Shujuan?" Xing Tianyu asked, somewhat perplexed. Yu replied, "This Nie Shujuan may very well be an imposter." Xing Tianyu, incredulous, exclaimed, "You can deduce she is a fraud from just a few words?" Yu reminded him, "Do not forget, I am a psychologist." Xing Tianyu conceded, "All right, even if Nie Shujuan is not who she claims to be, she could be her husband or a friend. What does that prove?" Yu clarified, "Nie Shujuan would not mention Su Yanli to her husband or friends, rendering your suspicion implausible. The most likely scenario is that Nie Shujuan is the true Su Yanli." Shirhan remained unfazed, while Xing Tianyu uttered a soft exclamation, seemingly coming to an understanding, yet could not restrain his curiosity. "Then where has the real Nie Shujuan gone?" Yu replied nonchalantly, "That is a question for Su Yanli." 033 The grass scares the snake. Shangguan Feng quickly returned, her expression grave as she announced that she had discovered information regarding Nie Shujuan. She and her husband, along with their son, resided in Yanjing City. Yu remarked that if she truly was Su Yanli, then her earlier probing had inadvertently exposed their intentions, emphasizing the urgency to locate Nie Shujuan and secure her as swiftly as possible. Confidently, Shangguan Feng reassured her, stating that now that their adversaries had revealed their true colors in Yanjing, escape was out of the question. "That's reassuring," Yu replied. Xing Tianyu inquired about Nie Shujuan's family background. Shangguan Feng informed him that Nie Shujuan's husband was a member of the National Hardwood Association, operating a hardwood furniture business worth over 100 million. Nie Shujuan herself was a moderately renowned painter, having held several exhibitions, while their son, who once showed an interest in business, had recently taken a sudden turn towards leisure, spending his days traveling and painting landscapes. Xing Tianyu inhaled sharply, turning to Yu with skepticism regarding his analysis. Yu, however, remained unfazed, instructing him to keep a close watch on them. Unable to restrain himself, Xing Tianyu questioned whether they might have misidentified their targets, pondering if this family was indeed the one they sought. Yu clarified that she merely found Nie Shujuan suspicious, suggesting the possibility of Su Yanli posing as her, urging him not to misconstrue her words. Xing Tianyu countered, questioning how easy it could be to impersonate someone. Yu explained that it depended on the circumstances. If the impersonator was well acquainted with their target, and the target's social circle was relatively uncomplicated, successful impersonation was indeed plausible. Just as Xing Tianyu was about to respond, Shang Guanfeng received a phone call from an unfamiliar number, causing her to feel a twinge of curiosity as she answered. Captain Shangguan. Came a raspy male voice from the other end. Who are you? She demanded. I am the one who sent you the letter. Did you enjoy the things you discovered? The man replied, his voice gravelly. With a furrowed brow, Shang Guanfeng responded, so it was you. Are you planning to turn yourself in? The doors of any police station stand open to you. The man chuckled darkly. Captain Shangguan, you truly have a sense of humor. I will never surrender. I am here to provide you with a new coordinate. I hope you act quickly. Once I complete my objectives, capturing me will be an impossibility. He rapidly relayed an address before abruptly hanging up, the location being that of Su Yueren's statue. Shang Guanfeng immediately ordered an investigation into the origin of the call, turning to Yu Yu and the others to express her concern about the killer's growing audacity, indicating that he was preparing for a final assault and that their time was limited. Indeed, it is a case of startling the snake in the grass, Yu concurred, expressing his suspicion regarding Nie Shijuan and whether she had made any calls. Shang Guanfeng nodded, contacting a colleague to inquire if Nie Shijuan had made any recent calls. The response confirmed that she had indeed called her husband, with the conversation lasting a mere 13 seconds. Obtaining the content would require a search warrant. Did she make any other calls? Shang Guanfeng asked. She only made this one, came the reply. Thank you. Shang Guanfeng ended the call and turned to Yu Yu, stating her intention to head to the square where Su Yueren's statue was located. Are you coming? Yu Yu replied that, with the killer's tail exposed, it was only a matter of time before capture ensued, and he had other obligations to attend to, expressing his intention to return to his clinic to tend to his patients. That works as well, Shang Guanfeng agreed, and they departed. As Yu Shihan assisted Yu Yu in organizing files, she asked, Brother Yu, are we really going to leave this case unattended? Yu Yu shook his head, asserting that his earlier comment was merely rhetorical. The case had reached a critical juncture, and with the enemy hidden while they remained in the light, it was impossible for him to withdraw now. What should we do then? Yu Shihan queried. We let them pursue their path while we pursue ours, starting with uncovering the details of Nie Shijuan's call to her husband. Soon, Yu Yu and Yu Shihan exited the Arts and Crafts Academy, and en route, Yu Yu obtained the details of Nie Shijuan's call to her husband, Chan Yushu. Honey, are you coming home for dinner tonight?
Nie Xiuyuan asked eagerly.
I'll make your favorite braised pork. I have a business engagement tonight, Chun Yushu replied. I want to be coming home. You should cook for yourself. When will you be home? I'll keep the door open for you, she inquired. I want to be home tonight. Don't wait for me. I'll be sleeping at the hotel and heading to Hangzhou early tomorrow. Disheartened, Nie Shijuan ended the call, the brief exchange concluding in just 13 seconds. Yu Yu replayed the conversation several times, ultimately allowing a mysterious smile to grace his lips as he realized he had obtained the answer he sought. 034 The Return of the Shadow Xiao Lin. Thank you for your assistance, Yu said as she called her friend, asking, could you help me monitor a phone? Xiao Lin replied, sure, Yuga, just send me the number. Upon receiving the number, Yu noticed that Yu Shihan, who was driving, turned to glance at her. Soon, Xiao Lin's astonished voice came through. This is Inspector Shangguan's number. Yugo, why do you want to monitor Inspector Shangguan's phone? Could it be that she has a boyfriend? Yu responded, that's not your concern. The moment she makes or receives a call, send me the call log immediately. Xiao Lin said, all right. Yugo, my fate is now in your hands. If Inspector Shangguan gives me trouble, you must save me. Yu chuckled, don't worry, I will rescue you. After hanging up, Yu Shihan asked, Yugo, why do you want to listen in on Miss Shangguan's calls? Haven't you already placed a tracker in her bag? Yu replied, your observation is quite sharp. Although there is a tracker, it only passively reveals her location. I wish to know in advance where she intends to go and what she plans to do. Yu Shihan remarked, Yugu, do you still believe that the target of the murderer is actually Miss Shangguan? She's incredibly capable. Normally, she could easily fend off several men. Wouldn't the murderer be courting disaster by troubling her? Yu countered, not necessarily. Sometimes, brute force alone is insufficient. Although Shang Guanfeng is intelligent, she has her shortcomings. If it were me, I could devise at least a dozen ways to bring her to her knees. Yu Shihan suddenly chuckled, and Yu quickly understood the reason for her amusement. With a playful huff, He said, Xiao Han, do you dare to laugh at me? Do you think I'm unaware of the cause of that mishap? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have suffered so greatly. Startled, Yu Shihan timidly looked up at Yu, apologizing, young master.
Em sorry.
Yu reassured her, just drive carefully. If I were to blame you, do you think I would have waited until today? In fact, I should thank you. Yu Shihan sighed in relief and softly said, young master, if you truly have feelings for Miss Shangguan, I can help you, but not in that manner. Yu laughed. Do I really need your help to pursue a girl? That would be rather pathetic. Just focus on driving. After a while, Yu suddenly suggested, let us take a drive near the criminal investigation team. Yu Shihan responded, oh, we're almost there. Yu exclaimed, how did you end up driving this way? I thought you would head toward the clinic. Yu Shihan explained, because I am Detective Yu's assistant. I had a feeling you wanted to go near the criminal investigation team. Yu affirmed, exactly. If the murderer's target is Xiaofeng, then the only place they can observe her regularly without being detected is near the criminal investigation team. As Yu Shihan drove slowly around the vicinity, Yu indeed identified several locations where suspects could conceal themselves and surveil the entire team. The building across from the main entrance of the team appeared to be the most suspicious. However, Yu chose not to waste time searching that residential building, as such an endeavor would likely be futile. Since the murderer had already begun to act, they would probably have departed beforehand. Yu decided it would be wiser to patiently wait, as clues would soon present themselves. He instructed Yu Shihan to find a place to park the car while he entertained himself with a tablet. Curiously, Yu Shihan asked Yu, are you browsing the news online? Yu replied, I'm observing everything, primarily gathering information. I feel as though the past 20 years of my life have been in vain. At that moment, Yu's phone rang. It was a voice message from Shaolin. Upon opening it, he heard the dispatcher at the 110 Command Center stating, Captain Shangguan, we have received a report of a missing woman in the Badaling Villa area. A 27-year-old unmarried female has not returned since leaving home this morning. Since you alerted us to pay attention to related cases, I wanted to inform you immediately after notifying the local police station. Shangguan Feng responded, thank you. Please send me the address. I'll dispatch someone there right away. The dispatcher continued, I'll text you the address. Additionally, the reporting party mentioned receiving a strange message from his daughter's phone, containing a kidnapping notice and the letters XBY. Shangguan Feng replied, understood. Thank you. After listening to the recording, Yu Shihan exclaimed, it's him. The murderer has indeed struck, and he deliberately left clues to lure Miss Shangguan. Yugu, what should we do now? Yu replied, what else can we do? Let us head there immediately. As Yu Shihan drove towards the target, Shangguan Feng and her team sped past in police cars. Yu instructed, follow them. Without hesitation, Yu Shihan complied, and they soon arrived at the crime scene. Shangguan Feng had already spotted Yu's car, and noticed he had changed out of his police uniform to blend in with the crowd, thus disregarding him as everyone went about their own tasks. The sudden turn of events caught Yu's attention as he observed Shangguan Feng conversing with the parents of the missing person from a distance. He retrieved a miniature spy telescope and captured a few images of the distressed parents, particularly focusing on the mother, who was over 50 and weeping as she recounted the tragic circumstances. Yu managed to snap a clear photo of the couple before scanning the crowd of onlookers surrounding the scene. Given that the incident unfolded in broad daylight, the arrival of police cars attracted a significant number of spectators. Yu suspected that the perpetrator might be concealed among them, prompting him to scrutinize each individual closely. After a thorough examination, Yu found no suspicious figures. Yet one person did manage to capture his attention. This was a young man sporting gold-rimmed glasses, who Yu recalled from the case files. He claimed to be a small-time reporter with a particular admiration for Shangguan Feng, well informed about the happenings. Previously, he had been taken in by the chief of the Dongning Street police station for a thorough background check, but ultimately he was released. As Yu directed his gaze towards him, the man, Ma Lijiang, smiled and acknowledged Yu with a greeting. Mr. Yu, good to see you again. Yu frowned slightly and replied, you recognize me? Ma Lijiang chuckled. Mr. Yu's name is well known. My interest in you began with your previous case alongside Inspector Shangguan. To me, you epitomize the archetype of a wayward son returning to the fold. Although the past version of you had no relevance to him. Ma Lijiang's mixed flattery and critique left a bitter taste. Yu retorted coolly, Mr. Ma, be cautious. Words can lead to trouble. Ma Lijiang replied with a smile. Had I spoken so freely in front of the former Mr. Yu, I would have certainly refrained. Yet the current Mr. Yu is different. Now, you might merely ask me to stand as a living statue for 2 hours for your amusement. Yu scrutinized Ma Lijiang once more, remarking, surprisingly, you seem quite well informed. Is it common for a small-time reporter to possess such insight? Ma Lijiang chuckled. I merely seek to make a living. I have long wished to leave this profession but have yet to find a better option. Mr. Yu, would you grant me an opportunity? Yu responded incredulously. You wish to align yourself with me? Consider this carefully. I cannot promise you a meteoric rise to success. Ma Lijiang assured. I simply wish to follow you in pursuit of a worthy endeavor. If you, Mr. Yu, are indifferent to fortune, why should I be concerned? Yu regarded him thoughtfully. This is intriguing. You are either quite astute or harbor ulterior motives. In that case, I shall grant you a chance. However, should your loyalty falter, in a tense moment, Yu urged Yu Shurhan to accelerate and intercept the vehicle ahead. Yu Shurhan hastily complied, but at that moment, Ma Lijiang pulled up alongside them, loudly inquiring about the situation. Yu responded, what do you think? Did you not believe everything was under control? Ma Lijiang paused, then admitted, there must be something I'm unaware of. Otherwise this unforeseen incident wouldn't have occurred. Yu suggested he ponder it further, asserting that his information was no more comprehensive than Ma's. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Lijiang exclaimed, I understand now. The suspect's target is actually Inspector Shangguan. How could I have been so slow to realize? Yu asked, do you now comprehend your shortcomings? Ma Lijiang, feeling ashamed, conceded, indeed, Mr. Yu is far more astute than I am but a fool. Understanding is the first step, Yu remarked, suddenly regaining his composure as he noticed the tracker in Shangguan Feng's bag had resumed transmitting a signal, perhaps due to her passing through an area with poor reception. He instructed Yu Shurhan to reduce their speed, noting that the game had only just begun. The perpetrator would not rely solely on speed to elude them, and undoubtedly had further plans that eluded their anticipation. For the time being, they could only respond to what was presented to them. Yu Shurhan complied, asking, Brother Yu, is Miss Shangguan safe? Yu replied, for now she should be fine. She may have been signaling me just now. No sooner had he finished speaking than his phone rang, revealing a call from Shangguan Feng. He shushed Yu Shurhan, urging her to remain silent before answering the call, immediately muting the line and pressing the receiver to his ear. Music played in the background, accompanied by Shangguan Feng conversing with someone. There's no escape for you. Surrender now. Do not make matters worse. Shangguan Feng insisted. A gravelly voice retorted, Inspector Shangguan, what significance do such words hold? Do you think I would abandon a plan I've meticulously crafted over years simply due to your utterances? The exchange continued, with Shangguan Feng attempting to coax useful information from the man, yet he remained tight-lipped, divulging no insights despite his lengthy discourse. Suddenly, he instructed, turn left at the upcoming intersection. Shangguan Feng pressed for clarity, where do you want me to go? Where is the hostage? I need to speak with her. If I cannot, I will turn back. The man coldly laughed. If you do not comply, the girl will lose some of her parts. Little girl, cry a bit for Inspector Shangguan to hear. A young girl's voice emerged, sobbing, help me sister. Save me Lin Jiayi. Do not be afraid. Your sister will rescue you. Are you hurt, Xiaoyi? Please tell me, Shangguan Feng urged. Suddenly, a pained cry echoed, as if the girl had been struck, followed by silence. The man declared, Inspector Shangguan, that slap was for you. Should you make additional demands, only she will suffer. Turn right ahead. Shameless. Shangguan Feng retorted. If you have the guts, face me directly. The man replied, patience is key. You should realize that you are next. Inspector Shangguan, you are half a minute slower than I anticipated. If you do not hasten, you will never see her again. The sound of revving engines filled the air as Shangguan Feng accelerated. Yu noted that the adversary was aware of Shangguan Feng's location, suggesting he had tampered with her vehicle. This car belonged to the victim's family, and the perpetrator had evidently prepared meticulously. What should we do now? Yu Shihan inquired. Yu instructed, follow her. They will ultimately reveal themselves. We must discern their true intentions. Under the adversary's direction, Shang Guanfeng drove erratically, akin to a headless chicken, while Yu Shihan was cast aside, likely leaving the police vehicle behind as well. However, with surveillance at the intersections, even if Shang Guanfeng evaded the police car, it would still respond promptly upon her halting. Eventually, Shang Guanfeng came to a stop at the entrance of an amusement park, where throngs of people gathered. She brandished her work ID and swiftly entered the park, soon vanishing into the crowd. Surely, the suspect would not conceal the hostage within the amusement park, Yu mused. This is likely a diversion. Let us check the other exit. Yu Shihan drove to the opposite exit of the amusement park, where the tracker indicated Shang Guanfeng was preparing to leave. Yet, it soon showed that she had halted somewhere within the park. A police vehicle arrived promptly, likely staffed by officers from a nearby precinct. Under the watchful eye of surveillance, the command center could deploy local patrols at any moment, forming a perimeter around the area. Yu was keen to observe how the clever and capable Shang Guanfeng would be kidnapped, even as she remained ensnared. At that moment, Yu spotted Shang Guanfeng emerging from the amusement park, donned in a striking red dress and sunglasses, striding briskly. The lengthy gown and high heels rendered her gait somewhat awkward, perhaps indicating a method of restraint imposed by the perpetrator. 037 vanishing into thin air, Shang Guanfeng waved briskly at the police car, seemingly signaling them to refrain from pursuing her. She swiftly located a red BMW in the parking lot, climbed in, and sped away. The police car followed immediately, with Yu Shihan hastily starting her vehicle to keep up. Yu frowned, as if pondering a difficult conundrum. After a moment, he cautioned Yu Shihan to maintain a distance, stating, "There is something I haven't figured out yet." Yu Shihan complied, slowing down, but in the blink of an eye, the red BMW was out of sight. A small red dot on Yu's tablet suddenly vanished with a beep. This was the second disappearance of the day. This dot represented the tracker Yu had concealed in Shang Guanfeng's handbag, and its disappearance indicated either a malfunction or disconnection. This was not entirely surprising. What perplexed him was that the tracker had vanished not in the direction Shang Guanfeng had taken, but within the amusement park. Had it perhaps been submerged in water, taking some time to become damaged? Yu found this merely a minor issue. As long as he closely followed Shang Guanfeng, he was certain they would apprehend the suspect and recover Lin Jai. Unfortunately, Shang Guanfeng's phone had already been disconnected, and she did not answer when he called. The kidnapping case had transformed into a chase, but curiously, the one being pursued was not the suspect, but rather the female police officer in charge of the case. This absurdity left much to be desired. Nearly half of Yanjing City's police force was monitoring this pursuit, a troubling scenario as it implied that numerous other matters would fall by the wayside. The amusement park's patrons remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, engrossed in their enjoyment, oblivious to the nefarious activities occurring in their midst. The haunted house, a common attraction in the park, was a favorite among adults and children alike, who relished the thrill of fear. However, had they known what transpired within, they would likely have fled in terror. Beneath the facade of frightful illusions, the deeper recesses of the haunted house revealed a different world. Maintenance corridors, control rooms, storage areas, and workshops. In the control room, the operator lay slumped in his chair, his fate unknown. A girl with long hair, clad in a flowing white gown, was engaged in an artistic creation. Before her stood an iron frame, from which hung a female ghost dressed in a red gown. This ghost was ghastly, bearing a deep gash across her face, blood oozing from the wound, her tongue protruding grotesquely. Despite the horrifying injury and elongated tongue obscuring her features, they could not entirely mar her beauty. The motionless ghost suddenly quivered her lips and murmured, "You cannot escape, do not be exploited by the wicked, they are all murderers." The figure suspended on the frame was none other than the renowned detective Shang Guanfeng. How could she, who had departed in a vehicle, now be here, transformed into a ghostly apparition? The girl in the white gown, who was completing Shang Guanfeng's transformation, gleefully proclaimed, "Did you truly believe I was Lin Jai? She was turned into a statue last year. We are merely borrowing her identity for the time being. Now, It's my turn to advise you to comply. No one can save you. All the police, including the dandy you summoned, have been lured away by my impersonation of your Alan. A sense of dread gripped Shangguan Feng. She had indeed fallen into the hands of the murderer, utterly isolated. Alan bore a striking resemblance to her, dressed identically, making it all too easy to deceive those around her. The girl in the white gown continued with a smug smile. The effects of the drug I administered will gradually spread, rendering you entirely rigid for several hours. You will hang here, scaring visitors. I shall return later to collect you. Back in safety, I will administer doses daily, turning you into a living statue. When I tire of you, my mother will transform you into a statue, preserving your youth eternally. Your statue will be distinct from the others, for I will ensure my descendants maintain it for generations to come. A chill coursed through Shangguan Feng. She struggled to utter a few words. Akai, the girl in white, laughed triumphantly. Indeed, Akai was a name I once used. Surprised? We have been preparing for this day for a decade, which is why your police cannot capture us merely by relying on those cameras. Soon Alan will vanish as well, and this case will remain an enigma, while I shall surpass the 12 Zodiac Killer, becoming a world-renowned serial killer. Shangguan Feng could no longer articulate a response, as her tongue had become completely stiff, her body immobilized, leaving her at the mercy of others. The girl, Akai, secured her to a mechanism, integrating her into the haunted house. As a visitor's boat passed and triggered the mechanism, she was flung out, her arms flailing to frighten the tourists. Kai departed, and the operator slowly regained consciousness, entirely oblivious to the events that had transpired, failing to notice the new prop in the haunted house. Thus, Shangguan Feng vanished. The girl known as Alan soon dashed into a shopping mall, entering a restroom, and she too disappeared in a state of heightened alert. Countless police officers cordoned off the shopping mall, diligently searching for the whereabouts of Detective Shangguan Feng. The absence of the hostage was troubling, especially as the female police chief had gone missing. For the Public Security Bureau, this was not merely an issue of embarrassment but a matter of two lives hanging in the balance. Unfortunately, the mall's surveillance system was rudimentary, and the camera monitoring the restroom had long been out of order. The police could only sift through other footage, attempting to locate either Shangguan Feng or the suspect amidst the sea of people. Zhou Jigang, the head of the Beijing Municipal Public Security Bureau, arrived promptly at the scene to take charge. He received reports from Shi Menyue, the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team, and Wei Yongming, the chief inspector overseeing the search operation. The situation was dire. No clues regarding Shangguan Feng's departure had surfaced on the surveillance footage. Even if she had changed her attire, she would have likely left some trace when passing by the cameras, yet nothing had been found. Shangguan Feng's mobile phone, along with another device, had been discovered in the restroom, but both were severely damaged, having been submerged in water, making it exceedingly difficult to extract any leads. Shi Menyue, noting Zhou Jigang's grave expression, cautiously reported that according to the parents of the kidnapped Lin Jiai, Captain Shangguan had received a call and, without a moment to spare, was compelled to change her outfit and leave the Lin residence, her phone remaining in a state of ongoing communication throughout the journey. Zhou Jigang pressed for details, inquiring whether they had traced the number she had been in contact with. Shi Menyue replied that it was a call she had initiated to Detective Yu Yu. Zhou Jigang was momentarily taken aback, questioning the necessity of contacting Yu Yu at such a critical juncture. Shi Menyue explained that Captain Shangguan was using her mother's phone, which the suspect had consistently employed for communication. Their analysis suggested that Captain Shangguan intended to relay information to them through this means. Zhou Jigang then asked about Yu Yu's status and whether he had sent any messages back. Shi Menyue reported that his line had been busy and subsequently unreachable. Zhou Jigang's brow furrowed in frustration. The inability to locate the kidnapped girl was already disastrous, but losing Shangguan Feng would compound the crisis. The thought of potentially losing Yu Yu as well weighed heavily upon him. Go find him, Zhou Jigang commanded, his voice laced with urgency. Bring Yu Yu here at once. Wei Yongming hesitated, asking whether they were no longer searching for Captain Shangguan. Zhou Jigang retorted, who said that, search for all three. If we cannot bring them back safely, I will. His words trailed off as he noticed someone waving at him from the crowd. A flicker of hope crossed his face as he exclaimed, quickly, there's Yu Yu. Bring him over. Yu stepped beyond the barricade and approached Zhou Jigang. The latter realized he did not recognize the young man, who appeared slightly shorter than Yu yet possessed a handsome, refined demeanor that seemed vaguely familiar. Zhou Jigang paused. Inquiring, you are? Yu? The young man smiled warmly and replied, Director Zhou, I am Yu's assistant. Have you forgotten me? Recognition dawned on Zhou Jigang, and he asked, where is Detective Yu? Is he in danger? Yu Shihan? The assistant responded, there may be a slight risk, but Detective Yu insisted on proceeding. I could not dissuade him. He sent me to inform you that he has a firm grasp on the case, knowing precisely where the missing persons and Detective Shangguan are. Please do not worry. In due time, the truth will reveal itself. Zhou Jigang felt a measure of relief but could not suppress his anxiety. How could I not be anxious? I am nearly at my wit's end. Yu Shihan continued. Detective Yu has recorded a conversation between Detective Shangguan and the suspect, along with a message from himself. He said that once you listen to it, you will understand what to do next. Zhou Jigang hastily took the phone from Yu and, along with Wei Yongming and Shimenyue, began to listen to the recording. Upon concluding the playback, astonishment spread across their faces. Zhou Jigang expressed his delight. This lad. I never anticipated that we would all be so thoroughly outmaneuvered by that family. Only Yu and Detective Shangguan were able to see through their scheme. In that case, let us collaborate. You all know what must be done. As Zhou Jigang smiled, relief washed over the group. Wei Yongming affirmed, understood. We will continue our search openly while discreetly monitoring that family, awaiting word from Captain Shangguan. Once we penetrate the fog intentionally cast by the suspects, their actions and intentions will be fully exposed, leaving them no room to hide. All individuals involved in the case were placed under meticulous surveillance, and the elusive Alan reappeared, accompanied by a 7- or 8-year-old boy. Criminal investigation personnel retraced Alan's steps and eventually located footage of him and the boy exiting the mall. They had arrived several hours earlier, with Alan having left the boy in the supermarket's play area before departing for an extended period, during which they had not observed how he had returned. How had he exchanged places with Captain Shangguan? Where were Captain Shangguan and Yu now? In their moments of respite, the officers could not help but speculate. In the tale of heroism and beauty, the situation was far less amusing than one might imagine. Shangguan Feng found herself ensnared deep within the haunted house of an amusement park, isolated and vulnerable. Although fear tugged at her heart, the circumstances had not yet spiraled beyond redemption. Rather than dwelling on her own predicament, Shangguan Feng reflected on how she had arrived at this juncture, determined to identify her oversights to prevent a recurrence. The entire ordeal began with Yu and that group, and it was apparent that Nie Shijuan harbored ulterior motives. The address of the murderer Su Yueren's sculpture seemed intended merely to distract them. The actual kidnapping of Lin Jai signaled the true commencement of the scheme. In her fervor to rescue Lin Jai from the clutches of the villain, Shangguan Feng had overlooked many details, only to realize in hindsight the chilling intricacies of a nearly flawless plan. The timing of the abduction was too coincidental, as if Lin Jai had been preparing for it all along. Regrettably, Shangguan Feng had not perceived this at the time, believing instead that the perpetrator had executed a final scheme, unaware that it was, in fact, a plot aimed directly at her. Beyond the suspicious nature of Lin Jai's abduction, the behavior of her parents was equally peculiar. Lin's father appeared dazed, as if at a loss, while her mother displayed an overwhelming sense of fear, not urgency or despair, but sheer terror. Shangguan Feng now comprehended the reason for this fear, for the entire kidnapping was a ruse. Lin Jai had never been abducted. According to Akai, the real Lin Jai had perished long ago, and the current Lin Jai was a mere impersonator. This was Shangguan Feng's most grievous oversight. When she entered the haunted house and beheld Lin Jai being menaced by a woman claiming to be Akai, her sole focus was on evading the threat posed to her by the faux Lin Jai and swiftly subduing her. Unexpectedly, the impostor pushed Lin Jai towards her and attempted to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, Shangguan Feng rushed to support the seemingly incapacitated Lin Jai, only to be stunned by the false Lin Jai wielding a stun gun. Instantly, she was rendered numb, subsequently bound by the impostor and the woman claiming to be Akai, transformed into a frightful prop within the haunted house. Though this predicament was unforeseen, Shangguan Feng chastised herself for her carelessness. After being missing for so long, her team, superiors, and even her parents must have been in a state of frantic worry. Having pieced together the various elements, Shang Guanfeng pondered her next course of action. The numbness of her body showed no signs of abating, leaving her utterly powerless. Suddenly, she heard a distinct crack, and she realized that the apparatus she was on was being moved backward, indicating the arrival of someone, most likely the perpetrator. Her heart raced at the thought of who this sudden arrival might be. Yu Yu was the first to see through the charade of the false Shang Guanfeng, having grown up alongside her and being intimately familiar with her demeanor. Although the impostor had meticulously mimicked Shang Guanfeng's appearance, her awkward gait revealed her deception. Recognizing the assailant's intent to divert attention and leave Shang Guanfeng vulnerable in the amusement park, Yu sought to avoid alarming anyone. He cleverly led Yu Shirhan to follow the false Shang Guanfeng while he discreetly returned to the park. In such a vast amusement park, locating an individual was no simple task. Fortunately, Yu Yu was no ordinary person. He employed a specialized spell, the Circle of Light, to aid in his search. Dipping his left hand in water, he traced a circle in his palm with his right finger, chanting incantations, and with a flick of his hand, the circle transformed into a mirror-like surface that reflected not mere images but the person or object he sought. This ancient and straightforward spell had been passed down through generations, though its practitioners had dwindled. Initially taken aback by the reflection, Yu Yu soon recognized that the ghost was none other than Shang Guanfeng in disguise. The sight of the once proud Shang Guanfeng in such a wretched state elicited an involuntary chuckle from him, causing him to delay his rescue. Yu Yu deliberately navigated through the haunted house, finding amusement in Shang Guanfeng's ghostly antics. Unbeknownst to her, he had passed right by her unnoticed. Ultimately, he did not keep her waiting long. Using his officer's badge, he deceived the haunted house's operator and freed Shang Guanfeng. When she beheld Yu Yu before her, the weight of anxiety that had burdened her heart lifted, only to be replaced by embarrassment at his mischievous grin. The thought of this incident becoming public filled her with dread, as it would render her unable to face anyone again. However, Yu Yu's subsequent actions ignited her ire. 040 The warm reward Yue, with a mischievous smile, turned to Shang Guanfeng and said, "I'm sorry, but I must take your picture as evidence." With that, she produced a DSLR camera seemingly from nowhere and began snapping photos of Shang Guanfeng from various angles. Shang Guanfeng was filled with indignation, wishing she could kick this insufferable person away. Evidence? Nonsense. However, what Yue did next made Shang Guanfeng forget all about the photographs. Yue set her down on a table and, with a wicked grin, rubbed her hands together, saying, "Little Fenger, you cannot meet anyone looking like this. Allow me to give you a massage." Shang Guanfeng's heart raced in alarm. She absolutely did not want Yue to massage her. That rascal certainly harbored ill intentions. Who knew what tricks he might pull during the massage? Especially in her current state, unable to move even a finger. Giving him the opportunity was akin to leading a lamb to the slaughter. Absolutely out of the question. Yet, in this predicament, could Shang Guanfeng truly refuse? Yue added, "Little Fenger, you promised me a full-body massage after solving the case. Now that we are close to cracking it, is it unreasonable for me to claim my due reward? Besides, we both know that if I let this opportunity slip, you will undoubtedly backtrack, just like last time." Shang Guanfeng's eyes reflected determination and resolve. She knew Yue would understand her unspoken words. Should he dare to cross the line, she would ensure he faced the dire consequences. "Do not think of me so base," Yue replied, his smirk fading as he spoke earnestly. "While absorbing negative energy is indeed crucial, my own vitality is precious as well. Do you think I would entertain just anyone? Rest assured, unless you plead, I shall refrain from touching you beyond the occasional massage to absorb some negative energy." Shang Guanfeng's face flushed with rage. How dare this rogue speak to her in such a manner? What did he take her for? Yue ceased his banter and began to massage her. His touch was surprisingly proper, which eased Shang Guanfeng's tension slightly. However, recalling Yue's previous, foolish expression, she found herself tangled in conflicting emotions as he now appeared utterly indifferent to her. Yue started with her fingers, applying considerable pressure. Since most acupoints are located deeper beneath the skin, and with his limited magical prowess, he hesitated to use his powers to draw out the negative energy stored in her body. Instead, he opted for sheer strength, taking the opportunity to exercise his own body. Due to the poison coursing through her, Shang Guanfeng felt nothing but rigidity and could only watch helplessly as Yue's hands roamed over her. Resigned, she closed her eyes, pretending he did not exist. After an indeterminate time, she suddenly felt sensations return. Having remained in one position for too long, her entire body was numb and sore. As blood began to circulate through her veins, it felt as though countless tiny needles were pricking her, causing immense discomfort. At that moment, Yue's massage felt akin to a knife slicing through her flesh. Were she able to move, she would have certainly kicked him away to allow her blood to flow freely. Yet Yue urged, "Hold still. It will get better shortly." His hands quickened their rhythm, and Shang Guanfeng felt the pain in the areas he had kneaded begin to dissipate. To her astonishment, his massage appeared to be effective. However, just as Shang Guanfeng regained a semblance of relief, she felt the urge to struggle and snapped. "Let go. Move away," Yue replied, "unless you wish for me to start all over again. Let me complete the entire session. I assure you it will be beneficial and harmless. Relax and do not let my efforts be in vain." Noticing a tremor in Yue's voice, Shang Guanfeng turned her head in surprise. She saw beads of sweat forming on his brow, his hands trembling slightly. He was genuinely fatigued. A wave of emotion surged within her, and despite wanting to tell him to stop, she held her tongue. Yue's hands continued their work, deftly kneading and pressing through the thin veil separating them, creating a palpable connection. Suddenly, Shang Guanfeng felt warmth in her abdomen, akin to a drop of hot rain falling. Opening her eyes, she noticed the sweat on Yue's forehead had coalesced into droplets, rolling down his face. "Apologies," Yue said. "The working conditions here are abysmal. It's sweltering without air conditioning. We should file a complaint later." Shang Guanfeng could not help but smirk, replying, "Can I move now?" "Yes, but the massage isn't over. You wouldn't want to slap me, would you?" he remarked. Without a word, she lifted her long skirt and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead and face. Yue grinned widely and said, "You are the most considerate client I have ever had." With a huff, Shang Guanfeng replied, "Turn your other cheek. If you keep talking, I might just give you a slap." Yue immediately leaned in, wearing an expression that suggested he had ulterior motives. 041 Haunted House Terror. Upon seeing his foolish expression, Shang Guanfeng felt an urge to deliver a sharp slap. However, she refrained, continuing to wipe the sweat from his brow with her skirt, gently pushing his face back. Yu maintained a composed demeanor, yet Shang Guanfeng sensed an unsettling shift, a peculiar sensation causing her body to twist uneasily. Yu instructed her not to move, explaining that her excessive toil had accumulated numerous issues within her body, which, if not resolved at once, would require tenfold the effort in the future. "Does your cervical and lumbar spine ache when fatigued? Is your menstruation often irregular?" Shang Guanfeng, astonished, clenched her teeth and inquired how he knew. Yu retorted, "Do you think those starlets and wealthy heiresses queue up for my treatments without good reason? They are not foolish. Should you feel unwell in the future, seek me out. I assure you, you will be free of ailments, even blemishes." Shang Guanfeng scoffed, "Dream on." Yu chuckled, and their conversation fell into a comfortable silence, clearly indicating that their once tense relationship had softened, and Shang Guanfeng no longer regarded Yu with utmost suspicion. After what felt like both a brief and lengthy interval, Yu finally announced, "All right, you may rise and stretch. Let us see how skilled I truly am." Shang Guanfeng immediately stood, feeling a refreshing sensation throughout her body, as if she had never experienced discomfort. Internally astonished, she questioned aloud whether this was the natural dissipation of the medicine or a result of his expertise. Yu replied, "Do not feign indifference. You know full well if the effects of the medicine faded so swiftly, the suspect would have arrived by now." Shang Guanfeng neither confirmed nor denied this, instead stating, "What time is it? How do you know I am here? Did you see Akai hang me up?" "I did not see," Yu quickly denied, adding, "Had I seen him, I would have apprehended him directly. Why allow you to suffer so? Initially, I too was nearly deceived by that impostor, but I swiftly realized it was not you and deduced you were at the amusement park. After some searching, I was fortunate enough to find you." Shang Guanfeng snorted, "Consider yourself somewhat clever. What is the situation outside?" Yu smiled, reassuring her that everything was under control. Most importantly, no one was aware of what transpired here. Once the suspect was captured, she would be able to explain that she had never fallen victim and had merely been pretending. Shang Guanfeng displayed no emotion, pressing further. What was your purpose in taking those photographs? To flaunt them on your social media? You laughed. I would never part with them. I intend to savor them myself. Shang Guanfeng lunged to snatch them, but Yu sternly cautioned against it. No more antics. The suspect could return at any moment. We must prepare and let them walk into our trap. Shang Guanfeng queried. Prepare for what? What is your plan? Yu grinned. Quite simply, I intend to hang you back up. What Yu meant was to rehang a fake ghost with Shang Guanfeng's assistance. They quickly restored the prop that was supposed to hang there, after which Shang Guanfeng contacted Zhou Jigang. Hearing Shang Guanfeng's voice, Zhou Jigang finally felt a weight lift from his heart. He verbally approved of her plan to delay the capture of the suspect in the bone sculpture case, opting instead to wait for them to ensnare themselves. Why not apprehend them immediately? This was to ensure a more secure resolution. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must catch the goods. The police lacked sufficient evidence to ascertain the identity of the murderer. If they acted hastily, the suspect could evade justice with various excuses. Shang Guanfeng, as the supervising officer of the case, had limited efficacy in her testimony regarding her assault. However, capturing them in the act would not only serve as powerful evidence but also provide a substantial deterrent to the suspect. Thus, the haunted house seemed to regain its tranquility. Yet numerous watchful eyes lingered in the shadows, ready to spring into action at the slightest disturbance to ensnare the suspect. In this tense atmosphere, a sudden report emerged of a suspicious target, which, upon closer inspection, revealed the imposter posing as Shang Guanfeng, along with the one claiming to be Akai, the girl in the white dress. How could they be here? Shang Guanfeng questioned incredulously. Shouldn't they be at their respective homes? What of the surveillance? There was no time for further inquiry, as the two suspects had already entered the haunted house. Alan approached the operator, saying, Hey, handsome, it seems we're lost. Could you help us find our way out? The operator, seemingly oblivious to their earlier encounter, smiled and stepped forward, responding affirmatively. Suddenly, a crackling sound echoed, and the operator collapsed, electrocuted. Akai shoved a pill into the operator's mouth, and together with Alan, they tossed him onto a chair at the front desk, mirroring their previous actions. We need to be quicker, Akai remarked. I feel something is amiss. After careful consideration, he found nothing out of the ordinary, so he retracted the ghost mechanism and, alongside Alan, ventured deeper into the haunted house via a maintenance passage. Upon reaching the rack where Shang Guanfeng was supposed to hang, Akai approached, grinning. Shang Guanfeng, did you miss me? I'm here to take you home. However, he was abruptly startled by the sight of a long-haired skeleton clad in red. As the long-haired skeleton turned its gaze toward Akai, its eyes glimmered with a sinister red light, and its jaw moved ominously, whispering, Akai, are you searching for me? 042 successful capture. Although Akai had committed numerous wrongdoings and was accustomed to traversing the darkness of night, he still harbored a modicum of reverence for ghosts and deities. Thus, when confronted by a skeleton with glowing red eyes conversing with him, he felt as though a thunderclap resonated in his mind, shaking his very being. His heart contracted violently, as if attempting to expel every drop of blood, leaving him in a state of imminent explosion. In an instant, Akai was rendered speechless, his spirit detached and his body immobilized by fear. On the other hand, Aylin was so startled that she let out a scream and turned to flee. A ghost! She cried, stumbling as she ran, only to be apprehended and pinned to the ground by Shang Guanfeng. Swiftly, she produced handcuffs, securing Aylin's hands behind her back while declaring, Aylin, I am a police officer. You are under arrest. Initially resisting fiercely, Aylin suddenly ceased her struggle, succumbing to despair as she sobbed uncontrollably. Meanwhile, two detectives, prepared for the arrest, swiftly seized Akai, pinning his arms against the wall and cuffing his hands behind his back. The operation proceeded with remarkable ease, for Akai offered no resistance, still reeling from terror. He found himself face to face with the skeleton, its red eyes glimmering as it grinned at him with a gaping jaw, mocking him with a chilling ha-ha-ha. Once subdued, Akai was searched, yielding an array of weapons, including illicit drugs, a stun gun, rope, a mask, gloves, and even a makeshift handgun. Alan, however, possessed only a single self-defense stun gun. Gradually regaining his senses, Akai gazed incredulously at Shangguan Feng, who had changed back into her uniform and stood before him, exuding vitality. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed. "You recovered so quickly. The drug I used would incapacitate you for days even with medical intervention." Shangguan Feng, feeling a twinge of admiration for Yu, replied, "It was quite simple. Your injection never reached me. I was well prepared for your schemes. To lower your guard, we orchestrated this trap. Now all your secrets have been unveiled, and you shall face the full weight of the law."
Impossible.
Akai bellowed, his voice laced with madness. "Our plan was flawless. This cannot be real. You are lying. I am the master of the 12 palaces. I cannot be defeated by you. You are deceiving me." Shangguan Feng felt a hint of shame. Had it not been for Yu, this case, while ultimately solvable, would have dragged on longer, requiring further evidence and leads. Thankfully, it had all come to an end. "It is over," she declared to Akai. "Take them away." Akai and Alan were escorted out of the haunted house. The operator, upon inspection by Yu, was confirmed to be unharmed, merely needing to rest before waking, likely to experience amnesia akin to before. As Shangguan Feng stepped outside, inhaling the fresh air of the world, a wave of relief washed over her. The case of the skeletal sculptures that had haunted her for 3 weeks had finally reached its conclusion, the rapidity of its resolution leaving her in a dreamlike state. "Finally, we can close the case," Shimin Yu remarked. "I never expected this refined individual to be a ruthless killer. Captain, is this truly Akai? He bears no resemblance to the images you provided." "The case is not yet concluded," Yu interjected. "Until all the missing persons are located, it remains open. As for why they differ from the sketches we produced, that is the crux of this investigation." Xing Tianyu, having remained silent, had also participated in the sketching and found himself perplexed. Shimin Yu shot a sidelong glance at Yu, inquiring, "Then why do they not resemble the images at all?" Yu replied with certainty, "It is quite simple. They underwent plastic surgery." Having scrutinized Akai's visage, Shangguan Feng was not surprised, though Xing Tianyu and Shimin Yu were taken aback. It was indeed a startling yet logical revelation. Not only have the 3 suspects we have long suspected altered their appearances, but even Alan has undergone surgery, which accounts for her striking resemblance to Captain Shangguan. They have meticulously planned this for today. I wish to inspect their lair. It is bound to be enlightening and yield abundant rewards. Shangguan Feng responded, "Then let us go together." Yu clarified, "I am not referring to the Lin or Nye residences, but rather their true hideout, the place where the abducted individuals are held and the sculptures are crafted. Despite the apprehension of the suspects, the evidence in the police's possession remains scant. As Yu pointed out, neither Shijuanye's home nor the Lin residence could possibly serve as the lair of these serial killers. Despite thorough investigations, no useful clues had been uncovered. It seems we must await the interrogation results," Xing Tianyu said. "Akai and his parents are formidable adversaries. Alan may serve as a key breakthrough." Shimin Yu nodded in agreement, adding, "There is also another avenue. We discovered DNA in that wooden box which we can compare to the suspects. Once we identify them, they will be compelled to speak." Shangguan Feng nodded, ready to respond, when she suddenly noticed Yu smiling at her. "If you have any suggestions, please share," Shangguan Feng encouraged. However, Yu replied with a playful grin, "I wish to hear your insights. After all, you are the renowned detective. Surely you must showcase your prowess." 043 The pitiable woman Shangguan Feng remarked calmly, "I am the head of the criminal investigation unit, not some goddess detective. One of my duties is to inspire everyone to think critically, to listen, discern, and synthesize the clues discovered and the investigative suggestions proposed. Hence, I usually reserve my concluding remarks for last. Speak your mind freely, this isn't about showing off or competing. Only by voicing our thoughts openly can we solve this case swiftly, leaving no room for the criminals to evade justice." "Brilliantly put," Yu responded. "Then I'll speak candidly. As Xing Tianyu mentioned earlier, Aluan is a key lead. I share the same view. I suggest immediately cross-referencing her fingerprints and DNA. Confirming her identity would undoubtedly aid the investigation. Xing Tianyu exclaimed in surprise, "You suspect Luin is also a victim?" Yu nodded. "You didn't hear her weeping earlier. Her cries were heart-wrenching, a release of long-suppressed anguish and terror. With the right approach, we can swiftly make a breakthrough with her." Shang Guanfeng interjected, "Fingerprint matching takes time, and her records may not even be in the database. Given the urgency of this case, we must act quickly. Yu, do you have a method to extract critical information from her without delay?" Yu replied confidently, "It's simple. Even confronting Akai and his parents wouldn't be difficult. I am, after all, a professional psychiatrist." Shang Guanfeng arched a brow.
No boasting.
"We'll see your skills in action. Let us wrap up and return." Lin Jiaye's parents and Nie Shijuan were escorted to the Criminal Investigation Unit, each reacting starkly differently. Lin Jiaye's father, Lin Boixiu, alternated between stony silence and indignant demands to know why he had been detained. Her mother, Xiao Ruiwen, wept ceaselessly, pleading for the police to rescue their kidnapped daughter. Nie Shijuan, however, remained defiant, repeatedly challenging the legality of her arrest and threatening lawsuits for violation of her rights. Akai was the most subdued, ignored by all and offering no words of his own. Luin, meanwhile, wept silently throughout. Shang Guanfeng assigned Shi Menue to console Xiao Ruiwen, extracting whatever clues might lie in her fragmented words. The other suspects were left to stew for the time being. Yu and Shang Guanfeng entered the interrogation room where Luin sat. The woman lifted her gaze briefly to Shang Guanfeng before lowering it again, pointedly ignoring Yu. After preparations were made, the two sat across from Luin. Shang Guanfeng felt an uncanny sense of staring into a mirror. Luin bore a striking resemblance to her, especially with the deliberate makeup. No wonder the hasty misidentification had occurred. Yu began softly, "Luin, we know you were coerced. You're not like Akai and the others." Luin glanced up but remained silent. Yu continued, "Akai and his parents are already in custody. Now, we need your help to ensure they face the full weight of the law swiftly." Luin raised her head again, and this time, she parted her lips, revealing a mouth horrifically empty save for half a severed tongue. Shang Guanfeng recoiled in shock, but Yu merely sighed. Was this Akai's doing, or his parents'? Rest assured, they won't escape this time. He then produced photographs of the 5 recovered statues, displaying them one by one. When the image of Suyu Rong's sculpture appeared, Luin trembled violently, tears cascading down her face. Seeing this reaction, Yu's conviction solidified. He dialed a number on his phone, activating the speaker. Soon, Su Guangzong's voice crackled through. "Boss, what are your instructions?" Yu's gaze never left Luin as he spoke. "Su Guangzong, I bring good news." At the sound of Su Guangzong's voice,
Alain convulse d'agneau.
Upon hearing his name, she lurched forward desperately, straining against her restraints as if to smash the phone. Yu remained composed. "The case is solved. Akai and his parents have been apprehended. Come to the unit immediately, we need you to identify the suspects." "Marvelous." Su Guangzong's elation was palpable. "I'll be there at once." The call ended. Yu addressed Luin quietly, "That man is Suyu Rong's father. He bankrupted himself searching for his daughter. His wife died of grief. He was institutionalized as a madman for years, clinging to the street where she vanished."
No.
Luin's guttural scream, mangled by her mutilated tongue, tore through the room. Observers behind the one-way mirror frowned in confusion. Why such hysteria? Why did Yu dwell on Su Guangzong's tragedies instead of pressing for answers? Only a handful grasped the horrifying implication. This broken woman, could she be her? The countdown of the beautiful woman's life had begun. Observing Alan's reaction, Yu had already formed a conclusion in her heart. With great emotion, he declared, "I know who you are, Suyu Rong. You are Suyu Rong." Suyu Rong desperately shook her head, attempting to deny it, yet words failed her, making denial impossible. The revelation astonished everyone. It was utterly inconceivable that Suyu Rong, who was believed to have perished and been turned into a sculpture, was now alive. "You need not fear. I assure you that Akai and his accomplices will no longer harm you or your child." Yu earnestly reassured Suyu Rong. "I wish to see my son," she gestured, imploringly. After reuniting with her son, Su Yurong fell silent. Shang Guanfeng provided her with paper and pen, and through a series of questions and answers, Su Yurong began to narrate the harrowing events of her life over the years. Indeed, the ones who abducted Su Yurong were the carpenter's family. That night, the woman who had once been known as Lu Dongyun summoned Su Yurong to the car, claiming she would take her home. Upon glancing at the vehicle and realizing she was the sole occupant, Su Yurong thought little of it and entered the car. However, Akai suddenly emerged from the back seat, stunning her with a taser, and then Zhao Hai arrived in another vehicle. Lu Dongyun and Akai swiftly forced Su Yurong into their car, the entire sequence aligning perfectly with Yu Yu's suspicions. The three abducted Su Yurong to a secret location, where she was thrust into a nightmarish existence. Initially, Akai tormented her, treating her as less than human. To survive, Su Yurong clung to her tenacious spirit, willing to do anything to endure, and most significantly, she found herself pregnant. Kai, who had initially intended to kill her once he grew bored, changed his mind, perceiving that Su Yurong was unlike other women. He began to develop a peculiar fondness for her. Thus, she survived and gave birth to a child. Although Akai spared her life, he cruelly severed her tongue and threatened that they belonged to a powerful organization. Should she dare to resist or report them, her parents and child would be killed without hesitation. Witnessing Akai's brutal methods, the still adolescent Su Yurong had no choice but to believe him. Eventually, Su Yurong became an accomplice to Zhao Hai and his family, as they moved from place to place, abducting and murdering girls of Akai's age at an alarming rate, often slaughtering their families as well to seize their identities and properties, transforming themselves through plastic surgery and other means into entirely different individuals. It was only last year that Su Yurong underwent the surgery that altered her appearance to what it is now. At that time, Zhao Hai and his family had already set their sights on Shang Guanfeng, viewing her as a particularly suitable target for their sinister sacrificial rituals. Su Yurong, communicating through handwritten notes, made slow progress in recounting her ordeal. When Su Guangzong arrived, he had yet to hear her entire story. Standing before the one-way mirror, he was struck by the realization that he could no longer recognize Su Yurong. Hearing that this mute girl might indeed be his daughter filled him with both joy and anguish. The poignant reunion between father and daughter was deeply moving yet simultaneously heart-wrenching, as such vile acts continued to unfold beneath the open sky. As enforcers of the law, they could not find solace in their success. Su Yurong revealed that the real Lin Jiayi had indeed perished, transformed into a sculpture, but the specifics of her demise were knowledge Akai would never divulge. Only by interrogating Akai could they uncover the whereabouts of the other girls he had hidden. Based on Su Yurong's testimony, Shang Guanfeng and her team prepared to raid Akai's secret lair. Xing Tianyu interjected, "Captain, allow me to interrogate Akai." Shang Guanfeng responded, "He is a tough nut to crack. Are you certain you want to take on the task?" Xing Tianyu nodded resolutely, noting that Yu Yu's interrogation of Su Yurong had not been particularly revealing, thus expressing a desire to tackle the formidable Akai himself. Interrogation is an intricate art. A single misstep could jeopardize the entire case, which caused Shang Guanfeng to hesitate. Yu Yu smiled, "I believe it is feasible. Let him proceed. I will investigate Akai's hideout. If all goes well, I shall return shortly." Shang Guanfeng cautioned him against revealing too many clues, particularly any information regarding Su Yurong. If necessary, they could delay him, engaging in a battle of attrition. There was no point in negotiating with a remorseless serial killer. Ensure the mission is accomplished. Xing Tianyu shot a sideways glance at Yu Yu, the air thick with challenge. Yu Yu offered a slight smile before departing with Shang Guanfeng. Fueled by ambition, Xing Tianyu made a regrettable choice, knowing he would need assistance to clean up the mess he would inevitably create. Shang Guanfeng led a team, while Yu Yu was accompanied solely by Yu Shihan. Together, they arrived at a nondescript rental apartment in the city, which at first glance resembled an artist's studio, adorned with paintings and sculptures, along with intricately crafted wooden cabinets. Upon entering, Yu Yu sensed an ominous presence. The room's peculiar layout, combined with the residents' eerie activities, created an oppressive atmosphere. Shang Guanfeng and her team immediately set to work, while Yu Yu simply wandered about, hands clasped behind his back. Suddenly, the television in the living room flickered to life, displaying a video of a girl trapped within a glass case, accompanied by a countdown timer. As the countdown reached its conclusion, water began to pour into the glass enclosure, resetting the timer to 1 hour. The girl, who had been sleeping, awoke in terror, pounding against the glass and crying out to the camera, "Help! I am Lin Jiayi and I am still alive." It is September 17, 2017, at 9:36 p.m. "Please, I beg you, save me." The girl's precise timing sent a shock through Shangguanfeng. Indeed, it was Lin Jiayi, alive and with less than an hour left for rescue. 0:45 The urgency of redemption water began to accumulate beneath the glass cabinet. The girl reported the time every few minutes with remarkable accuracy, an indication that it could not have been pre-recorded. Her fear intensified, yet her location remained a mystery, rendering immediate rescue impossible. At that moment, Xing Tianyu called to confess his blunder. Akai had already deduced that Su Yueran had divulged information and threatened that if they wished for Lin Jiayi to survive, the entire family of 5 must be released. "I hastily returned," said Shangguanfeng. "We must promptly trace the signal's origin." Shangguanfeng instructed the technician, urging him to trace it back through the network with utmost speed. Yu performed a minor light technique in her palm. Although she glimpsed some patterns, the lack of connection to Lin Jiayi limited her findings. Suddenly, the signal was interrupted. Shangguanfeng, with a serious demeanor, turned to Yu and said, "I must return to interrogate Akai. Do you have any suggestions?" Yu glanced around, picked up a small wooden sculpture of a child from the windowsill, and replied, "I will accompany you. It would be prudent to start with Zhao Hai, who is impersonating Lin Jiayi's father." The team hurried back to the Criminal Investigation Unit, having already spent over half an hour. If they did not swiftly extract information from Akai and his accomplices, they would likely be too late. Shangguanfeng confronted Akai, while Yu, alongside the defeated Xing Tianyu, confronted Zhao Hai. "Zhao Hai, where is your son hiding Lin Jiayi?" Yu asked directly. Zhao Hai's expression shifted slightly as he retorted, "I am Lin Boixiu, not Zhao Hai." Yu replied, "You may have altered your appearance, but you cannot change your fingerprints or DNA. Zhao Hai, do you remember your true name?" Zhao Hai fell silent. Yu presented the small wooden sculpture, saying, "This is your handiwork, isn't it? Was it carved during your childhood or Akai's?" His gaze fell upon the sculpture, and Yu gently swayed it, remarking on how adorable Akai was as a child. What turned him into the person he is now? Zhao Hai's focus remained on the sculpture, and when Yu repeated her question, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "It was her, that little wretch." Akai has always harbored feelings for her, yet he never confessed. That little wretch publicly humiliated him with others' encouragement. Ever since, Akai has become this way. Yu responded, "Indeed, many individuals are oblivious to the consequences of their actions, especially those spoiled children. What has become of that girl now?" Zhao Hai sneered. "She is alive, but her existence is akin to death." Yu asked, "Is it Lin Jiayi?" "No wonder Akai has kept her alive, but she is on the brink of death. Do you truly believe that a few words of humiliation warrant the sacrifice of so many lives? Su Yueran is a good girl. You have led her family to ruin. Do you not feel any guilt?" Zhao Hai fell into silence. Yu pressed on, "I understand your hatred for Lin Jiayi, but does killing her serve any purpose? Her death would merely grant her freedom. Wouldn't that be a boon for her?" Zhao Hai raised his head, stating, "This is futile. We do not kill her because she is still of use to us. As long as the police allow us to leave, Lin Jiayi will remain safe. Otherwise, a video of her demise will be automatically sent to the top 100 media outlets worldwide." Yu replied, "Let you go? How would we accomplish that? Where would we send you? To a foreign land or perhaps to Mars? Do not be foolish. In this day and age, you cannot evade justice." Zhao Hai persisted, "We have our methods, no need for your concern. We only require swift transport to a location of our choosing. As long as the countdown has not concluded, Lin Jiayi will survive." Yu asked, "Do you believe in retribution? Wrongdoings will inevitably lead to consequences. No amount of incense will alter that." Zhao Hai's hand trembled, revealing a flicker of fear. Yu lightly pointed towards him, inquiring, "If there truly is a Buddha, what do you think he would have you do now? Continue resisting or reveal the truth to save Lin Jiayi?" Yu granted him a few moments for contemplation. Terrifying visions flooded Zhao Hai's mind, causing his body to tremble violently. With each tap of Yu's fingers on the table, it resonated like a hammer striking Zhao Hai's conscience. One by one, she implored, "Zhao Hai, it is not too late to turn back. Your son is a complete devil. Do not accompany him in his total destruction." Zhao Hai was drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "In Chaoyang District. Lin Jiai is in Chaoyang District." Upon receiving the detailed address, Yu adjusted the wooden doll and said, "You have done well. You have not only redeemed yourself but also your son and Lin Jiai, alleviating your own sins. The Buddha will recognize your efforts." Zhao Hai relaxed, a relieved smile spreading across his face. As the intricate machinations unfolded, upon witnessing Zhao Hai's confession, Xing Tianyu was enveloped by an indescribable sensation. To him, it was evident that Yu had effortlessly seized a significant advantage, effortlessly swaying Zhao Hai to secure Lin Jiai's position, something he believed he could have accomplished even more swiftly. Yet, these thoughts remained unvoiced, for even if he had spoken them, they would have garnered no attention. Such is the chasm that separates the successful from the failures. Shang Guanfeng was not easily swayed by the address provided by Zhao Hai. She recited it before a Kai, who, despite his initial composure, became utterly disheveled upon hearing it. "No, this cannot be true," he screamed. "You could not have obtained this address. Who told you? I will kill him." Observing the shift in Akai's demeanor made everything clear to Shang Guanfeng. She turned to leave, acutely aware that time was of the essence and further delays were intolerable. Akai's voice thundered from behind, "You will not find her. That address is a fabrication. Time is running out. Only I can save her." Shang Guanfeng paused, turning to Akai, commanding him to unconditionally save her at once, or else he could forget about any further negotiations. Akai's expression shifted drastically as Shang Guanfeng continued on her path, disregarding his frantic cries. Criminal investigators would continue to engage him, hoping he might experience a pang of conscience and expedite Lin Jiai's rescue. With merely over 10 minutes remaining, reaching the address by vehicle was impossible. However, upon exiting the interrogation room, Shang Guanfeng immediately requested the urgent deployment of a police helicopter, which was swiftly approved. After waiting nearly 5 minutes on the rooftop of the criminal investigation team, the helicopter finally arrived. The efficiency of the helicopter was indeed exasperating. Fortunately, the criminal investigation team was not acting alone. The command center had already notified the 110 patrol team and local police to head to the target location. Thus, although Shang Guanfeng was in a state of turmoil, she managed to maintain a facade of calm. Yu joined her on the helicopter, offering words of comfort, urging her not to despair, asserting that fate would favor the righteous and Lin Jiai would be safe. Shang Guanfeng cast him a sidelong glance, questioning his certainty. "I cannot afford to be so optimistic. The suspect is too cunning. I suspect he may have some perilous contingency plans in place. Although I have instructed them to exercise utmost caution, I still..." She shook her head, her concerns palpable, yet it was inappropriate to express her distrust of allied units in the presence of others. Yu smiled, reassuring her that they had done all they could. Shang Guanfeng felt a slight comfort in his words. It was truly uplifting to receive consolation during troubling times. However, ominous news soon followed. The police arrived first, discovering that the location was a typical residential complex situated at the top of a high-rise building. Upon confirming that the room was unoccupied, they immediately forced entry, for in such critical moments, hesitation was not an option. By now, it was past 10 o'clock at night, and the interior was shrouded in darkness. The officers flicked the switch by the door, illuminating the living room, only to be met with a shocking sight. The space was cluttered with heaps of splintered wood and other highly flammable materials, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of gasoline. More alarmingly, the light bulb was an exceedingly rare incandescent type, devoid of a bulb. The glowing filament was in a molten state, highly susceptible to oxidation in the air, which could instantaneously release intense heat, melting tungsten beads that would ignite upon contact with flammable materials. The officers were taken aback and hastily attempted to turn off the light, only to find it unresponsive. As they rushed forward to disconnect the wires, the light bulb exploded with a loud pop. The high-temperature tungsten beads scattered, landing in the wood shavings and igniting them in flames. The officers scrambled to extinguish the fire, oblivious to the rapidly spreading smoke. By the time they recognized the smoke's presence, it was already too late. The thick haze rendered their eyes unseeing, and their throats burned with the acrid sting of smoke inhalation, propelling them into a dizzying escape. Suddenly, the flames erupted fiercely, engulfing the entire living room. The officers barely had time to survey the room before being forced to retreat. In the midst of the chaos, they witnessed the television in the living room spring to life, revealing a Kai's face, his expression one of triumph. "Congratulations. You have caused her demise. It is you who have led to her death." "Ah!" he jeered. The living room was consumed by flames as the officers urgently knocked on the neighboring door, hoping to access water to quell the inferno. However, without long hoses, they could only use buckets to fetch water, and due to their position on the top floor, the water pressure was insufficient, complicating their efforts. News of the unfolding disaster swiftly reached Shangguan Feng, causing her heart to sink. Rather than assigning blame, she quickly inquired about the room's location, its layout, and the contents of the living room. She decisively instructed the immediate closure of the water valve in the room, to borrow blankets from the adjacent apartment, and soak towels in water to smother the flames. Open a passageway and cover your noses with towels. If possible, wear swimming goggles. Devise a method to access the inner room and assess the situation, she commanded. Yu gave Shangguan Feng a thumbs up. This was undoubtedly the most effective rescue strategy available at the moment. 047 The savior of death. The helicopter couldn't land directly on the slanted rooftop, so it had to hover near the closest platform for the team to disembark before rushing to the location Zhao Hai had indicated. By the time Shangguan Feng and Yu arrived, the fire in the room had already been extinguished, and the thick smoke had dissipated. The floor was soaked with water, the walls and ceiling blackened by soot. The doors to both bedrooms were wide open, and in the center of one of them stood the water tank they had seen in the video. The tank had been shattered, and Lin Jai lay motionless on the ground, a female officer performing CPR on her. Shangguan Feng hurried to her side and asked, "How is she?" A nearby officer replied, "We've been resuscitating her for 5 minutes. She was still alive when we broke in, but she had already started sinking underwater and choking. The tank was too sturdy. By the time we managed to break it, she had stopped breathing." The female officer looked up, shaking her head helplessly. She had done all she could. Just as Shangguan Feng rolled up her sleeves to administer mouth-to-mouth resuscitation herself, Yu reached out and said, "Let me try." Shangguan Feng frowned. What is he up to? With a trained female officer right here, why is he, a man, so eager to save a beautiful woman? Doesn't he care about gossip? Ignoring her, Yu lifted Lin Jai's upper body. Shangguan Feng hesitated, but seeing that he had no intention of performing mouth-to-mouth, she didn't stop him, merely adjusting the blanket covering Lin Jai. Yu crouched behind her, instructing the female officer and Shangguan Feng to support Lin Jai's shoulders from either side. He rubbed his palms together, then struck her back in rapid succession, targeting pressure points like Feng Men and Fei Shu. Just as doubt crept into the onlookers' minds about his unorthodox method, Lin Jai suddenly arched her back and coughed up a mouthful of blood-tinged water. Gasping violently, she miraculously regained her breath. Yu withdrew his hands, taking a deep breath before announcing, "She'll be fine. Just weak and with some minor smoke inhalation." Relieved, Shangguan Feng smiled. "You've done well. Go rest outside for now." The female officer who had struggled to revive Lin Jai earlier stared in awe. Was that internal energy, like in the movies? Yu chuckled, shaking his head. "No, I just gave her a few pats. Saving someone feels good, especially under the admiring gazes of others. The satisfaction is undeniable." "Brother Yu Shurhan handed him a stool in the hallway, admiration gleaming in her eyes. "You're becoming more incredible by the day. Even someone who stopped breathing for so long could be revived." Yu sat without modesty. "It's nothing. When it comes to saving lives, I do have a bit more experience than most." Though not a doctor, Yu ensured Lin Jai was swiftly transported to the hospital for further examination. Shangguan Feng assigned Shimin Yu to accompany her, instructing her to fetch drinks and food for the recovering woman. Meanwhile, she remained at the scene to oversee the investigation, later joined by Xing Tianyu and others. Upon learning Yu Yu had revived Lin Jiai, opinions among the team diverged. Xing Tianyu, consumed by jealousy, remained bitter, while Wang Pingchuan and Mo Yanhui began to see Yu Yu in a new light, realizing he was far more than he appeared. By then, Yu Yu had already left for the hospital. When Shang Guanfeng arrived, she found Yu Yu and Shimin Yu conversing with Lin Jiai, who seemed remarkably composed for someone who had just been freed after a year of captivity. After greeting Lin Jiai, Shang Guanfeng pulled Yu Yu aside. You've worked hard on this case. It's practically closed now and you should rest. Your health isn't the best. Yu Yu grinned. That's it? Shang Guanfeng's brow furrowed. You've already been compensated. What more do you want? Relax, Yu Yu said, amused. I won't make any special demands, not until you beg me. But do invite me to the celebration drinks. Shang Guanfeng scoffed. Beg you? Keep dreaming. As for the celebration, we don't usually indulge, but this case is an exception. I'll let you know. Yu Yu nodded. One more thing, if any new cases arise, call me first. I want to help and I need to absorb energy. I promise not to interfere. I won't speak a word without your permission. Shang Guanfeng hesitated before relenting. Fine. One chance. Remember, just one. Deal. Yu Yu yawned. I'm exhausted. Let us call it a day. See you later. See you. As she watched Yu Yu and Yu Shihan leave, Shang Guanfeng felt a flicker of doubt. He has changed so drastically. Has this scoundrel truly reformed? But old habits die hard. Shang Guanfeng, don't be a fool. Don't let him deceive you again. With a frustrated stamp of her foot, she turned and strode back into the hospital room. The next morning, as Yu Yu was enjoying breakfast at the clinic, Su Guangzong suddenly arrived. Yu Yu smiled and said, Mr. Su, your timing is impeccable. I have something to discuss with you. Without responding verbally, Su Guangzong approached Yu Yu excitedly and bowed deeply, exclaiming, Mr. Yu, I cannot adequately express my gratitude. Not only have you assisted the police in apprehending the murderer, but you have also saved my daughter. You are like a rebirth for both me and my daughter. I, Su Guangzong, am at your service. My life is now yours. Yu Yu chuckled. What use do I have for your life? What I seek is your intellect. Now, let us dispense with the pleasantries. You haven't had breakfast yet. Have you? Come. Join me, and we can discuss matters further. Su Guangzong happily obliged, taking a seat beside Yu Yu, as Yu Shihan promptly brought him breakfast. Before he could inquire, You got straight to the point, Mr. Su. You were once in the jewelry business. I am interested in acquiring some fresh gemstones. Do you have any connections? Su Guangzong was taken aback. Fresh gemstones? Are you referring to uncut raw stones or finished gems? Yu Yu clarified, I mean the raw or just extracted from the earth. Or the unrefined stones. The key point is that they must be freshly mined. Although Su Guangzong did not fully grasp Yu Yu's intentions, he understood the request. I see. The items you seek are more abundant in larger distribution centers or mining areas. For instance, to acquire Hatian jade, one would either go to Shifo Temple or the Yulong Cache River. He continued, if you wish to obtain jadeite, you could visit places in Yunnan like Ruili, Yingjiang, and Tengchong, or in Guangdong places like Sihui, Pingzhou, Guangzhou, and Zhejiang. Of course, Myanmar is also an option. Yu Yu responded, Mr. Su, you might be tied up lately. I will head to the jade market in Guangzhou on my own. Su Guangzong pondered for a moment. Perhaps I am not as busy as I thought. Rongrong still needs to assist with the investigation, making it inconvenient for us to meet often. I will let her know and accompany you to Guangzhou and other places. Yu Yu smiled. That's settled then. I plan to leave this afternoon. Su Guangzong was astonished. So soon? I must hurry back to inform Rongrong. Yu Yu chuckled. I have no choice. I have several lovely ladies waiting to meet me. That afternoon, Yu Yu, accompanied by Yu Shihan and Su Guangzong, flew to Guangzhou. Throughout the journey, Su Guangzong continuously shared insights about the jade business in the country. Having immersed himself in the jewelry trade for many years, despite being away for some time, he noted that the market had not undergone any significant changes, making his experience invaluable. Yu Yu found the conversation engaging, far more intriguing than simply reviewing documents. Suddenly, Yu Shihan interjected, Mr. Su, do you think anyone in the market still recognizes you? Su Guangzong and Yu Yu understood her implication immediately. He chuckled, Little Han, rest assured, Those who knew me back then are either now successful business owners or no longer in the picture. Moreover, with my significant changes, I doubt anyone would recognize me now. However, Yu Shirhan insisted, Mr. Su, you should still wear sunglasses, right? I can buy them for you.
Su Guanzon laughed. Oh late, oh late.
I will heed your advice, little Han. Mr. Yu, this girl is impressive. Yu replied, Indeed, little Han is a remarkable young lady. Though she seldom speaks, she possesses great insight. What insight? Yu Shirhan asked, blinking in response. Yu merely smiled, choosing not to reveal anything further. Despite her role as a maid, it was clear that a girl who could remain unblemished while serving the formidable Yu was anything but simple. This seemingly inconspicuous maid was full of surprises, her origins even unknown to Yu's parents, who only knew that she had been brought back by Yu's grandfather to accompany him during his childhood. Upon landing in Guangzhou, they arrived at Hualin Jade Street, a renowned hub for jade and stone trading, where nearly all of Guangzhou's jade transactions took place. With jade moving quickly here, it was likely that they would find a plethora of fresh stones. Today was not a holiday, so there were few passers-by browsing the shops, which suited Yu and his companions well. Each shopkeeper warmly greeted them, eager for them to browse and hopefully purchase some jade items to take home. Due to Yu Shirhan's presence, Yu found himself repeatedly addressed as handsome, with requests to buy her jewelry. While some pieces were indeed exquisite, Yu had no intention of being a spendthrift. He was there to absorb energy. The abundance of jade and stones provided Yu with ample opportunities for selection and contemplation. He noticed that perhaps due to proximity to the source, the jade and items here possessed a significantly higher ratio of energy compared to elsewhere. He also discerned a pattern. Raw jade in its natural state contained the most abundant spiritual energy, followed by those that had been partially processed, while fully processed jade rarely held any energy at all. As Yu delighted in absorbing energy from each stall, an incongruous voice interrupted, Beautiful lady, your boyfriend is a pauper. He has been looking at so many stalls without buying you a piece of jewelry. Come with me, and I promise to make you look like a princess. Turning around, Yu saw a gaudily dressed man playfully trying to engage Yu Shirhan. The stone gambling competition is an event that stirs envy, especially when one strolls with a beautiful companion. While casual flirtation may be commonplace, it is rare to encounter someone as brazen as this man. Before Yu could respond, Yu Shirhan had already retorted coldly, I'm sorry, but I dislike conversing with impolite individuals. The young man, named Lu Genuan, his hair slicked back and face adorned with makeup, changed his expression upon hearing this. He disdainfully replied, How much is courtesy worth? I have plenty of money. Name your price and I will take you. Once you are at my place, you can be as polite as you wish. Yu Shirhan's face flushed with anger. Yu stepped forward, taking her hand and addressing Lu Genuan. I have truly never encountered someone so shameless. Your tactics may work on certain gold diggers, but for our Shirhan, this is an affront to her and to me. Pray tell, how do you propose I deal with you? Deal with me? Lu Genuan thundered. Do you dare to challenge me? Although he was indeed flamboyant, he likely maintained a fitness routine, thus his physique was considerably more robust than the seemingly delicate Yu. Yu calmly responded, I am a civilized person and generally refrain from barbaric actions. I've heard you are quite wealthy? Lu Genuan felt a surge of pride, presuming Yu was intimidated. His father owned a private enterprise, and their wealth was substantial. His monthly allowance exceeded $1 million. He fancied himself a prince and reveled in flattery. Indeed, I lack nothing but money, Lu Genuan declared with a smirk. So, have you changed your mind? Name your price, and let me take your girlfriend. Yu shook his head. That is out of the question. Since you believe yourself to be wealthy, let us compare our fortunes and see who truly possesses greater wealth. Surprised, Lu Genuan scrutinized Yu. The latter was adorned in branded attire worth approximately 50 to 60,000, yet it paled in comparison to his own Hermes belt. With a knowing smile, Lu Genuan retorted, Very well. How shall we compare? Shall we swipe our bank cards at the ATM? That method is rather mundane and beneath us, Yu replied. Since we are currently on Jade Street, the fairest comparison would be through stone gambling. Are you afraid? The mention of stone gambling astonished those present. It was not a trivial pursuit, especially given the dwindling supply of quality materials. The odds had shifted dramatically, with one facing a 99% chance of losing. Lu Jianyuan felt a tremor of fear. Although he understood jadeite, he was wholly unversed in the intricacies of stone gambling. Could this seemingly unimpressive individual truly be proficient in it? Yu offered no chance for retreat, continuing, "If you are afraid, I suggest you keep your distance whenever you see me, you pauper." The term pauper ignited Lu Jianyuan's fury. In a fit of bravado he exclaimed, "Let us gamble. How shall we do this?" Yu smiled slightly. "Indeed, those who are afraid are merely cowards. Let us not wager excessively. Each of us will contribute 1 million as capital. Within an hour we will transform this amount into uncut jadeite. We shall unveil our stones publicly, and whoever's jadeite holds the highest total value will be declared the victor. The reward? The loser must purchase all stones and the jadeite revealed. What say you?" 1 million was within Lu Jianyuan's means. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Those who refuse to play are cowards. However, I must clarify. Can I choose the stones myself, or may I enlist assistance? Also, I require 2 hours." Yu replied, "It seems you are not entirely foolish. You may select the stones yourself or seek help. 2 hours is excessive. The opening of the stones is time-consuming. After 1 hour, we can begin revealing some of the stones." Lu Jianyuan, contemplating, finally agreed, "Very well. Let us settle this in 1 round. If I win, you shall keep your distance, and Shirhan will be mine." Yu scoffed, "You stand no chance." The two parties agreed to meet at the current establishment to unveil the stones, after which Lu Jianyuan departed, his companion trailing Yu and Shirhan, wary of their departure. "Xiao Yu," Su Guangzong remarked seriously, "is it wise to engage in such a gamble? Although I have been in the jewelry business for many years, I usually select the stones myself, and I am uncertain of my own discernment after all these years." Yu chuckled. "Rest assured, old Su, if I lacked confidence, I would not be gambling with him. We are in the jewelry business and are in need of funds. 1 million may seem modest, yet it serves as a solid foundation for growth." Su Guangzong paused, then chuckled ruefully, realizing that Yu did not possess substantial wealth. He believed that merely 100,000 would suffice to enter the jewelry trade and assumed that Yu would have to start small and persevere. Noticing his expression, Yu smiled slightly, wishing not to elaborate, intending instead to demonstrate the truth through action. Shirhan interjected, "Brother Yu is voluntarily starting fresh. He is using his own earnings. While I cannot ascertain Brother Yu's skill in stone gambling, I have faith that he will triumph." Yu grinned, "Indeed. Shirhan understands me well. Let us proceed to select the stones. If I acquire Imperial Green, I shall gift you a piece." The young man observing Yu's group scoffed disdainfully. "Do not speak of Imperial Green. If you do not lose everything, I shall call you father." The excitement in the air was palpable as Su Guangzong fretted over Yu. Lu Jianyuan's friend inquired why he had abruptly agreed to such a peculiar wager. Lu Jianyuan himself was perplexed. He remarked, "I was caught up in the heat of the moment and agreed without much thought. Who cares? How many northerners truly understand the intricacies of stone gambling? This is our territory. Does anyone here know a master of stone gambling? If we can find someone to assist us, once we defeat that boy, everyone will benefit." Another individual murmured, "What if he is a plant, deliberately ensnaring us?" Lu Jianyuan acknowledged, "Your concern is quite valid. Let Jiang Hongyi keep a close watch and note every penny they spend at the shops. If they dare to play tricks, I shall deal with them." Someone suggested, "Should we inform all the stores to prohibit selling to them? They would naturally lose." Lu Jianyuan replied, "That's an excellent idea. How about you take charge of that?" The individual fell silent, and Lu Jianyuan added, "Enough of this nonsense. Hurry and find a master of stone gambling." While Yu perused the storefronts and stalls, he was no longer just a passive observer. He was decisive, swiftly selecting stones that had previously absorbed his energy, purchasing over 10 pieces at prices ranging from 3 to 5,000, and even acquiring a low-priced stone for a mere 100 yuan. An item the shopkeeper had mixed in among a pile of ordinary stones to deceive unwary tourists. Su Guangzong lent Yu a handcart for transporting the stones. As Yu chose the raw stones, Su Guangzong scrutinized them closely, occasionally offering suggestions. Gradually, he felt reassured. Although Yu was quick in his selections, it was evident he possessed a certain finesse in choosing the stones. Some pieces were beyond Su Guangzong's understanding. As the saying goes, even gods cannot discern a precious jade at a glance. So he dared not assert that those stones were worthless. Soon, the master of stone gambling that Lu Genuan had invited arrived. The expert was somewhat dismissive of gambling stones in a place like Hualin Jade Street, but since he was being compensated, he began to examine the stones with due diligence. News of the wager spread quickly, drawing a crowd of onlookers. The shopkeeper was overjoyed, fully cooperating by setting up 2 stone-cutting machines at the entrance, eagerly awaiting Yu Yu and his companions to return for the cutting. Yu Yu found no interest in the cutting process. He entrusted Su Guangzong with that task, instructing him to keep an eye on Lu Jinyuan's group while he continued to explore the raw stones. He soon discovered a piece that radiated the most potent energy he had encountered thus far. However, the stone was shrouded in mist, indicating its value, and the proprietor had set the price at a staggering 100,000 yuan. Lacking sufficient cash at the moment, Yu Yu hesitated. Observing his indecision, Yu Shirhan interjected, "Boss, we'll take this stone. Please issue us a receipt." Yu Yu pulled her aside, whispering, "You know how much money I have in my account, right?" Yu Shirhan smiled coyly, responding, "You don't have it, but I do. After deducting this 100,000, I still have about 120,000 left. I plan to invest and gamble with you, Yu Gu. If we profit, we'll share equally. If we lose, you'll only need to repay half." Yu Yu was pleasantly surprised, exclaiming, "Really? You've saved up so much?" He teased, "Have you been skimping every time I ask you to buy something?" Yu Shirhan quickly shook her head, insisting, No, this is all my salary and the red envelopes I receive during the holidays. I live at home, so I don't need to spend on clothes, grooming, or cosmetics, allowing me to save. I truly haven't skimped on the money you gave me to buy things." Yu Yu laughed. "I was just joking. Why are you so anxious? Don't worry. We won't incur losses. Just wait for the profits." With Yu Shirhan's support, Yu Yu returned to purchase 2 pieces of raw stone he had previously considered but not bought. Just then, he noticed Lu Genuan striding towards them, brimming with arrogance. "Hey!" Lu Genuan shouted from a distance. "Did you hear? We just opened 2 pieces, and our valuations are far superior to yours. It seems your judgment isn't that great." Yu Yu replied nonchalantly, "The competition has only just begun. Why the haste? Soon you will be the one shedding tears." Lu Genuan chuckled dismissively, "You can pretend to be tough all you want. Soon, Shirhan will be mine." Yu Shirhan, seemingly ignoring him, continued to hold Yu Yu's hand as they walked away. Lu Genuan shouted from behind, "Ignoring me won't help. Victory is assured." Yu squeezed Yu Shirhan's hand and remarked, "This guy is truly delusional. Shirhan, you won't mind if I deal with him, will you?" Yu Shirhan replied, "What's there to mind? If I didn't want to avoid causing trouble for Aunt Shi, I would have slapped him already." Yu laughed, "I'm with you on that. However, I have my own ways of handling him. Just wait and see." Yu Shirhan noticed Yu Yu gesturing mysteriously in front of him, realizing he was up to something, yet she couldn't quite discern what it was. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Lu Genuan's voice. Yu Yu paid it no mind, but Yu Shirhan turned to see Lu Genuan sprawled on the ground, seemingly in agony, clutching his rear. "What happened to him?" Yu Shirhan inquired. Yu Yu smiled. He stepped in a pile of dog mess and landed on a sharp rock at just the right angle. Yu Shirhan burst into laughter. "Serves him right." In the realm of stone gambling, Yu Yu refrained from purchasing any raw stones and returned with Yu Shirhan to the shop where they had previously arranged to engage in the pastime. Upon arrival, they found the area teeming with onlookers. Yet only the piercing sound of the cutting machine could be heard as everyone held their breath in anticipation. "Make way, please," Yu Yu urged as she maneuvered her cart through the crowd. She spotted Su Guangzong and a middle-aged man diligently cutting stones, surrounded by a sizable heap of discarded stone fragments, with each having a table displaying their respective jadeite findings. It was evident that while the opposing party had fewer stones, they were larger in size. Conversely, Yu Yu's collection was more numerous yet smaller, and judging by the quality of jadeite produced, the rivals had yielded superior results. It was no wonder that Lu Genuan, brimming with pride, had approached Yu Yu to provoke her. Yu Yu parked her cart beside Su Guangzong, choosing not to interrupt his work, and simply stood in silence. After a brief moment, Su Guangzong sliced through a raw stone, unveiling 2 pieces of mediocre quality jadeite, eliciting a chorus of disappointed murmurs from the spectators. With a smile, Su Guangzong turned to Yu Yu and said, "Little Yu, you've returned. What fine materials did you select?" Yu Yu replied, "This is all I have. Don't you feel disheartened, old Su? Our yield pales in comparison to theirs." Su Guangzong chuckled. "Disheartened? Not at all. Every raw stone yields jadeite, and that alone is immensely gratifying. While our harvest may be temporarily lacking, they possess only a handful of stones. We shall soon surpass them." Yu Yu nodded in agreement. "Nonetheless, we mustn't allow them to gloat for too long. Let us cut that raw stone shortly, but proceed with caution." Understanding her intent, Su Guangzong glanced at the particular stone Yu Yu had referenced, which was the one she had purchased for 100,000. With deft strokes, he extracted a piece of jadeite from the raw stone, its quality being subpar. However, given Yu Yu's modest investment, it could still be fashioned into jewelry and sold for several thousand, ensuring a profit. At that moment, as Su Guangzong placed the 100,000 yuan raw stone onto the cutting machine, Lu Genuan was assisted back, still unable to walk unaided. His trousers had evidently been changed, and each step he took was accompanied by grimaces of pain, suggesting his injuries were severe. Feigning surprise, Yu Yu exclaimed, "Is that not young Master Lu? In just a few minutes, how have you come to this state?" Lu Genuan shot her a resentful glance, aware that she was deliberately feigning ignorance. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Su Guangzong paid Lu Genuan no mind, carefully peeling away a thin layer from the raw stone, and upon rinsing it, a vivid green hue emerged beneath the surface. "Green! It's green!" a keen-eyed spectator shouted. As Lu Genuan attempted to sit down, he was suddenly jolted by the announcement, causing him to lose control of his leg muscles and plop down heavily, emitting a pained yelp. Su Guangzong illuminated the stone with a bright flashlight, and upon closer inspection, his face flushed with excitement. He resumed polishing the raw stone, revealing more and more signs that the jadeite concealed within was extraordinary. S&T that the raw stone belonging to Old Wang from next door? Someone recognized its origin, exclaiming, "Old Wang has been asking for 100,000 for it, and if we can unveil jadeite of water quality or better, it will undoubtedly be worth it. Who will fetch Old Wang?" Amid the throng, Su Guangzong meticulously polished the raw stone, carefully revealing a jadeite enveloped in a fine mist. After rinsing it, he presented the jadeite to Yu Yu, prompting an awestruck reaction from Yu Shihan. "Wow! It's absolutely stunning!" Someone called out, "Is it for sale at 1,200,000? I'll take it." Another scoffed at the offer, proclaiming, 1,500,000. "I bid 1,500,000. 2,000,000. Someone shouted, doubling the original price, illustrating the intoxicating allure of stone gambling. Su Guangzong glanced at Yu Yu, eager to see what decision she would make. She merely held the jadeite in her hands for a moment before handing it back to Su Guangzong, instructing, "Polish it at the thinnest part of the mist." Upon hearing her words, the crowd realized she intended to keep the raw stone, resulting in a mix of disappointment and excitement. Although the jadeite appeared promising, uncertainties loomed. Should it prove to lack water quality or possess inferior color, its value would plummet, and it might even yield nothing of worth. Heaven and hell with a single cut. Su Guangzong believed it was time to proceed. Gently, he used the polishing machine, removing the thin film of mist to reveal a refined, lustrous green beneath. A surge of joy filled Su Guangzong as he quickly rinsed the jadeite and shone a flashlight upon it, revealing a translucent green akin to crystal-clear lake water, invigorating the spirit. With excitement in his voice, he declared, "It has increased in value tremendously. This is water quality. No, it must be ice-quality jadeite." The atmosphere was immediately charged with astonishment as the crowd reacted. While the superiority of water jade versus ice jade is contingent upon specific circumstances, it is an undeniable fact that ice jade generally commands a higher price than water jade in the marketplace. In the common perception, ice jade is regarded as second only to glass jade, thus surpassing water jade. Upon hearing the announcement of ice jade being revealed, Lu Genuan let out a frustrated grunt. Although his jade was sizable, only a small portion could be classified as water jade, whereas Yu Yu triumphed through quality, swiftly reversing the tide of the competition and placing both parties in a nearly equal standing. However, this equilibrium was short-lived. With a chorus of sighs lamenting the situation, Lu Jinyuan's jade stones began to fail consecutively while Yu Yu unveiled two significant pieces of water jade, far exceeding Lu Jinyuan's in size, thereby establishing a clear lead. More crucially, Yu Yu still had a plethora of uncut stones, while Lu Jinyuan's stock was dwindling. Although the contest was ongoing, the majority of onlookers felt Lu Jinyuan had already succumbed to defeat. Deep down, Lu Jinyuan sensed the inevitability of his loss. A sudden idea struck him, and he turned to Yu Yu, accusing her vehemently. "You are cheating." "Cheating?" Yu Yu retorted with a scoff. "On what basis do you claim I am cheating, Mr. Lu? Please clarify in front of everyone." Fuming, Lu Jinyuan exclaimed, "Not a single one of your stones has failed. Is that not cheating?" Yu Yu replied coolly, "All these stones were purchased by me on the market just now. Many vendors are present. How could I possibly cheat? Moreover, as the saying goes, a deity finds it difficult to discern a mere jade. Why don't you present a batch of stones guaranteed to yield jade and show us your so-called cheating?" The surrounding audience of experts voiced their support for Yu Yu, asserting that even if she intended to cheat, it was impossible for every stone to yield results. Lu Jianyuan, not entirely ignorant of the intricacies of jade betting, stammered, "Then how could you ensure every stone yields a profit?" Yu Yu smiled slightly. "I was merely guessing. Are you satisfied with that?" Everyone understood that Yu Yu was dismissing his inquiry. If mere guessing could yield such accuracy, she might as well purchase a lottery ticket. The crowd gazed at Yu Yu with complex emotions, filled with admiration and envy, recognizing her exceptional insight, rivaling even the Jade King. Lu Jianyuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, seething as he observed his hired expert fail another stone, while Yu Yu continued to unveil successful pieces. His frustration mounted with each passing moment. Another stone, purchased at a high price by Yu Yu, yielded a piece of water jade. Though its color was not ideal, it delivered a significant blow to Lu Jinyuan's morale, becoming the proverbial last straw. Witnessing Yu Yu's advantageous position, Lu Jinyuan was profoundly displeased. Losing $1 million was painful, but losing to a competitor he despised in front of a beautiful woman was even more humiliating. Furthermore, Lu Jianyuan harbored suspicions of Yu Yu's integrity, and as these thoughts festered, he gestured to a nearby companion, whispering a few words before settling back to await the outcome. Luck had seemingly abandoned Lu Jianyuan from the start, as the final stone he had pinned his hopes on also failed, sealing his fate. His expression darkened considerably as he reached a decisive conclusion. In the blink of an eye, Lu Jianyuan's stones were all revealed, and having exhausted his budget of $1 million, he could no longer purchase stones for the competition. All eyes turned to Lu Jianyuan, for he had lost, and the disparity was glaringly obvious, requiring no expert evaluation. Yu Yu also regarded Lu Jianyuan, smiling as she said, "Mr. Lu, I'm afraid the outcome of this contest is abundantly clear." Lu Jianyuan sneered, "Not necessarily. From the beginning you conspired against me, alongside that woman, digging a pit for me to fall into. I refuse to accept this result." Yu Yu's expression darkened. To refuse to accept defeat is disgraceful, especially with so many witnesses present. "Do you not feel embarrassed?" Lu Jianyuan retorted coldly, "They are all your accomplices. Do you think I'm unaware? If you concede, you may leave quietly. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious." The crowd erupted in boos, and Yu Yu, incensed that Lu Jianyuan still clung to thoughts of Yu Shihan at this juncture, shot back, "Is that so? Then I shall experience just how ungracious you can be." Lu Jianyuan scoffed in a swift motion. Yu Yu seized the stick from Zhang Hongyi's hand, delivering a blow to his waist, followed by a sharp jab to his knee. Zhang Hongyi felt a sudden numbness in his waist and a piercing pain in his knee, causing his body to collapse into a kneeling position. The impact of his knee against the ground nearly rendered him unconscious, and beads of sweat cascaded down his body. Yu Yu, gliding through the crowd of assailants like a butterfly in flight, struck hands, legs, and backs with precision, causing the attackers to kneel in agony, some even weeping openly. In the blink of an eye, only 2 remained standing, attempting to disperse the onlookers, while the other 7 lay incapacitated on the ground. Yu Yu had not forgotten the mastermind, Lu Jianyuan, who was now petrified at the sight of such ferocity. As Yu Yu approached him menacingly, Lu Jianyuan cried out in terror, "Don't come near." In a frantic attempt to escape, He leaned back too far in his wicker chair, tumbling backward and landing painfully on the ground, exacerbating his injuries and eliciting cries of distress. With a single sweep, Yu knocked the chair aside and placed a foot firmly on Lu Jinyuan's abdomen, making him feel as though a colossal weight had been pressed upon him, rendering him breathless. As Yu raised his stick to strike Lu Jinyuan's head, the latter let out a terrified scream, and in that moment, he lost control of his bodily functions. Yu scoffed, "I expected more from you. I haven't even struck you yet, and you've already soiled yourself." Laughter erupted from the crowd, leaving Lu Jinyuan blushing in humiliation. Yu, disdainful, released his foot and gripped the stick tightly, delivering a heavy blow to Lu Jinyuan's danzhong point, causing him to cry out in pain as if all the air had been expelled from his body. The danzhong point is crucial for energy flow, and with this injury, Lu Jinyuan would find it impossible to regain his vitality, let alone pursue any romantic endeavors for 3 years. Such feeble skills, and you dare to challenge me? Yu spat contemptuously on Lu Jinyuan's face before turning away. Meanwhile, Zhang Hongyi struggled to rise, but the excruciating pain in his knee and the numbness in his waist thwarted his efforts. Yu returned to him, placing the stick firmly on Zhang Hongyi's shoulder and coldly inquired, "Do you remember what you said?" Zhang Hongyi gazed up at Yu, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread akin to looking up at a towering mountain. His heart raced, and he quickly lowered his gaze, mumbling, I said. "Father, speak louder." "I didn't hear you," Yu demanded, after a moment of hesitation, feeling the weight on his shoulder increase. Zhang Hongyi gritted his teeth and shouted, "Father." Only Yu Shihan understood the significance of his words, while the onlookers, after a moment of shock, erupted into laughter. Yu derided, "I have no son as pathetic as you. Never let me see you ignorant fools again, or I shall strike you down." "Very well said," a spectator called out. "There are still 2 here. Let us deal with them as well." The 2 remaining assailants, witnessing their comrades easily defeated and humiliated, quickly discarded their wooden clubs and exclaimed, "We did nothing. We were just here for the spectacle. We're leaving immediately." In haste, they retreated from the crowd. Yu turned to Yu Shihan and Su Guangzong, stating, "The contest is over. Let us gather our things and depart." Struggling to rise, Lu Jinyuan, still seated on the ground, bellowed, "Don't think you can escape. I've already called the police. Prepare to be imprisoned." Yu furrowed his brow, replying, "Why must I continually encounter fools like you? I truly wish to avoid escalating this situation." Lu Jinyuan, misinterpreting Yu's words as fear, exclaimed triumphantly, "Are you scared now? Let me tell you, no one who crosses Lu Jinyuan has a pleasant fate." Realizing further conversation was futile, Yu produced his phone to make a call. "Contacting your parents? I can do that too." Lu Jinyuan, seeing this, also dialed his father. "Dad," he wailed, "I've been assaulted. Police are here." Someone shouted. The crowd dispersed rapidly as several officers entered the establishment, taken aback by the sight of 7 individuals kneeling helplessly on the ground. Having finished his call, Lu Jinyuan pointed at Yu, shouting, "Officers, you've arrived just in time. It's him. He's the one who assaulted me." "You're lying," Yu Shihan interjected swiftly. "It was you who attempted to harm me, calling upon a gang to abduct me, and now you dare to accuse him." She gestured toward the scattered wooden clubs. "These are the weapons they brought." "Indeed, that is exactly what transpired," affirmed several brave onlookers. The officers, taken aback by the unfolding drama, nonetheless declared, "Gathering in a public disturbance and engaging in brawls. Regardless of the circumstances, everyone involved will be taken in for further questioning. As we turn around the bends, we encounter an old acquaintance. If they are taken away, it will be difficult to articulate the situation." Su Guangzong stepped forward and lowered his voice, addressing the officer. "I advise you not to rush into any decisions. Just a few days ago, the son of Deputy Mayor Zhang Jianming, Zhang Tianxiang, offended our young master and is currently lying in a hospital bed." The police officers were taken aback. They had not heard of Zhang Tianxiang's hospitalization due to an altercation. However, given the remarkable demeanor of Su Guangzong, they sensed he was not speaking frivolously. Those at the grassroots level often dread the conflicts between powerful figures. What should they do now? Su Guangzong continued in a hushed tone, "You may conduct your inquiries at your leisure. After a few minutes, the matter will resolve itself." The officer with the highest rank cleared his throat and instructed his subordinates to proceed according to protocol. He personally approached Lu Jianyuan to extend his greetings. Lu Jianyuan, in his arrogance, began to slander Yu Yu, but unfortunately, the hastily concocted tale had too many flaws. Anyone with a modicum of intellect could discern the truth. Yu Yu's phone call was longer than expected, as the individual on the other end was a respected elder introduced by her mother. After some pleasantries, they got to the crux of the matter. The elder, a prominent figure in Guangdong province, was enraged upon hearing of the incident. "Little Yu, are you in danger? I shall immediately dispatch special police to protect you." Yu chuckled, "Uncle Yi, do not worry. A few small ruffians hardly intimidate me. I merely had to intervene briefly to subdue them, and now the police are on their way to handle the situation. You know my health is frail, and I would prefer not to go to that sort of place. Could you assist me in this matter?" Yi Tianxuan replied, "Tell them to wait. I will resolve this for you. Do not hang up. I shall take this opportunity to observe how they handle the situation." In less than 2 minutes, the police radio crackled to life. "This is the 110 Command Center. Attention to officers on duty near Hualin Jade Street. A violent case involving a gathering of ruffians has occurred at shop number P845, led by Lu Jianyuan. Upon discovery, apprehend the suspect and his gang immediately." Upon hearing this, the officers swiftly produced handcuffs and apprehended Lu Jianyuan, securing his hands behind his back. Lu Jianyuan was taken aback, exclaiming, "No, you have the wrong person. It is him you should be arresting. There must be some mistake." Before he could finish his protest, his phone rang. In a flurry, he pleaded with the officers to let him answer. Once connected, he cried out, "Dad, what is happening? Where are your reinforcements? I am about to be taken by the police." The voice on the other end erupted in furious roars. Lu Dikao bellowed, "You little brat. Why are you stirring up trouble? I swear I will be the end of you." Lu Jianyuan was left dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend whom he had offended, and ultimately, he was led away in a haze of confusion. Yu Yu did not follow to give a statement, as it was unnecessary. Under the admiring gazes of those around, she and her companions swiftly packed the raw stones and the extracted jade materials, preparing to depart. At that moment, several merchants, including the shop owner, approached her, inquiring, "Young Master Yu, are you willing to part with the jade you have just unearthed?" Yu Yu smiled. "These items were acquired as an investment, and if the price is right, I would certainly consider selling. Old Su, you are more knowledgeable in this regard. Why don't you take the lead?" Su Guangzong responded, "Very well, I shall take charge. Everyone, listen carefully. My young master has pressing matters to attend to, and we cannot linger here for too long. Therefore, we intend to sell these raw materials as a package. Each person will have one opportunity to place a bid. We will not engage in an auction format. Interested parties may take turns providing their offers, with the highest bidder winning the lot." This method proved straightforward, and the shop owners began to contemplate the worth of the jewels before preparing their bids. "Forget the calculations. I will take them all," declared a voice from outside the circle. The crowd paused, turning to see a middle-aged man in his 50s. Recognition dawned, and they collectively sighed in relief, realizing it was President Fong. No wonder he was so generous. However, Fong Yuanheng's expression bore no trace of carefree exuberance. His gaze was fixated on Su Guangzong, radiating excitement. Su Guangzong, equally thrilled yet striving to maintain composure, remarked, "Ah, President Fong, should you wish to acquire this batch, you must present a price." Fong Yuanheng, without hesitation, retorted, "Regardless of their bids, I will offer a 10% increase on the highest price." Nearby, someone chimed in, "I bid 100 million. Fong Yuanheng did not even glance back, saying, "Fine, present 100 million up front, and I will return the favor with another 100 million. The provocateur fell silent, and the other merchants quickly exchanged farewells with Fong Yuanheng before departing. He turned to the shop owner, saying, "Old Liang, keep these goods for now. I will send someone to collect them shortly. Young Master Yu, Mr. Su, shall we converse as we walk?" Su Guangzong glanced at Yu Yu, who perceived the depth of their relationship. She replied, "Certainly, I am feeling a bit fatigued. If President Fong does not mind, please escort us. The win-win plan. Fong Yuanheng's car was parked outside the market. It was a lavishly extended Rolls-Royce worth millions, indicating his family's considerable wealth. Fong Yuanheng personally opened the car door for everyone, and Yu Yu was the first to hop in, followed by Yu Shihan, with Su Guangzong being the last. Once inside, the Rolls-Royce roared to life, and Fong Yuanheng, brimming with excitement, clasped Su Guangzong's hand, exclaiming, "Brother, seeing you like this truly brings me joy. Reminiscent of our days when we unearthed that precious stone together." Su Guangzong, equally nostalgic, replied, "I never imagined I would encounter you so soon. Just recently, I boasted to you about how no one would recognize me. Allow me to introduce." Though Su Guangzong refrained from detailing Yu Yu's background, Fong Yuanheng felt an aura of distinction surrounding her. However, his primary curiosity lay in Su Guangzong's recent experiences. He noted that just last month he had visited Su Guangzong, who had not remembered him at all. Su Guangzong confessed that he could hardly recall most of his time in the mental institution and could only offer a wry smile as an explanation. Fong Yuanheng was astonished to learn that so much had transpired within just a few days, particularly that Su Guangzong had rescued Su Yuanyu and from a serial killer. Even this seasoned tycoon, accustomed to the vicissitudes of life, was moved to tears. "Yuan Yuan is still alive," Fong Yuanheng exclaimed. "This is truly wonderful. It's a pity that sister-in-law didn't live to see this day." Su Guangzong shared his regret and reminisced about the past with Fong Yuanheng, while Yu Yu leaned back, eyes partially closed, resting. Soon, Fong Yuanheng redirected the conversation to Yu Yu, expressing astonishment upon learning it was her first time gambling on stones. "It's nothing," Yu Yu explained. "I grew up with two elders who excelled in this craft, so I picked up a few skills by observation." Fong Yuanheng was reassured and, after a moment's thought, proposed, Are you interested in the public auction in Myanmar next month? The rough stones there are far more abundant than what we have here today." Yu Yu smiled. "I would love to attend the public auction, but it will depend on my schedule." Fong Yuanheng chuckled. "With your keen eye, it would be a shame not to take a look." Yu Yu replied playfully, "To be honest, even if I go, I can only observe. I cannot afford the rough stones at the Myanmar public auction." Fong Yuanheng expressed surprise. "I happen to have some spare funds. If you would consider partnering with me, we could explore the auction together." Yu Yu countered with a smile. "Aren't you worried I might make a poor choice?" Fong Yuanheng laughed. "Since you are so forthright, I will speak candidly as well. I do have some concerns. Therefore, if you agree to collaborate, I would like to visit Yunnan with you and Brother Su beforehand to verify your discerning eye." Yu Yu nodded. "That sounds perfectly reasonable. Our partnership should indeed be founded on mutual trust. Please discuss the specifics with Brother Su, and let me know a day or two in advance so I can make the necessary arrangements." Thus, their agreement was settled. As time was pressing, Fong Yuanheng invited everyone to a high-end Cantonese restaurant for dinner. During the meal, the conversation primarily revolved around the past, with Fong Yuanheng and Su Guangzong sharing tales of life's changes and the passage of time, both expressing their sentiments of nostalgia. Yu Yu and Yu Shihan mostly listened, absorbing the wealth of business and life experiences shared by the two magnates. Fong Yuanheng and Su Guangzong were attentive to Yu Yu and her companion, engaging them further as they seemed genuinely interested. During their conversation, Fong Yuanheng inquired about Su Guangzong's future plans. Su Guangzong responded that he felt old and no longer possessed the fervor of his youth. He viewed Yu Yu as a savior for both himself and his daughter, wishing only to follow her and ensure a stable life for his daughter. Fong Yuanheng felt a tinge of disappointment but understood. He then turned to Yu Yu, asking about her long-term plans. She smiled and replied, "I prefer to go with the flow. I don't have any grand plans. However, I do intend to earn money, and once I have enough, I will consider other pursuits." Fong Yuanheng, skeptical, laughed. "You see through it all, Yu. Indeed, money is indispensable. The more, the merrier. Many endeavors require capital to initiate." Yu Yu raised her glass in salute to Fong Yuanheng. In truth, she had no long-term plans. As a practitioner, adaptability had become her norm. Perhaps it was time to establish a long-term objective for herself. A knock echoed at the door of the private room. Yu Yu remained silent, while Fong Yuanheng called out, "Come in." Expecting a server, they were surprised when a remarkable young man entered. Fong Yuanheng was taken aback upon seeing him. "Yi, little Yi, what brings you here?" The young man smiled. Uncle Fong, I apologize for the interruption. I am here to seek you. Yu, momentarily startled, responded, looking for me? Do we know each other? The young man chuckled. Our families are old friends. We should have met when we were young, though I don't recall it well. My name is Yi Xiuwen. You should call me cousin. Yang Mi and Dili Riba, upon encountering Yu, exclaimed, You must be the eldest cousin from Uncle Ye's side. Come and sit. How did you know I was here? Yi Xiuwen chuckled. Guangzhou isn't vast, so finding a stretched Rolls-Royce is quite effortless. Fong Yuanheng also invited Yi Xiuwen to take a seat, which he did. Yu laughed. Cousin, Uncle Yi sent you to keep an eye on me to prevent any trouble, right? Yi Xiuwen replied, It's not so much about watching over you as it is about accompanying you, to deter those oblivious individuals from bothering my cousin. Yu smiled and said, I appreciate it, cousin. I'll be heading back to Yanjing tomorrow, and I'm off to a friend's place to rest, so there shouldn't be any more trouble. Yi Xiuwen responded, Then let us engage in light conversation, and afterward, I shall escort you to meet your friend. Yu nodded and exchanged a few casual words with Yi Xiuwen before addressing Fong Yuanheng. Mr. Fong, I've had my fill. I must take my leave now. Please take care of Old Su. Old Su, you and Mr. Fong can reminisce, and if needed, just call me. Upon exiting the hotel, Yu and Yu Shihan entered Yi Xiuwen's car. Yu Shihan provided an address, prompting Yi Xiuwen to raise an eyebrow before driving in that direction. Yu leaned back and closed her eyes to rest. Noticing this, Yi Xiuwen remarked, Cousin, I assure you, I am not here to monitor you. Yu replied, I understand. My health is quite fragile. I need to rest occasionally. Yi Xiuwen hesitated, feeling that he and Yu belonged to different worlds, and thus chose to remain silent. Before long, the car arrived at an exquisitely serene upscale neighborhood, halting before a darkened villa. Is this truly the place? Yi Xiuwen asked. May I come in for a moment? Yu chuckled. Cousin, please don't be a third wheel. It would be best for you to return to your own matters. Yi Xiuwen laughed. Very well. Let us converse another time. Farewell. Yu Shihan managed to unlock the villa door and turned on the lights as Yu stepped inside. Yu Shihan, as if returning to her own home, swiftly prepared a guest room for Yu to rest. After Yu took a shower, she rested on the bed for about half an hour, when the sound of a car parking could be heard from downstairs, indicating the homeowner's return. When the renowned star Yang Mi, accompanied by her junior Dili Riba, appeared before Yu, she was not at all surprised. This was not her first time alleviating Yang Mi's fatigue. Yang Mi had also mentioned previously that she would promote him whenever the opportunity arose. The entertainment industry is not vast, and Yu's reputation for effective massage therapy had long been established. The last time Zhao Liang encountered him by chance, it was because she sought him out herself. Thus, it was entirely normal for Yang Mi to bring Dili Riba along. Yang Mi and Yu were well acquainted, while Dili Riba was quite curious about Yu, having heard of his past and being intrigued by this reformed man. Dr. Yu, I suppose you need no introduction? Yang Mi, though still stunning, appeared noticeably weary, saying soon, I will trouble you again, Dr. Yu. Yu replied, Not at all. I arrived here to help you unwind. Please prepare yourselves and decide which room you prefer for treatment. Yang Mi responded, I am ready. Riba, I shall take a shower first, as it enhances the massage experience. You can observe, and if you feel inclined, you may try it. If not, that's perfectly fine. Dili Riba smiled. All right, I'll watch for now, but I trust what Sister Mi recommends. As Yang Mi took her shower, Yu engaged in casual conversation with Dili Riba. They discussed their recent filming of a period fantasy drama, which involved numerous action scenes that had left both women exhausted. Yu expressed understanding, stating, Have you been experiencing a bit of insomnia lately? Dili Riba replied, Indeed, how did you know? Yu chuckled, I am a doctor. If I cannot discern such things, it would be time to close my practice. Intrigued, Dili Riba pressed, If there are other ailments I possess, can you identify them as well? Yu explained, Merely observing is insufficient to diagnose all conditions. Traditional Chinese medicine employs observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse-taking for diagnosis. If you allow me to take your pulse, I can provide a fairly accurate assessment of your health. Without hesitation, Li Riba extended her right hand towards Yu. He smiled and gently placed his fingers on her pulse points, carefully examining her condition. Li Riba was still quite young, and aside from fatigue, her health appeared sound. However, to showcase his skills, Yu pondered and gradually furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Sensing something was amiss, Li Riba anxiously asked, "What is it?" "My health." "Is there an issue?" Yu reassured her. "At present, there are no significant concerns, but this does not guarantee future well-being. Riba, you must pay attention to your diet and lifestyle. Otherwise, you risk developing gastric issues." "Really?" Li Riba exclaimed. "No wonder my stomach has been acting up lately, but what can I do? As actors, we cannot maintain a regular schedule for meals and sleep." Yu replied earnestly, "Whenever you feel unwell, please come to me." The detoxification process was undeniably embarrassing. Observing Yu skillfully persuade Lihua while Shurhan chuckled nearby. She understood Yu all too well, allowing her to remain a clear observer. Women naturally have their fair share of troubles. Even without any issues, there would be several days each month of discomfort. According to Yu, it was entirely a self-inflicted predicament. Fortunately, Yu's methods proved beneficial, as Yangmi had already sought her massage for the third time. Having experienced its advantages, she could not bear to go a month without receiving treatment from Yu. Before long, Yangmi emerged from her shower, feeling utterly exhausted, as if she were floating with each step. She turned to Yu and said, "Dr. Yu, let us head to my bedroom. I fear I might fall asleep before the therapy concludes." Yu smiled and replied, "All right, let us go together." This villa served merely as Yangmi's temporary residence. Thus her bedroom was quite simple, lacking any personal belongings. Familiarity bred comfort. Yangmi wasted no time in lying down, treating Yu as if she were no stranger. In truth, had Yu intended to take advantage of her, he could have done so 3 months ago. During her previous sessions, Yangmi had fallen asleep, and Yu had not taken any liberties. Lihua observed the two, noting their apparent ease with one another, and found herself somewhat astonished. In their circle, Yangmi was known for her caution. It was remarkable how much trust she placed in this former playboy. The allure of Yu remained, yet for the sake of greater interests, he had to momentarily overlook their charms. Thus, his massage technique was methodical, devoid of any impropriety. With each motion, Yu's hands skillfully traversed Yangmi's neck, shoulders, and arms, all the while engaging her in conversation. Yangmi responded intermittently, her consciousness beginning to fade. Lihua, watching in disbelief, wondered if Yangmi had been hypnotized. How else could she divulge such personal matters? Even Lihua was unaware of Yangmi's menstrual cycle, yet she silently persisted in filming, which explained her fatigue. Lihua, with a teasing glint in her eye, asked, "Sister Me, could you secure me a higher salary for the next production?" Yangmi replied, "Sure, but it will depend on your performance." Lihua stifled a laugh. "I thought you were already dazed." "Sister Me," Yangmi responded, "while I am tired, I am not out of it. Next time you can massage me, and then we shall see." Lihua secretly stuck out her tongue, hoping she would not babble nonsense when her turn came. Yu continued his ministrations along Yangmi's spine, and under his skillful touch, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. His voice carried a certain enchantment, capable of truly easing the mind and body. Before he even reached her lower back, Yangmi had succumbed to a gentle slumber, breathing softly. Yu pressed on, exerting himself with greater vigor than a professional masseur, leading Lihua to question whether he truly belonged to an esteemed family. What scion would labor so diligently in another's service? Initially, she had assumed him merely a playboy seeking an excuse to take liberties. In the air-conditioned room, Yu was already sweating profusely by the time Lihua finished her shower and was ready for her treatment. Lihua settled into another guest room for her therapy, while Shurhan busied herself elsewhere, leaving Yu and Lihua alone. Clad in pajamas, Lihua began her treatment, and as Yu's hands made contact with her skin, she immediately sensed a unique blend of discomfort and subsequent relief. Biting her lip, she stifled a cry, though a muffled sound escaped her nostrils, leaving her flushed with embarrassment. To her mortification, she soon let out an unmistakably loud fart. Oh dear! Lihua felt on the brink of despair, having committed such an embarrassing act in front of a man. If word of this got out, how could she ever face anyone again? This was, in fact, Yuyu's doing, as he earnestly remarked, your gastrointestinal issues are quite serious. Fortunately, you have encountered me. There is still an opportunity to reverse this trend. Would you like my assistance in treating your stomach? Di Lihua gritted her teeth and replied, It hurts. Be gentle. Oh. The moment she spoke, she lost control, her loud moans only heightening her embarrassment. Yuyu, unfazed, acknowledged her discomfort and devoted some time to massaging her abdomen. Di Lihua felt a warm, soothing sensation in her stomach, and just as she began to relax, she suddenly sensed a wave of pressure building within her. Alarmed, she quickly tried to hold back. Yuyu instructed, I am helping you detoxify. Count your rounds. Once you finish the third, make a beeline for the restroom. With her cheeks burning, Di Lihua could only grit her teeth in silence. Yuyu's hands moved rhythmically in a clockwise motion on her abdomen, and after an unbearable pain, she experienced a wave of relaxation. However, the pain soon returned, more intense than before, and all Di Lihua could do was clench her jaw in endurance. This latest wave of agony drenched her in a fine sheen of sweat, and once the pain subsided, she felt utterly drained, lying on the bed, unwilling to move. Yet when the third wave of pain struck, Di Lihua realized that the previous 2 rounds had merely served as a warm-up. An unexpected visitor. It hurts. Di Liriba began to weep. The sensation akin to having one's intestines twisted by a knife was enough to drive anyone to despair. She had no knowledge of the pain associated with childbirth, but one thing was certain. She never wished to endure it again. Endure it? Yuyu's voice echoed in her ears, offering her immense comfort and steadfast resolve. Once it's over, the first time might be painful, but subsequent experiences won't be as arduous. There would be no subsequent times. Di Liriba cried out internally, resolute in her decision not to allow Yuyu to administer therapy again, regardless of what he might say. After painstakingly enduring the most agonizing phase, the pain swiftly subsided. Di Liriba was drenched in perspiration, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted. Her entire body relaxed. However, Yuyu patted her shoulder and urged, hurry and relieve yourself, or you'll regret it when the 4th wave of pain strikes. Di Liriba was taken aback. Was there to be a 4th round? She was adamant about avoiding it, hastily rising only to discover her limbs felt utterly weak. A sudden, intense urge to relieve herself surged forth, and in a panic, she called out to Yuyu, quick, help me to the restroom. To her surprise, the seemingly frail Yuyu effortlessly supported Di Liriba, guiding her to the bathroom. In her urgency, she scarcely waited for Yuyu to leave before hastily lowering her undergarments and sitting upon the toilet to release the pressure. Embarrassed, Di Liriba could not lift her head, yet Yuyu quietly exited and kindly closed the door behind her. The sound of relief echoed for nearly half a minute, and it was approximately 10 minutes before Di Liriba emerged from the bathroom, her face as flushed as a ripe red apple. Yuyu reassured her, it's perfectly normal, a physiological response. I am a doctor. Such occurrences are commonplace. Now let us continue. Di Liriba lay down in silence, and Yuyu resumed the massage. Although she had intended to inquire about certain matters, the recent embarrassing incident had caused her to forget her initial intentions, leaving her solely wishing for the massage to conclude swiftly. However, the earlier agony had depleted Di Liriba's energy, and the soothing sensations of the massage soon enveloped her, causing her to drift into slumber. Observing Di Liriba, who resembled a sleeping beauty, Yuyu could not help but recall a fleeting moment from the bathroom that stirred something within his calm demeanor. He quickened the pace of the massage, no longer exerting himself, as Di Liriba was already asleep and had no ailments requiring extensive attention. Upon returning to his room, Yu found Yu Shirhan waiting for him. Brother Yu, she began, Boss Su called earlier. He mentioned that he will be returning to Yanjing City with us tomorrow morning. Additionally, Boss Fong transferred 3 million to us. This amount only includes the jade roughs we have extracted, excluding those yet to be opened. Yu smiled, excellent, we have easily earned over 2 million. It's no wonder so many are consumed by the gamble of stone. Yu Shirhan chuckled, but one must possess the skill. Many have gone bankrupt in their pursuit of fortune. Yu stretched leisurely. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my rest. Yu Shihan hesitated. There is one more thing. Miss Shangguan called, saying that a suspect named Akai wishes to see you. Yu laughed. It seems they are at their wits' end with that suspect. Let's leave him be for a couple of days. Schedule 3 to 5 patients for me tomorrow. I need a day to recuperate. Yu Shihan responded. Scheduling patients is still considered rest? Very well, I will handle it. Just as Yu prepared to rest, the sound of the doorbell echoed through the villa, accompanied by a knock. Yu paused, wondering who could be visiting at such a late hour. Could it be those relentless paparazzi following Yangmi? Yu Shihan glanced at Yu before heading downstairs to open the door. She peered through the peephole and saw 2 security guards outside, one of whom called out, Is anyone there? We are community security and have a matter to discuss. Yu Shihan inquired from behind the door. What could be so urgent at this hour? Can't it wait until tomorrow? The security guard replied, It's just that someone has been kneeling out here, and we wanted to check if you wish to report this. Someone kneeling outside? Yu Shihan was astonished. Yu descended the stairs, opening the door to reveal not only the 2 guards, but also a familiar figure kneeling before them. As the door swung open, the person looked up and exclaimed, Father, it's me, Jiang Hongyi. The 2 guards gaped in shock, for they appeared to be of similar age yet bore no resemblance to one another. How could they possibly be father and son? Yu Shihan stifled a laugh, but Yu's expression darkened. I told you every time we meet, I will strike you. While I am still in a forgiving mood. Leave now. Jiang Hongyi pleaded. Wait, I have nowhere else to turn. You are my only hope. I promise to follow your every command. I will be your lackey. Yu retorted. I have no need for a spineless sycophant. There are countless who desire to align with me, from Earth to Mars. Now be gone. Jiang Hongyi, gritting his teeth, declared, If I leave, you will regret it. I have been here for quite some time and have seen many things. If you wish to dismiss me, then go ahead. I shall spread the word. Yu's brow furrowed slightly as he said slowly, You dare to threaten me. Very well, come inside. But once you enter, do not harbor regrets. The next morning, Yu returned to Yanjing City, accompanied by Yu Shihan and Su Guangzong, along with the addition of Fang Yuanhang and Jiang Hongyi. Fang Yuanhang intended to visit Su Yueran, whom he had not seen in many years, while Jiang Hongyi had gained Yu's consent to be his temporary assistant. Yu spent the day at the clinic, alleviating the worries of the 3 beautiful women, and in return, he garnered significant benefits from them. His psychological counseling and massage therapy services were priced no less than 5,000 yuan each, a sum not easily borne by the average individual. However, Yu had the discretion to adjust his fees as he saw fit, and in the rare case of encountering an extraordinary individual, he might even consider offering his services at a loss. Through this period of interaction, the excessive accumulation of yang energy within Yu's body had considerably diminished, and his health had notably improved, though this was merely a temporary state. If he failed to thoroughly unblock the 9 yang absolute meridians and rectify the issue, the accumulation of yang energy would inevitably persist. On the 2nd day after his return, Yu received a call from Shangguan Feng, compelling him to make his way to the criminal investigation team. Shangguan Feng continued to regard Yu with a frosty demeanor, aware that he had already returned to Yanjing City. She led him to the interrogation room, stating that Akai requested to see him alone. Yu inquired how Akai knew of his existence, as they had never met face to face. Shangguan Feng suggested he ask Akai himself. She refrained from entering, leaving Yu to join a detective named Qi Juanxi in the interrogation room. Although Akai had been apprehended for less than 3 days, he appeared considerably worn, his eyes sunken, indicating a lack of rest during his confinement. As Yu entered, he scrutinized Akai, who reciprocated the gaze. Akai's appearance differed significantly from the likeness Yu had formed, as he had undergone cosmetic surgery. Now he was notably thin and agile. As a prisoner, he maintained an unsettling calmness when confronting the police, a demeanor many habitual offenders could not muster. As soon as Yu took his seat, Akai remarked, You finally arrived. Where have you been these past few days? Were you investigating our backgrounds? Yu chuckled lightly. You think too much. After your capture, I had little to occupy my time, so I took a 2-day leave to rest. Why did you wish to see me, and how did you know it was I? Akai replied, Because you are a master and masters have a certain connection. I wanted to see not only who had ensnared me but also to avoid wasting breath on those fools. Yu retorted, "Do not attempt to sow discord. No one cares for your words. Speak plainly. How many people did you and your parents kill? What became of the bodies?" Akai asked for a cigarette, claiming he wanted to stimulate his senses. Yu replied, "You don't smoke. Don't waste time. Just speak." Akai insisted, "It's not like I'll live to see lung cancer. I simply wish to experience the taste of smoke. Or do you prefer I propose a simpler condition?" Yu stated, "We do not negotiate with suspects, but I can accommodate your request for a cigarette." Chi Juanshi, visibly displeased, approached and lit a cigarette for Akai. Akai inhaled deeply, holding the smoke for an extended moment before exhaling. He reminisced, "The last time I smoked was around 8 years old. I knew nothing then, thought it was cool. Until my father slapped me. Quite amusing, I senti it." Yu responded nonchalantly, "It is only natural for children to be disciplined for misbehavior. There's nothing amusing about it. I believe your father should have reprimanded you more. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. From which year did you and your parents begin your killing spree? If you remain silent, I shall take my leave." After a brief silence, Akai posed a question. "Do you not find me formidable?" "I was on the brink of achieving the 12 constellations." Yu tapped lightly on the table, declaring, "That is not a feat. It is a heinous crime. Killing defenseless, innocent girls is nothing to boast about. It is utterly revolting." Kai scoffed. "Innocent? Do you have any idea what they did to me?" He proceeded to recount how Lin Jie had humiliated him in the past, leaving Lin Jie nearby feeling shame and regret, wishing she could redo the past and avoid her previous arrogance. Observing from the side, Xing Tianyu furrowed his brow, pondering the lack of finesse in Yu's conversation with Akai. Why did Akai appear as an unyielding stone to him yet seemed like a yearning child in front of Yu? Regardless of the circumstances, Akai openly divulged his motives for the crimes, detailing the acts committed and the treatment of the deceased. Many detectives listening in were left feeling nauseated, while Lin Jie could hardly bear to hear the horrific accounts that had nearly befallen her. According to Akai's confession, he and his parents had collectively murdered 16 individuals, including 11 young girls and their parents or passersby who might have witnessed the events. Notably, Lin Jie's father and Nye Shijuan were among the victims. Lin Jie's parents had been estranged for many years, and Nye Shijuan had long been at odds with her family, providing Zhao and Yi the opportunity to exploit their vulnerabilities. The process involved kidnapping, prolonged confinement to extract secrets, and subsequent murder, followed by cosmetic alterations to assume the identities of the deceased, seizing their possessions and assets, and continuing their cycle of crime. Akai and his parents perpetuated this cycle of evil until the day they were apprehended, bringing their malevolence to an abrupt halt. 060 You wretched scoundrel. Kai, like a bamboo tube spilling beans, divulged everything, leaving the detectives who had been troubled by his interrogation speechless. After a thorough questioning, Yu inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to confess? If not, this interrogation will conclude here." "Conclude?" Akai exclaimed in astonishment. "You don't intend to ask me anything further? For instance, why I chose to speak the truth to you instead of them?" He gestured disdainfully at Chi Juanshi, whose expression darkened instantly. Yu sneered, "You are deliberate in your malice, attempting to ensnare me, to ignite envy among others. Your tactics are futile, for everyone knows you are a scoundrel." "Well said." Chi Juanshi silently cheered, while someone in the adjacent room voiced their approval. Akai's countenance shifted dramatically. He attempted to lunge at Yu but was thwarted by the shackles binding him. In a fit of rage, he shouted, "You speak nonsense. You are the true scoundrel. 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 You are nothing but an unrepentant scoundrel." Yu seemed to revel in the exchange, engaging in a verbal battle with Akai. "Captain, this may not be appropriate," Shimenue whispered, suggesting they intervene. "But why intervene?" Shangguan Feng remarked nonchalantly. "He is not a police officer. Let him speak as he wishes. A person like Akai deserves every word of censure." For the first time, Xing Tianyu expressed solidarity with Yu, stating, "Indeed, if it were me, I would have given him a thorough beating. No one would care." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu marched over and delivered a resounding slap across Akai's face, the sound echoing crisply. Akai was momentarily stunned by the unexpected strike, while Chi Juanxi and the detectives in the next room stood in disbelief. I strike you on behalf of the victims, their families, and the heavens, Yu declared while continuing to chastise Akai. Remember each face of those you have harmed. From this day forth, until you face your execution, every time you close your eyes, they shall come for vengeance. They will flay your flesh, extract your entrails and brain, sever your tongue, and scrape your bones. Bound by shackles, Akai was powerless to resist. Yu's words pierced his heart like daggers, allowing him to viscerally experience the terror and suffering of those girls. The assault was not limited to Akai's face. Witnesses observed the relentless barrage, oblivious to the count in the vibrant atmosphere of a bustling campus. Su Yue found herself embroiled in a perplexing situation. As she approached her vehicle, Xing Tianyu interjected, "I have urgent matters to attend to. Please be brief." He then expressed his apologies, admitting, "I should not have opposed you at every turn." With a light-hearted smile, Su Yue accepted his apology, suggesting they discuss the matter at a later time before departing. As Su Yue arrived at Yenjing University, she encountered 2 police cars parked beneath the office building mentioned by Xiairan. A crowd of students had gathered, their expressions revealing a mix of curiosity and concern. Having changed out of her uniform to avoid recognition, Su Yue's eyes scanned the faces of the onlookers, her brow furrowing slightly. Among the students, one called out, "Su Yue, why don't you greet your brother?" A smile graced her lips as she recognized Lu Haifeng. "Isn't this Lu Haifeng? I heard you were expelled. What brings you back?" His expression darkened as he retorted, "Haven't you withdrawn from school as well? What brings you back today?" Su Yue replied, "I merely paused my studies. I'm here at Xia Laosher's request." "What about you?" Lu Haifeng's demeanor shifted. "I advise you to stay out of this. Xia Iran's matters are not for you to meddle in." With a playful grin, she countered, "It seems you are involved. Why not enlighten me on the situation?" Lu Haifeng barked, "Just turn around and leave. If you proceed, it will be as if you are deliberately opposing me." Unfazed, Su Yue strode confidently toward the building, leaving Lu Haifeng and his companions in a state of discontent. Inside the office building, an unusual stillness pervaded the air. Su Yue ascended to the 3rd floor where Xia Iran's office was located. Following closely behind, Yu Shihan cautioned, "Be careful. If this involves Lu Haifeng, tread lightly." Su Yue or Qin Ingbiao, a specially appointed criminal investigation expert, furrowed his brow, realizing they had encountered a predicament. They had initially intended to merely cooperate with Lu Daxiao to intimidate Xia Iran, but now an unknown protector had emerged, complicating matters further. Lu Haifeng's voice resonated behind Yu as he admonished her. "You have crossed the line this time." Yu turned to face him, asserting, "I am looking out for your best interests. If news spreads that you resorted to such pathetic methods to pursue women, where will you hide your face?" "Pursue women?" Xia Iran repeated inwardly, her complexion paling as she confronted Lu Haifeng. "Lu Haifeng, so it was you orchestrating this." Lu Haifeng's expression darkened, yet he managed a strained smile, apologizing, "Xia Laosher, I sincerely apologize for frightening you. Do not heed Yu's nonsense. This is all a misunderstanding." Not easily fooled, Xia Iran swiftly pieced it together, exclaiming in disappointment, "You were here all along. You watched as I was interrogated as a murder suspect, and you call this a misunderstanding? Do you think I am a fool?" Lu Haifeng huffed softly, "Xia Laosher, I am doing this for you. I genuinely like you. If you would grant me a chance, I would not resort to such desperate measures." You laughed, "Lu Haifeng, spare me your theatrics. After all this time, I have never seen you love a woman for more than 2 months." Lu Haifeng's demeanor shifted as he coldly replied, "What gives you the right to judge me? You are nothing. If Xia Laosher were to believe you, it would truly be akin to a lamb entering the lion's den." Yu retorted, "You need not worry about what comes next, as you are already out of the picture. Will you linger here any longer?" Lu Haifeng cast a final glare at Yu before apologizing to Xia Iran, who refused to accept it. With Lu Haifeng gone, Qin Ingbiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Just as he was about to apologize to Yu, she brandished her work ID, declaring, "I am a specially appointed criminal investigation expert from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. This is my work ID." Given your unprofessional conduct in this case, I have decided to personally participate. If you have any doubts, feel free to consult your superiors or Director Zhou. Qin Yingbiao was momentarily taken aback, having never encountered such a precedent. Yet, since Yu Yu had successfully dismissed Lu Haifeng, he assumed her credentials were legitimate. Despite his reservations, he refrained from voicing them at that moment, deciding to seek clarification later. Confirming the authenticity of the ID, Qin Yingbiao returned it to Yu Yu, smiling as he said, "You should have mentioned it sooner. We are on the same side. Let bygones be bygones. Once we crack this case, I will host a banquet to make amends." Yu Yu replied, "I do not hold you accountable for earlier events. I kindly ask for your cooperation in my investigation. Rest assured, I am here merely to offer suggestions. How you proceed with the case is entirely up to you, and the final credit will belong to you." Qin Yingbiao found it hard to believe such favorable circumstances could arise from dealing with these affluent young men. Yu Yu, uninterested in further exchanges, turned to Xia Iran, saying, "Xia Laosher, please take a moment to calm down. Xiao Han will accompany you to find an office to sit in. I will first inspect the scene and the body, and we can discuss further afterward." With that, Yu Yu proceeded toward the room where the body was discovered. Xia Iran gazed at Yu Yu's retreating figure in disbelief, wondering when this individual had become an expert hired by the Public Security Bureau. This was utterly astonishing. Qin Yingbiao hurriedly followed her, catching up at the door. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Yu turned to him, stating, "I arrived in haste and did not bring my tools. Please provide me with gloves, shoe covers, masks, and headgear." Qin Yingbiao, intending to remind her of the necessity to protect the scene, silently handed over the items, feeling as though he had become Yu Yu's assistant. Once equipped, Yu Yu entered the room, which turned out to be a storage closet adjacent to the restroom. Despite wearing a mask, the stench was overpowering, indicating that the deceased had been dead for more than a day or two. The body lay hidden deep within the storage area, curled up inside a large plastic container typically used for laundry detergent and disinfectants. Scattered on the ground were evidence bags containing laundry powder and disinfectant bottles, suggesting these items had once been piled atop the body. As Yu Yu approached, the forensic expert, busy taking photographs of the corpse, turned and remarked, "Yu Yu, you arrived quite swiftly. I expected to see you at the forensic center." Taken aback, Qin Yingbiao wondered if Yu Yu was well known. If even the forensic expert recognized her, she must indeed be a legitimate specialist. Yu Yu smiled at forensic expert Chen. "Is this also under your jurisdiction?" Chen Zhenguo replied, "Unfortunately, yes. There are too few willing to become forensic experts nowadays, and even fewer capable young individuals willing to study medicine, let alone forensic science." Yu Yu chuckled. "Fewer people means less competition. That is a good thing." Chen Zhenguo sighed, opting to conclude the conversation. "Since you are here, please share your observations regarding any clues you have noticed." Yu Yu grinned. "I dread examinations. Are you really going to test me? Very well, let me take a look." In the dim light, Yu Yu carefully examined the corpse before her. The body had long since succumbed to death, showing signs of having been deceased for several days. Notably, there was no evidence of grotesque bloating. The few flies and wriggling maggots present were surprisingly sparse for such a hot climate, a situation that seemed rather peculiar. The deceased was a male, clad in a short-sleeved athletic shirt and shorts, yet curiously barefoot. A plastic container at the scene held a small quantity of dark yellowish liquid, but it was insufficient to ascertain the presence of any wounds or the cause of death given the position of the body. "Have you seen enough?" inquired the young forensic expert, Ma Mingzhi, breaking the silence. "We still have work to do," almost Yu Yu replied contemplatively. "It is evident that this death was a homicide. The torso likely bears no fewer than 3 deep, fatal stab wounds. The body must have been concealed within this plastic container after death, which likely occurred approximately half a month ago." Chen Zhenguo nodded with a smile, yet Ma Mingzhi challenged her assertion. "On what grounds do you conclude he has been dead for half a month? In this weather, the decomposition would be far more advanced. Did you not notice the bluish-white powdery substance on the corpse?" Yu Yu countered. "My analysis suggests that it comprises a desiccant that has absorbed disinfectant. The presence of disinfectant and desiccants slows the reproduction of flies and similar organisms. Furthermore, Given that the container is relatively airtight, the decomposition process is significantly delayed. Ma Mingzi, realizing his oversight, paused before continuing, but in a sealed container, he should have exploded by now. Yu smiled. That is precisely why he must have sustained several deep stab wounds. The gases from the decomposing organs would escape rather than build up, which explains the lack of bloodstains in the container. He was likely placed in the box only after some time had elapsed for the blood to coagulate. Ma Mingzhi opened his mouth, momentarily speechless, while Chen Zhenghua chuckled. Xiaozhe, do you now recognize your own shortcomings? All the clues are laid bare before you, yet you consistently overlook them. This approach is not conducive to your progress. Qin Yingbiao, equally astonished, remarked on the irony that Ma Mingzhi, trained in the field, was outshone by Yu Yu, who had not pursued formal studies in forensic science. Xiao Yu, Chen Zhenghua inquired, what field did you study? Standing, Yu Yu gestured towards the plastic container, drawing in the remaining traces of residual energy. Me? I studied photography in university. The revelation caught everyone by surprise. But Yu Yu elaborated. Is it so strange? Studying photography broadened my perspective and honed my observational skills, enabling me to identify the most exquisite details in the shortest time. I believe the same principle applies to crime scene investigation. A swift glance allows me to gather all immediately visible clues. Impressive. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Chen Zhenghua lauded, giving Yu Yu a thumbs up before directing Ma Mingzhi to gather their equipment and remove the container. As Yu Yu and Qin Yingbiao returned to the corridor, Yu Yu inquired, Captain Qin, when was the body discovered? It was found around 10 o'clock this morning, Qin Yingbiao replied. A janitor was preparing to clean the area and detected a foul odor, initially suspecting a dead rat. Upon tracing the source, they discovered the corpse and promptly reported it. Yu Yu pondered aloud. Given that the body had been there for such a duration, did the janitor not notice any smell before? I asked that too, Qin Yingbiao said. The janitor mentioned that the room is adjacent to the restroom, and they occasionally thought the odor drifted from there. Today, they ran out of disinfectant and had to retrieve some from storage, which led to the discovery. Why do you suspect Teacher Xia? Yu Yu pressed. Qin Yingbiao sighed. Because a team led by Teacher Xia has been responsible for maintaining the cleanliness of this floor this week, and she has the keys. Is that all? Many people have keys. Besides, with an old-fashioned lock, a simple card can easily open it. The janitor seems a far more likely suspect than Teacher Xia, Yu Yu countered. Qin Yingbiao nodded with a wry smile, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and asking, care for one? Yu Yu declined. Did Lu Haifeng instruct you to intimidate Teacher Xia? Qin Yingbiao nodded and Yu Yu continued, so, is Teacher Xia still the prime suspect? Qin Yingbiao shook his head, speaking in a hushed tone. From the start, I never suspected her. Though I am not a forensic expert, I knew upon seeing the body that she was not the perpetrator. Oh, why is that? Yu Yu inquired. Who would place a corpse inside when they possessed the keys themselves? Moreover, the deceased was of a robust stature. To kill him would not be easy. Lastly, Teacher Xia does not have a vehicle to transport a body. She lives on campus and rarely leaves, using only the shared bicycles? Qin Yingbiao explained, his confidence growing. You have made a sound analysis, Yu Yu acknowledged, but Teacher Xia still holds some suspicion. Does she not? What if she were a reluctant accomplice, merely aiding in the concealment of the body? She just happened to have the keys this week. A reverse line of thinking should be easy for a mathematical genius like her to conceive. Qin Yingbiao was taken aback. Wasn't Yu Yu supposed to be helping Xia Yiran clear her name? 064 The review of the play. Xia Yiran noticed Qin Yingbiao furrowing his brow as he remarked, there is indeed a possibility. Yu Yu responded, then let us proceed with the investigation, while maintaining appropriate pressure on all suspects. Qin Yingbiao finally comprehended that young Master Yu's intentions were akin to those of Lu, except one was exposed, transforming from a hero into a villain before he could even achieve his heroics, while the other seized the opportunity to emerge as a gallant savior. Yu Yu entered the room where Yu Shihan and Xia Yiran were alone together. Yu Shihan, who had once accompanied Yu Yu to school, was also a student of Xia Yiran, making them peers with common topics to discuss. Thus their conversation was far from dull. However, upon Yu Yu's knock, both women fell silent. Aware they were discussing him, he opted not to break the tension and approached Xia Yiran, stating, Teacher Xia, I have a substantial understanding of the case now. According to the police investigation, you indeed have a suspicion of involvement. I would like to hear your explanation. Xiaoran replied, I am willing to cooperate with the investigation, but I assure you, I did not commit murder. Taking a seat across from her, Yu said, I believe you. Now I will ask you a few questions, and I expect your honest answers. Xiaoran nodded, and Yu continued, the first question is, when was the last time you rejected Lu Haifeng, and who was present at that moment? These two questions are essentially one. Xiaoran paused, inquiring, why are you asking about matters unrelated to the case? Yu replied, just because you claim they are unrelated does not make it so. Someone is framing you, attempting to divert the police's attention. Have you not noticed? Xiaoran was taken aback as Yu elaborated. The moment you became a suspect, Lu Haifeng appeared, even digging a pit to coerce in the midst of a clandestine struggle. When Yu emerged, she found Qin Yingbiao and others interrogating 3 suspects. Aunt Wang, a cleaner, Teacher Xie, who had been responsible for the keys in the previous round, and Teacher Liao from the logistics department. After listening for a while and observing their demeanor, Yu noted that they all appeared quite normal, leaving her unable to discern any issues. Stepping aside, Yu attempted to call Lu Haifeng, but he hung up. Undeterred, she redialed, and on the 3rd attempt, Lu Haifeng answered with a cold scoff. What do you want? Yu? She replied, they are digging a pit for you. Do you not comprehend? Now tell me, who informed you of Teacher Xia's incident today? Who incited you to divert the police's attention? That person is likely the murderer or an accomplice. Lu Haifeng remained silent for a moment before retorting. I have no idea what you are talking about. Today's events are far from over. With that, he hung up. Yu understood that Lu Haifeng was vengeful and astute. Once enlightened, he would harbor even greater resentment towards the individual who undermined him. By closely monitoring Lu Haifeng's actions, she would ultimately uncover the identity of that individual. She relayed Lu Haifeng's information to Ma Lijiang, confident in his ability to keep tabs on Lu Haifeng's group. Turning back to Qin Yingbiao, she found him visibly displeased. Captain Qin, what's the matter? She inquired. He responded, the most crucial camera has been malfunctioning for some time. We may not find any useful footage. Yu replied, no video is still a lead. Perhaps the murderer knew the camera was down and chose this place to conceal the body. Qin Yingbiao's eyes brightened. Indeed, that is a valuable clue. Not many would know the camera was inoperative. Have you identified the victim? Yu asked. Yes, Qin Yingbiao confirmed. His name is Zhang Xianqing, a junior student. Just days ago, the school reported him missing, and it's shocking he has been dead for so long. Who was the last person to see him? Yu pressed. In fact, no one has seen him. However, his parents insist he arrived at school and even called home, and his belongings are indeed in his dormitory. Thus, the police initiated a missing persons investigation, but aside from confirming he disembarked from the train, they found little else. Please send me Zhang Xianqing's information. I would like to visit his dormitory, Yu requested. Glancing at the time, Qin Yingbiao suggested, it's nearly mealtime. Let us eat together first. Yu pondered briefly before agreeing, all right, I'll treat everyone. Let us head to a nearby restaurant for a casual meal. Qin Yingbiao hesitated. Is that appropriate? There's nothing wrong with it. It's settled, Yu asserted. Once Qin Yingbiao realized she was serious, he readily agreed, eager to learn more about her character. They quickly wrapped up their tasks and arrived at a nearby restaurant. Yu ordered several dishes but opted against alcohol, deeming it a standard working meal. Raising her teacup, she said, as this is our first meeting, I apologize for this modest working meal. Once we solve the case, I shall treat you all to something grander. For now, I drink in your honor. Her words relieved the group, and after sharing tea, the atmosphere became markedly more amiable. Qin Yingbiao remarked, let us not be polite, Yu. Typically, we discuss the case while dining. Hope that suits you? Yu smiled, that's perfectly fine. Are you worried it might affect my appetite? It doesn't bother me. What about you, Yu Shirhan? Yu Shirhan smiled subtly. I have no objections either. Then it's settled, Qin Yingbiao declared. Wu Zhiyan, Chun Yongxin, Yang Yuankai. I just checked the surveillance. The 3 with the keys are your responsibility. Any findings? The 3 named detectives shook their heads. Although they gathered considerable information, they could not yet ascertain which among the three bore greater suspicion. Turning to Yu Yu, Qin Yingbiao asked, "What do you think?" Yu Yu replied with a smile, "I believe those three have little to do with this case. However, I lack concrete evidence. My judgment is merely preliminary based on their demeanor." Qin Yingbiao confessed, "This case has me somewhat perplexed. Where do you think we should focus our investigation?" Yu Yu stated, "It's difficult to say at this moment. We possess too little information. Let us await the coroner's report and our further inquiries for more revelations." Wu Jian and the others wore expressions of indifference, finding her perspective somewhat naive. Yu Yu smiled calmly, "I do not wish to boast, but this case is not as complex as we envision. It should be resolved within a day." Wu Jian and his colleagues either regarded her as boastful or suspected she was concealing crucial information. Qin Yingbiao leaned toward the latter interpretation. In reality, Yu Yu belonged to neither category. She merely exuded confidence in her abilities. Once the culprit was within her sights, escape would be impossible. Thus, in the afternoon, Yu Yu conducted extensive inquiries around the campus. However, the perpetrator seemed to have vanished, leaving her without any suspicious leads. Yu Shihan felt a twinge of concern for her. In the dormitory of the deceased Zhang Xianqing, Yu Yu observed the surroundings. Although it was a male dormitory, it was remarkably tidy. The other three male residents had been summoned to assist with the investigation. Upon seeing them, Yu Yu felt that their likelihood of involvement was minimal. After questioning, it was confirmed that they had arrived at the school later than Zhang Xianqing, who was likely already deceased at that point. The lives of these three university students appeared quite orderly, devoid of the usual signs of panic typically exhibited by murderers. More importantly, they lacked the opportunity to access the key to the storage room in the office building and were unaware that the security camera at the entrance was malfunctioning. As students, concealing and transporting a body would prove to be exceedingly difficult. Did Zhang Xianqing have any enemies? Yu Yu inquired. The three hesitated before responding that Zhang was rather straightforward in nature, often offending people, but it was hard to believe that such matters would lead to murder. Qin Yingbiao questioned further, that may not necessarily be the case. Who had a poor relationship with Zhang Xianqing? The three students hesitated, reluctant to divulge details, but gradually shared under Qin Yingbiao's persistent inquiry. Their leads were disappointing, merely naming individuals who had been scolded by Zhang for cutting in line at the cafeteria or having conflicts during soccer games. While such incidents could escalate into serious confrontations, peripheral investigations indicated that these students were unlikely suspects. Yu Yu's attention shifted away from the three as he examined Zhang Xianqing's bed. The cabinet and drawers were locked, and items such as rice containers and stationery were meticulously arranged, with the floor showing no signs of having been recently scrubbed vigorously. The dormitory bore no resemblance to a scene of a violent struggle or murder. It clearly was not the primary crime scene. Yu noted an interesting detail. Beneath Zhang Xianqing's bed were several pairs of shoes, with a conspicuous gap between the football and basketball shoes. "Is it possible that a pair of shoes is missing?" he queried. Zhang Xianqing's three roommates confirmed that indeed, during the last police visit, they had mentioned a missing pair of running shoes, along with his sports headphones and MP3 player. Qin Yingbiao suggested, "Should we call the investigating officers? They suspect Zhang may have had an accident while jogging." "Really?" Yu Yu probed. "Has anyone handled these shoes since Zhang's disappearance?" The three students quickly shook their heads. "What's wrong?" Qin Yingbiao asked. "It's nothing," Yu Yu replied. "Perhaps I have made an observation, or I could be overthinking it. Please provide me with a pair of gloves." Qin Yingbiao promptly handed him a pair, crouching beside him to inquire further. As Yu Yu donned the gloves, he remarked, "Everyone possesses their own habits. Zhang Xianqing's tendencies in certain aspects could almost be classified as obsessive-compulsive." One of Zhang's roommates exclaimed in surprise, "How do you know that?" Yu Yu explained, "It's quite simple. His belongings are arranged with remarkable precision. Notably, each pair of shoes is spaced approximately 2 centimeters apart, with a 5-centimeter distance between the front and back pairs. Furthermore, the closest distance between the heels of 2 shoes is around 5 millimeters, and the toes are about 3 centimeters apart. Out of the 7 pairs of shoes here, 6 adhere strictly to this arrangement, except for this basketball pair. While it is somewhat aligned, a closer inspection reveals a significant deviation, with its outer edge extending 3 centimeters beyond the rear shoe. This could not have been arranged by Zhang Xiancheng himself. Yang Yuankai speculated. Perhaps the officers inadvertently moved it during their investigation? Yu Yu replied, That's why I mentioned I might be overly cautious. Let us take a photograph first. Chen Yongxin snapped a picture, allowing Yu Yu to inspect the basketball shoes thoroughly. They appeared freshly cleaned. Both the surface and soles were immaculate. Yu Yu peered inside, pinching the toe and giving it a gentle shake. Soon, a faint scent reminiscent of salted fish wafted through the air. There is something amiss with these shoes, Yu Yu asserted. I recommend they be sent immediately to the Forensic Center for microtrace examination. The others, unable to discern the issue, were puzzled. Qin Yingbiao inquired, What is wrong with the shoes? Yu Yu responded, Have you ever seen shoes cleaned only on the outside? Wu Jian questioned, Are you implying there is a smell of sweat? Perhaps he simply didn't clean them properly in haste. Yu Yu passed the shoes over, saying, Smell for yourself and see if they were simply unwashed or inadequately cleaned. As the shoes were handed around, the others immediately detected a strong odor, which did not align with Zhang Xiancheng's usual habits. Yang Yuankai retrieved an evidence bag to contain the shoes, effectively halting the foul smell. Yu Yu addressed Zhang Xiancheng's roommates. It would be wise for you to change the locks, as it is evident that the suspect possesses Zhang's keys and can access this room at any time. You are all at risk. The three students were taken aback, having never considered this possibility. Under Yu Yu's caution, they began to feel a sense of alarm. After the little ants left the dormitory, Qin Yingbiao remarked to Yu Yu, Do you suspect that the murderer has set a trap, making it seem as though Zhang Xiancheng went missing during a morning jog, when in fact he encountered an accident while playing basketball? Yu Yu replied affirmatively, Yes, we should investigate the nearest basketball court. Qin Yingbiao tasked Wu Jian with delivering shoes for examination while he and Yu Yu proceeded to the closest basketball court. Yu Yu explained this is the nearest basketball court. Although the facilities are mediocre, most of the boys from the nearby dormitories prefer it over trekking an additional kilometer to another court, especially since this area lacks lighting at night, making it quite dark. Chen Yongxin commented, You seem quite familiar with this place. Yu Yu laughed. During my time studying here, even though I didn't stay in the dormitory, I often came to watch games. After all, there is never a shortage of beautiful women around the basketball court. If you don't believe me, come by around 6 in the evening. Qin Yingbiao observed, If the initial scene is here, then we are in trouble. The murderer even washed the victim's shoes, so he certainly wouldn't overlook a pool of blood on the court. Moreover, with the recent rain, we might struggle to find any clues. Yu Yu countered, There is no difficulty in this world, only a lack of determination. Let's give it a try. Even if we find nothing, we have nothing to lose. Has anyone here practiced basketball alone in college? Yang Yuankai responded, I have. I even participated in the school team. Why do you ask? Yu Yu inquired, If you were to practice here alone, which court would you choose? After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yuankai replied, It would likely be the nearest or the better-maintained court. Yu Yu affirmed, Correct, that is the typical answer. However, Zhang Xiancheng would likely select the court that is better maintained but less frequented, as it is generally quieter and tends to be kept in better condition. Let's start our search and see what luck brings us. As they commenced their search under the bright afternoon sun, the equipment typically used in dark rooms for tracing bloodstains was rendered ineffective, forcing them to bend down and search with their eyes. Soon, everyone was drenched in sweat, their backs aching and eyes straining, except for Yu Yu. Yu Shirhan held an umbrella over Yu Yu for shade while fanning him with a folding fan, prompting envy from Qin Yingbiao and Chen Yongxin, who could only admire from a distance. Eventually, Yu Yu was the first to make a discovery, exclaiming, Everyone, come quickly. I have found a clue. The group hurried over, astonished to see Yu Yu pointing at a depression in the ground behind the basketball hoop, saying, Look, it's right here. They examined the indentation, but aside from a few ants, saw nothing of note. Yu Yu remarked, There is no grass or trees nearby, just concrete and asphalt. Ants are rarely found in such an environment. What could have attracted them here? Curiously, they observed the ants gathering around a small, raised black object. After a while, some ants turned to leave, seemingly carrying a small item in their pincers. Let us collect a sample to test for human blood, suggested Qin Yingbiao. Yu Yu replied, It should not be blood. Dried blood wouldn't protrude so high, and with the recent rains, any blood should have been washed away by now. Then what could it be? Chen Yongxin asked. Yu stated, in the interest of solving this case, I hope it is some form of human tissue from Zheng Xianqing. The group understood Yu's implication. If they could find evidence of his tissue, it would confirm this as the crime scene, representing the most significant breakthrough in the case thus far. Centered around this discovery, they expanded their search, uncovering additional clues. The area beneath this basketball hoop was remarkably clean, devoid of dust, rust, stones, or sand. Nature's elements would not have left it so immaculate. In contrast, the opposite hoop was littered with dust, rubble, and even discarded chewing gum. While no one could definitively assert this as the crime scene, the consensus leaned toward it being the likely location. At that moment, Yu looked up, and Qin Yingbiao instinctively followed suit, wondering if there might be any evidence on the basketball hoop itself. Yu then stated, this basketball hoop is anchored to the ground. Blood could have seeped into the seams and gone undetected. We might need to disassemble the hoop. Indeed, Qin Yingbiao concurred. I will inform the school immediately and arrange for its dismantling. The sun was relentless, and although Yu had Yu Shihan shielding him with an umbrella, he still perspired profusely. The oppressive heat began to overwhelm him, causing dizziness, prompting him to seek a shaded spot to rest. From a distance, Yang Yuankai observed Yu and murmured, truly a young master. Even in such a state, he has a beautiful girl attending to him. Qin Yingbiao retorted, enough chatter. Though he may seem physically drained, his mind is sharp and observant. Who among you can match that? The group fell silent, somewhat chagrined. At this moment, forensic expert Chen Zhanghua called Qin Yingbiao. Qin approached Yu and informed him that the preliminary autopsy report was ready. The deceased had been murdered, with 4 fatal stab wounds, the deepest measuring 18 centimeters. Additionally, the victim bore multiple injuries inflicted by blunt force during his lifetime, and his occipital region had suffered a severe blow resulting in a fracture. The victim had lost at least 4,000 milliliters of blood, and the true cause of death was excessive bleeding. Yu remarked that this aligned with his conjectures. Has the time of death been established? He inquired. Qin Yingbiao replied that it had not yet been determined, but it was noted that the victim's stomach was empty, indicating he had not eaten for at least 4 hours prior to death. Yu commented that one cannot engage in basketball after a meal, thus those who were playing in the evening likely had not dined. They generally would eat only after finishing their game and showering. Qin Yingbiao mused about the possibility of eyewitnesses at the time. Yu suggested there might be, but pursuing them would be a waste of time. By the time they found leads, the case might already be solved. Do you have any clues? Qin Yingbiao asked. Yu replied that he only had a fleeting thought regarding the assailant's meticulousness in returning Zhang Xianqing's shoes while absconding with his P3 and sports headphones. Do you not find that peculiar? Qin Yingbiao responded. Isn't that an attempt to divert the police's attention? Yu smiled, affirming that such actions indicated a deep understanding of Zhang Xianqing's habits. Notably, the differences between running shoes and basketball shoes are subtle, and most individuals would overlook such details. If no one detected the discrepancies with the basketball shoes, the police investigation could veer off course. However, once discovered, this substitution would prove to be an unnecessary complication. Indeed, Qin Yingbiao exclaimed, recognizing that the suspect was well acquainted with Zhang Xianqing's character and lifestyle. We should begin our investigation with his friends. It is far more feasible than searching aimlessly. Yu chuckled, we need not conduct the investigation ourselves. Sometimes the perpetrator reveals themselves. Just wait and see. Qin Yingbiao was puzzled. The assailant reveals themselves? What sort of riddle is this? He observed Yu casually chatting on his phone while he summoned the school's authorities and a crane to dismantle the basketball hoop. Beneath the original base of the hoop, they indeed uncovered a large area of dried bloodstains. After collecting evidence, Qin Yingbiao instructed Yang Yuankai to transport it away. He approached Yu and remarked, your deductions are remarkably accurate. How shall we proceed? Captain Qin, Yu replied, there's no need to rush. The case is nearing resolution. The team has worked diligently. Let's treat everyone to a meal. I will share my plan then, and if everyone finds it feasible, we shall proceed. Otherwise, we shall abandon it. Very well, Qin Yingbiao agreed. I'll gather them. The group reconvened for lunch, discussing Yu's plan as they ate. The simplicity of his scheme left some uncertain about its efficacy in capturing the assailant. Nonetheless, Qin Yingbiao supported Yu Yu's idea, concluding that there was little to lose by attempting it. After their meal, they departed the restaurant and returned to the criminal investigation team. Across the street, a young man sat in a car watching the team leave. He dialed a number on his phone, saying, "Brother Cho, the police have left. What should we do now?" A young man's voice responded, "Do not celebrate too soon. These officers are more formidable than we anticipated. For now, we must act as though nothing has transpired. Carry on with your tasks, and I will inform you of any developments immediately." After hanging up, Yan Qingqiu, who had stepped away from a booth to take the call, was washing his hands when several individuals entered the restroom. He was taken aback to see Lu Haifeng in the mirror. "Lu Xiao, what a coincidence. You're dining here too?" Lu Haifeng replied with a disingenuous smile. "Coincidence? I specifically came to find you." Sensing something was amiss due to Lu Haifeng's demeanor, and the presence of several burly men who typically accompanied him during altercations, Yan Qingqiu hastily said, "Lu Xiao, if you needed me, a call would suffice. There was no need to come personally. What do you want?" Lu Haifeng sneered. "Stop pretending. You think I don't know you're trying to set me up? I detest deceitful individuals like you." Yan Qingqiu's expression shifted, and he quickly protested. "I haven't done anything." Lu Haifeng coldly retorted, "I've come here prepared. I haven't even had dinner yet. If you don't confess, I'll take my leave. I despise being interrupted during meals. By the time I finish, I hope there are still some good parts left on you." At that, the burly men rolled up their sleeves and advanced with clenched fists, grinning menacingly as they began to pummel Yan Qingqiu. "Ah! Ouch!" Yan Qingqiu cried out in pain, too frightened to retaliate, pleading, "Lu Xiao, I truly haven't done anything." Lu Haifeng coldly stated, "You have 10 seconds. If you do not speak, I will go to dinner. I hope you have some good meat left after my meal." A robust man brandished a pair of sharp-nosed pliers, grinning as he assured Lu Xiao, "Rest easy, Lu Xiao. I shall take my time with him, ensuring that he bears a small, bean-sized mole every centimeter on his face from now on." Yan Qingqiu's heart sank, and he hurriedly exclaimed, "Lu Xiao, let us speak civilly. I admit I called them to relay a message to you, but it was all with good intentions. I merely hoped for some progress between you and Xiairan." Lu Haifeng scoffed, "What business is it of yours to pursue women? You've caused me to lose face at school today. I will make you pay dearly for your treachery." Lu Haifeng stepped forward, and 2 henchmen seized Yan Qingqiu's arms, restraining him. Lu Haifeng unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Yan Qingqiu, venting his frustrations from the day. Yan Qingqiu dared not resist, only able to emit anguished cries. Suddenly, the restroom door was kicked open with great force, and Yu Yu strode in, commanding, "Lu Haifeng, what are you doing?" Everyone in the restroom froze. Lu Haifeng turned to find not only Yu Yu but also the police officers from earlier that day. His heart sank, realizing he had fallen for Yu Yu's trap once more. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "What do you think I'm doing in the restroom? Just took a massive dump. It was quite relieving. You can have it." With a wave of his hand, he began to leave, and Yu Yu did not impede him, knowing that confronting Lu Haifeng directly would yield little. "Thanks." As they brushed past one another, Yu Yu's casual remark infuriated Lu Haifeng, who clenched his teeth in anger. As he turned the corner, he stumbled, lunging forward and staggering a few steps. Qin Yingbiao, quick to react, reached out to steady him, only to trip over the carpet himself. Their bodies collided with a loud thud, their heads knocking together, faces nearly touching as they knelt on the ground with their knees pressed together. Time seemed to freeze for a moment, and after a 2-second pause, they turned their heads away from each other, pulling their bodies back. Those nearby stared in shock, while Lu Haifeng and Qin Yingbiao both coughed awkwardly. Lu Haifeng had never felt such humiliation. He forcefully shoved Qin Yingbiao away and stormed off without a backward glance. Qin Yingbiao stood, wiping his mouth, looking utterly resigned, as Lu Haifeng's henchmen chased after him, and his own subordinates regarded him with strange expressions. "What are you staring at? Get inside and apprehend the criminals." Qin Yingbiao barked, his frustration evident. Wu Zhiyuan and his companions entered with sly grins, seizing the limp Yan Qingqiu from the floor. Yu Yu approached Qin Yingbiao, patting him on the shoulder, and gravely remarked, "Congratulations, you are the first man Lu Haifeng has ever kissed." Qin Yingbiao's brow twitched. Had it not been for Yu Yu's status, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses. Yan Qingqiu was dragged out, clearly having regained some composure, as he shouted, "On what grounds are you arresting me? Let me go." Yu Yu approached him and delivered a sharp slap, stunning him into silence. "I am Yu Yu. Perhaps you've heard my name. If not, you soon shall, for I can hardly afford to waste my breath on you. I have but one thing to convey. You would do well to cooperate fully, or you shall suffer the consequences." Having mingled within Lu Haifeng's circle, Yan Qingqiu had undoubtedly heard of Yu Yu. Realizing he had fallen into the hands of this little tyrant, his heart plummeted. It appeared that the one who had silenced Lu Haifeng earlier was indeed Yu Yu. Had he known of the connection between Yu Yu and Xia Yiran, he would never have concocted such a reckless scheme, entangling both Lu Haifeng and Yu Yu, notorious in their own right. Defeated, Yan Qingqiu conceded, and Yu Yu, satisfied, declared, "Excellent, you show some wit. Now, confess who else was involved in the murder of Zhang Xianqing." Yan Qingqiu hesitated, and Yu Yu continued, "Even if you remain silent, I shall uncover the truth, whether through your call records or other means. The flaws you've exposed are countless. Capturing you will be easier than drinking water. Since I am in a generous mood today, I offer you a chance to take credit for your confession. Choose wisely." After a moment of internal struggle, Yan Qingqiu finally relented. "All right, I'll tell you." The three roommates of Zhang Xianqing, feeling increasingly unsafe, decided to hire a locksmith to change their locks. Meanwhile, a male student from across the hall returned with a basketball, surprised to see them changing locks. He inquired, "What are you doing? Why change the locks?" One replied, "The police said the murderer had Zhang Xianqing's key and could enter our room at any time, so we need new locks." Oh, the male student's face showed a flicker of anxiety as he retrieved his key and opened his dorm room door. Just as he flipped the light switch, several individuals surged from within, pinning him to the ground as someone shouted, "Li Minghui, you are under arrest." Li Minghui was shackled and dragged away. Qin Yingbiao barked, "Li Minghui, do you know why we are apprehending you?" Li Minghui looked at the imposing officers, his defenses crumbling instantly, and with a sorrowful expression, he lamented, "I know I truly did nothing. I did not kill Zhang Xianqing." In the evening, Shen Qizhi attended a class, feeling unsettled as he watched the police officers leave the school. His mind was elsewhere, and he struggled to maintain focus throughout the lesson. Just as he managed to announce the end of class, several detectives entered, led by Qin Yingbiao. Shen Qizhi's complexion turned ashen, his hands trembled, and the lecture notes he held slipped from his grasp. "Shen Qizhi," Qin Yingbiao said, gazing at the young university instructor before him, "do you know why we are here?" Yan Qingqiu and Li Minghui have already confessed. Shen Qizhi's body quivered at the revelation. He understood the gravity of the situation and despondently replied, "I understand." Aside from these three, another individual of notable significance had been apprehended that night, who was the primary suspect in the case. Ever since Yan Qingqiu's arrest, Yu Yu had withdrawn from the investigation, retreating to his clinic for rest. The scorching afternoon sun had left him feeling unwell, and the repressed energy within him began to stir. Teacher Xia Yu called Xia Yiran, informing her that the case had been solved and the perpetrator responsible for Zhang Xianqing's murder had been captured, assuring her that she was no longer a suspect and was free. Upon receiving this news, Xia Yiran felt a wave of relief wash over her, followed by exhilaration. Those who have never lost their freedom cannot comprehend its value. She had endured enough of the peculiar gazes directed at her. From the depths of her heart, she expressed, "Thank you, Yu Yu. I thought it would take days to resolve the case, yet it was accomplished so swiftly." Yu Yu smiled. "I recognized how crucial it was for you to resolve this matter promptly, so I exerted every effort to uncover the culprits, ensuring I did not disappoint your expectations." "Thank you." Xia Yiran was at a loss for words, her perception of Yu Yu improving significantly. Yu Yu replied, "It was my duty, Teacher Xia. I have matters to attend to and shall not intrude further. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. Farewell." After Yu Yu hung up, Xia Yiran was taken aback. She had prepared herself to heed any requests he might make, yet he had abruptly ended the call. What was his intention? Was he feigning indifference? Playing hard to get? Fishing for bigger gains? Xia Iran found Yu Yu's current demeanor utterly inscrutable. Even Yu Shirhan, who was usually attuned to Yu Yu's disposition, struggled to comprehend his recent transformation. Seeing that Yu Yu was genuinely about to rest, she could not help but inquire, "Brother Yu, why didn't you make any requests of teacher Xia?" Yu Yu replied, "Do you not understand Xia Iran's character? The less I treat it as a matter of concern, the more she will remember it. If I were to make an excessive demand, it would only frighten her away." Yu Shirhan realized the truth in his words. Indeed, Yu Yu knew Xia Iran well. It seemed she would not escape his grasp this time. During his rest, Yu Yu preferred not to be disturbed, so it was not until breakfast the following morning that Yu Shirhan conveyed 2 messages from Qin Yingbiao and Shang Guanfeng. Qin Yingbiao had called around 11:30 in the evening, assuming Yu Yu, the typical young aristocrat, would be starting his night life, only to find that he had already retired for the night. He informed Yu Yu that all 4 suspects in the Zhang Xianqing murder case had confessed, effectively solving the case. The swift resolution of such a heinous incident on the Yanjing University campus had pleased their superiors, yet Qin Yingbiao humbly sought to express gratitude towards Yu Yu. Yu Yu mused, "I wonder how he intends to show his gratitude. I shall have to treat him to a lavish meal later." "What did Shang Guanfeng say?" Yu Shirhan replied, "Miss Shangguan called 2 hours ago, mentioning that Akai had a night filled with nightmares, screaming incessantly yet unable to awaken. She was unsure if he was feigning or truly distressed and sought your opinion." Yu Yu chuckled, "Of course, he is genuine. Akai would not engage in such trivial antics. However, I find it curious that Shang Guanfeng called me at 5 in the morning. She knows I would not answer at that hour." Yu Shirhan explained. Miss Shangguan clarified that she would be quite busy today and had no other time to call. Yu Yu laughed. She may indeed be busy, but surely not to that extent. Regardless, let us arrange for a few charming ladies to join us today. In the evening, invigorated, Yu Yu arrived at the hotel he had reserved with Qin Yingbiao. They were to celebrate the resolution of Zhang Xianqing's murder case. While ordering, Yu Yu caused Qin Yingbiao a slight pang of discomfort in his wallet, yet it remained within his means. Given Yu Yu's status, his mere presence was already a favor to Qin Yingbiao. In addition to Yu Shirhan, Yu Yu had also invited Ma Lijiang and Zhang Hongyi, introducing them as significant contributors to the case. Ma Lijiang had tracked Lu Haifeng to find Yan Qingqiu, while Zhang Hongyi had kept a vigilant eye on the criminal investigation team, ultimately uncovering Shin Qiji's involvement. Qin Yingbiao and the others realized that while Yu Yu was investigating leads, he was also strategically orchestrating the resolution, explaining the swift conclusion of the case. Qin Yingbiao recounted the series of events leading to the crime, revealing that the horrifying slaying stemmed from a rather mundane altercation. 071 Redemption of the Soul. Upon hearing Qin Yingbiao's words, a hint of skepticism graced Yu Yu's visage. Qin Yingbiao, taken aback, inquired, "What is it? Could it be that Zhang Xianqing did not provoke the murderer with his harsh words?" Yu Yu replied with a smile, "Zhang Xianqing is already deceased. The murderer can say whatever he pleases. However, have you considered why Zhang Xianqing returned to school a week early? For students like us, unless there is a matter of great importance, it is uncommon to arrive so prematurely." The group exchanged glances, realizing they had overlooked this detail. With the case seemingly resolved, who would ponder the deceased's motives for an early return? Yu Yu continued, "You have all been preoccupied with the investigation, and given how swiftly the case was solved, it is likely you lacked the time to delve into Zhang Xianqing's background, thus missing the broader context. I, however, conducted a casual inquiry into his affairs yesterday afternoon, leading me to a different perspective on the case." The group listened intently as Yu Yu elaborated. "According to my findings, Zhang Xianqing recently ended his relationship with his girlfriend. He altered all his friends' photographs to depict them as female demons, and his ex-girlfriend's new partner happens to be our 4th suspect. Do you not find such coincidence rather peculiar?" "Damn," Yang Yuankai muttered. "I nearly fell for that scoundrel's trick." Qin Yingbiao sighed. "It seems I must have a serious talk with those 4 upon our return. Xiao Yu, do you suspect that woman is involved?" Yu Yu responded, "That is for you to investigate and verify. I shall not intervene further in this matter." Their meal concluded with merriment, each party having achieved their respective goals. Qin Yingbiao promised Yu Yu, he would notify her immediately of any future homicides, while Yu Yu hinted that they could seek her assistance in times of trouble. The following day, Yu Yu accompanied Su Guangzong to the Criminal Investigation Brigade to visit Su Yueran. Su Guangzong expressed concern over Su Yueran's emotional state, which appeared somewhat off. Indeed, Su Yueran was troubled. After the initial joy of reuniting with her father, she now grappled with guilt, regret, and self-pity, reaching a point of despair. She required a thorough therapeutic intervention. After conversing with Su Yueran for a while, Yu turned to Su Guangzong and said, "This is akin to what I typically do with other patients at my clinic. Do you think she can accept it?" Su Guangzong understood the nature of Yu Yu's treatment. He would consent to anything that might save his daughter. After discussing with Shang Guanfeng, she tentatively agreed, albeit with conditions. A female officer would supervise, and the entire session would be recorded to avoid any misunderstandings. She was unwilling to bear any blame. "Let it be so," Yu Yu replied, unperturbed by the conditions. His intentions towards Su Yueran were pure, and his massage techniques were not something to be concealed. They were not easily replicated. While Yu Yu could have employed conventional methods to help Su Yueran resolve her inner turmoil, the lingering darkness from her prolonged exposure to a serial killer made it imperative to absorb the negative energy.
Su Yueran. Imagine time flowing backward.
Each moment of unbearable pain brings you one step closer to rebirth. Ultimately, you will return to your mother's womb, enveloped in the warmth of amniotic fluid, free from worries. Under Yu Yu's guidance, Su Yueran endured countless agonies, and after experiencing boundless maternal love, she began to grow anew. Though she faced further suffering, Su Yueran emerged stronger, realizing that succumbing to death would only render her a coward unworthy of her father's love. Exiting the makeshift therapy room, Su Yueran and Su Guangzong embraced, weeping. This time, she truly opened her heart, releasing her pent-up negative emotions. Su Guangzong felt her profound transformation. Apart from the initial shock of Yu Yu's treatment, there was nothing inappropriate. Even Shi Menue, a bystander, was moved, longing to return home, having not shared a meal with her parents in far too long. Noticing Shi Menue's emotional shift, Yu handed her a business card, stating, "Should you feel unwell or face any emotional distress, do not hesitate to reach out. My psychological therapy is undeniably professional and effective, capable of alleviating your troubles instantaneously." Shi Menue shot him a glance, retorting, "My only concern is a lack of funds. Can you resolve that?" Yu Yu chuckled, "I can offer you a friendly price, one so low you would hardly believe it." Shi Menue smiled, "Unless it comes at a loss to you, I wouldn't dare believe it." "You guessed it correctly. It will indeed be at a loss," Yu Yu affirmed. "Consider it settled. Do come find me when you have the time. I imagine you've been thoroughly worn out by the captain these past few days. Do you know where she derives such energy?" With that, Yu Yu departed. Shi Menue pondered for a moment before realizing, Shang Guanfeng has been unusually energetic lately. Could it be that she received a massage from Yu Yu? An idea began to form in her mind. Upon returning to the clinic, Su Guangzong expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Yu Yu. Yu Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It was merely a small effort." "Su, do you have knowledge of antiques? Do you know where I might find recently excavated artifacts?" 072 The mysterious ghost market in the realm of antiques. One might as well be traversing a different mountain altogether. Su Guangzong could be said to possess an utter lack of understanding regarding antiques. In his wealthier days he had shown some interest, but alas, he never had the opportunity to delve into proper study before misfortune struck his family. "It seems I must once again call upon my rather dubious friends for assistance." Yu Yu instructed someone to inquire further, and the answers came swiftly. "You wish to explore the ghost market, young master Yu? That's quite simple. Although there is no ghost market in Yanjing City at the moment, one will be held in Shuzhou in 3 days. However, it is worth noting that ghost markets generally only admit familiar patrons, and a substantial deposit is required to obtain a ticket." Yu Yu inquired, "How much is the deposit? Must I find a familiar patron to recommend me?" "Indeed," the individual replied. "A recommendation from a familiar patron is necessary, along with a deposit of approximately 10 million. Yu Yu gasped, "So much?" "Yes," the person confirmed. "This is a requirement for everyone, designed to prevent unrelated individuals from infiltrating the ghost market. Once the market is successfully conducted, the deposit will be refunded, and it can also be used for transactions within the market. Yu asked, when is the deposit due? Where can I find a familiar patron? I can serve as your recommender, the person offered. As for the funds, they need to be transferred 1 hour before the market opens. Yu pondered, how can I ensure that my deposit won't be absconded with? The individual chuckled, with your status and capabilities, how could we dare to deceive you? One call from you could reveal my identity. There's no escape for me. If you truly wish to attend, I will call you later to confirm. All right, I await your news, Yu replied. Su Guangzong remarked, little Yu, the waters in the antique trade are far deeper than those in the jewelry business. While raw stones may seem inscrutable, once they are split, their nature is clear. Antiquities, however, are not so straightforward. Even seasoned experts can often be deceived. Yu smiled, I do not intend to purchase anything. I merely wish to broaden my horizons. Yu Shurhan interjected, but, do you have that much cash on hand, brother Yu? Yu responded, I do not, which is why I plan to spend the next 2 days raising funds. The simplest method is to gamble on stones. Old Su, I aim to swiftly turn a small fortune into 10 million. Do you know of any places that yield quality raw stones and allow for quick transactions? Su Guangzong replied, that can only be a mine. As long as you uncover quality raw materials, selling them should not pose a problem. Are you planning to go to Myanmar or Hotan? Naturally, I shall head to Hotan swift and safe, Yu declared. With that, he resolved to act. When the mysterious caller reached out to him again that afternoon, he was already in Urumqi. The largest Hetian jade market in Urumqi is the Hualing International Jade City, renowned for its diverse jade varieties and bustling merchants. It is the largest jade wholesale market in the region. It is said that 80 of the jade retailers in the entire region procure their goods here, making it the place to find any Hetian jade one desires. However, Hetian jade is often consistent in quality, with few raw stones suitable for gambling. Yu's purpose for visiting was merely to see if there were any jade stones capable of absorbing spiritual energy. Time had grown late, making it inconvenient to travel to Hotan during the night. When he received the call, Yu was toying with a jade ornament, the vendor claimant in the ghost market. Yu scrutinized the woman before him through the peephole. Her features were exquisitely perfect, exuding an air of elegance and grace, yet there lingered a hint of seduction in her expression. Such a woman was rare beyond compare, so how could she suddenly appear at his doorstep? Yu Shihan, who lived across the hall, opened the door and announced that Yugu was resting, inquiring what business the woman had with him. Yugu does not require special services, she added, her words laced with hostility. A rarity indeed, as she perceived a formidable threat emanating from the woman before her. The woman smiled slightly, introducing herself as Lin Lily, sent by Boss Bai. If you are a trusted confidant of Yu Shao, you should know the reason for my visit. Yu Shurhan furrowed her brow and knocked on the door, saying, You go? A guest wishes to speak with you. After a few moments, Yu opened the door, appraising Lin Lily before smiling at Yu Shurhan. Your judgment has improved, Shaohan. However, in the future, please inform me of your arrangements beforehand. No more surprises. Miss, please come in. Lin Lily entered Yu's room, with Yu Shurhan following suit. Would you care for a drink? Yu inquired. Lin Lily shook her head with a smile. No need, Yu Shao. Let us discuss business. Why do you wish to attend the ghost market? Yu replied, Is it forbidden to go? Could be enlightening, and who knows, I might find something I fancy. Lin Lily countered, No, I believe your intentions are far from simple. Since your awakening 3 months ago after the attack, your transformation has been profound. Your recent behavior perplexes us, leading me to question your true motives for participating in the ghost market. Yu remarked, If you doubt me, simply deny me entry. Why come all this way to see me? Lin Lily responded, I am here on orders. Our boss wishes not to lose a promising client like you. If you provide a satisfactory reason, we will gladly treat you as an esteemed guest. Yu teased, You wish to know why? Very well, but first, indulge me with a massage. Lin Lily was taken aback but then smiled coyly. All right, I've heard your massages are exceptional. I would like to experience that. Yu instructed Lin Lily to remove her outer garment and lie down on the bed, which she did willingly. As he began the massage, his touch was surprisingly proper, catching Lin Lily off guard, who had anticipated a more opportunistic approach. Lin Lilia's figure was remarkably perfect, likely due to her fitness regimen, her muscles harmoniously proportioned, radiating health and strength. You have strained the muscles in your right shoulder at least 3 times, Yu observed. Your shoulder shows significant wear and tear, and your spine. He continued, and at first, Lin Lili merely acknowledged him with a nonchalant yet she was astonished by the accuracy of his assessments, as if her past were laid bare before him. Regret began to creep in, but now that the massage had commenced, she could only grit her teeth and endure. You harbor numerous latent injuries, making treatment rather complex, he explained while continuing his work. I hope you can withstand this. It will greatly benefit your body. Lin Lili, drenched in sweat from the pain, persevered, while Yu regarded the outwardly flawless woman, who had evidently endured much suffering, with a touch of compassion. His grip intensified, piercing deep into her bones for her own good. The torment was nearly unbearable, and Lin Lili clenched her jaw, entering a state of near oblivion, ultimately managing to forget some of the pain. Time passed, and when Yu finally announced that he was done, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Go take a shower, Yu instructed. You cannot continue our discussion in this state. Your figure resembles Xiaohan's. You may borrow her clothes temporarily. Lin Lili could hardly refuse, her current predicament too disheveled to protest. She dashed into the bathroom, rinsing her body with warm water until she gradually regained her composure. Upon returning, Lin Lili, now calm, sincerely remarked, Yu Xiao, your massage was truly unforgettable, and it seems to have been remarkably effective. May I now inquire about your true intentions for attending the ghost market? Yu smiled. Quite simply, a wise person informed me that my body requires a substantial intake of yin energy, which is abundant in freshly unearthed stones. I wish to explore whether recently excavated artifacts also contain this energy, and since I cannot wait for formal excavations, seeking you is the best option at present. Lin Lili's eyes widened in understanding. So, you mean to say that your visits to the clinic and the morgue are all to absorb yin energy? Yu, with a twinkle in his eye, replied, Precisely. Girls, especially, are rare treasures. I had squandered too many opportunities in the past. Now, I intend to cherish them as precious gems. Lin Lili, aware that she could not deceive Yu, merely shot him a playful glare, infused with charm and allure. After reaching an agreement with Lin Lilian, Yu departed, leaving Yu Shirhan in a state of discontent. Brother Yu, why did you reveal the truth to her? What if she and the mysterious organization behind her pose a threat to you? Yu chuckled and replied, How else could I persuade her? Even with my words, she may not necessarily believe me. Rest assured, this is merely a tactic to feign weakness. Without giving them any leverage, they will remain uneasy. Noticing Lin Lilian's lingering concern, Yu added, Xiaohan, do you think I will rely on women and these raw stones for my entire life? Have no worries. My intention is to utilize this organization to absorb a significant amount of negative energy. In this process, if they profit from me, it matters not. When I no longer need to do this, my vulnerabilities will cease to be weaknesses, and their secrets will be laid bare before me, making it considerably easier to deal with them. That's good to hear. Yu Shirhan replied. Brother Yu, make sure to rest well. I will take my leave now. Having worked up a sweat, Yu felt invigorated as he headed to the shower, noticing that his physique had improved significantly due to his diligent training. With a sense of joy, he returned to his bedroom, suddenly curious about what Lin Lilian was doing, so he took out his phone. Instead of opening it, he performed a spell known as the round light technique upon its surface. After a swirl of mist, the phone screen gradually revealed a clear focal point with a blurred background. Yu beheld Lin Lilian, who appeared to be exercising in a hotel, the structure resembling the one he resided in. Perhaps she was staying just downstairs. Notably, Lin Lilian was practicing one-handed pull-ups, seamlessly switching from left to right without a hint of hesitation. Yu was in awe of her physical prowess. It was no wonder she bore numerous old injuries and signs of wear. A healthy female form is indeed a marvel, and Yu reflected on the many opportunities he had missed in the past. Were he to relive those moments, he mused, he might have been cherished by the goddesses rather than facing their combined wrath. After a while, Lin Lilian went to take a shower, and Yu felt the energy he had suppressed stirring restlessly within him. A smirk crept across his face. He had just exerted some influence over Lin Lilian, making it difficult for her to remain composed whenever she thought of him. The mysterious ghost market organization had indeed sent a beautiful negotiator to engage with Yu Yu, a choice that seemed favorable at first glance. Yet for Yu Yu, it was akin to leading a sheep into the tiger's den. Despite Lin Lilian's delicate hands being capable of easily snapping his neck, Yu Yu possessed the ability to render her as gentle as silk. Resolutely, Yu Yu cancelled the round light technique and closed his eyes to meditate. The negative energy from the night sky began to thicken, slowly being absorbed by his body. Should Yu Yu's cultivation reach a certain level, he could become self-sufficient, no longer needing to draw upon the negative energy clinging to other objects, thus rendering his weaknesses obsolete. The following morning, Yu hurried to a nearby military sanatorium, where helicopters were stationed, then proceeded to a military airport to board a small transport aircraft headed southwest. The land distance from Wuxi to Hotan exceeded 1,000 kilometers, a journey too taxing for Yu Yu's body, so he sought assistance from his father. For the sake of his son's health, Yu Xinghui could only rely on his comrades for help. Remarkably, within 2 hours, Yu Yu arrived in Hotan, while Lin Lilian's associates could only watch helplessly as he flew away. Coincidentally, it was a market day, and the streets of Hotan were bustling with people. The jade trading market was overwhelmed, forcing many vendors to set up stalls along the roadside, selling a variety of jade pieces. Some vividly colored jades were quite beautiful, causing Yu Shirhan to glance at them more than once. Yu Yu tugged at her arm, saying, "Don't look any longer. The beauty of Hotan jade lies in its purity. The most esteemed are white, followed by subtle hues of green, blue, and yellow. These gaudy reds and greens are not authentic Hotan jade. According to national standards, any jade primarily composed of tremolite could be classified as Hotan jade, resulting in a plethora of stones worldwide being marked as such. Stones from Yeqing, Qianma, Changrua, Qinghai, Guiyu, and even tremolite imported from afar had all been rebranded as Hotan jade, not to mention the myriad of stones and glass posing as genuine jade. The market for Hotan jade was indeed chaotic. Yu Shirhan was actually looking at jade from Russia, which had decent quality, while Korean jade was the worst, often sold at inflated prices by greedy merchants under the guise of Hotan jade. These stones, transported to Hotan from afar, had long lost their vitality, and Yu Yu regarded them with disdain. In this bustling market, Yu Yu absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy. Yet he also had another purpose for being here, to earn money. The jade stones for sale offered little profit and consumed much time unless one could find something truly extraordinary, with hidden treasures within. Yu Yu searched among the vendors selling large chunks of jade, which were piled high as if they were watermelons, allowing prospective buyers to inspect them at leisure. Among the jade, one piece stood out, imbued with particularly rich spiritual energy, yet it appeared quite ordinary on the surface. Without hesitation, Yu Yu grasped the jade and carefully maneuvered it to the back of the vendor's cart, asking, "Boss, how much for this piece?" The proprietor examined the jade material and set a price of 100,000. Su Guangzong interjected, "Boss, this piece of jade is riddled with cracks, and they are all active fissures. Moreover, it has layers with rigidity, and there are black spots within. It is highly likely that these will penetrate further inside. Considering this, the usable parts of the jade are quite limited, and your price is simply outrageous." The boss glanced at Su Guangzong, then at Yu Yu, feeling puzzled. A true connoisseur of jade would not be so choosy. It was absurd to let a young novice pick through what he deemed to be worthless material. As the supply of old pit jade dwindles, prices are rising daily. Even inferior materials have become treasures. The boss remarked, "Seeing as you are an expert, I can let this piece go for 20,000. Yu Yu nodded, and Yu Shirhan promptly transferred the funds, thus claiming the jade. Yu Yu did not rush to cut it, but continued to sift through the cart of jade, selecting 2 more pieces. Although these 2 pieces lacked the spiritual essence of the first, their exterior quality was superior, leading to a significantly higher price. In total, the 3 pieces cost 100,000. As Yu Yu collected more materials, their small cart became insufficient. At that moment, a pickup truck halted beside them, and a stunning woman in the passenger seat greeted Yu Yu. "Yu Xiao, what a coincidence, we meet again." It was Lin Lilian. She had arrived at the Hetian Jade Stone Market approximately 2 hours after Yu Yu. How had she managed to catch up? Yu Yu observed her and the young driver beside her. despite being merely a driver. He exuded a calm and seasoned demeanor, with numerous scars on his hands and likely many calluses as well. Yu smiled. It seems that Miss Lin and I are fated to meet. Are you here to procure materials? Lin Lilian replied with a smile. Indeed, we often need to acquire some jade. Yu Shao, you can place your materials in our truck. I assure you they will be safe. It was evident that she had come to accompany Yu, and the vehicle was specifically arranged for him, so he did not hesitate to load the jade onto the truck. Lin Lilian naturally disembarked to accompany Yu and his party as they leisurely explored. Her knowledge of jade was extensive, and she spoke articulately, leaving Yu Shirhan feeling frustrated and unable to interject. The market was vast, and even at Yu's pace, it was impossible to cover it all in a single day. They had a light lunch of cold noodles and grilled skewers before continuing their jade selections. As the afternoon sun blazed more fiercely, Yu Shirhan held a large black umbrella over Yu while also fanning him. Zhang Hongyi, noticing this, promptly took the umbrella from her. Lin Lilian glanced at Zhang Hongyi and said, I heard that Lu Jinyuan was sent abroad by his father for treatment, but it's likely he is actually seeking refuge. Zhang Hongyi responded with an O, stating, he no longer concerns me. Lin Lilian smiled. Zhang Tianxiang still hasn't been discharged, and Zhang Jiaming is under investigation. The Lu family has every reason to fear. Zhang Hongyi was already aware of this situation and was not surprised, but Yu recognized that Lin Lilian was probing him. Yu remarked, Zhang Jiaming has been under investigation by the Special Task Force for 6 months. It was only a matter of time before he was apprehended. Zhang Tianxiang's hospitalization is of no concern to me. He is merely avoiding arrest, which has nothing to do with me. The Lu family is not afraid of me, but of the law. Lin Lilian chuckled. Yu Shao is correct. However, not everyone sees it this way. If you encounter trouble next time, feel free to reach out to me. I guarantee a swifter and more effective resolution, leaving no lingering issues. Yu smiled non-committally. Is that so? We shall see when the time comes. After a full day of sifting through jade, Yu had managed to collect a truckload, totaling just over 2 tons. With the jade in hand, how would he convert it into cash? Yu appeared unconcerned, and during dinner at a restaurant he casually mentioned to Lin Lilian, Shaolian, would you dare to buy this truckload for 20 million? Lin Lilian smiled charmingly. I do not engage in ventures without certainty, which is why I never gamble on jade. Yu replied, what a pity. I estimate that once this batch is cut, its value will far exceed 20 million. Just this one piece alone could be worth over 2 million. The jade stone Yu held was merely the size of a fist, seemingly unremarkable at first glance. He had purchased it for only 2,000. Yet even if it yielded top-grade Hetian jade, it would likely not sell for more than 20 or 30,000. Could it possibly contain mutton-fat white jade? Lin Lilian shook her head, explaining that mutton-fat white jade is a rare gem among Hetian jade, with a low yield, akin to the rarity of imperial green in jadeite. It was unlikely to be found in such an unassuming piece. Seeing that others were skeptical, Yu felt compelled to demonstrate and suggested opening it publicly. He asked Zhang Hongyi to fetch the carving knife he had bought that day, astonishing everyone. Was Yu truly planning to cut open the jade in front of them? When the carving knife arrived, Yu selected the largest one, cradled the piece of jade in his hands, and sliced along a crack with precision before prying it apart with force. In the story titled The Return of the Jade, it is generally uncommon for individuals to cut stones in such a manner. Observers were left speechless by Yu's clumsy technique, yet when the jade core was revealed, an involuntary gasp of admiration escaped their lips. Yu skillfully peeled back the stone as one would remove the shell from an egg, unveiling the immaculate interior. She handed a portion of the jade to Su Guangzong, saying, Mr. Su, please examine the quality of this piece. Su Guangzong took the jade, illuminating it with a powerful flashlight, and scrutinized it intently. The exposed jade was smooth and delicate, its color a pure, translucent white, reminiscent of flowing mutton-fat jade. Mutton-fat jade, Su Guangzong exclaimed with excitement. What? Lin Lilian gasped in astonishment, and the onlookers turned to see the commotion. After regaining his composure, Su Guangzong examined the jade again and confirmed, indeed, this is an exceptionally rare specimen of mutton-fat jade. To find such a piece at the very start is truly auspicious. He returned the jade to Yu, who then passed it to Yu Shirhan. who was enamored by its beauty. Lin Lilian stood beside her, equally astonished. As the crowd gathered to behold the legendary mutton fat jade, a voice suddenly pierced through the air, dismissively declaring, "Mutton fat jade. Mutton fat jade. There can't be that much of it. The reputation of Hatian jade has been tarnished by your deceit." A burly man approached Yu Yu's table, followed by companions, causing the crowd to part. With disdain, he demanded, "Show me that worthless stone. If it isn't genuine mutton fat jade, I will force it down your throats." Yu Yu looked up and retorted, "I never claimed I was selling my jade. On what grounds do you accuse us of deceit? Who have we fooled?" The man scoffed, "Not having deceived yet doesn't mean you won tea. Yuhan people have too many tricks. Who knows what schemes you're concocting?" Yu Yu smiled. "Since you insist we are frauds, how about a wager? If this piece is fake, I shall consume it. If it is genuine, you will be responsible for cutting all the jade I possess." The man, Hater, appeared taken aback, scrutinizing Yu Yu closely, and replied, "All right, I'm curious to see what tricks you have up your sleeve." Yu Yu turned to Yu Shirhan, instructing, "Little Han, let him examine the jade." Reluctantly, Yu Shirhan handed the jade to Hater, cautioning, "Be careful, don't break it." Hater seemed to notice Yu Shirhan and Lin Lilian's beauty for the first time, momentarily stunned before accepting the jade. His rough hand brushed against it, and an extraordinary sensation sparked within him. An expert can discern authenticity at a glance. Hater quickly retrieved a flashlight to illuminate the jade. The sight that met his eyes was astonishing, for he beheld a texture unlike any he had ever encountered, warm, dense, translucent, pure, and flawless, resembling congealed fat. Though this description is familiar to those who have dealt with jade, how many have genuinely seen mutton fat jade? Most so-called mutton fat jade on the market is simply white jade masquerading as the real thing. Hater, having handled countless jade pieces throughout his life, had only ever seen a slightly inferior example in the home of an elder. Yet the piece in his hand now was superior in quality, its color more pristine, unquestionably a rare find of mutton fat jade. Hater's expression shifted dramatically as he murmured, "Mutton fat jade. This is true mutton fat jade." Those around him were equally astonished, fully aware of the rarity of authentic mutton fat jade. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind Hater and snatched the jade from him, pushing him forward and causing the food on Yu Yu's table to topple. The thief turned to flee, prompting Yu Shirhan and Su Guangzong to spring up in pursuit. Yet Yu Yu remained calm, assuring them, "Do not fret. Miss Lin will handle it. Little Lien, it's your turn." Lin Lilian, secretly cursing Yu Yu's cunning, smiled slightly and assured, "Rest assured, that item will soon be returned to its rightful owner." Just as the thief reached the staircase, a young man shot out from the side, swiftly reclaiming the jade. He then pushed the thief, sending him crashing against the staircase railing before tumbling down, motionless. The young man returned the jade to Yu Yu and resumed his seat, as if nothing had transpired. The entire sequence unfolded in mere moments. By the time Hater regained his footing, the thief had been subdued, and the mutton fat jade was safely back in its rightful place. Yu Yu held the jade up to Hater, asking, "What do you say now?" Hater forcefully stomped his foot and declared that he would accept the consequences of his wager. "I shall first deal with the scoundrel who dared to snatch something from my hands, and then I will return to converse with you all. Boss, this table is on me. Serve the finest food and drink, and bring 2 more sets of cutlery." With that, Hatter dashed down the staircase with his companions. "I'll follow to ensure they don't escape," Zhang Hongyi exclaimed. However, Yu Yu interjected, "There's no need for that. If he truly wishes to flee, do you think you alone can stop him? This fellow does not strike me as one to renege on his word, and he possesses a certain reputation locally. He will not run." Lin Lilian chuckled, "Yu Shao has a point. Hatter is indeed quite well known around here. Cultivating a friendship with someone like him will greatly benefit your jade trading endeavors in Hotan." Yu Yu nodded slightly and added, "Forming connections with esteemed individuals like you, Xiao Lian, will be even more advantageous for my future." Lin Lilian smiled. "It is splendid that you see it this way. How did you manage to arrive in Hotan?" Yu Yu inquired. "Your association must have a presence here as well?" Lin Lilian laughed. "I actually sped straight across the desert. If it weren't for your thorough massage last night, I doubt I would have made it to Hotan at all. I would have been a mere heap of bones. As for your other question, once your business expands, you will find your people everywhere, much like the proliferation of mobile phone stores. The ghost market was evidently not that straightforward, and Yu chose not to expose this. He smiled and said, I see. If it weren't for the urgency, I too would enjoy traversing the desert as you did. Would you like another massage tonight? The second time will be less painful. Your body needs some reinforcement. Lin Lilian forced a smile. Well, let me think about it. The restaurant owner ushered everyone to a more favorable position, and the food and drink were promptly served anew. After a series of anguished cries echoed from downstairs, it gradually subsided, and Hatter approached with a young man who bore a slight resemblance to him. Hatter cupped his hands in apology. I sincerely apologize for any offense caused earlier. I, Hatter, humbly seek your forgiveness. He bowed deeply, and Yu admired this attitude of accountability. Is mere apology sufficient? Yu inquired, to which Hatter appeared taken aback, and the young man beside him displayed a hint of anger. Yu continued, as per our agreement, you must assist me in cutting my truckload of jade tonight. Hatter laughed heartily. Rest assured, I, Hatter, am a man of my word. Not only one truckload, but I could have 10 truckloads cut for you in a single night. Allow me to introduce my brother, Javier. He is eager to see that piece of mutton fat jade, so I brought him along. Then let us sit together and enjoy our meal while we converse, Yu suggested. The Hatter brothers took their seats, with Javier examining the mutton fat jade closely while Yu engaged Hatter in conversation. Hatter asked, Where did you acquire this jade material, boss Yu? Yu replied, I found it at a street stall for 2,000 yuan. Hatter marveled, Your luck is extraordinary. True mutton fat jade may only surface once or twice a year. Luck? Zhang Hongyi interjected. Our boss relies on his discerning eye rather than mere fortune. We purchased that entire truckload for less than 2 million. Once you finish cutting, it will be worth no less than 20 million. Really? Hatter gazed at Yu in astonishment, struggling to reconcile the image of a seemingly delicate, pampered rich heir with such remarkable discernment. Yu smiled. The goods are downstairs. Once opened, you will see for yourself. There are a total of 208 pieces. Aside from the 2 I marked that do not require cutting, please assist me with the others, ensuring none are wasted. Hatter assured him, Rest assured, none of my men would ever squander jade material. After our meal, I will personally oversee the cutting. Please send someone from your side to supervise as well. I will go. Zhang Hongyi volunteered. Su Guangzong added, I shall go during the first half of the night. Were it not for my age, I would truly wish to witness the cutting myself. Hatter, well-versed in the jade market, knew that to see a tenfold increase in price for locally purchased jade, one would need to uncover a far superior quality jade core within. However, given the notorious consistency of Hotan jade, such luck was rare. This thought ignited a flicker of eagerness within Hatter, and after hastily consuming a bit of food, he excused himself to commence cutting the jade. The others, having lost their appetite, swiftly concluded their dinner and departed, leaving only Yu Shurhan, and Lin Lilian to continue their leisurely meal. Lin Lilian remarked, You are quite composed, Yu Shao, allowing a newly acquainted individual to assist in cutting jade worth 20 million. Yu chuckled. It is because I understand people, and given your assurance of his credibility, I place my trust in him. Lin Lilian replied, I believe the former is far more crucial. What plans do you have for tomorrow? Yu, gazing intently at Lin Lilian, smiled. I haven't thought that far ahead. I'm focused on tonight's plans. In the vibrant auction, Lin Lilian smiled at Yu, saying, If those jade pieces are truly as remarkable as they seem, perhaps it would be wise for you to rest early, young Master Yu. Tomorrow promises to be exhausting. Yu replied with a smile, Not necessarily. I'm merely exercising my intellect. The real labor falls upon others. I might even return to Yanjing first thing in the morning, since I have already earned more than enough in deposits. Lin Lilian was taken aback. You came to Hatian merely to recoup your deposits? Yu responded with an enigmatic smile. Lin Lilian continued, There is no need for you to rush back to Yanjing. According to the latest news I've received, the ghost market is relocating, likely to the northwest region. Yu exclaimed, Is that so? How splendid! After finishing his meal, Yu visited Hatter's jade cutting workshop. It was a sizable establishment, bustling with several individuals operating various cutting machines. Some with gears, others with wires, each immersed in their labor. Crowds gathered around each cutting machine, as the news of Hatter's obligation to assist others in cutting jade had spread, and the potential for significant profits drew many eager spectators. Upon his arrival, Yu overheard a frustrated boss exclaim, "What a loss! I sold this piece of jade for 800, and now it could fetch at least 180,000. Laughter erupted, as others ribbed him. Another boss chimed in, "That's nothing. I parted with a piece of mutton fat jade for just 2,000, and now it's worth tenfold." The crowd grew rowdy, prompting Hatter to shout, "What's all this commotion? Beautiful jade chooses its master. If you cannot attain it, it simply means you are not destined for it." The workshop fell silent, and Yu stepped forward, saying, "A lack of destiny at one moment does not equate to a lifetime devoid of opportunities. Including this mutton fat jade. Anyone interested may make an offer. If it's suitable, it will be sold. Bidding will close tomorrow at 6. Make your offers, or you may find yourselves forever devoid of this chance. Can we take a look at that mutton fat jade?" The bosses pressed forward, their avaricious eyes fixated on Yu, as if they wished to devour him whole. "Certainly," Yu replied, "but there are only 10 slots available. You must select amongst yourselves and approach one by one." The bosses hastily nominated several reputable individuals, who then inspected the jade, which was roughly the size of a half-egg. Those who beheld it raved about its beauty, while those who hadn't felt a pang of envy. During this time, some bosses began negotiating prices for other already cut jade pieces, and the atmosphere grew increasingly animated. Lin Lillian leaned closer to Yu, whispering, "You could have our people cut these jade pieces. Based on their value, we could collectively acquire them without losing a single cent." Yu had other plans. Yet he replied with a grin, "I simply adore this auction atmosphere. Witnessing others fervently vying for something I have no intention of keeping is utterly delightful." Lin Lillian smiled coyly, yet her mind was racing. Yu was indeed orchestrating an auction, taking on the role of auctioneer himself. "Come one, come all, behold this jade. Its skin is vibrant, its flesh is abundant with water. Such a sizable piece is ample for crafting either a plaque or a bracelet. With a skilled artisan's touch, it could undoubtedly become a treasured heirloom." Yu's auction was remarkably successful. Each of his words resonated with potential buyers, who envisioned exquisite jade artifacts and could not restrain themselves from bidding. Lin Lillian observed coolly, thinking how easily swayed these individuals were by Yu's few words, but as the atmosphere intensified, she found herself involuntarily drawn into the bidding war. By approximately 11 o'clock, Yu had auctioned off a third of the jade, yielding over 10 million in returns, with the mutton fat white jade fetching an impressive 2.3 million. Exhausted, Yu concluded the auction, urging everyone to arrive early the following day before retreating to rest. Lin Lillian, snapping back to reality, realized she was drenched in sweat from excitement. The disappointed bosses departed, some already plotting to demonstrate their prowess in the morning. Lin Lillian calculated that if the remaining 2/3 of jade maintained a similar quality, the following auction could be even more intense, with bids potentially reaching 40 million. She mused that this fellow was indeed quite capable. They had underestimated him, and she needed to discuss this with her father. The next morning, as Yu continued the auction, he discovered that even more participants had gathered, and all the jade materials had been cut, hastening the auction process. The bidding intensified, surpassing everyone's expectations. The atmosphere was electric, drawing in increasing crowds, prompting local authorities to dispatch officers to maintain order until the final piece was auctioned off. As the spectators gradually dispersed, many bosses handed Yu their business cards, while others had set their sights on the remaining 2 pieces of jade. 079 Barefoot Quest for Jade. I want to sell those 2 pieces. Yu decisively declined, then turned to Hatter and asked, "When shall we depart? I can hardly wait to see the mine." Without hesitation, Hatter took Yu to his mining site. On the way, Yu Shirhan reported the recent earnings to Yu. They had purchased jade material for 189 million and sold it for a total of 41.3 million. Those who had previously doubted Yu's discerning eye were now convinced. Su Guangzong felt this most profoundly. He had spent countless years to earn merely 10 million, while Yu amassed 40 million in a single night. With such a talent for selecting jade, It was clear that Yu Yu would never incur losses, no matter where he ventured. Hatter was equally impressed. It was the first time he witnessed the continuous rise in value of Hutian jade, which he found utterly astonishing. He was eager to see what other remarkable feats Yu Yu could accomplish. Yu Yu's performance also left Lin Lilian and her associates astounded. His keen eye for quality jade made everyone regard him with renewed respect. The organizers of the ghost market had significantly altered their perception of Yu Yu. As he had anticipated, they recognized his lucrative potential and began contemplating how to cultivate his favor for their own advantage. The off-road vehicle arrived at Hatter's mine, where he attempted to pry into Yu Yu's background but found himself completely outmatched. Hatter's mine was located along the Yulong River, which had been divided into segments for leasing, with countless excavators and sorting machines operating along its length. At Hatter's site alone, over 20 excavators were at work, and the riverbanks were piled high with countless stones and gravel, devoid of any vegetation. Many individuals rummaged through the stone heaps, hoping to be the fortunate ones to unearth jade that had been overlooked. "Disappointed, are we?" Hatter remarked to Yu Yu. "Every time I come here, I feel like giving myself a slap for turning my mother river into this state. Yet, when I count the cash each day, I conveniently forget about it." Yu Yu smiled and said, "Humans are inherently drawn to profit. If you don't mind, others will, possibly causing even greater harm to your mother river." Hatter gave Yu Yu a thumbs up, and Yu Yu said, "I'm off to find some souvenirs. If you wish to broaden your horizons, come along." Yu Yu removed his shoes and socks, strolling barefoot on the towering piles of pebbles, striving to clear his mind and sense any spiritual energy beneath his feet. The cacophony of excavators failed to disturb his focus. However, the stones that had been sifted through by countless others offered little in the way of hidden treasures. Furthermore, with his current abilities limited, he couldn't delve deeper into the earth to sense anything more profound. After half an hour, aside from accumulating fine sand on his feet and feeling the heat, Yu Yu had found nothing. He thought to himself that perhaps he was being too hasty and decided to treat the day as a mere excursion for relaxation. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly sensed a faint spiritual energy beneath his feet. Although it was not particularly strong, it was a welcome discovery. Observing Yu Yu's halt, Yu Shirhan suggested, "Brother Yu, why not take a break? You've been busy for quite a while, and look at that beautiful patch of grass over there. Shall we stroll over?" The grass she pointed to was not far from the Yulong River. Yu Yu replied with a smile, "Sure, but first I need to vent my frustration on this stone." With that, Yu jumped down and instructed Zhang Hongyi, "Go, help me smash that stone." Without hesitation, Zhang Hongyi approached and struck the pillow-sized pebble against another stone. With a sharp crack, the pebble broke apart, revealing a pristine white interior. Su Guangzong hurriedly crouched down to examine it closely. The fracture was smooth and refined. Apart from a layer more than an inch thick, it revealed a unique semi-transparent milky white substance. Su Guangzong exclaimed excitedly, "Little Yu, this isn't just a stone. It's jade." Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, while the surrounding jade miners gathered enviously. Yu Yu grinned and declared, "This large piece belongs to Elder Su, and the smaller one to Zhang Hongyi. This is your first month's salary for following me. How does that feel?" "Awesome," Zhang Hongyi quickly responded, having gained insight over the past few days and realizing that the piece he held could fetch at least 10,000. "I'm glad you're pleased. Xiaohan, let us head over there to rest for a bit." The patch of grass by the Yulong River was peculiar. It stretched out into an endless expanse nearby but narrowed into a green line in the distance, resembling an inner stream flowing into a large lake. As Yu Yu stepped onto the grass barefoot, he suddenly felt a subtle spiritual energy beneath him. Startled, he recognized that this energy was emanating from deeper underground, rather than from the gravel below. What did this signify? Excited, Yu told Yu Shirhan, "I need to sit down and meditate for a while. Xiaohan, please ensure no one approaches me." She quickly agreed. Yu Yu promptly sat cross-legged, attentively sensing and attempting to absorb the elusive spiritual energy. 080 The hidden treasure. Lin Lilian approached and inquired if Yu Shao was practicing Qigong. Yu Shirhan, with a stiff demeanor, retorted that it was none of her business and questioned why she was so curious. Lin Lilian smiled gently, expressing her concern for Yu Shao's well-being, wondering if there might be a better remedy for his condition. Yu Shirhan replied that, if a solution existed, it would have been applied already, and there was no need for her input. Lin Lilian insisted that her intentions were genuine, suggesting that while others may be helpless, perhaps Gu Yishuan possessed a remedy. Suddenly, Yu Shirhan's expression shifted, and she grasped Lin Lilian's hand, urging her to assist the young master, as his condition was perilous. Lin Lilian recalled her father's words about the fatal nature of the Nine-Yang absolute vein, a disease deemed incurable, and acknowledged that Yu Yu's survival until now was nothing short of miraculous. As she consoled Yu Shirhan, her gaze fell upon Yu Yu, noticing his flushed cheeks, which indeed suggested a severe ailment, stirring a flicker of compassion in her heart. Unbeknownst to them, Yu Yu's rosy complexion stemmed from excitement, as he had confirmed that beneath their feet lay a vast jade mine, buried deep within the earth. The abundant reserves allowed spiritual energy to gradually permeate the surface, which he had sensed. If the grass-covered areas concealed similar jade deposits beneath, then the expansive grassy lakes and rivers could potentially harbor countless treasures. Yu Yu was exhilarated, for this indicated a continuous source of spiritual energy, making the healing of his Nine-Yang absolute vein a tangible possibility. However, he knew that now was not the time to excavate this immense jade mine, for should the news spread, it would no longer belong to him. Thus, he resolved to proceed with utmost caution. As Yu Yu slowly opened his eyes, Yu Shirhan immediately asked how he felt. He replied that he felt much better, as the environment here was far superior to the previous location, where he could scarcely endure a moment. Yu Shirhan agreed, lamenting that the riverside, which should have been a flourishing oasis, resembled a dump instead. Lin Lilian then posed a question to Yu Xiao about the peculiar growth of the grass in the area. Yu Yu felt a shiver of apprehension and acknowledged that it was indeed strange, suggesting they inquire with Hatter about the unusual grass growth. Shortly thereafter, Hatter arrived, and Yu Yu asked him about the oddity of the grass and whether jade might lie beneath. Hatter chuckled, recounting how others had entertained similar thoughts, only to dig down 20 meters with an excavator, finding not a single jade stone. They had faced penalties for damaging the natural turf, and tests confirmed that the soil beneath the grass was merely desert sand, deposited long ago by a flood. Perhaps, in ancient times, this area had been an inland lake. With their doubts dispelled, Yu Yu returned to Hatter's mine to sift through gemstones for nearly 2 hours, ultimately acquiring 5 sizable jade stones, eliciting envy from the other jade gatherers. However, he deemed the success rate a waste of time and opted to abandon the endeavor. As Yu Yu prepared to leave, a young jade gatherer called out to him, beseeching him to teach the secrets of jade finding, promising to share a portion of his future earnings. Yu Yu, with utmost seriousness, replied that it was quite simple. Remove your shoes and feel the stones beneath your feet. Whether they are jade or mere stones depends on your own intuition. As the vehicle departed, the jade gatherers discarded their shoes to stand upon the stones, feeling around. How foolish they are, Zhang Hongyi laughed. They truly believe they can discern jade merely by standing barefoot on the stones. Yu Yu closed his eyes to rest, advising Zhang. There exists a saying, speak cautiously and act wisely. Less talk and more action will serve you well. Zhang Hongyi scratched his head, perplexed. Lin Lilian remarked that although the stones appeared identical, there was a notable difference in specific heat between jade and ordinary stones, inquiring if Yu Xiao agreed with her understanding. Yu Yu replied that it was somewhat accurate, acknowledging that perhaps some individuals could discern the distinction, though he himself could not. The group fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter, leaving Zhang Hongyi even more bewildered. Lin Lilian's probing questions seemed to harbor ulterior motives, while Yu Yu's ambiguous responses yielded no substantial leads for her. Upon returning to Hatian, Yu Yu intended to rest before boarding a military flight back to Urumqi that evening. News of his return spread swiftly, drawing many visitors with various motives, yet Yu Yu declined to meet with any of them. Later, around 9 o'clock, Yu Yu arrived in Urumqi, inviting everyone to explore the night market, sample local delicacies, and purchase souvenirs to take home. Lin Lilian received a phone call and informed Yu Yu that the time and location for the ghost market had been confirmed, scheduled for the following day in Xi'an, asking if he needed her to book tickets. Xi'an? Yu Yu smiled. What a splendid place. I have longed to visit. Lin Lilian smiled back, asking if Yu Xiao intended to rest early or had other plans for the evening. In the bustling night market, Yu Yu remarked, well, Those 2 jade materials are rather cumbersome. I intend to process them tonight. Lin Lillian, taken aback by Yu Yu's words, could only watch his retreating figure in silence, stamping her foot in frustration. Yu Yu felt a sense of secret satisfaction. Last night he had hinted to Lin Lillian, who had chosen to ignore him, and tonight she was tasked with winning him over. He deliberately chose not to respond, confident that she could not escape his grasp. Delaying his acceptance would only yield greater rewards. Lin Lillian, no fool herself, suspected that Yu Yu was retaliating for her previous night's behavior, and thus she refrained from provoking him, resulting in a stalemate between them. Upon returning to his hotel, Yu Yu indeed moved the 2 pieces of jade into his room, taking up his carving knife to begin his work. Typically, a sculptor would first examine the jade's shape and hue, then conceive an idea before sketching it out before making any cuts. However, Yu Yu plunged right in, unfettered by prior contemplation, which allowed him to carve with remarkable speed. As he cradled the jade material, gradually revealing its form, Yu Yu was oblivious to its quality. He felt an intense connection with the jade, attuned to every crack and pore, devoid of any preconceived notions, simply following the jade's natural veins with his knife. In a short span, a jade ornament emerged before him. This oval piece, approximately a foot in length, retained much of its brown skin, resembling a large bowl filled with clear water. Strangely, the surface of the water was not smooth. Amidst the shimmering, a slender verdant island rose, crowned by a fountain that surged into the air, beside which a sailboat bravely navigated the waves. Jade Shirhan, witnessing the transformation of a speckled jade piece into an exquisite ornament, exclaimed, "Brother Yu, it's truly beautiful. You are incredible." Yu Yu, equally pleased, responded, "It's all right. I'm tired now. I'll put the remaining jade away and rest. When I have time, I shall carve a bracelet for you." Pouting, Jade Shirhan retorted, "Why not carve one for Miss Lin instead?" Yu Yu chuckled, "Her standards are too high. She wouldn't appreciate such material." Jade Shirhan, now irritated, huffed, "Then let her tidy up after you." Fuming, Jade Shirhan stormed off, while Yu Yu smiled faintly, dismissing the need to clean up, opting instead for a shower and rest. Early the next morning, Yu Yu and his companions flew to Xi'an. Transporting large jade pieces on a commercial flight posed some challenges. Yet these concerns did not trouble Yu Yu. The night market, dubbed the Ghost Market, operated primarily in the depths of night, granting Yu Yu ample time to indulge in the splendor of this historic city. After a brief rest, he headed straight for the Terracotta Army. While the Huaqing Pool could be skipped, the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang was a must-see. The grandeur of the Qin Shi Huang mausoleum was indeed awe-inspiring, though it was regrettable that the artifacts like the terracotta warriors had long been unearthed. Their former vitality now faded. After exploring for a full 2 hours, Yu Yu prepared to leave. Just as he exited, a group approached him, shrouded in mystery, attempting to sell what they claimed were rare items. A mere glance sufficed for Yu Yu to dismiss them. Such blatant frauds could only fool unsuspecting tourists or those lacking common sense. After gathering his strength, Yu Yu finally received precise information about the Ghost Market. It opened at 10 o'clock at night and closed by 3 in the morning, located not in the city center, but rather in the outskirts. Yu Yu paid a 10 million deposit to obtain a prepaid card for use at the Ghost Market. As the hour approached, a luxurious vehicle arranged by the enigmatic Guishuan whisked them away from the city. Guishuan had implemented stringent security and confidentiality measures. Upon boarding the vehicle, all passengers were required to power down their electronic devices and deposit cash and other valuables into a safe that could be locked with their own fingerprint and password. Each person received a phone for internal communication, but external calls were forbidden. If any auction activities were to occur, the phones could instantly transform into secret bidding devices. Upon arrival, they discovered a large expanse of land, encircled and transformed into a makeshift circus-like arena. From the outside, the market appeared modest. But once inside and navigating the maze, they found a hidden world. Medium-sized tents formed concentric circles around a central giant tent, where buyers and sellers could rest, and those unable to display all their goods outside could showcase them within their tents. Though it was not yet 10 o'clock, numerous sellers were already displaying their wares at their stalls. Prior to the official opening, the prepaid card could not be used for transactions, Yet this did not hinder buyers from inspecting items and negotiating prices. Once the market opened for business, many items would likely change hands in an instant. Yu also displayed the ornament he had carved the previous night, clearly labeled with its name and price. Heavenly fish from the North Sea, 5000,000 to take away. In the ghost market, Yu inquired, "Is this price correctly marked?" Su Guangzong asked in astonishment. Yu smiled, replying, "It's not mispriced. They can buy or not as they please. I shall take a look around." The ghost market resembled a shallow river, where each individual must navigate carefully, and the ability to avoid stumbling relies entirely on one's skill. Thus, the term navigate is particularly apt for such a market. The vendors at the ghost market were industrious, with many stalls already set up at the entrances of their tents, illuminated by oil lamps, evoking a nostalgic ambience. However, akin to any antique market, the assortment of items for sale was vast yet varied in quality, with numerous counterfeit items mixed amongst the genuine treasures. To avoid being deceived, one must possess exceptional discernment. Yu's intent diverged from the majority of visitors who sought bargains or authentic pieces. His purpose was far simpler. He wished to ascertain whether the newly unearthed artifacts possessed any spiritual essence. If he stumbled upon something appealing at a reasonable price, he would consider purchasing one or two items. As for Yu's discerning eye, it was unparalleled, especially from the perspective of one who had lived for over 10,000 years. The methods of forgers appeared almost childishly naive. Yu quickly assessed various stalls, often passing by with a mere glance, but occasionally pausing to examine one or two items more closely. Soon, he discovered two pieces, a Shoshan stone seal and a stone inkstone, radiating a profound spiritual energy. Holding them in his hands, he absorbed their essence before inquiring of the vendor, "How much for these two? Do you have any similar items? If the price is right, I would consider purchasing them all." The vendor shot Yu a sidelong glance and, with a hint of sarcasm, replied, "We're out of stock, but there are other fine items. Choose a couple more." Yu set down the two pieces, lamenting, "What a pity." As he turned to leave, the vendor called out, "We may be out here, but I have more at home. If you truly desire them, meet me tomorrow at noon at the foolish restaurant across from Xi'an railway station, and someone will guide you." Yu agreed, asking, "And how much for these two?" He spent 30,000 yuan on the two items, a somewhat steep price, but he was confident he would recoup his investment. He continued to explore other stalls, discovering various raw toys. After some interactions, he made direct purchases at times while arranging to view other items with vendors at different times. Unbeknownst to him, Yu and his companions were being observed, and soon news of his activities reached Lin Lilian. Upon reviewing the information, she thought to herself, "I hadn't anticipated this fellow to be so adept at selecting raw toys. However, he seems to favor stone and jade items. I wonder how he fares with other materials." Summoning an assistant, she issued a few instructions before making her way to Yu. "Young Master Yu," Lin Lilian greeted with a smile. "Have you found anything of interest?" Yu looked up and replied, "Just browsing. Do you have any noteworthy items to recommend?" Lin Lilian responded, "I must confess, I am not well versed in antiques. I seek your guidance on some items we possess. Could you assist us?" The vendor looked on in astonishment, pondering how this young man had garnered the attention of someone from Gui Xian. A remarkable feat indeed. "Are you in a hurry?" Yu asked. "If not, I intend to peruse at my own pace."
Lin Lilian smiled. "No rush."
"Take your time, but do try to finish before the auction commences in the central tent." Nodding, Yu resumed his leisurely exploration of the ghost market. Despite tea in the midst of a calm selection of items, Yu was approached by Lin Lilian, who inquired if he had time to assist her. Yu welcomed her back, expressing his anticipation and questioning whether the specter had been dealt with. Lin Lilian chuckled, dismissing the notion of any ghostly apparitions as mere misunderstandings. Yu, however, was direct, stating that he would not engage in subterfuge, regardless of her denial. With a playful smile, Lin Lilian urged him to first examine the items before elaborating further. She led him to a tent in the southern direction, which was not open to customers. Inside, a series of wooden frames displayed an array of antiques, varying in size and style, seemingly from different eras. Yu Yu picked up a porcelain vase for inspection, casually questioning what exactly she required his assistance with, given the multitude of skilled individuals under her command. Lin Lilian admitted that it was indeed a test, but not one related to her establishment. Rather, it was her personal intent. She revealed there were 5 fakes and 5 genuine items among the displayed pieces and asked Yu Yu to identify them. As he carelessly set down the vase, it slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor. Unperturbed, Yu Yu inquired about the benefits of passing this test. Lin Lilian, with a charming smile, indicated that should he succeed, they could uncover various sources of dark energy and even allow him to invest in their endeavors, ensuring his future prosperity, and potentially aiding the Yu family in regaining its former glory. Yu Yu expressed interest, questioning whether the sources of this dark energy included her. Lin Lilian's smile faltered momentarily before she regained her composure, assuring him that should he cooperate, there were many women far superior to her available. Yu Yu clarified that he sought assistance in locating a woman of the Nine lineage, or at the very least, someone of her caliber. He unfurled a landscape painting attributed to a Ming dynasty artist, inhaling its essence deeply before questioning if it could still be considered genuine, having been unearthed for over 6 months. Lin Lilian clarified that it needed to be within 3 months. He then returned the painting, prompting her to explain the earlier commotion, assuring her that Xiaohan would keep it confidential. Lin Lilian disclosed that a foot had been thrown over a temporary wall, landing in a customer's tent and startling her. Yu Yu queried if the foot was genuine, tossing a jade pendant to her. She confirmed it was indeed a right foot, with dried blood indicating it had been severed for several days and preserved in formaldehyde. Yu Yu asked about the ghostly rumors. Lin Lilian recounted witness accounts of a shadow scaling the wall before vanishing, and despite dispatching someone to pursue, they were unsuccessful in catching up, noting the individual's remarkable speed. Yu Yu remarked on the impressive abilities of their elusive foe. With a hint of concern, Lin Lilian hesitated before requesting Yu Yu's assistance in resolving the matter. He offered to help locate the source of the dismemberment. Lin Lilian agreed to suppress the incident and dispose of the foot, but expressed her fears that it might lead to further complications in the future. Yu Yu acknowledged the potential troubles in not clarifying the situation. Lin Lilian sighed, lamenting that despite many markets being held, this was her first encounter with such significant trouble. Yu Yu gently squeezed her hand, reassuring her of his decision to assist. As he discarded several counterfeit items, they shattered, prompting Lin Lilian to exclaim in dismay over the fate of a particular teapot. Yu Yu suggested that their appraiser should reassess the authenticity of their items. Lin Lilian, observing Yu Yu's confidence, wondered if their appraiser had indeed erred. Having exceeded her expectations, Yu Yu sought permission to examine the scene and the severed foot. Lin Lilian nodded, leading him to the area where the foot had fallen. They found the vicinity cleared, and she indicated where the foot had landed, noting a stain on the tent, while the ground bore no trace of the incident. The severed foot was presented to Yu Yu, encased in a box. As he opened it, the sense of formaldehyde and a hint of decay wafted through the air. The foot, preserved yet swollen, indicated that its owner had been of a larger stature. Donning disposable gloves, Yu Yu scrutinized the foot, while Lin Lilian marveled at his serious demeanor, aware that those privy to his true identity would be astonished by his composed examination. Yu Yu quickly reached a conclusion, stating the deceased was a middle-aged male, approximately 30 to 40 years old, standing around 165 centimeters tall, with a slightly corpulent physique, weighing between 150 to 160 pounds. He noted the absence of wounds or old scars on the residual limb, the soles showing minimal callus, and the neatly trimmed nails suggesting a life of comfort and minimal stress, indicative of someone from a middle to upper-class background. Beside him, Yu Shihan took notes, interjecting that they had only seen one leg and questioned whether its owner might still be alive. 084 The Butcher of Corpses. Yu Yu remarked that there is indeed a possibility, but if he were not dead, why would a leg be discarded here? For now, we can only assume he has perished, and the murderer inadvertently tossed it our way while disposing of the body. Lin Lilian expressed her hope that this was the case, but emphasized the urgent need to locate the perpetrator. If he were captured by the police, it would certainly cause us some trouble. Yu Yu inquired how she intended to deal with him once found. Lin Lilian smiled and replied, "I will manage it." Yu Yu suspected her method would likely involve silencing him permanently, But he chose to disregard that and continued, "The severed leg has a clean cut. From the skin to the tendons, it appears to have been expertly sliced with the bones and meniscus intact. The murderer displayed remarkable precision, akin to surgical skill. Additionally, considering the presence of formaldehyde used for body preservation, the individual we seek is likely a surgeon." Lynn Lillian furrowed her brow, contemplating another possibility, and subtly signaled one of her subordinates, who promptly turned and left. Yu returned the leg to its place and stated that the clues currently visible were limited. They should also check outside the surrounding wall. Lynn Lillian nodded, and her subordinate moved to create an opening in the makeshift wall behind the tent. Yu illuminated the area with a flashlight, first inspecting the wall where a ghostly figure was said to have once stood. This wall, constructed of iron sheeting, bore remnants of soil, though it seemed to be local dirt and of little significance. He then stepped outside the wall. Beyond the enclosure lay sparse woods, the ground dry and firm, making it unlikely to retain any traces. Nevertheless, Yu scrutinized the area. Aside from some dried formaldehyde stains, he discovered a few chaotic footprints but nothing else of note. He remarked, "From these marks, it appears the murderer stood here to throw the body inside. The leg weighs approximately 15 pounds. To hurl it over the wall and land it on a tent 6 to 7 meters away requires considerable strength." Lynn Lillian replied, "My people climbed over the wall directly and reported seeing nothing. It seemed the traces on the wall were of little value." Yu gazed into the dark expanse, lamenting, "What a pity. If only we had a tracking dog." "Xiaolian, are you certain you won't consider alerting the authorities?" Lynn Lillian gave a wry smile. "Do you really think I can call the police?" Yu stated, "Then I can assist you no further. Over the next few days, keep a close ear to police reports. Should another body be discovered elsewhere, let the dog gnaw on this leg for a moment, and then dispose of it in a conspicuous location nearby. Generally, if the police find the remains, as long as they have a rough idea of the location, they won't delve too deeply." Lynn Lillian replied with a bitter smile, "Let us hope so." Yu cast one last glance at the silent field, saying, "The murderer is quite audacious." He first tossed the severed leg inside, then climbed the wall to investigate upon hearing the screams, leading the eyewitnesses to mistakenly believe he was a ghost. It is possible the murderer still lurks nearby, perplexed as to how such a crowded gathering could exist in a seemingly deserted circus. He must be eager to uncover the truth. As they all gazed into the distance, a chill wind swept through, filling their hearts with foreboding. It seemed the darkness concealed some unknown peril. Perhaps the murderer truly remained hidden in the vicinity. "All right, I'm feeling a bit fatigued," Yu said. "Is it possible to commence the auction early?" His suggestion mirrored the sentiments of many. Thus, the ghost market concluded prematurely. Most attendees departed in dedicated vehicles, while a handful chose to remain for the auction. Yu intended to see what treasures the auction might hold and returned to his stall, where he found Zhang Hongyi dozing beside the ornament. "Brother Yu, your ornament remains unsold." Lynn Lillian chuckled. "Isn't that price a bit steep?" Yu dismissed her concern, stating, "It's merely a matter of their ignorance. I'll personally showcase it at the auction. A sale of 10 million would still be deemed insufficient." "Really?" Lynn Lillian expressed surprise, aware of the jade's value. In her estimation, Yu's piece could only be considered first-rate jade. Despite his adept craftsmanship, the design had flaws. It would be reasonable to fetch a few 100,000, yet surpassing 1 million seemed improbable, let alone reaching 10 million. Yu indeed carried his Baiming has fish ornament to the central tent of the ghost market, preparing to partake in the auction. Inside the tent resembled a miniature auction house. Attendees found places to sit. Although many had left, around 50 to 60 remained within the tent. "Young Master Yu," someone greeted, "I didn't see you earlier. I thought you wouldn't come. Come, sit with us." Yu had not encountered the man before, but had seen his photograph. He approached with a smile. "Ah, it's Boss Bai. Thank you for facilitating my entry into the ghost market. Without your guidance, I would have never found my way." Bai Hongsheng, round-faced and slightly plump, resembled the director Wang Jin from Hong Kong when he smiled. He cheerfully replied, "It was my pleasure. Young Master Yu, have you found anything to your liking?" Yu responded, "Just a couple of inexpensive trinkets." "And you, Boss Bai? Have you secured anything of value?" Bai Hongsheng shook his head. I was a bit weary from last night's drinking. I dozed off and awoke just in time for the auction. Yu chuckled. Well, don't hesitate when the moment arises. Act decisively when necessary. Bai Hongsheng whispered. I fear a lull during the auction. Have you heard? The butcher of corpses has infiltrated the ghost market. He specializes in targeting the wealthy. Be cautious and avoid drawing attention to yourself. It would be disastrous to attract his gaze. The butcher of corpses? Yu confessed he had not heard of such a figure. Bai Hongsheng lowered his voice. You haven't heard? It's understandable. The police have hushed the matter. Reports suggest he has killed at least 3, disposing of dismembered bodies in crowded areas. Rumors have spread throughout the region. Yu pondered. I was unaware of this. Is he specifically targeting the affluent? Is it a matter of envy or robbery? Bai Hongsheng shook his head. I cannot say. Yu contemplated silently. If the tale of the butcher of corpses had circulated widely, it was unlikely that the influential Guishuan would remain ignorant. Why was Lin Lilian concealing this from him? The auction commenced, beginning with a copper-gilded statue of the Buddha, standing over a foot tall. The auctioneer, astutely aware of the attendees' unease, chose to present the statue first to calm the atmosphere. In the northern wilderness, there exists a mythical creature known as Kuan. Businesspeople generally hold faith in deities and often partake in the veneration of Buddha. Many are willing to pay a handsome sum to bring a statue of the Buddha into their homes for protection. The statue before them exuded an air of solemnity and dignity, making it an ideal centerpiece for domestic worship. Indeed, once the statue was unveiled, it seemed to immediately dispel the unease lingering in the hearts of the attendees, leading them to fervently engage in the spirited bidding war. The gilded bronze Buddha statue commenced bidding at 500,000, with an estimated value of approximately 1,500,000. However, this valuation was quickly surpassed. Even Yu joined in the fray, placing a bid of 2,100,000, ultimately leading to the statue being purchased by a gentleman, identified by Hongsheng as a coal mine owner from Shaanxi, for 2,501,000. The second item up for auction was Yu's jade artifact, with the auctioneer announcing an opening bid of 1 million. 2 businessmen approached to inspect it but left without uttering a word, suggesting a potential pass on the item. Observing the situation, Yu stood up and boldly declared that they lacked an understanding of the true secret behind the piece. In the northern wilderness, there exists Kuan. How can there be water without it? She then urged the auctioneer to pour a bottle of mineral water into the ocean depicted within the artifact. The crowd gasped, realizing that the piece belonged to Yu. The auctioneer, upon receiving the go-ahead from Lin Lilian, called for someone to fetch the mineral water. Bai Hongsheng, astonished, remarked, Yu, is that piece really yours? It seems undervalued based on the introduction. Yu replied, wait until the water is poured. You'll see for yourself. As the mineral water was gently poured onto the artifact, it flowed rapidly over the edges, spilling onto the ground due to Yu's omission of a large arm at the border. The auctioneer, possessing considerable expertise in appraisal, scrutinized the unfolding scene. Miraculously, the water formed an elliptical shape around the small island, resembling a lens, and suddenly, a massive fish shape appeared beneath it. Initially, the auctioneer thought he was mistaken, but upon closer inspection, he exclaimed in astonishment, indeed, there is a fish. The island is actually the fish's back, the fountain is its head, and there are 2 smaller whales nearby. Incredible. This is the most exquisite piece of craftsmanship I have ever encountered. The auctioneer's revelation left the audience in awe. Lin Lilian was the first to approach for a closer look, and upon observing the lens effect created by the water, she was utterly convinced. It was not only a whale's shape but appeared to move, as if 3 whales were gliding gracefully beneath the surface. The once intrusive fountain now seemed a masterpiece of artistry. As the auctioneer spoke, the crowd marveled, and many rushed to inspect the artifact. Bai Hongsheng and the 2 businessmen returned for a closer look, each expressing their admiration for the exquisite craftsmanship. The term masterful ingenuity does not merely refer to technical prowess but rather to the clever conception of transforming materials that might otherwise be overlooked or deemed flawed into breathtaking designs. This is the true essence of masterful ingenuity. In the northern wilderness, there lives a fish named Kuan. The size is unfathomable, stretching for thousands of miles. When transformed into a bird, it becomes known as Peng, whose wings, when enraged, are said to resemble clouds hanging low in the sky. The design of UU's artifact was not only clever but rich in meaning, quickly elevating it from obscurity to high demand. Who wouldn't wish to be that fish that one day soars as a great pung? Moreover, the artifact was particularly well suited for showcasing one's status, igniting fervent enthusiasm among the attendees. Following the commencement of the auction, nearly every businessman present entered the bidding war, feeling the intensity of competition and the thrill of the contest as the bid amounts scrolled on the screen. The auction progressed fervently yet quietly, adhering to the ghost market's esteemed tradition. Participants operated solely through their mobile devices, with successful bids resulting in direct transfers of funds, ensuring anonymity for both buyer and seller and preserving their privacy. 2 million. 5 million. The artifact rapidly ascended to an extraordinary price point. The bidding had transcended mere acquisition of an item and had evolved into a matter of prestige. Suddenly, the bid leapt to 10 million, leaving many businessmen scrambling to update their offers, only to find themselves outpaced. 10 million, the auctioneer exclaimed, announcing the highest bid reached. Is there any bidder willing to exceed 10 million? The crowd calmed, as this figure far exceeded expectations. Despite its remarkable craftsmanship, the material itself placed a limitation on its ultimate value. If only the artisan, known as Kaiyuan, had a bit more renown, it might have been a different story. But alas, no one had heard of him. 10 million was truly bid. Lin Lilian gazed at Yu in astonishment. However, upon noticing Bai Hongsheng beside her, she suddenly understood the situation. Yu had intentionally allowed Bai Hongsheng to drive the price of the northern wilderness as fish to such heights. But why? The ghost market charged a 15% commission, making it an unwise decision. Lin Lilian realized she had misjudged Yu's intentions. The circumstances were entirely different from her assumptions. Yu had not prompted Bai Hongsheng to bid. Rather, Bai was eager to place the bid himself. His strategy was to raise the price significantly at once, avoiding prolonged bidding wars that might have ensued with smaller increments. Indeed, no one continued to compete. Mr. Bai, was that your bid? Yu exclaimed. I'm flattered you hold me in such high regard. It's truly unforgettable. Bai Hongsheng chuckled. This is a long-term investment. I have faith in you. Is this your first piece on the market? He continued. Do you know what price some of Qi Baishure's once ignored drafts are fetching today? Yu replied, I never imagined you would value me so highly. Perhaps in a few days, I shall write a piece titled The Great Pung Ode for you. Bai Hongsheng, aware of the backstory of Li Bai's The Great Pung Ode, laughed. This time you has truly surprised me. I shall ensure your masterpiece is framed and displayed beside the northern wilderness as fish. Their rapport blossomed, and they engaged in lively conversation. Following 2 rounds of heated bidding, the auction's fervor began to wane, despite the auctioneer's desperate attempts to revive it. Yu had not intended to purchase anything, but when the auctioneer introduced a high mountain and flowing water, Zhongni-style guqin crafted by the esteemed Jin Gonglu of the Southern Song dynasty, her interest was piqued. At the rendezvous, the proprietors present were likely unfamiliar with the art of playing the guqin. However, this did not deter them from investing in collections and showcasing their wealth. As soon as the instrument was displayed, numerous attendees approached to examine it, including Yu. The guqin's body exuded an air of antiquity, devoid of excessive ornamentation or intricate carvings, with only the inscription of high mountains and flowing water and the craftsman's signature gracing the head of the instrument. The body was adorned with natural ice crack patterns, suggesting its authenticity. After the inspection, a female musician seated herself gracefully and played a segment of high mountains and flowing water, lasting approximately 2 minutes. The melodious and haunting sound captivated the audience. While the uninitiated merely appreciated its beauty, Yu discerned the quality of the instrument, recognizing its pleasing tone and accurate pitch, deeming it a worthy acquisition if the price was reasonable. The starting bid for the guqin was set at 1 million, a modest sum for a masterpiece from a renowned Song dynasty artisan. However, as the auction commenced, no one dared to place a bid, preferring to observe their competitors' actions. Yu, demonstrating unwavering resolve, placed a bid of 4 million, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. This bold move silenced further bids, and Yu secured the guqin. Unbeknownst to anyone, she had made the bid until the conclusion of the ghost market. When the instrument was delivered, and realization dawned upon the attendees. By this time, Bai Hongsheng had departed, and Yu Yu awaited the arrival of Lin Lilian. The crowd dispersed swiftly, akin to a traveling circus, leaving the venue to return to its original state. Lin Lilian arrived fashionably late. Upon entering the vehicle, she inquired, "Yu Xiao, were you waiting for me?" Yu Yu, in the midst of a tense encounter, Yu Yu furrowed her brow, questioning the meaning of Lu Zhongxin's words. With a clap of his hands, several young men armed with clubs and other weapons rushed out from the back room. Lu Zhongxin coldly instructed them to capture Yu Yu and demand all her valuables, including bank cards and passwords, threatening them with dire consequences if she refused. Yu Yu, indignant, declared that she had come sincerely to make a purchase and questioned whether they were not afraid of being ridiculed for their actions. With a wave of his hand, Lu Zhongxin commanded his men to seize her, declaring that she belonged to him and warning others to stay away. The group laughed and surged forward, but Zhang Hongyi, whom they aimed to subdue, took a few steps back in fear. Yu Yu, enraged by their intentions to rob and harm her, silently stepped forward and seized a wooden stick. With a swift motion, she swept it across the attackers as if reaping wheat, knocking them down one by one, their cries of pain echoing as they clutched their legs on the ground. Lu Zhongxin, who had been grinning, was suddenly taken aback by the sight. In an instant, Yu Yu stood before him, delivering a blow to his knees, causing him to cry out in agony as he knelt before her. Zhang Hongyi felt a sense of déjà vu, recalling how Yu Yu had previously subdued him in a similar manner. Lu Zhongxin's gang had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. With a decisive kick, Yu Yu sent Lu Zhongxin sprawling, her hard-soled shoe pressing against his face as she rubbed it in with force. With a mocking laugh, she taunted them, questioning how they could dare to threaten someone of her stature with such a pathetic number of men. Did they regret their choices now? Screaming in pain, Lu Zhongxin attempted to push her foot away, but his efforts were futile against her strength. Yu Shihan and Zhang Hongyi also joined in, delivering kicks to the fallen assailants. Suddenly, a commanding voice called for them to stop. A slender middle-aged man emerged from the back room. It was the stall owner who had met with Yu Yu the previous night. "Stop," Yu Yu replied with a cold smile. "You didn't say that when they tried to attack me." The man insisted it was all a misunderstanding, claiming he had sent his son to fetch someone, unaware of his ill intentions. He expressed deep regret for the incident and requested that Yu Yu allow him to discipline his son. Yu Yu scoffed at his words, stating that she would not be fooled so easily. Lu Yiwen, his expression grave, asked what she wanted. Yu Yu demanded a sum of 10 million as compensation for her distress, along with a ride to the train station courtesy of his son. Lu Yiwen sneered, revealing a homemade pistol, asserting that even if she was formidable, she could not outrun a bullet. Yu Yu, unfazed, challenged him to fire, questioning who would meet their end first, his son or herself. With a grimace, Lu Yiwen aimed his weapon at Zhang Hongyi, confident in his shooting skills, intending to instill fear. However, as he pulled the trigger, an old injury flared painfully, causing his aim to falter and the bullet to strike a young man who had just risen from the ground. The young man staggered, clutching his abdomen where blood began to flow, before collapsing unconscious. Lu Yiwen was horrified. He had inadvertently harmed his own nephew. Yu Yu, with a smile, encouraged him to take another shot, curious who would be the next victim. Lu Yiwen, taken aback by her calm demeanor in the face of danger, demanded to know who she was. "Your concern is irrelevant," Yu Yu replied. "I suggest you throw down your weapon. Those who are foolish enough to tempt fate will see who remains standing in the end." With gritted teeth, Lu Yiwen fired at Yu Yu. In that instant, his foot betrayed him, tripping over the remnants of his past injuries, causing him to stumble and inadvertently direct the gun at his own son. The shot rang out, and Lu Zhongxin screamed in agony as blood erupted from his shoulder. Yu Yu coldly taunted him, daring him to fire again, assuring him that the bullet would not strike his son's head. Panic surged within Lu Yiwen as he realized the gravity of his situation. He was faced with a choice. Reluctantly, he tossed the gun at Yu Yu's feet, conceding defeat and pleading for his son and nephew to be taken to the hospital. Yu Yu picked up the firearm, noting it still contained a bullet. She remarked on the difficulty of explaining a gunshot wound at a hospital. Lu Yiwen, desperate, insisted that preserving their lives was paramount, regardless of the consequences. Yu suggested that they could manage their injuries without needing hospital care. You consider this merely a flesh wound? Lu Yuan exclaimed in relief, calling out for his son and nephew, worried for their well-being. Yu turned to leave, cautioning him to refrain from further tricks, warning that the consequences would be dire. Lu Yuan quickly agreed, assuring her that he would not dare cross her again. He summoned his brother, Lu Yiqian, to attend to Yu and her companions, leading them further into the establishment. With a firearm in hand and confidence restored, Yu followed Lu Yiqian into another room, unperturbed by the situation. Lu Yiqian, eager to appease, offered them an abundance of seasonal fruits and fine teas. Yet Yu remained wary, suspecting ulterior motives. My brother has been wronged, Lu Yiqian remarked, defending his nephew Lu Zhongxin as merely impulsive. Yu retorted that it was the father's responsibility to educate his son properly, hoping this lesson would instill some wisdom in them. Indeed, they will not forget this lesson, Lu Yiqian replied with a forced smile. As the conversation unfolded, Lu Yuan entered, bowing deeply to Yu and expressing his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed guest, for your mercy. I shall surely deal with those wretches properly." Yu replied, "This is a matter for your family. I have no interest in intervening. The necessary punishments have already been administered. I simply wish to know when you will take me to see those living toys." Lu Yuan eagerly responded, "Right away. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed? What type of living toys are you interested in?" Yu replied, "You may call me Yu Xiao. I am keen to see all varieties. I hope that will not pose any inconvenience?" Lu Yuan hastily assured her, "Not at all, it will be quite convenient. Please, follow me." This time, Lu Yuan dared not play tricks, leading Yu to a neighboring courtyard, where he lifted the lid of a cellar beside a vegetable garden and descended into a dimly lit basement. A peculiar odor wafted through the air, causing Yu to feel uneasy. Nevertheless, the atmosphere was imbued with spiritual energy, heightening her anticipation for the living toys she was about to encounter. The basement housed jars of various sizes, all filled with pickled vegetables, while a true treasure trove lay hidden in a concealed alcove. "Forgive me, we deal in the business of confinement," Lu Yuan remarked. Yu replied, "I can understand." Before her was a small space of approximately 6 or 7 square meters, cluttered with an array of artifacts, primarily jade and porcelain. On shelves against the walls, lacquerware and smaller relics were displayed. Among these, Yu's attention was immediately drawn to a jade pendant, its spiritual aura palpable even from a distance, suggesting that it emanated a significant amount of energy. Yu intentionally averted her gaze from the pendant, instead crouching down to inspect the various jars, absorbing their spiritual essence while admiring the artifacts and assessing their historical significance. Some items could be traced back to their production workshops, while others even bore the marks of their previous owners. Noticing Yu's meticulous examination of each piece, Lu Yuan curiously inquired, "Are you searching for a specific item, Yu Xiao? If you provide me with a hint, I might assist you in finding it." Yu replied, "I am not searching for anything in particular, merely browsing." Lu Yuan did not dare to rush her, waiting patiently instead. Fortunately, Yu was efficient, inspecting each item in no more than 2 minutes. Word soon arrived that his son and nephew were unharmed, allowing him to relax, and he called for chairs to be brought for everyone. Yu first picked up a bloodstone seal and inquired, "How much for this seal?" Lu Yuan assessed it and replied, "This belonged to a high official from the Ming dynasty. If you desire it, I can part with it for 100,000. Yu recognized that this price was quite low. Although the seal was relatively common, it was a popular collectible, and even a modern Master-S work could fetch hundreds of thousands. Given that these individuals were involved in a business devoid of genuine capital, Yu felt no need for courtesy. "And what of this?" Yu asked, lifting a teapot. Lu Yuan readily responded, "This was found alongside the seal. Both with cups. Total 200,000. After a moment, Yu finally picked up the jade pendant, which bore the inscription Zhongling Yu Shou, a testament to its exquisite craftsmanship and abundant spiritual energy. As Yu employed her technique to absorb its essence, she casually asked, "And this?" Lu Yuan replied, "This jade pendant dates back to the Tang dynasty. The quality is commendable. If you wish to purchase it, I can let it go for 300,000. Yu feigned negotiation, ultimately acquiring the 3 items for 500,000. She casually handed them to Yu Shirhan for safekeeping, then told Lu Yiwen, in the future, please inform me first of any new arrivals. I prefer not to sift through what others have left behind. Lu Yiwen quickly acknowledged, understood, Yu Shao. We have a larger collection in the countryside, 10 times more than what is here. Would you be interested? Yu replied, certainly, let us arrange a time to visit. Lu Yiwen said, we can depart immediately. Yu shook her head. No, I have appointments this afternoon to see some living toys and an important engagement tonight. It must wait until tomorrow at the earliest. Lu Yiwen said, whenever you are free, I shall accompany you. May I be so bold as to ask? During a previous endeavor, one of my cousins was frightened and remains somewhat dazed. Do you think you might assist? Yu regarded him with a gentle smile and said, do you consider me a sorceress? Although I am not one, I happen to be a psychologist. I can certainly take a look, though I cannot guarantee a cure. Lu Yiwen replied respectfully, then I thank you in advance, Yu Shao. By the way, who are you meeting to look at items? I might be able to give them a heads up. With the Lu family's reputation in this field, it could alleviate some inconveniences. Yu was uncertain of the names of the 2 individuals, but upon describing their appearances, Lu Yiwen understood. He confirmed that both were his friends and offered to drive Yu to their meeting. Yu consented and returned to the inner hall where Lu Yiqian had initially greeted her. Lu Yiwen had tea served again, and this time, Yu did not hold back. After sipping her tea, Yu asked, Lu boss, have you ever heard of the corpse-slicing maniac? Lu Yiwen was taken aback, wondering how the conversation had shifted to such a topic. Yu Shao, why do you suddenly inquire about this? He asked. Yu replied, have you forgotten the ghostly figure at last night's ghost market? Could very well be the corpse-slicing maniac. As an outsider, I know little of this creature. You, being familiar with the area, should have more insight. Lu Yiwen expressed his astonishment. Are you suggesting that last night's events were the work of the corpse-slicing maniac? That is indeed peculiar. I have heard of this individual but do not fully comprehend the details. If you wish to know more, I can find someone to enlighten you. Yu nodded, that would be most helpful. Please expedite this, as I do not wish to waste time. Lu Yiwen made a phone call stating, my cousin Lu Zhongyi is at home resting. I will have him come directly over. He should arrive in about 2 or 3 minutes. In less than 3 minutes, a robust young man entered, greeting Lu Yiwen. Lu Yiwen introduced him to Yu, and the young man exclaimed, I've heard about you. You took down my cousin Zhongxin and his friends in less than a second. Impressive. 089 Hongxiu Tianxiang. Yu smiled, remarking on their carelessness. I've heard you possess considerable knowledge regarding the corpse-slicing maniac. I wish to delve deeper into this matter. Lu Zhongyi frowned and replied, aren't you here for procurement? Why inquire about that beast? Yu explained, I simply wish to understand. Lu Zhongyi skeptically questioned, you aren't the corpse-slicing maniac, are you? Yu chuckled, while Yu Shirhan shot a glare at Lu Zhongyi. Zhang Hongyi interjected, stop spouting nonsense. Watch your mouth. Lu Yiwen also scolded him, but Yu casually stated, it's of no consequence. As a police officer, having such professional sensitivity is quite normal. Lu Zhongyi cast a surprised glance at Lu Yiwen, who was equally astonished, and he remarked, how does Yu Shao know this kid is a police officer? Yu smiled, because I am a psychologist. It would be rather remiss of me not to read people well. Now, let us set that aside. I am merely interested in studying this particularly unique psychological case. The mindset of a lunatic like the corpse-slicing maniac is precisely what I wish to explore. Lu Zhongyi responded, I see. Well then, what do you wish to know? Yu replied, everything regarding the corpse-slicing maniac. It would be even better if there are photographs from the crime scene or evidence. Lu Zhongyi explained, there are no photographs, but I can recount the details of the incident and some internal briefings. Yu nodded, go ahead. Lu Zhongyi began narrating. The first incident occurred half a year ago, shortly after the new year, when a cleaner discovered a severed arm in a garbage bin at a certain entertainment venue. Subsequently, dismembered body parts were found in various public places. The police swiftly launched an investigation and soon confirmed the victim's identity as a senior executive of a state-owned enterprise. However, the circumstances of his disappearance were rather convoluted. Approximately 2 months later, in May, Another dismemberment occurred in a city in Gansu, where the victim was a private business owner. At that time, no one connected the two cases. It was not until July that another dismemberment case arose, involving a coal mine owner from Shaanxi. The series of dismemberments eventually garnered public attention, leading to the discovery of their interconnection, and the cases were finally combined for investigation. The three police departments began to collaborate, yet as of today, there has been little substantial progress. Lu Sini had not been involved in solving the case. The information he possessed was far less vivid than the embellished accounts circulated online, yet it was the truth. He proceeded to relay the internal police notification to Yu, indicating that the authorities suspected the perpetrator to be a butcher or a surgeon, someone robust, with access to transportation, urging all units to remain vigilant for any suspicious individuals within their jurisdictions. If the corpse-slicing maniac's incubation period is 2 months, and it is now mid-September, it is no wonder he has resurfaced. Although Yu was somewhat intrigued by the case, it was not imperative for her to investigate. She had merely inquired out of curiosity, and with no further leads, she deemed it sufficient. "I shall return to rest," announced Lu Zhongyi. Yu expressed her gratitude, and he departed. Lu Yuan personally drove Yu to her next scheduled cellar. This cellar, surnamed Huang, escorted Yu to his hidden vault, a secluded and eerie location. Yu had come to absorb the spiritual essence, but one cannot leave a treasure trove empty-handed. She whimsically selected a copper incense burner from the Northern Song dynasty, believing it would enhance her experience while playing the guqin. Yu's third vendor was a man named Su, reputedly one of the contemporary masters of grave robbing. She purchased a purple sandalwood brush holder carved with figures beneath a pine tree for 50,000 yuan. Lu Yuan intended to treat Yu to a meal, but she declined, leaving him with no choice but to return them to the hotel. After Yu's departure, Lu Yiqian remarked, "Brother, do you think this young fellow might be an entirely unseen sorcerer?" Lu Yuan replied, "You saw for yourself. Do you wish to stand there and test if my limbs cramp up?" Lu Yiqian chuckled, "I wouldn't dare. It seems he truly possesses some abilities." Reflecting on the encounter, Lu Yuan solemnly stated, "Do you remember when he asked me to fire another shot, assuring me it wouldn't hit Zhongxin? At that moment, I felt certain the bullet would strike me instead. Even now, it sends chills down my spine." Lu Yiqian urged, "Forget it. It's in the past. If he truly is a sorcerer, eliminating us would be akin to squashing an ant. Since we are still alive, we should consider ourselves fortunate. Let us head back." Lu Yuan said, "You drive. Being with him is more exhausting than grave robbing." In Lu Yuan's eyes, the seemingly omnipotent Yu returned to the hotel after dispatching Jiang Hongyi to procure incense. After bathing and changing, she eagerly began to admire the 5 items she had acquired that day. A jade pendant imbued with spiritual grace, a bloodstone seal, a complete set of purple clay teaware, an incense burner, and a purple sandalwood brush holder carved with figures. Yu Shihan inquired, "Brother Yu, didn't Yu purchase a Shoshan stone seal last night? Why acquire another seal today?" Yu laughed, "Seals are for collection. There are households with hundreds of them. My 2 purchases hardly count. I intend to acquire more in the future." Yu Shihan remarked, "I thought you bought this for personal inscription." Yu clarified, "Erasing another seal to carve my own is rather taboo. Moreover, both of these seals have been scorched. Many ancient craftsmen would burn their seals after carving them. If the stone is baked too long, it becomes brittle, and carving it further could cause it to shatter. This was an ancient method of preventing counterfeiting." "Oh!" Yu Shihan gazed at the teapot, asking, "Brother Yu, is that teapot truly sourced from a tomb? Are you really going to brew tea with it?" Yu responded, "Do you think all the antique teapots on the market are genuinely passed down from the mortal realm? Rest assured, generally sizable tombs have multiple chambers, and teapots are unlikely to be placed alongside coffins. Just wipe it down with a towel soaked in water, and discard the first few brews, and it shall be well." Jiang Hongyi returned with the incense, having selected the more expensive brands, purchasing several varieties. Upon smelling them, Yu instructed him to return most, keeping only one. The prevalence of counterfeiting nowadays is alarming. Even quality incense is difficult to procure, she lamented before preparing to light it. "Let me assist you," Yu Shihan offered, igniting the incense. The fragrant smoke curled and rose from the burner, casting an ethereal glow upon Yu Shihan's face.
Smiled. Askning. Sier han.
Do you think I should read tonight or play the guqin? Shirhan paused, then suddenly grasped Yu's intent. In the quiet of the autumn evening, fragrant incense wafted through the courtyard as Yu indulged in the serene melodies of the guqin. She referenced two classic tales, while Miss Lin, her companion, adorned in crimson sleeves, prepared to leave. I'm off to fetch some food. What would you like? She inquired. Something delectable from Xian, if you please, Yu replied with a smile. Upon her return, Miss Lin was greeted by the enchanting sound of the guqin. Yu, lost in her art, radiated a refined elegance that made Miss Lin almost forget her prior demeanor. With a flutter of nerves, Lin Lilian approached the hotel where she could hear the music from outside. The girl plays quite well, she mused to herself. However, her astonishment was palpable when she saw that the musician was none other than Yu. After finishing her piece, Yu lifted her gaze to Lin Lilian, apologizing for the wait, explaining that she had not played in a while and found it hard to stop once she began. Lin Lilian remarked on Yu's impressive skills, reflecting on the extravagant purchase of the instrument the previous night and noting that had Yu not acquired it, it might have faded into obscurity. Have you made a decision, Lilian? Yu asked, prompting Lin Lilian to respond that she had indeed thought it over, and felt honored by Yu's regard. Then let us prepare. We are ready to commence at any time, Yu declared. As Miss Lin prepared to leave, she hesitated and said, Yu, I would like to discuss the matter of the corpse slayer first. The corpse slayer? Wasn't that resolved last night? Yu queried. Lin Lilian expressed her concerns, suggesting that the situation was merely concealed, and the absence of a second dismembered body diverged from the usual modus operandi of the killer, leading her to suspect that the discarded leg might not belong to the corpse slayer at all. If it's not the corpse slayer, then who could commit such an act? Yu inquired. Lin Lilian, with a furrowed brow, revealed that trained assassins could very well be capable of such deeds. She pondered whether the leg was a warning from competitors aimed at their antiquities business. Yu acknowledged her fears, recognizing the validity of her suspicions, and urged her to seek verification. Few people are directly loyal to me, and their intellect pales in comparison to yours, Yu. I hope you can assist me, Lin Lilian implored. You want me to capture the corpse slayer? This isn't Yanjing. I can't intervene as the police have tightly sealed information, making it impossible for me to gather intelligence, Yu replied. Lin Lilian proposed that if she could facilitate Yu's involvement, she would ensure her trusted associates provided ample support. Are your trusted associates all beauties? What's in it for me if I assist you? Yu inquired. Lin Lilian cast a wistful glance at him, saying, What more could you desire when I have already given myself? Yu laughed, stating that he simply required more resources and money. Lin Lilian assured him that they possessed a treasure trove of jade raw materials, and he could help in selecting them with generous compensation in return. They had an abundance of exquisite antiques, and she mentioned the many talented young women in their employ, making her feel somewhat inadequate in comparison. I prefer tangible benefits and would like a deposit upfront, Yu stated. Lin Lilian smiled sweetly, promising that as long as he agreed to help, the deposit would be promptly provided without delay. Yu nodded, expressing his willingness to assist, but questioned how she envisioned his involvement, noting his limited experience in criminal investigation. Lin Lilian confidently asserted that he was a man of his word. Shall we call it a deal? May I collect my deposit now? Yu asked, receiving a flustered response from Lin Lilian, who reminded him of her intention to discuss strategies for capturing the corpse slayer. Yu suggested that it was too late for such discussions and that he needed rest for clarity of mind, proposing they review her materials in the morning. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Lilian's hand had slipped into Yu's, drawing her closer to him. Her mind raced as she considered the multitude of ways she could extricate herself from his grasp. Yet her heart was in turmoil, preventing such thoughts from materializing. With a blush, she turned to look at Miss Lin, only to find her exiting through the door, leaving her without a lifeline. Yu embraced Lin Lilian, gazing into her sparkling eyes, and boldly declared, Are you still unwilling to admit your feelings for me? Lin Lilian, gritting her teeth, denied it, stammering that she was merely. Though strong-willed, Lin Lilian felt compelled to silence her thoughts as Yu pressed his lips against hers. Her eyes widened in shock, Her body stiffened, and she clung to his clothing as if it were her only anchor, oblivious to the button that popped off his shirt. As her vision blurred and her body softened, Yu felt a surge of triumph. His charming ways had not waned despite the passage of time. Embracing life fully, he held Lin Lillian securely, moving toward the bedroom. As she regained some composure, a complex mix of emotions washed over her. Years of preserving her chastity seemed destined to culminate with this man, who, while not perfect, was certainly admirable compared to those who had fallen by the wayside. Yet, she knew that conquering him in that intimate realm would grant her complete dominion over him, and she felt confident in her abilities. The outcome of this encounter remained uncertain. In the midst of subduing the enchanting yet formidable Lin Lillian, Yu was acutely aware that she would not easily concede. Therefore, he had no intention of pursuing a swift resolution. Instead, he opted for a methodical approach, beginning with a gentle massage. Upon hearing the word massage, Lin Lillian's resistance began to wane. As Yu applied firm pressure to her body, she felt no pain. Rather, as he had suggested, the second massage transformed into an experience of sheer pleasure. Little Lien, you've endured considerable hardship since childhood. Haven't you? Yu initiated a casual conversation. Lin Lillian huffed in response, stating it's tolerable. It's not as arduous as what you wealthy gentlemen endure. As long as I can eat my fill, it feels like paradise. From her sparse yet poignant words, Yu discerned a profound sorrow. The fact that she merely yearned for sustenance hinted at a life of scarcity, where relentless training and hunger were her constant companions. With a compassionate tone, Yu assured her, if anyone dares to bully you in the future, just let me know, and I shall avenge you. Lin Lillian, touched yet retorting, replied, do you want me to hit you to relieve my grievances? You are the only one contemplating bullying me. Yu chuckled, I am merely looking out for your well-being. With your current frail condition, you would succumb to illness by the age of 50. A flicker of realization crossed Lin Lillian's mind. As Yu continued, your anxiety stems from the fear of developing feelings for me. In truth, the moment you began to entertain such thoughts, you had already fallen for me. Therefore, any further contemplation is futile. It is time to accept your fate. His words pierced through the thin veil of denial in Lin Lillian's heart. Yet she stubbornly countered, I have not. You are speaking nonsense. With a firm grasp, Yu silenced her protests, declaring, I shall prove it to you. He intensified his efforts, and despite Lin Lillian's verbal obstinacy, her body willingly complied, displaying an uncharacteristic docility. Soon, the nature of the massage shifted dramatically. Under Lin Lillian's perfect cooperation, Yu became the sole man in her life. Observing the vivid scarlet stain on the sheets and the look of fulfillment on Lin Lillian's face filled Yu with a sense of pride. This achievement was no small feat. Lin Lillian was indeed a siren capable of ensnaring a man's very soul. Yu believed that few men in the world could truly conquer her. The essence of pure Yin, accumulated over 2 decades, surged into Yu's being, revitalizing his weary spirit like a parched earth receiving rain. The false Yin dissipated, and genuine Yang emerged. Yu felt invigorated. His strength multiplied as he overwhelmed Lin Lillian in their encounter. The duration of this battle was indeterminate. What was clear was Lin Lillian's transition from defiance to submission, ultimately leading to a state of fearful surrender. Please, spare me. Lin Lillian pleaded, a mixture of love and fear in her voice. For a man, this was a monumental accomplishment. Yu laughed heartily, releasing her and embracing her tenderly while whispering sweet nothings. Lin Lillian felt warmth envelop her, and within moments, she succumbed to slumber, utterly exhausted. In the morning, Lin Lillian awoke to the melodious strains of a piano. Although her body still bore signs of discomfort, her heart was warm, knowing that Yu was close by. Unlike her other sisters, she had not been discarded after being used by men. As the final notes of an unfamiliar piece faded, Yu, aware that she had awakened, smiled and said, Time to rise, sleepyhead. Xiao Han has already visited twice. If you don't get up soon, you'll be the subject of ridicule. You are the sleepyhead. I usually rise before dawn, Lin Lillian retorted indignantly. Yu chuckled. It's my fault. I must have worn you out last night. Her heart warmed at his words, and she huffed, You ought to start working. Yu replied, "It's hardly the right time to engage with such matters before breakfast. Besides, a day has passed. You should check if the police have uncovered new body parts." After freshening up, Lin Lillian reappeared before Yu, rejuvenated by love's nurturing touch, exuding a natural allure that had previously been feigned. "I have inquired. There are still no new body parts. It appears my concerns are not unfounded," she stated solemnly. Yu jested. "That doesn't necessarily indicate anything. It could be as you fear, but it is equally plausible that the perpetrator was deterred by your subordinates and altered their plans." Lin Lillian asserted, "Regardless, please expedite the capture of the body mutilator so we can determine whether the individual from the previous night was indeed him. I have sent you the information. You may review it at your convenience, and I will dispatch 2 individuals to assist you." Yu smirked. "Are they both beautiful? Leaving without eating is not good for your stomach." Lin Lillian pouted. "Isn't that a good thing? You'll have another excuse to give me a massage." With a cheerful disposition, Lin Lillian departed, and soon after, Yu Shirhan entered Yu's room. "Yugu, are you truly planning to assist her?" she inquired. Yu replied, "Well, I have little else to occupy my time. If patients wish to seek treatment, let them come to Xian." "Oh, I thought that once you had Lin Lillian, you would no longer need to massage anyone else," Yu Shirhan remarked. Yu countered, "One Lin Lillian is hardly sufficient. If I cannot find a Juin woman, I would require at least 81 Luin women simultaneously to provide the necessary essence." Yu Shirhan exclaimed, "So many? I thought 3 or 4 Luin women would suffice." Yu sighed, "Otherwise, how could the 9 Yang absolute meridians be deemed an ancient affliction?" Yu Shirhan asked, "Are Juin women that difficult to find? Given the advancements of the internet, it shouldn't be too challenging within the household registration system." Yu responded, "It is exceedingly difficult. Juin women are similarly afflicted from a young age, often perishing by the age of 9. Even if they survive, the accumulation of yin energy can lead to complications. Once their essence is lost, they can no longer be considered Juin women." Yu Shirhan recalled Yu's previous reputation as a womanizer, noting that Juin women were likely the polar opposite. "I could also attempt to reconstitute my yang essence myself. Is it truly so fortunate to find a Juin woman? How old is she?" Yu Shirhan found herself unable to answer Yu's query, realizing the complexity of his affliction. As Yu perused the materials Lin Lillian had sent, examining the photographs of the corpses while simultaneously enjoying a meal, it posed no challenge for him. However, Yu Shirhan could not tolerate such a sight and hastily sought an excuse to leave. Upon reviewing the intricate case files pertaining to the dismemberment murderer, Yu finally discerned the details surrounding the gruesome incidents. The 3 victims, all affluent individuals possessing multiple properties and luxury vehicles, had notably refrained from hiring bodyguards. Their complex social circles delayed the reporting of their disappearances, complicating the police's efforts to trace their last known locations. The families of the victims, as well as their acquaintances, exhibited various reservations, offering evasive and ambiguous responses during police inquiries. In contrast, the photographs of the corpses and the autopsy reports proved to be more enlightening. The remains of the first victim were discovered scattered across numerous trash bins in a city amusement park, exhibiting a dismemberment technique that was far less meticulous than what Yu had previously encountered. Some joints appeared to have been forcefully severed with a cleaver. The second body was located in an exposition park, where the dismemberment was executed with greater proficiency. The third victim's remains were discarded in a broader array of public spaces, such as government buildings and schoolyards, attracting heightened attention and culminating in the consolidation of the 3 cases. This amalgamation was not merely due to the recent spate of dismemberment incidents across these locations, but also attributable to compelling evidence linking them to a singular perpetrator. The modus operandi of the killer exhibited striking consistency. All bodies had been treated with formaldehyde post-mortem. Furthermore, the victims shared a troubling commonality: wealthy individuals with questionable reputations, embroiled in numerous conflicts and financial disputes, making the police's investigative efforts exceedingly challenging. Lastly, the continuity in the criminal techniques suggested a marked evolution in the killer's methodology. The manner in which the bodies were disposed of hinted at an increasing arrogance and disdain for the deceased, with an evident desire for attention growing ever more pronounced. After an extensive review of the materials, Yu reached several conclusions. The assailant was cunning and vicious, adept at concealing their identity, evidenced by the absence of any trace across the multiple disposal sites. The victims, however, bore significant culpability. As wealthy individuals, some were implicated in corruption, exploiting their power for personal gain, while others were known for their oppressive treatment of workers, failing to pay wages and incurring debts. A shared characteristic among them was their tumultuous personal relationships, complicating the police's ability to unravel the circumstances of their disappearances, as many individuals in their lives were found to be dishonest. This scenario seemed reminiscent of a vigilante seeking retribution. Yet true vigilantes would not resort to such brutal methods of murder and dismemberment. Such a perpetrator could merely be classified as a madman. With the police's leads limited, the whereabouts of the owner of the severed foot remained elusive. Contemplating the case, Yu felt a surge of uncertainty regarding the initiation of the investigation. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door, prompting Yu to invite the visitors in. Two young men, both in their early 20s, entered with an air of deference. Yet their demeanor suggested they were far from ordinary. One introduced himself as Lu Wei, while the other was Lu Xing, stating that Miss Lin had sent them to heed Yu's directives. Yu inquired about their capabilities. Lu Wei replied that they were adept at handling routine tasks. Regarding the current case, they could monitor police communications and extract the necessary information from police servers. Yu, impressed by their competence, tasked them with locating an individual. Lu Wei produced a notebook, requesting detailed information about the person in question. Yu provided a brief description. Approximately 30 years old, standing around 5 feet 5 inches tall, weighing about 150 pounds, and missing for at least 5 days. With this information, the duo promptly began their search. Yu advised them to take their time, urging them not to rush. Lu Wei soon reported finding a lead, an individual named Ning Buochao, age 28, previously processed by the police for involvement in pyramid schemes. Reports indicated he had been missing for 5 to 6 days, and Lu Wei shared his photograph and details. Yu examined the information on Lu Wei's tablet, noting that Ning Buochao appeared relatively well-groomed, contrasting sharply with his troubled past. A life marred by petty theft and imprisonment led him to orchestrate pyramid schemes, enabling him to acquire several properties in Xi'an and bring his parents to live with him. Yu, eager to delve deeper, requested any recent photographs of Ning Buochao, preferably ones showcasing his feet. Lu Wei scoured Ning Buochao's social media and uncovered a beach photograph with friends, confirming Yu's suspicions. Without hesitation, she commanded an immediate departure to Ning Buochao's residence, instructing Lu Wei and Lu Xing to further investigate his social connections, seeking a list of those who had last seen him. Ning Buochao's parents resided in an upscale neighborhood, where properties exceeded 20,000 yuan per square meter. The couple had reported his disappearance to the police the previous morning and were perplexed by the arrival of unfamiliar faces. Yu, direct in her approach, stated their purpose, to locate Ning Buochao, inquiring if he had indeed gone missing. Ning Buochao's father, Ning Hongfu, responded with caution, demanding to know their identities. Yu's expression hardened as she declared, "I am a creditor of your son. He owes me 5 million. He promised to repay me today. How dare he vanish?" With that, Lu Wei, Lu Xing, and Zhang Hongyi rolled up their sleeves and forcefully entered Ning Buochao's home, driven by determination. The creditor arrived at their doorstep. "What do you want?" Ning Buochao's parents exclaimed, a mix of shock and anger in their voices. "What do I want?" Yu scoffed, "Your son owes me money. If he doesn't show up, all his properties will belong to me. This house is mine. I will do as I please. Move aside." With that, Yu, clutching Yu Shihan, strode inside. Ning Hongfu attempted to intervene, but Yu gently shoved him aside. The saying goes, a child's misdeeds reflect poorly on the parent. Ning Buochao's poor upbringing was largely due to his parents, who, despite knowing their son was unemployed, comfortably resided in a house he had purchased. Were they unaware of his past troubles with pyramid schemes? Reflecting on the countless victims of such scams, it is difficult to feel sympathy for the elderly couple. "My son truly isn't home. He has gone missing." Ning Buochao's parents, now tearful, could only offer explanations. Yet no one paid them any mind. Yu stood in the living room, surveying her surroundings. Her purpose for being there was not merely to find Ning Buochao. She had ulterior motives. Firstly, Yu needed an excuse to involve herself in this case. The police would inevitably investigate Ning Buochao's disappearance, and she needed to present them with a reasonable explanation for her presence. Secondly, she aimed to scrutinize Ning Buochao's home closely, to gain a more detailed understanding of him. Most importantly, she needed his handwriting. Yes, handwriting, not notes. Yu intended to craft a debt acknowledgement for Ning Buochao. After all, he would never be able to prove that the note was forged. With this acknowledgement in hand, Yu could assert her right to be involved in the case. On the wall hung a photograph of Ning Buochao with his parents, a relic from over a decade ago, when he was just a primary school student. This detail hinted at a frail bond between them. Lu Wei and his team swiftly searched the 3 bedrooms. Lu Wei reported back to Yu, confirming that Ning Buochao was not found, but Zhang Hongyi signaled her. Prepare the property deed. Yu threatened Ning Buochao's parents, declaring, I will return in 3 days. If Ning Buochao has not shown up by then, you will transfer the property to me. Otherwise, heh. While such actions were undoubtedly illegal, they terrified Ning Buochao's parents, allowing Yu and her companions to leave without further incident. As they descended the stairs, Zhang Hongyi triumphantly produced a notebook filled with Ning Buochao's diary entries. With this diary, alongside Ning Buochao's signature in the police database, Yu could fabricate a remarkably convincing debt acknowledgement. Their next destination was Ning Buochao's girlfriend, for this more spacious and opulent residence was his true hideaway. Who is it? Ning Buochao's girlfriend inquired from within. Zhang Hongyi, holding an empty package he had found in a community trash bin, replied, Delivery. The door swung open almost instantly. Ning Buochao's girlfriend, clad in pajamas and cradling a white cat, exclaimed, I just ordered this morning. How did it arrive so quickly? However, upon seeing several people standing at her door, she gasped and attempted to shut it, only for Lu Xing to forcefully push it open. Who are you? What do you want?
Dan Yingjing cried in panic.
Don't do anything rash. I'll scream for help. Yu reassured her. Don't be afraid. We mean no harm. We are here to reclaim what is ours. Where is Ning Buochao? He owes me 5 million. Dan Yingying's heart calmed slightly, but she retorted angrily, You're looking for Ning Buochao? I'm searching for him too. That bastard hasn't shown his face in days. Yu sneered. Do you think we'll believe you just because you say that? I've dealt with numerous debtors. I know how they try to evade their responsibilities. Search. Zhang Hongyi and the others surged inside, prompting Dan Yingying to shout in desperation. What are you doing? You can't treat me like this. Paying back debts is a matter of principle. Yu Shirhan pushed Dan Yingying aside and barked, Shut your mouth, or we won't hesitate to resort to force. Frightened, Dan Yingying fell silent. Yu Shirhan smirked at Yu, who then settled onto the sofa as if it were her own home. Now, tell me honestly, where has Ning Buochao gone? With a sorrowful expression, Dan Yingying lamented, I truly don't know. That bastard is always so elusive. He never tells me where he is going. It's normal for him to disappear for days. Oh, Yu replied, if it's normal for him to vanish for days, then why did his parents report him missing yesterday morning?
Dan Yingying kurset.
So those 2 old fools are stirring up trouble. Listen, he might be delayed for some reason, but he would never default on his debts. Yu chuckled coldly. Is that so? I recall a year where he was pursued for half a month due to unpaid debts. Are you unaware or intentionally deceiving me? This was just last year. Lu Xing, searching the room, corroborated. Dan Yingying panicked. I genuinely don't know. I've only been with him for 6 months. Yu warned, then refrained from making baseless claims on his behalf. Are you aware that Ning Buochao has 3 other girlfriends? Dan Yingying froze, exclaiming in disbelief, 3 others? How is that possible? Yu's cold laugh echoed. It seems you are the last to know among his girlfriends. Dan Yingying seethed, that bastard. No wonder he is always busy with social events or business trips. Where are those 3 women? I want to confront them. Yu had no intention of revealing this information, and Dan Yingying began to sob and complain nearby. Enough, Yu shouted. If you keep talking, I'll lock you in the bathroom. Tell me, when was the last time you saw Ning Buochao? Dan Yingying counted on her fingers, finally recalling that she had breakfast with Ning Buochao 7 days prior, after which he had disappeared and her calls had gone unanswered. This situation is quite typical. Dan Ying said that guy often has to attend meetings. Once he gets into work mode, it's hard to reach him. So, I had no idea he was missing. While the first part of Dan Ying's statement was true, the latter felt a bit forced. Ning Buochao was not a victim of a pyramid scheme. He was free to move about. Even if he were brainwashed and unable to answer his phone, it would still typically be on. Ning Buochao's parents had sought assistance from the police precisely because they could not reach him. What was Dan Ying trying to conceal? In the murky waters of deception, Yu refrained from directly confronting Dan Ying. He instructed her to produce her phone. Startled, Dan Ying questioned the necessity of her phone. Yu replied, "To call Ning Buochao. Our calls go unanswered, but surely his woman S1T." Attempting to devise an excuse to withhold her phone, Dan Ying hesitated until Yu Shirhan glared at her, admonishing her to expedite the process. Reluctantly, she set her cat aside to retrieve her phone, which meowed and affectionately rubbed against Yu's leg. "What a good cat you are," Yu remarked, "only unfortunate to have an unworthy owner." Though discontent simmered within Dan Ying, she remained silent. She extended her phone towards Yu, only for Yu Shirhan to snatch it instead. After fiddling with it briefly, she dialed a number. "It has been a week and still no connection," Dan Ying lamented. Just as her words faded, the call connected. A young man's flirtatious voice emerged. "Ying calling me so early. Are you free tonight?" Dan Ying gasped, reaching for the phone, but Yu Shirhan swiftly applied pressure to her throat, momentarily silencing her. In a hushed tone, Yu Shirhan spoke into the phone. "He won't return until tonight. I miss you. Can you be here in half an hour?" The man replied, "Of course. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Make sure to be ready." Disgust flickered across Yu Shirhan's face as she dialed another number. This time, another young man answered, sensing something amiss. Yu Shirhan explained she had choked earlier. "Just don't choke during the performance," he chuckled, assuring her he would arrive in 15 minutes. In a moment of desperation, Dan Ying attempted to seize her phone back. Yu, losing patience, hurled a glass ashtray from the coffee table, striking her in the abdomen. She gasped and fell to her knees, clutching her stomach. Yu thundered, "We have no interest in your infidelity. But if you conspire with these men to harm Ning Buochao and I fail to reclaim my debts, I will sell you to Vietnam to settle the score." Terrified, Dan Ying ceased her struggles, whimpering, "I swear, I love a chow. I'm just playing around with these men." Yu Shirhan cast her a disdainful glance before stepping onto the balcony to continue her calls. It soon became evident that Dan Ying had entangled herself with at least 5 men, 4 of whom could arrive within half an hour, while 1 was out of town and unavailable. "I swear, a chow's disappearance has nothing to do with me," Dan Ying cried in terror. Yu, uninterested in her protests, ordered Lu Xing to escort her to the master bathroom. Zhang Hongyi found paper and a pen, beginning to practice calligraphy on the coffee table. Minutes later, a knock echoed through the room. Yu Shirhan opened the door to a man claiming to be Dan Ying's friend. Upon seeing Yu Shirhan's superior beauty, he foolishly followed her inside, only to be swiftly subdued by Lu Wei and Lu Xing brought before Yu. The man was questioned. "Why do you wish to kill Ning Buochao?" He expressed shock. "Ning Buochao is dead? Who are you? Why are you in a chow's home?" Yu sneered. "A chow? So you are one of his brothers. Did a chow discover your affair with his woman and pay the price?" The man protested. "Ning Buochao is truly dead? I had no part in this." Yu pressed, "Just because you say so does not make it true. What is your name? When did you last see him?" The man replied, "My name is Ho Chixiang. I last saw a chow last week." "Who are you? Why are you in a chow's home?" Zhang Hongyi kicked him from behind, commanding, "Answer the questions without rambling. Just respond to what the boss asks." Yu reiterated, "When did you last see Ning Buochao? Be specific with time and place." Hearing the term boss, Ho Chixiang felt a pang of dread but complied. "It was last Tuesday. A chow treated us to late-night snacks, and we left around 1 in the morning. Since then, I haven't seen him." Yu's interrogation aimed to narrow down the time frame of Ning Buochao's disappearance, avoiding further questions. Soon, another man knocked at the door. After questioning 3 additional men, it became clear they had last seen Ning Buochao even earlier than Ho Chixiang. They appeared unlikely candidates for murder and dismemberment. Yu warned them alongside Dan Ying before allowing them to leave, and they subsequently departed from Ning Buochao's residence. Brother Yu, are you truly letting those scoundrels go? Yu Shirhan expressed her dissatisfaction. Yu replied with a grin. Did you not see the look in their eyes? With Dan Yingying juggling so many affairs, her secrets are now laid bare. How do you suppose they will treat her? After a moment's reflection, Yu Shirhan conceded, I hope they don't take it too far. A life lost would be dire. Yu chuckled, no need for such worries. Let us seek out Ning Buochao's other 3 women. On their way, Yu mentioned to Lu Wei, I wish to adopt a dog, a German Shepherd, preferably a trained police dog. Can you procure one for me swiftly? Lu Wei assured him, no problem. I will ensure it arrives promptly. The sooner, the better. Yu insisted, I prefer a smaller one. I wish to keep it for a long time. Lu Xing made a call, informing Yu, there's nothing suitable locally. I'll have someone select one and have it delivered by morning. Excellent, your efficiency is commendable, Yu remarked. Lu Wei responded, customer satisfaction is our utmost goal. Nodding, Yu fell silent as they soon arrived at the home of Ning Buochao's other girlfriend. A property also purchased by him, conveniently located less than 500 meters from the previous residence. After ringing the doorbell for quite some time without a response, they turned to Yu, who instructed Lu Wei, can you pick the lock? As Lu Wei produced his tools, a woman shouted from within, what do you want? I've already called the police. Yu brandished a forged IOU before the peephole, declaring, it is only right to repay debts. The police will not save Ning Buochao. Open the door at once, or we will splatter red paint and write our demands on your doorstep. The door finally swung open, revealing a young woman who stepped outside and inquired, are you looking for Ning Buochao? I haven't seen him for many days. Yu cast a fleeting glance at her face before tilting her head to scan the room, smiling enigmatically as she remarked, is that so? Then who is the man inside? The woman's expression shifted dramatically as she stammered. Inside? There is no one in there. Yu's cold laughter pierced the air. Ning Buochao is right inside. Search the place. Lu Wei and his companions surged in like wolves, dragging out a man who was still struggling to fasten his trousers amidst the woman's frantic screams. What is happening here? Yu sneered. Shall I call to inquire about Ning Buochao? In a desperate plea, the woman fell to her knees, begging, please, don't tell a Chow. I can give you money. Through a combination of threats and inducements, Yu compelled the woman to divulge the time and place of her last encounter with Ning Buochao. Similarly, she extracted information from 2 other women regarding their last sighting of him. The most recent individual to have seen Ning Buochao was his 3rd lover, who revealed that 7 nights ago at 10:30, he received a call and hastily departed. Yu instructed Lu Wei to investigate the phone number, which was registered under a woman named Su Yenshuang. Upon further inquiry, Su Yenshuang was found to be Ning Buochao's assistant, and also a member of the pyramid scheme. Let us seek out Su Yenshuang, Yu declared. En route, Zhang Hongyi remarked, Yugu, the 3rd lover mentioned that he seemed anxious after receiving the call. Could it be a power struggle within the scheme? Yu shook her head. That is unlikely. If they intended to eliminate someone, they would not exhibit such patience in dismembering him. Moreover, this was not the final call Ning Buochao received. Yu possessed the call logs of Ning Buochao's 4 mobile numbers from the past fortnight. After receiving the call from Su Yenshuang, he had engaged in over a dozen subsequent calls, ceasing only 3 days prior when his phone was turned off. Is it possible to trace his last few days of calls? Yu inquired. Lu Xing responded, theoretically, yes, but we are uncertain how long local carriers retain this information, and it cannot be accessed remotely. We must investigate at the local server. Proceed with the investigation, Yu ordered. Su Yenshuang's whereabouts, like Ning Buochao's, proved elusive. They arrived at a rental property on the top floor in the outskirts of the city. Externally, the residence appeared unremarkable. Yu instructed Yu Shirhan to knock on the door. The occupants inside were on high alert, questioning Yu Shirhan's identity and purpose. When she claimed to have been sent by Ning Buochao, their demeanor relaxed, and they opened the door. Lu Wei and Lu Xing charged in, followed closely by Zhang Hongyi. The man who opened the door cried out for help, and in an instant, a dozen men emerged, some wielding weapons, others shouting, all converging to expel Lu Wei and his companions. Lu Wei and Lu Xing were not easily intimidated. They advanced side by side, with Lu Wei swiftly toppling a man armed with a wooden stick, followed by Lu Xing delivering a punch to another armed with a dagger. Though outnumbered, their lack of coordination and training among the assailants rendered them ineffective. Lu Wei and Lu Xing moved with the agility and precision of a tiger among sheep, cutting through the throng effortlessly. Jiang Hongyi was a step behind. By the time he reached the fray, he found himself unable to engage. When Lu Wei and Lu Xing finally halted, only the women remained standing in the room. Yu Yu, equipped with a prepared handkerchief to cover her mouth and nose, entered the room and surveyed the women, asking, "Who is Su Yanchuang?" The 100-square-meter room, crowded with around 30 people, exuded a heavy, oppressive stench. "Sister Su is not here," one woman replied, panic evident in her voice. "Bring her back," Yu Yu commanded. "Where is Ning Buochao?" A man on the floor mumbled. "Brother Chao hasn't been here for a long time." Lu Wei prevented them from rising, instilling fear in them. "Who last saw Ning Buochao?" Yu Yu inquired. The individuals exchanged glances. Eventually one remarked, "It should be Sister Su. Brother Chao left with her the last time he was here." Yu Yu pressed for the specifics of that encounter, learning it had occurred 8 days prior around 9 o'clock in the evening, aligning with what Dan Yingying had previously stated. It seemed that after leaving that night, Ning Buochao had quickly returned to seek out Dan Yingying. "What transpired here 7 nights ago?" Yu Yu asked. "Nothing happened," they collectively responded, perplexed. "It appears we must await Su Yanchuang's return." Yu Yu scanned the room, noting the disheveled appearance and lackluster spirits of the men and women within. Suddenly, she posed a question. "Is there anyone who wishes to leave this pyramid scheme? I can offer you an opportunity." The room fell silent, individuals exchanging glances, some hesitating due to fears of retaliation. The leaders covertly threatened others with their glances, forbidding any attempts at escape. This approach proved more effective than directly inquiring about the ringleader. Yu Yu stepped forward, delivering a swift kick to a man's temple. He collapsed, eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. "You look like a nefarious character, daring to glare with those beady eyes," she scoffed. Yu Yu turned to the remaining individuals, declaring, "This is your final opportunity. Those who wish to leave, stand up." "I will." A young man boldly raised his hand, emboldened by Yu Yu's earlier action. One by one, the deceived individuals followed suit, raising their hands. The leaders attempted to intervene but were swiftly incapacitated by Lu Wei and his companions, who delivered punishing blows, leaving them too incapacitated to resist. "Where are their identification cards and personal belongings?" Yu Yu resolved to assist these individuals fully, ensuring they would not escape without support. The recently incapacitated leader, revived with cold water, lamented, "Sister Su is responsible for keeping those items." Yu Yu replied curtly, "Call her to come quickly," stating that the police are here to inspect the temporary residence permits, and instruct her to bring everyone's identification. No crying or using coded language to warn her, or you shall face dire consequences. The leader, uncertain of Yu Yu's identity yet aware of her formidable presence, summoned his resolve and made the call to Su Yanchuang, employing an acting prowess worthy of an Oscar to relay Yu Yu's instructions. Su Yanchuang expressed no suspicion and stated she would arrive in half an hour. Yu Yu regarded the previously arrogant leader, now contrite and submissive, a faint smile gracing her lips. Su Yanchuang hurriedly arrived with items in hand, devoid of any suspicion, only to find that the anticipated police were absent, which struck her as peculiar. "Xiaohua, what is going on?" Su Yanchuang inquired of the person who opened the door for her. Xiaohua offered a bitter smile, glancing towards Yu Yu, who was seated in the hallway, engrossed in her phone. Yu Yu put away her device and, looking at Su Yanchuang, stated, "Actually, I was looking for you, or more precisely, for Ning Buochao." "Su Yanchuang, do you know where he is?" Noticing Lu Wei emerging from within the door and Lu Xing ascending from downstairs, Su Yanchuang realized escape was futile. She steadied herself and retorted, "Who are you? Why are you searching for Brother Chao?" Yu Yu replied, "You are the 10th person to ask me that today, and I'm quite weary of answering." Lu Wei, take her inside and persuade her. Understood. Lu Wei seized Su Yanchuang by the collar and dragged her inside. Su Yanchuang screamed loudly, gripping the doorframe in defiance, but Lu Xing rushed forward, delivering a punch to her abdomen, causing her to emit a muffled groan as she was pulled in. Minutes later, A pallid Su Yenshuang was brought back before Yu Yu. Yu Yu commanded, "Return the ID cards to those individuals and have them prepare. The police should be arriving soon." Su Yenshuang, when was the last time you saw Ningbo Chao? Unable to resist any longer, Su Yenshuang quietly replied, "I haven't seen Brother Chao in many days. The last time was 8 nights ago when we left here together after finishing a class. We parted ways downstairs and I haven't seen him since. I can't even reach him by phone." Yu queried, "Is that so? Then why do I have records indicating that you called Ningbo Chao at 10:27 p.m. 7 nights ago, after which he disappeared?" Su Yenshuang exclaimed, "7 nights ago? I didn't call him." Yu Yu tossed the printed call log onto the table before Su Yenshuang, asserting, "Do you dare to deny it? Take a look for yourself." Upon closer inspection, Su Yenshuang noticed a record circled in red ink, confirming that she indeed made a call to Ningbo Chao around 10:30 p.m. that night, with the duration lasting less than a minute. Bewildered, she protested, "I clearly didn't make that call. Could it be that my child at home played with my phone?" Yu Yu retorted, "Would your child's call frighten Ningbo Chao into fleeing home? Did you lure him out and then harm him?" Su Yenshuang vehemently shook her head, exclaiming, "No, that's impossible. Brother Chao is like a second father to me. How could I ever harm him?" Yu Yu scoffed, "Even biological parents have been murdered, let alone step-parents. Su Yenshuang, if you refuse to be forthcoming, do you wish to endure further anguish?" Su Yenshuang shook her head fervently, pleading, "I truly didn't make that call. I have no idea who did or what transpired. That call was not made by me." Yu Yu waved her hand, and Lu Wei dragged Su Yenshuang back inside. She struggled desperately, wailing, her demeanor pitiful as if she were about to face an unspeakable fate. Yu Shihan remarked, "You go, that call. It wasn't made by her." Yu Yu replied, "I suspected as much." Yu Shihan questioned, "Then why allow them to torment her?" Yu Yu laughed, "She deserves it." "What? Have you grown soft-hearted?" Yu Shihan disdainfully smiled, "Not at all. She has no idea how many families have been ruined because of her. I'm just concerned about wasting time. The police should be arriving soon, right?" Yu Yu affirmed, "Indeed, let us proceed as planned. Jiang Hongyi, inform Lu Wei and the others to handle the leaders of the pyramid scheme, led by Su Yenshuang, ensuring they cannot escape or impede others from fleeing before the police arrive." Jiang Hongyi relayed the message, and Yu Yu along with Yu Shihan made their way downstairs. After waiting in the car for a while, Lu Wei and Lu Xing hurried down, and as they departed, several police officers approached briskly. Jiang Hongyi speculated, "It seems a neighbor reported the incident. Are these individuals connected to the pyramid scheme? Now we have nothing useful to show for our efforts." Yu Yu chuckled, "Who says we have no useful information? You simply weren't paying attention. Xiaohan noticed it." Yu Shihan replied, "I didn't see anything." Yu Yu remarked, "Didn't you say that Su Yenshuang didn't make that call? That's the crux of the case." Jiang Hongyi was taken aback. "She didn't? Then who did?" Yu Yu smirked, "Take a guess." Yu Shihan speculated, "If she didn't call, it's likely the murderer made the call. In the previous 3 cases, this scenario didn't occur." Yu Yu countered, "Not necessarily. Perhaps the perpetrator has always operated this way, and both we and the police simply overlooked it. Do you understand why?" "Why?" Everyone was puzzled. Yu Yu explained, "Suppose you discover the victim's last sighting occurred on the 5th. Would you then meticulously investigate a call made on the 3rd? Jiang Hongyi questioned, "But we confirmed that Ningbo Chao went missing 7 nights ago." Yu Yu shook her head. "That's merely because we stumbled upon this suspicious call. Everything the murderer did was to confuse the police, not to target us. Think about how the police would conduct their investigation upon receiving the report." Jiang Hongyi was at a loss, while Yu Shihan noted, they would conduct a comprehensive investigation, such as examining communication records and traffic violations. "Yu Gu, where did the police ascertain the last locations of the deceased in the previous 3 cases?" Yu Yu recounted, "The first was captured for a traffic violation, the second encountered an associate on the road, and the third was when he lambasted a customer service agent from 10,086 for erroneous charges, canceling a slew of services." Jiang Hongyi pondered aloud, "But these are all concrete evidence sufficient to prove he was alive at that time, right?" Yu Yu clarified, "You must distinguish between being alive and being free. Just now, You saw how Xiaohua called Su Yenshuang without a hitch. We only needed to prod him twice to get that response. What if someone was lurking behind the victim with a knife or a gun pointed at their heart? These victims are seasoned individuals, adept at feigning innocence. Everyone comprehended Yu Yu's implication, and Yu Shirhan inquired, "What should we do now?" Yu Yu instructed, "Let us return to the community where Ning Bochao's mistress resides, and seek out the surveillance footage from that night around 10:30 to uncover how Ning Bochao seemingly vanished into thin air." On their way back, Yu Shirhan remarked that after running around all day, they had only managed to gather a handful of clues, which was quite exhausting. Yu Yu understood that Shirhan's complaints stemmed not from genuine fatigue, but rather from her desire to alleviate Yu Yu's burden in assisting Lin Lilian. Had it been about helping Shang Guanfeng, she would not have voiced such concerns. Yet, Yu Yu's involvement in this case transcended merely aiding Lin Lilian. It was not simply an endeavor to absorb negative energy. After all, a corpse that had been deceased for several days had long lost any lingering essence. Yu Yu found the intellectual challenge of outsmarting high-caliber criminals to be immensely engaging, peeling back layers of deception to unveil the concealed truths beneath. The moment of triumph when the truth was finally revealed provided a sense of fulfillment comparable to advancements in one's cultivation. In response to Shirhan's grumbling, Yu Yu smiled gently and remarked, "Are you tired? Countless officers have been tirelessly pursuing this case since March, and while we can employ unconventional methods to extract leads, the police must proceed within the confines of the law. Be grateful." Shirhan smirked and replied, "Understood." They returned to the residential complex, where Yu Yu requested the security footage from that night. Initially, the guard was reluctant. However, Zhang Hongyi discreetly offered him 2 packs of cigarettes and hinted at Yu Yu's special status, prompting the guard to comply and retrieve the video. The complex boasted 4 exits, each monitored by a camera, but vehicles required a card swipe to exit, allowing them to swiftly locate footage of Ning Bochao leaving at 10:44 p.m. While the footage captured his departure, it did not reveal his direction of travel. Thus, they needed to consult the traffic bureau for additional surveillance. Lu Xing immediately stepped aside to make a phone call, and Yu Yu added, "Also, check Ning Bochao's recent traffic violations." Lu Xing nodded, and Shirhan noted the late hour, suggesting, "You go, it's past 1. Let's grab something to eat." Yu Yu agreed and inquired of the guard, "How many cameras are in your underground parking lot?" The guard replied, "There are 4, 2 at the entrances and 1 at each of the critical junctions within the garage." Yu Yu instructed, "Please help me retrieve the footage from those 4 cameras between 10:30 and 10:40 p.m. that night." The guards scratched their heads, puzzled. "But we already found the footage of him leaving. Why do we need the garage footage?" Yu Yu replied, "Don't ask so many questions. Each of you will receive 100 yuan for your efforts, but asking 1 question will cost you 50. The guards instantly fell silent and quickly produced the requested footage, displaying it on the screen. Yu Yu sat before the screen, scrutinizing the footage until Ning Bochao appeared at 10:33 p.m., entering the parking lot. A few minutes later, at 10:41 p.m., he was seen exiting the parking lot and arriving at the nearest residential gate at 10:44 p.m. This provided Yu Yu with a clear timeline of Ning Bochao's movements within the parking structure. Yu Yu continued, "Please rewind the video to when Ning Bochao parked his car, which should be around 6 p.m. that day." The guard, somewhat baffled, assisted Yu Yu in finding the timestamp based on the card swipe records. "Can you speed this up a bit?" Yu Yu requested. The guard adjusted the playback speed to double time, but Yu Yu still found it sluggish and changed it to quadruple speed. The people and vehicles on screen zipped by. Yet to see Ning Bochao retrieve his vehicle would take at least an hour. Consequently, Yu Yu adjusted the speed once more to 8 times, rendering the figures almost ghostly in their haste. Before long, her eyes began to blur. Suddenly, Yu Yu paused the video and rewound it until a man wearing a baseball cap came into view. There was a left turn sign in the footage, and as the man passed it, Yu Yu instructed Zhang Hongyi, "Go to the parking lot and stand at that same sign. Hurry!" Though confused, Zhang Hongyi complied, appearing shortly in the surveillance. Yu Yu guided him via phone, instructing him to remain still, then called him back after 2 seconds to resume watching the video. Shirhan returned with takeout, but Yu Yu remained engrossed in the footage, unresponsive to her calls, prompting Shirhan to suggest that the others eat first. After approximately half an hour, Yu Yu finally spotted Ning Bochao again, closing his eyes briefly and exclaiming, I'm so tired. I must seek compensation for my mental distress from Lin Lillian later. Shirhan remarked softly, it's rare to see you so dedicated, Yugu. Yu chuckled, that was in the past. I'm different now. Lu Xing chimed in, Yugu. I found Ning Bochao's traffic violation record from 5 days ago. He was caught making an illegal U-turn at an intersection. Yu grinned, see, that traffic officer would serve as a splendid witness. Now, security brother, did any outside vehicles enter your complex that day? The guard pointed to a sign outside, stating, we do not permit outside vehicles here. Yu replied, very well. It's time for us to depart. Thank you both for your assistance. Shirhan, please provide the 2 gentlemen with their compensation. In a few days, the police may come to investigate, so please do your best to keep our visit confidential. The guards exchanged uncertain looks, but Yu reassured them, I'm just joking. If the police don't ask, don't mention us. If they do, simply tell the truth. Once in the car, Yu swiftly devoured her meal, prompting Shirhan to frown. Zhang Hongyi asked Yugu where to now. Yu replied, back to the hotel. Shirhan, have you arranged for any patients? Shirhan answered, no, I thought we would be investigating all day, and it would be too late to schedule anything now. Yu stated, now we await news from the traffic bureau to see where Ning Bochao's vehicle has been in recent days, so we can take a proper rest this afternoon. Shirhan inquired, and tonight? Yu responded, tonight, Boss Lu will come to pick me up. I need to head to the countryside for some matters, and Zhang Hongyi will accompany me. You all can rest at the hotel. No, I want to go too. Shirhan insisted resolutely. Yu laughed. Then go ahead. Zhang Hongyi asked, you go. Have you found the suspect? Yu chuckled, what do you think? In the intricate web of investigation, Yu deduced that identifying the suspect necessitated not only knowing his identity but also having detailed leads. At present, they had merely uncovered a few faint traces. Do you recall the individual wearing a hat? He appeared exceedingly suspicious. Zhang Hongyi nodded in agreement, remarking on the oddity of wearing a hat at night, especially when driving. It seemed entirely unnecessary. Yu inquired if there were any additional observations. Zhang Hongyi pondered deeply before shaking his head. Yu elaborated, noting that the individual consistently maintained a defensive posture. Although he kept his head lowered, it was not in contemplation, but rather in vigilance of his surroundings. I am certain he had previously visited the garage to assess the environment. He was well aware of Ning Bochao's parking spot and the locations and angles of the surveillance cameras. Zhang Hongyi recollected and suddenly understood. Shirhan asked, Yu, why didn't you make a copy of the footage? Yu replied, I am not a police officer. I don't need to retain evidence. The information is stored in my mind. Zhang Hongyi then questioned, Yu, why did you ask me to stand by that sign? Yu explained, I wanted to ascertain the target's height. With you as a reference, I can deduce that the target is approximately 1.70 meters with a steady gait, suggesting he might have military experience. Zhang Hongyi was astonished. You can tell he has military experience? Yu affirmed, indeed, otherwise how would one describe standing like a pine, sitting like a bell, and walking like the wind? Compare yourself to Lu Wei and the others. You'll grasp the distinction. Zhang Hongyi responded with a realization. After resting for 2 hours at the hotel, Yu arose to find Lu Xing presenting 2 meticulously annotated maps. One depicted the traffic routes of Xi'an, revealing that after Ning Bochao departed from his 3rd girlfriend's residence, his vehicle continued to traverse Xi'an, closely mirroring his usual routes. Records from traffic intersections indicated that Ning Bochao had returned to his parents' home, visited Dan Yingying, and even frequented a pyramid scheme hideout. Strangely, his vehicle had been spotted near Su Yenshuang's residence 7 nights prior, only departing the following morning. Upon reviewing this data, doubt crept into Yu's previously firm judgment. The annotations on the map of Shangxi indicated that 5 days earlier, after leaving Dan Yingying's home early in the morning, Ning Bochao headed northwest into Gansu. He vanished completely after passing the last traffic camera in Shangxi. Zhang Hongyi remarked, Yu, does the murderer really need to go to such lengths to fabricate an illusion? Perhaps this behavior is attributable to Ning Bochao himself. Yu cautioned, think before you speak. If the murderer hears you, he might become enraged enough to dispose of you as well. Zhang Hongyi appeared skeptical, prompting Yu to question. Consider this. The victim received an urgent call to rescue someone. Why would he linger in the garage for 7 or 8 minutes? After some consideration, Jiang Hongyi speculated. Could he have been taken hostage by the murderer? Yu Yu replied, murder is relatively simple. Dismemberment requires merely additional effort. The most challenging aspect is eluding capture by the police. If you were the murderer, what would you do to avoid arrest? Jiang Hongyi hesitated, and Yu Yu retorted, go cool off. If you have a brilliant idea, keep it to yourself. With a grimace, Jiang Hongyi retreated to the side.
Yu Shihan interjected. Ye Yu.
We now have a general understanding of the murderer's characteristics. How should we proceed? Yu Yu responded, there's little we can do. Surprised by his admission, Yu Shihan exclaimed. Yu Yu clarified, if I were in the Public Security Bureau with ample resources, I could conduct extensive investigations, even personally reviewing the necessary footage from the Traffic Bureau. Conducting covert inquiries like this is exceedingly difficult unless new leads emerge. It seems we must wait. Lu Wei added, I hope the murderer does not discard new body parts too soon. That police dog will not arrive until tomorrow morning at the earliest. Yu Yu smiled, your efficiency is commendable. How is the dog faring? Lu Wei replied, it's the best dog from this year's training center. We managed to secure it, but it only obeys its trainer. After the tranquilizer, it may become quite agitated. We might need to train it a bit upon arrival. Yu Yu instructed, no need. Simply bring it to me when the time comes. Lu Wei agreed. Yu Yu continued, though hope seems faint, we must still explore avenues for investigation. Please look into soldiers from Shaanxi, Gansu, and Shaanxi who might have been discharged early between January and March due to perceived unfair treatment or unfortunate family circumstances. Lu Wei acknowledged the task, understood. However, military matters can be complicated and might require time. Yu Yu reassured him there's no rush. The murderer is unlikely to act swiftly against a new target. Not long after dinner, Lu Yiwen called Yu Yu, stating he was downstairs. Yu Yu initially considered asking Lu Wei and the others to stay, but Lu Wei mentioned that Lin Lilian had ordered them to provide 24-hour protection for Yu Yu, so they accompanied him. Lu Yiwen had prepared 2 SUVs, identical in appearance, yet one was a deluxe model spacious enough for Yu Yu to lie down and rest. Lu Wei and his team drove another vehicle, and the 3 cars departed south from Xi'an. After an hour of speeding on the highway, they veered onto a county road. Winding through a remote valley, Yu Yu managed to nap during the ride. Upon disembarking, he realized the place was incredibly secluded, with no villages nearby and no shops in sight. Although they were brought by Lu Yiwen, the villagers regarded Yu Yu and his companions with palpable hostility. Despite the late hour, every household had someone peering outside, watching them coldly, while the dogs of the village barked furiously.
Ye Yu. Jiang Hongyi whispered.
Do you think Lu Yiwen has lured us here with malicious intent? Yu Yu chuckled, do not be overly anxious, he wouldn't dare. The villagers' hostility stems from Lu Yiwen himself. He is not well regarded in his hometown. Indeed, once inside Lu Yiwen's home, he expressed his apologies to Yu Yu, explaining the villagers' unfriendly demeanor, which stemmed from complex reasons. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the night. It's a ghost. Help! The voice was so piercing it seemed as if someone had truly encountered a specter, sending shivers through the small mountain village in the dead of night. 099 The divine healer, is that the cousin you mentioned who was frightened? Yu Yu inquired. Lu Yiwen sighed, yes, during an incident while working, he had an accident and fell into a coma for 7 days. When he awoke, he was like this. The villagers have never thought highly of me, and after this incident, I can hardly lift my head. Yu Yu replied, let's first check your inventory, then I shall visit your cousin. Lu Yiwen nodded repeatedly and led Yu Yu to his storeroom. This storeroom was not as hidden as the one in Xi'an, but its scale and the volume of its contents were far greater. As Yu Yu examined the items, he casually asked, Lu, why do you have so much stock on hand? Is it difficult to sell antiques these days? Lu Yiwen lamented, indeed, business is exceedingly tough now. If I don't attend the ghost market, selling 2 or 3 items a month is considered good. I must also be cautious, fearing encounters with undercover police. Yu Yu nodded in understanding. As he absorbed the spiritual energy from the artifacts, he scrutinized the items carefully, intending to acquire a few that caught his fancy. It was preferable for these treasures to be in his possession rather than falling into the hands of unscrupulous dealers. Lu Yiwen had pilfered countless tombs. The richness of his storeroom rivaled that of a small museum, and its value likely exceeded that significantly. The largest categories included various seals and inkstones, followed by jade pendants, bracelets, porcelain, bronze artifacts, and ritual implements. After approximately half an hour, Yu had perused Lu Yiwen's collection and selected a pair of Dotsai flower pattern vases, a Qing Dynasty Huang Renming inkstone, a Tang Dynasty bronze mirror with beast and grape motifs, a Ming Dynasty jade brush rest depicting the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, and a Ming Dynasty gray jade paperweight adorned with cloud patterns. For each chosen item, he handed it to Lu Yiwen, who continuously praised Yu Yu's discerning eye and instructed his staff to set the items aside for packaging upon Yu Yu's confirmation. Most of Yu Yu's selections were for personal use. Although he wished to procure some gifts for Yu Shihan, he deemed the ancient jewelry unsuitable for her current needs. Recalling a previous jest, Yu Yu resolved to carve a couple of exquisite pieces for her himself, such as jade pendants and bracelets. In the end, he also chose a gilded bronze statue of Laozi, standing a foot high, and a bronze incense burner, intending to offer incense upon returning home. That will suffice, Yu Yu declared. Lu Yiwen remarked, "Don't you wish to buy a bit more? The total for these items comes to exactly 2 million. To bring you good fortune, I shall offer them to you for 1,880,000. Yu Yu nodded. "You are quite generous, Lu. Xiaohan, please make the transfer. Can you assist in packaging these items for delivery to Yanjing City, Lu?" "Certainly," Lu Yiwen replied. Yu Yu added, "Ensure the packaging is secure. It would be unacceptable for them to arrive as mere fragments. Rest assured, our packaging is robust and safe. Should anything be damaged, I will issue a full refund," Lu Yiwen assured him. "Now let us visit your cousin," Yu Yu stated. Lu Yiwen cautiously said, "Shouldn't you inquire about his condition first?" Yu Yu responded, "What? Are you afraid I won't be able to help him?" Lu Yiwen sighed, "My family and I have consulted several practitioners and taken him to numerous major hospitals, but to no avail." Yu Yu replied, "I must personally examine the patient. If even you doubt my success, it would be better for me not to go." With a firm resolve, Lu Yiwen said, "Let us proceed, Yu. It's rare for you to come here. I must allow you to try." Yu Yu glanced back at Yu Shihan and the others, and her resolute expression made it clear that further discussion would be futile. "Then let us go together," he declared. As Lu Yiwen led Yu Yu outside, he made a call to the family, but it took a while for the call to connect. They seemed to reject Lu Yiwen's good intentions and hung up. Undeterred, he and Lu Yiwen brought Yu Yu to the home, knocking loudly on the courtyard door. The eerie sounds had ceased, and their actions caused a stir in the village, prompting the dogs to bark wildly and lights to flicker on in every household. Some residents emerged, displeased, and one scolded Lu Yiwen, "Mosquito, why are you causing a ruckus at this hour?" Ignoring the criticisms, Lu Yiwen called out to the people in the yard, "Aunt Qing, please open the door. I've brought a doctor for my cousin. You must give me a chance to try." The door remained shut. An elderly man, around 60, approached and glanced at Yu Yu and the others. "Little Mosquito, who do you say is a doctor? Just these young lads? Who are you trying to fool?" Before Lu Yiwen could respond, Yu Yu interjected, "Old sir, have you been suffering from rheumatism in your leg these past few days? Would you like me to treat it? 5 seconds to alleviate the pain, guaranteed." The old man was taken aback, then scoffed. "Did little Mosquito tell you that? This old affliction hasn't been cured by many major hospitals. You can heal it in a day? You're boasting." Laughter erupted from the crowd, but Lu Yiwen insisted, "Village chief, this Dr. Yu is truly remarkable. If you don't believe it, give him a chance." Lu Boken replied, "All right, young man, I'll give you a minute. If my leg isn't relieved, you'd better leave the village." Yu Yu smiled, "And if it is relieved? If it truly is, I'll call you a divine healer. I'll present you with a banner proclaiming you the master of divine healing." "Agreed," Yu Yu affirmed. He stepped forward, bent down, and tapped the man's knee, then applied pressure to the Zusanli acupoint a few times. "Done." Yu stepped back and said, "Now, try walking a few steps." Lu Boken paused, and the crowd fell silent, astonished that Yu Yu had merely tapped a few times. Someone shouted, "Fraud! Let us chase these 2 swindlers out." Lu Yiwen shouted, "Wait, village chief, please take a few steps." Lu Boken furrowed his brow, and the crowd quieted. He hesitantly lifted his foot and took a couple of cautious steps forward. To his astonishment, he felt no discomfort in his leg. He exclaimed, "Oh!" and took several confident strides forward. Remarkably, the pain he had endured throughout the day had vanished. The spectators were dumbfounded, aware of the village chief's condition. Witnessing him walk with such vigor was like witnessing a return of his former glory. Could it be that his ailment was truly cured by a mere tap? Yu smiled and said, "This is only a temporary relief. For complete recovery, you'll need to undergo detailed massage and acupuncture treatments 3 to 4 times. It won't take long." Lu Boken exclaimed, "Divine healer. You are truly a divine healer." The onlookers were astonished. The village chief's chronic leg pain was well known in the village. It was said to stem from an incident during his imprisonment in a water dungeon, and many renowned hospitals had failed to treat it. How could this young man remedy it with just a few taps? After a moment of shock, someone shouted, "Village chief, did he inject you with anesthetics? These con artists are becoming increasingly cunning." Lu Boken pinched his leg and confirmed, "I can feel it. There was no anesthetic. Divine healer. May I ask your surname?" Yu replied, "My surname is Yu. Now, could you please open the door? I wish to see the patient who was frightened." Lu Boken's expression shifted slightly, and he chuckled wryly. "I fear he is more than just frightened, however." It won't hurt for the divine healer to take a look, he called out loudly. "Antly, open the door. This divine healer is truly skilled. Let him give it a try." The tightly shut courtyard gate finally swung open, revealing a young man with a displeased expression who shot a fierce glare at Lu Yuan. "Come in," he said. "My grandmother has stated that if you cannot cure my father this time, your family should cease bothering us." Lu Yuan forced a bitter smile and replied, "All right, if I fail again, I will have no face to return." "Yu Shao," he continued, "this is my cousin's son, Luo Wenbin. The one afflicted is his father, Luo Yangsheng." Yu interjected, "I am not here to meet people. Where is the patient?" Her demeanor momentarily caught the disgruntled Luo Wenbin off guard, instilling a flicker of confidence in him. "Follow me," he instructed Yu. In the main hall, an elderly lady with silver hair glared at Lu Yuan but was courteous toward Yu. "Dr. Yu, please forgive my rudeness. I have not stood for many years." Yu glanced at her and remarked, "Your condition differs from that of the village chief. A complete cure is impossible, yet I can enhance your mobility slightly. With a cane, you will be able to walk slowly." "Is that true?" Luo Wenbin exclaimed in delight. "Can you cure my grandmother's ailment? That would be wonderful." "Mrs. Li replied coolly, "Do not rejoice too soon, Dr. Yu. Please treat my son first. Xiaobin, take the doctor to see your father." Luo Wenbin hesitated, saying, "My father's condition is quite dire. Dr. Yu, please do not be alarmed when you see him. Follow me." He led Yu to the backyard, pointing to a tightly locked room on the west side. "My father is inside. When he goes mad, no one can control him, so we had to lock him up. He has just finished his episode and fallen asleep. He may not awaken until tomorrow morning." "That is acceptable. The deeper his sleep, the better. Open the door," Yu instructed. Reluctantly, Luo Wenbin unlocked the door. Just as he removed the lock, the door was suddenly yanked open, and a disheveled figure burst forth. Luo Wenbin stumbled back, falling to the ground. "Quick! Stop him!" he shouted. The sudden turn of events caught Yu Shihan and Jiang Hongyi off guard. But Lu Wei and Lu Xing reacted swiftly, stepping forward. Before they could reach the figure, Yu preemptively struck, slapping the man on the forehead. The individual was indeed Luo Yangsheng, who immediately collapsed, his eyes rolling back as he fell to the ground. Everyone was momentarily stunned by Yu's decisive action. They all knew how ferocious a madman Luo Yangsheng could be. If he had escaped, even several strong men would struggle to subdue him. Yet, with a mere light slap, Yu had rendered him unconscious. Dad! Dad! What is wrong?" Luo Wenbin cried out, rushing to embrace his father. Lu Wei and Lu Xing exchanged astonished glances. This frail young master had acted faster than they could have imagined, incapacitating the madman with a single blow, something they themselves could not have accomplished. Yu reassured them, "He is only temporarily unconscious. It is nothing serious. Lift him inside and lay him flat so I can treat him." Luo Wenbin noticed his father's steady breathing and, feeling relieved, hurriedly carried Luo Yangsheng back indoors. Yu Yu approached and took Luo Yangxing's pulse, noting its stability. However, she felt something was amiss. A person who had been frightened should exhibit signs of weakness and fear, yet Luo Yangxing did not seem frightened at all. Yu Yu gently pressed her hands against Luo Yangxing's forehead, subtly probing with her energy. Suddenly, a powerful surge of dark energy erupted, clashing against Yu Yu's force and flooding into her body. Rather than being alarmed, she felt a surge of joy and intentionally guided the malevolent energy outward. This dark energy surged into Yu Yu, causing a tingling sensation in her middle finger as it coursed through her meridians, breaking through various acupoints until it encountered Yu Yu's ambush at the Naguan point. The formidable yang energy within her enveloped the dark energy, which dissipated as swiftly as ice thrown into a fire. Continuing her actions, Yu Yu pressed on Luo Yangxing's head a few more times before turning to the onlookers. Regardless of what you witness, do not speak. If anything happens to him, I will not be responsible. If you understand, step back 2 paces. Everyone hurriedly complied, retreating. Turning back, Yu Yu extended her fingers toward Luo Yangxing's forehead, murmuring incantations. Finally, she delivered a firm slap to his forehead and commanded, Luo Yangxing, return to your senses. Luo Yangxing's eyes flew open, startling everyone present into silence. Yu Yu's fingers continued to dance before him, and with a sudden motion, she commanded, Luo Yangxing, stand up. He immediately complied, leaving the villagers of Lu family village and even Yu Shihan and Lu Wei in utter shock. Luo Yangxing, what did you encounter during your ordeal? Yu Yu demanded. With a pained expression, Luo Yangxing replied, I saw my wife, Zhang Yueqiu. The faces of everyone in Lu family village changed dramatically. Luo Yangxing continued, Zhang Yueqiu is not dead. She disguised herself as a ghost to trick me into drinking poisoned wine, leading to the deaths of Afa and Lao Lu. No, that cannot be true. Luo Wenbin screamed, turning to flee, only to be stopped by Lu Baiqin. He collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Yu Yu instructed Luo Yangxing, lie back down and rest. You will be fine upon waking. As Luo Yangxing reclined again, Yu Yu turned to Lu Yiwen and said, he must have ingested a type of poison that drives one mad. He is fine now, and my involvement is concluded. I require rest. Leaving a multitude of enigmas behind, Yu Yu departed. Brother Yu, do you truly possess the ability to hypnotize? I am a psychologist. Brother Yu, what poison did Luo Yangxing ingest? Why would his wife disguise herself as a ghost to harm him? Ask him, Yu Yu retorted. I am only responsible for diagnosis and treatment. I know nothing of the rest. Brother Yu, Xiaohan, I truly need to rest. Treating Luo Yangxing has exhausted me. Eventually, Yu Shihan left, and Yu Yu sat cross-legged on the bed, removing a jade longevity pendant from around his neck, his expression inscrutable. This longevity pendant, given to him by a distant aunt, was exquisitely crafted, adorned with intricate patterns and symbols of longevity and wealth, appearing auspicious but concealing a malevolent secret. Hidden within those decorations were sinister runes, capable of slowly absorbing the dark energy from the surroundings and transferring it to the wearer. This very pendant, originally intended to harm Yu Yu, ultimately saved his life. Had it not been for it, his excessive yang energy might have led to his demise. The dark energy he discovered within Luo Yangxing bore a striking resemblance to that emanating from the pendant, confirming their shared origin. Though this world is fraught with thin spiritual energy, it is not devoid of cultivation potential. The longevity pendant and the symbolic wine Luo Yangxing consumed serve as concrete evidence. The old doctor who treated Yu Yu years ago was likely a practitioner of the same path, though his true motives in treating Yu Yu were far from simple. For ordinary people, the 9-yang severed meridian is insurmountable. However, for cultivators, it poses no significant challenge. Yet, the old doctor's treatment plan bore considerable flaws. Was there truly no better method? Regardless of the circumstances, Yu Yu would never let those who conspired against him go unpunished. Initially, he intended to prepare more thoroughly before taking action, but given that he had already made a move today, he realized that even if he hesitated, others would act first. Thus, he needed to make some preparations. However, his current magical prowess remained meager. What could he possibly prepare? In the early morning, Yu Shihan called Yu Yu to rise and wash up, simultaneously informing him that Lu Buqin and Lu Yiwen had been waiting for quite some time. Yu Yu replied that they could wait a little longer. He leisurely washed up and had breakfast, only appearing before Lu Yuan and the others half an hour later. 12 villagers from Lu family village, led by Lu Buqin, filled the main hall of Lu Yuan's residence. Aunt Li, along with her son Luo Yangsheng and grandson Luo Wenbin, also arrived. The moment Luo Yangsheng saw Yu Yu emerge, he rushed forward, kneeling before him and exclaiming, "Benefactor, you not only saved me, but you also saved my entire family." Luo Wenbin also came forward to kneel, while only the elderly matriarch remained unable to rise. Otherwise, she too would have knelt. Yu Yu graciously accepted their homage and then said, "Please rise. I am merely a doctor, fulfilling my duty." The Luo family expressed their profound gratitude, insisting on repaying Yu Yu's great kindness. Subsequently, Lu Buqin, representing the villagers, also extended his thanks to Yu Yu. With a smile, Yu Yu replied, "No need for thanks. In the future, should you have any new goods, allow me to have a look first, and then provide me with a discounted price." "Certainly, certainly." Lu Yuan eagerly agreed, then added, "Young Master Yu, we have an ungrateful request." Yu Yu interrupted, "Since it is an ungrateful request, then please refrain from asking." Lu Yuan was taken aback, only to hear Yu Yu say, "I understand what you wish to convey. That is your family matter. I have no intention of interfering, nor the capability to do so. If you have new goods, feel free to invite me to inspect them. Anything else is off the table." Lu Yuan was rendered speechless, and Lu Buqin exclaimed, "Dr. Yu, you cannot turn a blind eye." Yu Yu replied, "Indeed, I am a doctor. If your legs are afflicted, I can treat you. I can guarantee 1,000 yuan for the village chief and 50,000 for Grandma Li to stand again. But beyond that, I am powerless." As others attempted to persuade him further, Yu Yu waved his hand and stated, "My decision is final. The 2 patients may stay, but the rest please leave. Otherwise, I shall take my leave." Ultimately, only Lu Yuan, Lu Buqin, Grandma Li, and Luo Yangsheng remained. Yu Yu honored his promise and first treated Lu Buqin's leg, then attended to Grandma Li. Lu Buqin's condition was manageable, but Grandma Li's required significantly more time due to her meniscus damage, which necessitated strengthening the surrounding muscles to compensate for the structural damage. As Yu Yu worked diligently, sweating profusely, Yu Shirhan gently wiped his brow for the 3rd time and could not help but say, "You all can see that my young master is frail and cannot endure excessive strain. Please handle your matters without burdening him." Lu Yuan and the others exchanged glances, surprised at how truly weak Yu Yu appeared, though they had not witnessed him exerting himself. Yu Yu continued, "While I cannot directly intervene, I can offer some assistance within my means." Lu Buqin rejoiced and asked, "Dr. Yu, how do you plan to assist us?" Yu Yu replied, "First, you must tell me what exactly is happening." Looking towards Luo Yangsheng, Lu Buqin sighed, "This is all my fault. I should not have married that woman." It turned out that in the realm of tomb raiding, there were 8 prominent families, each possessing unique skills, and competition was fierce. Among them, the Zheng family and the Lu family were bitter rivals, and the Lu family would never marry into the Zheng family. However, Luo Yangsheng had fallen for a woman of the Zheng surname, and fortunately, he was not a direct descendant of the Lu family. Moreover, upon investigation, Zhang Yueqiu had no ties to the Zheng family of tomb raiders, allowing the marriage to proceed. Zhang Yueqiu had always behaved appropriately, earning the satisfaction of both the Lu and Luo families. However, shortly after Luo Wenbin turned 18, he suddenly fell ill and died. It was only the previous night that everyone learned Zhang Yueqiu was not deceased, and was indeed a member of the Zheng family, which dealt a heavy blow to the Lu family. "I will not interfere in your affairs," Yu Yu stated. "I have inscribed several talismans. Ensure that those in need of protection carry them. If the talismans spontaneously ignite, it signifies that someone is plotting against you, and the only course of action is to flee swiftly." Grandma Li inquired, "Doctor, do you possess any treasures that can counteract the fiends?" "We are willing to purchase." Yu Yu replied, "In 10 years, when I have perfected my cultivation, I may be able to provide you with formidable items. For now, I am unable. If you feel this insufficient, you may seek assistance from other experts." Lu Buqin nodded, "That works as well. Thank you, Dr. Yu, for your assistance. Our Lu family will forever be your steadfast friends." Yu then went to Lu Yiwen's storeroom and selected 2 items, a sandalwood bead bracelet and a brass-plated Vajra pestle. Observing Yu's selection of talismans, Lu Buqin inquired, "Young master, do these truly possess the power to ward off evil?" Yu replied, "Perhaps, but objects are lifeless, while people are living. Some items, even if placed before you, may remain unused. Mere superficial understanding can lead to harm for oneself and others." Lu Buqin hurriedly nodded. Yu pointed to a statue of Buddha and instructed, "Worship that statue diligently, offering 3 incense sticks morning and evening. It will be beneficial." As Yu belonged to the Taoist tradition, he did not take the Buddha statue himself. Otherwise, he would have. The sandalwood beads and Vajra pestle were merely talismans, so borrowing them was of no consequence. After leaving Lu family village, Lu Yiwen did not accompany him but sent Lu Yiqian to escort him. Though Lu Yiqian spoke little, Yu found a favorable impression of him. After a bumpy ride, they returned to Xi'an, where Lu Wei called to inform Yu, "Brother Yu, the German shepherd you requested has arrived. Would you like to see it now or send it elsewhere?" Yu asked Lu Yiqian to temporarily lend him the car, and then instructed Zhang Hongyi to drive the SUV to see the German shepherd. Near the airport, Yu encountered the German shepherd locked in a 1-meter square iron cage. Upon seeing someone approach, it lay there, squinting its eyes, offering no hint of emotion. The delivery person cautioned, "A dog that doesn't bark is the one that bites. This dog is fierce. It has already injured 3 people on the way here." Yu responded, "Fierce is good. If it weren't fierce, I wouldn't want it. Hand me the key. Be careful," the delivery person warned as he handed over the key to the cage. Yu opened the cage door, and the German shepherd cautiously regarded him, refraining from attacking. Yu beckoned, "Come out. From now on, I am your master." The dog slowly rose, standing about 60 centimeters tall, its coat a striking blend of gray and black, exuding an imposing presence. Seeing Yu's gesture, the dog ambled towards him. The delivery person marveled, "How curious. Why has the dog suddenly become docile?" Before he could finish his sentence, the German shepherd lunged forward, attempting to bite the delivery person's neck. Startled, the delivery person tried to dodge, but Yu swiftly intervened, grabbing the dog's mouth and holding it in his arms. The dog struggled vigorously, but Yu placed it on the ground, still grasping its muzzle. With his other hand, he gently stroked its back while soothingly saying, "Don't be afraid. Good dog, be obedient." Gradually, the German shepherd calmed down, its bristling fur settling. Yu slowly released his grip, and the dog hesitated for a moment before suddenly licking Yu's hand twice. Yu encouragingly patted its head, saying, "All right, from this moment on I am your master. Come with me." Lu Wei and the delivery man were both left astonished, particularly the latter, who had struggled greatly with the black shepherd along the way. Yet, in the presence of Yu, the dog exhibited remarkable obedience. After Yu exited the delivery truck, the black shepherd faithfully followed at his side, as if it had been accustomed to Yu's presence for a long time. Upon entering the SUV, the black shepherd accompanied him, and when Yu patted the seat beside him, the dog promptly took its place without hesitation. Shirhan shot a glance at Yu and settled into the front passenger seat. The driver, Zhang Hongyi, inquired, "Where are we headed now, Brother Yu?" Yu replied, "Just a moment." While gently stroking the black shepherd's neck and back, he called Lu Wei, asking if there were any updates from the police. Lu Wei responded that there had been no new information, possibly because the perpetrator had not yet disposed of another body. Yu stated, "If he remains inactive, we have little to do. Let's have a meal first, then explore the location of the night market." They dined at a nearby restaurant, and before the dishes arrived, Yu gave the black shepherd a thorough wash. The dog displayed remarkable cooperation, which amazed everyone. Aware of the challenging day the black shepherd had endured, Yu treated it to a plate of ribs mixed with fragrant white rice, which the dog relished. Zhang Hongyi remarked, "Brother Yu, it has been several days. Can the dog still detect scents?" Yu replied, "Do not underestimate a dog's nose. Their sense of smell is 1,000 times more acute than that of humans." When Zhang Hongyi attempted to pet the black shepherd, it suddenly bared its teeth, startling him into retracting his hand. Yu chuckled, suggesting, "How about I name you Hunter Tiger?" The black shepherd licked Yu's hand, and he continued, "Excellent. From now on, you shall be called Hunter Tiger. Hunter Tiger, allow me to introduce you to Xiao Han. She is the person I trust most. Only I and Xiao Han may touch you or feed you. Do you understand? Hunter Tiger nodded and barked at Yu Shirhan. Initially indifferent towards dogs, Yu Shirhan quickly warmed up to Hunter Tiger due to its well-behaved nature. Zhang Hongyi, eager to play with the dog, could only comment with a hint of jealousy, "This is even better. I can delegate some tasks." Yu laughed. "Hunter Tiger, this is Zhang Hongyi, your little master. He will be responsible for bathing you and cleaning up after you." Zhang Hongyi's expression froze, while Yu Shirhan stifled a laugh, and Lu Wei and Lu Xing couldn't help but grin. Hunter Tiger barked at Zhang Hongyi, leaving him visibly flustered. Yu reassured him, "Don't worry. Hunter Tiger is a well-trained police dog and won't relieve itself indiscriminately." Zhang Hongyi sighed in relief. After their meal, they drove to the location where the night market was held. Having observed the local environment during the day, Yu couldn't help but admire the planners of the night market for their choice of location. Isolated and level, making it difficult for any vehicles to approach unnoticed. How, then, did the perpetrator manage to dispose of a human leg here? Yu soon identified the spot where the perpetrator had discarded the leg. Pointing to several dry droplets of formalin on a tree trunk, he instructed, "Hunter Tiger, sniff this out and help me locate its source." The dog sniffed the trunk and then lowered its head, eagerly following the scent, running ahead. Before long, Hunter Tiger arrived at a small ditch, barked once, and then crouched down, remaining still. Upon reaching the ditch, they discovered the right leg of Ning Buqiao lying within it. "Hunter Tiger is truly exceptional," Yu exclaimed, tossing a piece of rib for the dog, which deftly caught it midair. Zhang Hongyi donned disposable gloves from a supermarket and retrieved the severed leg from the ditch. Although it had been in the wilderness for 2 days, it remained largely intact, albeit drier on the surface, as even animals avoided what had been soaked in chemicals. Yu instructed them to let Hunter Tiger sniff it before returning it to the ditch, then turned to Lu Wei, suggesting they disrupt the perpetrator's plans by making an anonymous report about the leg's discovery and observing the perpetrator's reaction. Yu Shirhan interjected, "Did we come all this way just to see this severed leg?" Yu clarified, "Of course not. Hunter Tiger will lead us in further evidence searches. With a bit of luck, we might even find the perpetrator." Hunter Tiger barked in agreement and bolted back the way they came. Following the dog, they returned to the site where the leg had been discarded. Hunter Tiger sniffed around for a while before finally picking up the scent again and sprinting off in a specific direction. The dog paused intermittently, occasionally losing the trail only to pick it up again and continue the chase. Observing this, Yu expressed his satisfaction, praising Hunter Tiger's resilience against distractions and unwavering determination to complete its task. "Truly a remarkable police dog." Lu Wei replied, "As long as you are pleased, brother Yu." Yu smiled, "I am indeed satisfied. Please extend my gratitude to Lin." Lu Wei corrected him, "Its supervisor Lin." Yu nodded, while Lu Xing, watching Hunter Tiger joyfully bounding ahead, inquired, "Brother Yu, how did you manage to train Hunter Tiger to be so obedient?" Yu chuckled, "It's innate. Remember the cat from the Dan Yingying's household? I possess an undeniable allure for such creatures." Lu Wei and the others broke into a sweat, astonished by Yu's self-assured claim. Yu understood their skepticism, yet he spoke the truth. Through practicing the principles of nature, small animals were instinctively drawn to him, while humans, burdened by their myriad distractions, had lost that sensitivity. Ultimately, Hunter Tiger lost the trail near the roadside, approximately a kilometer from the night market's location. Yu asked Lu Wei, "How long would it take you to traverse the woods to the disposal site at midnight?" Lu Wei pondered, "It depends on the lighting conditions, but roughly 3 to 5 minutes. Yu nodded and instructed Lu Xing to bring the car over, signaling that it was time to depart. On their return to Xi'an, they encountered a convoy of over 10 police vehicles speeding past. Yu chuckled, "I hope the police haven't brought their dogs. Otherwise, our scent would surely be tracked." Yu Shirhan retorted, "Of course they would. I really don't understand why we had to come back." Yu replied, "Is that so? I believe our return was quite necessary. At the very least, we have confirmed the keen sense of smell possessed by Hunter Tiger, and seeing the severed leg again after such a long time has yielded new insights." "New insights?" Yu Shirhan exclaimed in surprise. Yu nodded, "Indeed, new insights. A corpse undergoes continuous changes after death. Formalin merely slows this process. When discarded in the wilderness for an extended period, the body's alterations become more evident. Jiang Hongyi asked, "Brother Yu, what new findings do you have?" Yu responded the deceased had suffered abuse, such as being pricked on the soles of the feet. A chill ran through everyone as they contemplated the victim's torment. Yu closed his eyes, stating, "We have made our move. Now we must observe how the perpetrator responds. I suspect we will soon hear news of bodies being disposed of elsewhere." Upon returning to the hotel to rest, Lu Wei and the others kept a vigilant ear on police activity. At 5:21 in the afternoon, Lu Wei brought news that human torsos had been discovered in several public locations throughout Xi'an. Indeed, the perpetrator had struck again. "Let's head to the nearest location," Yu commanded. By the time they arrived, the police had cordoned off the area where the remains were found, and forensic experts were carefully extracting a severed arm from a paper bag discovered in a nearby trash bin. Yu stood outside the cordon, holding the dog leash, while Hunter Tiger sat obediently beside him, adorned with its collar. The investigating detective cast a curious glance at the hunting tiger, admiring its exquisite fur and perfectly poised crouch, which made it appear even more dashing than a police dog. Yu knelt down to stroke the tiger's head and inquired, "Can you detect that peculiar scent of the chemical? Lead me to its source." The hunting tiger sprang into action, weaving through the crowd and guiding Yu away from the crime scene along secluded paths, where surveillance cameras were scarce, and those present had poor angles of view. The scent ultimately dissipated at a bus stop, indicating that the perpetrator had boarded a bus. At the bus stop there was a camera, and Yu instructed Lu Xing, "Investigate this camera and retrieve footage from the 2 hours prior to the witness's report." While Lu Xing made the call, Yu examined the bus stop sign, noting that a total of 8 buses serviced this location, providing excellent transport connectivity. Lu Xing soon responded, "Brother Yu, I'm afraid this camera has been out of order for almost a week." Out of order for a week? Yu was stunned, disappointment washing over him, yet he quickly pressed, "How did it break? Why was it not repaired immediately?" Lu Xing explained, "It appears intact, but it must have burned out. The response speed of these departments is hardly swift." Yu fell silent again, gazing at the bustling road, momentarily at a loss for solutions. Yu Shirhan remarked, "Brother Yu, could it be that the murderer knew this camera was broken, which is why he chose to take the bus here?" Yu nodded, affirming, "Indeed, and I suspect he may have caused the camera's malfunction himself. This individual is exceedingly cunning, having plotted his escape route even before embarking on his actions." Yu Shirhan questioned, "Then why did he discard the severed foot at the ghost market?" Yu explained, "The behavior of serial killers tends to escalate. Although he had a plan, perhaps he suddenly craved something more thrilling, only to find himself in a chaotic mess, leaving him too frightened to act for several days." Perplexed, Yu Shirhan inquired, "But why did he act so swiftly after we reported the incident?" Yu replied, "Perhaps he believed he was safe now." Who is the murderer? Yu was not one to surrender easily. He stated, "To dispose of so many body parts at once is no simple feat." Lu Xing, "When did we report the incident? What was the time of the first report made by someone other than us?" Lu Xing replied, "I reported around 2:40 p.m., and the first report came in at 4:30 p.m. Yu mused, "His speed is astonishing. Bring me the map." He marked several of the disposal locations on the map. Although the order in which the body parts were discarded did not necessarily align with the witnesses' reports, Yu discerned some clues. The perpetrator could not have taken a bus due to the inefficiency. What mode of transport could he have used? A taxi or a private vehicle? Lu Xing, can you access taxi data for that time period along those routes? What about private vehicles? Lu Xing grimaced. The data volume is immense. Can we narrow it down? Yu suggested, let us use this bus stop as the origin. Check the time frame within 20 minutes from when the perpetrator passed the last camera to when he arrived at this bus stop. Were there any taxis picking up passengers at the bus stop during that time? Lu Xing made the call, and Yu addressed the group, "It's getting late. Let us grab something to eat nearby first." After a while, they gathered in a private room to discuss the case, all agreeing that the murderer was exceedingly sly. Lu Xing returned from outside, stating, "Brother Yu, there are over 40 taxi companies in Xi'an. Investigating them one by one would be cumbersome. I've instructed my contacts to cooperate with the investigation under the guise of the police. If all goes well, we should clear their trails before the police can catch up. Yu nodded. Also, obtain the footage from the cameras we passed along the way for the past 2 hours. I want to see if there are any suspicious individuals. Lu Xing confirmed. I've already arranged for that, and they are capturing images directly. Whenever someone passes, they take the clearest shot. Yu commended. Well done, let me see it. Lu Xing handed his phone to Yu, who quickly perused the images. Despite the remoteness of the road, many people had traversed it. Yu sifted through the thumbnails, dismissing unrelated images and focusing only on those that bore resemblance. After a few minutes, Yu opened a photo, exclaiming, "This person bears a striking resemblance to the suspect we found in the underground garage, and the timing is quite coincidental." The others nodded in agreement, noting the individual's physique and attire. A hat pulled low, wearing a dark t-shirt and casual pants, with a distinct watch on his left wrist. Investigate how he arrived, Yu instructed. The investigation results quickly revealed that the individual was indeed carrying a tote bag, but it was not the same one that had contained the body. There must be another bag inside. Yu declared. It's him. Further investigation indicated that the man likely disembarked from the same bus stop that lacked a camera, leaving another clue untraceable. A few minutes later, Lu Xing received a message and reported to Yu, "Brother Yu, I have news." During that time frame, only 7 taxis picked up passengers near the bus stop. I've requested the drop-off locations. Yu examined the information, asking, "Is there no video footage?" Lu Xing replied, "No, these taxis aren't that advanced, but I've had them provide a brief description of the passengers." Yu reviewed the descriptions, noting that the 7 taxi passengers included a couple, a female student, an elderly man, a couple with a 3-year-old child, a middle-aged woman, a young overweight man working nearby, and an elderly man accompanying a child to a nearby class. Yu read aloud their details and drop-off locations, then asked, "Which of these individuals do you think resembles our suspect?" The group pondered, while Yu leisurely enjoyed lamb. After a while, Jiang Hongyi remarked, "The families likely pose no threat, right? That couple doesn't seem too suspicious either. The elderly man, middle-aged woman, and the overweight man seem more questionable." Yu nodded. "You've put some thought into this." Jiang Hongyi smiled, but Yu cautioned, "Couples and families might just be decoys for the murderer. What if we encounter a family of serial killers?" Jiang Hongyi's expression fell, and he chuckled nervously. "Surely, that one happened, right? So who do you think is the most suspicious?" Yu replied, "The couple, the elderly man, and the family of 3. Jiang Hongyi inquired, "Why?" Yu explained, "The bus stop is a highly trafficked public space. The murderer cannot drastically alter his appearance there. Since we observed a normally built, masculine man in the previous footage, it's unlikely he would openly transform into a woman or an overweight person at the bus stop. The 2 individuals escorting small children are also less likely to serve as decoys due to the inconvenience of their young charges, leaving the 3 groups I mentioned." Yu Shirhan asked, "Brother Yu, which group do you find most suspicious?" Yu replied, "I believe the elderly man is the most suspicious, as most serial killers operate alone. The likelihood of encountering a cooperative serial killer is exceedingly low." "Ah!" Yu Shirhan conceded, "Indeed, that elderly man is certainly quite suspect." Yu remarked that it was not necessarily him. Perhaps the murderer never took a taxi but instead got into another vehicle, like a rideshare or an unlicensed cab. "I wonder if you, Lu Xing, can trace this?" Lu Xing was already drenched in sweat. Yu Shirhan asked, "Are we still without any leads?" Yu chuckled, "Not quite. We shall verify this shortly." "Verify?" Jiang Hongyi interjected. "By the time we finish eating, hours will have passed. Will we still be able to catch the scent?" Yu responded with a smile, "Do not underestimate Hunter. Unless the suspect leaves immediately in another vehicle, Hunter will surely find a clue." Hunter seemed to understand Yu's words, proudly nudging Jiang Hongyi, eliciting laughter from everyone. "I am utterly exhausted today. My wife and child have gone home to wash up and sleep, while I must continue working. How arduous!" At the moment of gathering evidence, Yu suddenly inquired, "Is there any news from the police?" Lu Wei replied, "They are still investigating the identity of the deceased. No specific actions yet." Yu expressed hope that they would match your efficiency. "Let us eat quickly, we must hurry." Yu Yu felt somewhat exasperated by the investigation, primarily due to a sense of helplessness. Had this occurred in Yanjing City, he was confident the case would have already been solved. Solving a case demands abundant resources. Otherwise, even the most astute detective would be at a loss. Such a meticulously planned crime would yield far fewer clues than ordinary cases. Nevertheless, Yu Yu remained undeterred, for he knew that no matter how cunning or vicious the perpetrator, they could not evade his grasp. He merely required time. After their meal, Yu Yu and his team hurried to the location where the couple had disembarked, as they were the closest among the 7 suspects. Although Yu Yu believed the couple unlikely to be the culprits, his professional integrity compelled him to investigate every suspicious circumstance. Hunter sniffed around for a while but found no leads, prompting the group to move on to the next target. The first 3 locations yielded no discoveries, and it was now the turn of the location where the foreign man had exited. Upon disembarking, Hunter excitedly barked, having caught a whiff of a familiar scent. However, this brief stretch of barely 10 meters saw Hunter lose the scent once more, as the target had indeed gotten back into another vehicle. The suspect's cunning did not dishearten Yu Yu. Rather, it was these intelligent adversaries that prevented him from finding the world too monotonous. Lu Wei, have you found any information on the veteran I asked you to investigate? Yu Yu inquired. Lu Wei responded, we have looked into it, but there are no updates yet. Yu Yu nodded. Through their interactions over the past few days, he had come to understand Gu Yishuan's capabilities. While they might possess considerable abilities in certain areas, they paled in comparison to the might of the state. They could only operate in the shadows, a notion Yu Yu found far from appealing. Engaging in a battle of wits with a suspect did not necessitate playing a cat-and-mouse game in a primitive society. It was time to close in on the target. Yu Yu made a sudden decision. He turned to leave and said, we are going to the special investigation team. The others were momentarily stunned before realizing the implication. Lu Wei and Lu Xing lowered their heads in embarrassment as their 2 vehicles headed towards the Xi'an Public Security Bureau. Just before arriving, Lu Wei called Yu Yu, stating he would continue to await instructions but would not enter the bureau. At the entrance of the bureau, Yu Yu presented his special expert work ID, claiming he was invited by the special investigation team. The security guard, without further thought, allowed them entry. Yu Yu led the way directly to the floor where the dismemberment case task force was located. At that moment, the task force was in a meeting. Yu Yu knocked on the door and entered. The police officer analyzing the case on stage was momentarily taken aback, and soon all heads turned towards Yu Yu. With an unwavering demeanor, Yu Yu strode forward, aware that Zhang Hongyi could not withstand such an atmosphere. Hence, he had not brought him along. Only Yu Shihan accompanied him, displaying commendable composure, exhibiting only slight nervousness. Hunter remained even more composed, finding the situation trivial. As one officer was about to speak, Yu Yu flashed his work ID, asserting, I come from Yanjing. Your investigation has dragged on for too long, causing adverse social impacts. Have you identified the 4th victim yet? Most officers present were taken aback by Yu Yu's assertiveness. The officer on stage stammered, we are currently investigating. Yu Yu, displeased, raised his voice. Your efficiency is appallingly low. Our team conducted an investigation remotely and identified the 4th victim's identity in less than 5 minutes. His words silenced even more people, and Yu Yu approached the podium, addressing the leaders, including Zhou Lifu of the Xi'an Public Security Bureau and most members of the Special Investigation Team. I do not wish to interfere with your case-solving efforts, but I bring you crucial clues. Please listen attentively. Some perceptive officers decided to hold their queries until he finished. Yu Yu continued, the 4th victim is named Ning Buochao, with the ID number. He detailed Ning Buochao's identity information, and at that moment, Yu Shihan connected her laptop to the projector, displaying a photograph of Ning Buochao taken on the beach with friends, alongside forensic images of severed limbs. The police in attendance fell silent, beginning to believe Yu Yu, as it was evident that the features of Ning Buochao aligned perfectly with those of the dismembered body. Not to mention he had recently gone missing under complex circumstances. As Yu Yu elucidated, Li Juanda, the deputy head of the Shaanxi Criminal Investigation Corps and leader of the 315 Dismemberment Case Task Force, suddenly raised his hand, asking, May I inquire where you obtained this information? Yu Yu shot him a glance, stating, Now is not the time for such trivialities. I predict the murderer will immediately commence a new hunt after disposing of the body, and our time is limited. But we must first ascertain your identity. Otherwise, what if you are the murderer?
Li Jun-da prasa.
Yu displayed his work ID, saying, "This is my identification. You may contact Zhou Jigang at the Yanjing Public Security Bureau for verification." Li Juanda looked at Zhou Lifu in astonishment, exclaiming, "Zhou Jigang?" Yu casually let his ID fall, stating, "Feel free to verify, but please do not interrupt my explanation of this case." After a brief pause, he continued, "Having introduced the fourth victim, I now wish to provide you with some insights regarding the perpetrator. This afternoon, I took Hunter to a location where the murderer had disposed of a body. The detectives present were quite curious about Hunter. Suddenly, an officer seated in a remote corner gasped, "It's you." Yu replied, "Hunter is a trained tracking dog. I instructed him to follow the scent of formalin and ultimately lost the trail at a bus stop with a malfunctioning camera. I then retraced the previous 2 hours of camera footage, which led us to identify this individual." Yu displayed the suspect's photograph, one showing the suspect carrying a bag, the other empty-handed. The blurred images prompted frowns among the audience. Given the vagueness of the photographs and the lost target, what use was this clue? Yu stated that she had considered the possibility that the perpetrator left the bus station using various modes of transportation, such as a bus, private car, taxi, or even an unlicensed cab. A detective raised his hand and suggested that the suspect might also have departed on a motorcycle, electric bike, or even a shared bike. Yu replied, indicating that he seemed unfamiliar with the capabilities of police dogs. The reason a police dog cannot track a person who has entered a vehicle is not due to the speed of the vehicle, but because once the door closes, the scent is obstructed. Without a reference scent, the dog cannot trace a specific vehicle. However, when it comes to motorcycles or shared bikes, the suspect remains exposed to the air, allowing the police dog to pursue relentlessly, regardless of speed. The questioning detective lowered his head in embarrassment, while Zhou Lifu and Li Juanda exchanged glances, feeling rather displeased. How had such an incompetent detective made it into the special investigation team? Graduates from police academies should be aware of these fundamental facts. Shouldn't they? Yu continued, explaining that the killer would need to dispose of a significant amount of body parts in a short time, leading her to conclude that he could not have taken public transportation. Taxis require a phone number, and using a private car would necessitate an accomplice. Unlicensed cabs typically do not operate during the day, thus they were also ruled out. Therefore, she focused her investigation on taxis. Soon, they discovered that within approximately 20 minutes of the suspect being sighted at the bus station, 7 taxis had picked up passengers nearby. Yu displayed the information of these 7 passenger groups alongside the suspect's photograph in a slideshow, inviting the on-site detectives to determine which group might have concealed the suspect's identity. Most of the members of the special investigation team proved to be quite competent, and their analyses aligned closely with Yu's findings. Yu announced that it was time to reveal the answer. The suspect was an elderly man with a cane. The task force had re-established a lead at the place where he had disembarked. Unfortunately, the suspect was too cunning. He quickly boarded another vehicle and vanished. Yu closed her notebook and noted that they now knew the killer was approximately 1.7 meters tall, likely had military experience, and harbored a deep-seated hatred towards the affluent, immoral individuals due to certain special circumstances. This sudden incident that had provoked the killer must have occurred shortly before the crime. Did anyone have a similar person in mind? As everyone pondered, one detective displayed a flicker of excitement, hesitating several times to speak. Ultimately, Yu noticed him and pointed, asking if he had recalled something. He stood up and revealed that he remembered a case from shortly after the New Year, where a military wife had suddenly committed suicide at home by gas poisoning. Her husband had rushed back upon hearing the news, unable to believe that his wife would take her life without reason. He insisted on an autopsy, which uncovered that the military wife had been assaulted by a drunken wealthy man on her way home from work. Fearing the disgrace of reporting it, she chose to end her life. Many detectives nodded, having heard of or investigated that case. Yu inquired whether the husband had killed the man afterward. The detective shook his head, stating that the man had been prosecuted for rape and received a sentence due to his intoxication, good attitude during confession, and substantial reparations. He was sentenced to 2 years, suspended for 2 years, meaning he would not serve time in prison. Lee Juanda remarked that since the husband had accepted money, there should be no repercussions. The detective countered, explaining that it was the wife's parents who received the money. He recalled that when the husband came to collect the body, his demeanor was chillingly calm, and even now it sent shivers down his spine. Yu instructed that they immediately retrieve detailed information on the man, inquiring if the wealthy individual who had caused the military wife's demise was still alive. The detective confirmed he was indeed alive and thriving, having recently taken his company public, now worth over 100 million. Yu insisted that they promptly gather information on this affluent individual and immediately dispatch personnel to protect him. She suspected that the killer had reached his breaking point, and that his previous 4 murders were merely a smokescreen for his true intent. He was likely preparing to eliminate the individual responsible for his wife's death. The leadership present did not oppose her directive, and the detective agreed, swiftly exiting. Yu concluded her remarks, expressing her apologies for interrupting their analysis meeting and inquiring about Zhou's opinion of her performance. Zhou Lifu applauded, praising her as an esteemed criminal investigation expert recommended by the Public Security Bureau of Yanjing, and expressed confidence that with her assistance, the case would be swiftly resolved. The members of the special investigation team felt a wave of relief, realizing that everything had been prearranged. However, they were somewhat embarrassed that such a case warranted expert assistance from Yanjing. Zhou Lifu, feeling helpless, recalled that he had received a call from his superior shortly after the discovery of the new dismembered remains, first inquiring about the investigation's progress and then assigning an expert to assist. Initially, he had no idea who this expert was until Yu introduced herself. Having a lack of face was preferable to dragging the case on and inciting dissatisfaction from superiors and the public alike. Thus, Zhou Lifu had reluctantly accepted the arrangement. He had not anticipated that this expert would be so young, yet her performance was undeniably impressive, quickly identifying the 4th victim and seemingly shedding light on the identity of the killer. Zhou Lifu expressed gratitude for Yu's arrival, introducing her background and subsequently asking Li Juanda to coordinate the next steps for the criminal investigation team. Zhou Lifu led Yu to his office, thanking her for her assistance and expressing surprise at the high level of criminal investigation proficiency at the Public Security Bureau of Yanjing. Yu replied that she was merely a guest expert at the bureau, solely responsible for aiding in solving cases, and assured him not to worry about her overshadowing their contributions, as she did not exist in that capacity. Zhou Lifu nodded, about to reiterate his gratitude when his phone vibrated, displaying Li Juanda's name. Frowning slightly, he wondered why Li Juanda was calling him so urgently so soon after his arrival. He answered the call, asking oldly what is wrong.
Li Juanda raplia urgently, Zhou.
It's bad. Wang Jingsheng is missing. He is the man who caused the military wife's suicide while serving his suspended sentence. He may have been kidnapped. Zhou Lifu looked up at Yu, who reassured him not to panic, stating that the killer would not act so quickly. From what she understood, the perpetrator typically tortured the victim for at least 2 days. Had the details of the suspect and victim been thoroughly investigated? Li Juanda confirmed they had gathered all pertinent information and requested Yu to join him in the conference room for an emergency meeting. Yu agreed, and they promptly returned to the meeting room. A detective immediately handed Yu 2 copies of documents. As she perused the materials, Li Juanda explained that upon Yu's suggestion, they had dispatched personnel to investigate Wang Jingsheng's home. His wife informed them that he had left about half an hour after receiving a phone call. Yu nodded, noting that the previous 4 victims had also left after receiving calls. The killer likely used a cloned SIM card and slightly altered his voice, making it difficult to discern over the phone. Li Juanda concurred, explaining that Wang Jingsheng's wife said the call was from a high-ranking executive in Wang Jingsheng's company, claiming he had been in a car accident and needed Wang Jingsheng to come immediately. The investigator dispatched felt uneasy, recognizing that the previous victims had been lured away in similar fashion. He promptly instructed Wang Jingsheng's wife to call him back, but discovered that Wang Jingsheng's phone had already been turned off. They traced the last number that called him, but the person on the other end was completely unperturbed. Yu remarked that her intuition had proven correct, The killer had abandoned his dormancy and struck again. Li Juanda furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why? What has provoked him?" Yu Yu was unable to divulge to Li Juanda that the perpetrator had been startled by Gu Yishuan's people while disposing of the body. He replied, "I cannot ascertain what has disturbed him. I only know that the leg he discarded in the wilderness is nearly desiccated, whereas the body parts he disposed of today are still quite fresh. Perhaps he was frightened during the act." Li Juanda nodded and asked, "What should we do now?" Yu Yu responded, "The murderer has revealed himself, so I have no further involvement. You may proceed with your usual methods, and should I have any new insights, I will inform you. For now, I wish to examine the surveillance footage." Yu Yu's choice was precisely what Li Juanda desired. He immediately directed someone to escort Yu Yu to the surveillance investigation room, lending him his account for access. With Zhou Lifu accompanying them, there should be no complications. The investigators who had gone to investigate Wang Jingsheng's residence had already determined the intersection from which his vehicle had departed, and by the time Yu Yu arrived at the surveillance room, the surveillance team had already pursued the trail several blocks away. Yu Yu began his pursuit from the beginning. However, upon reaching a certain intersection, Wang Jingsheng's vehicle had vanished. The surveillance at that intersection had just malfunctioned that afternoon. The surveillance investigator retrieved the last recorded footage, but found nothing of significance. "It is undoubtedly the work of the murderer," Yu Yu remarked. "What is the traffic situation on the segment where the footage is missing?" "Quite intricate," the investigator replied. "There are numerous side streets that lack surveillance, and many privately constructed buildings lining the road, with ample space for one or two vehicles." Yu Yu nodded and continued to search for the next intersection with surveillance. After nearly an hour of reviewing footage, he had yet to locate Wang Jingsheng's vehicle. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "I must go and inspect that stretch of road personally." Zhou Lifu replied, "Go ahead. I will dispatch several detectives to accompany you. I have other matters to attend to and must remain at headquarters." Zhou Lifu escorted Yu Yu to the parking lot, where he noticed Zhang Hongyi, who had been anxiously sitting in the car, nearly losing his composure. With a police vehicle leading the way, an SUV followed closely as they sped away from the Public Security Bureau, racing towards the stretch of road where Wang Jingsheng's vehicle had disappeared. The condition of the road was indeed complex. It was riddled with potholes, poorly lit, and lined with shops selling renovation materials or mechanic services, most of which closed down at night. The sparse pedestrian traffic made finding a witness a daunting task. The police vehicle and SUV slowed their pace as they approached the area, when suddenly the lead police car came to an abrupt halt, prompting the SUV to stop as well. A detective from the criminal investigation team rushed over to greet them. Upon exiting their vehicles, they spotted Wang Jingsheng's white Jaguar parked at the roadside. There was no sign of Wang Jingsheng or anyone else inside the car. Yu Yu instructed the canine unit to disembark, and as the dog circled the Jaguar, it barked sharply before sprinting ahead. A police dog, tethered to an investigator, suddenly barked loudly and charged towards Yu Yu and the others. The dog was quickly restrained, yet it continued to bark fervently. Yu Yu directed Zhang Hongyi to keep the canine on a shorter leash, then approached the barking dog, crouching down to pet it gently. Just as the anxious detective warned him against taking risks, the dog unexpectedly licked his hand in a friendly manner. Yu Yu stood up and explained, "We have been to the scene. It may have caught our scent, which is why it is agitated." The detective then relaxed, and soon the dog picked up another scent, barking before pursuing the hunting dog. At that moment, the hunting dog halted and barked towards an empty patch of land by the road. "That scoundrel has fled in the vehicle." Yu Yu frowned. All eyes turned to Yu Yu, as he was the expert. "This individual's behavior has completely changed," he stated. "In the past, he did not handle the victim's vehicle in this manner. Let's inquire nearby and see if there are any witnesses." The detectives fanned out to knock on doors in the vicinity, seeking residents who might have seen the vehicle parked in that vacant area, while Yu Yu crouched down to examine the tire tracks. Given the poor condition of the road, which was dusty and muddy, the tire prints were distinctly marked. Yu Yu had not specialized in tire tread patterns, but he could trace the vehicle's trajectory along the impressions left behind. In the bustling city center, where roads were pristine and congested, tracking tire marks was nearly impossible. However, on this dusty, muddy road, it was relatively feasible, especially considering the short time that had elapsed since the perpetrator had driven away. A detective nearby inquired, "Should we take a cast of the tire prints?" Yu Yu shook his head. He waved his hand before his eyes, perceiving a different scene. The tire tracks appeared exceptionally clear, and he followed the impressions. Though the tire tracks were frequently obscured and disrupted by other vehicles as they entered the roadway, they remained traceable. The vehicle had traveled approximately 200 meters before making a sudden U-turn back towards its origin. "What a cunning fox!" Yu Yu immediately instructed the detective trailing him. "Contact the traffic police to close off this section of the road. We cannot allow passing vehicles to obliterate the remaining tracks." The detective, struggling to discern the tire marks with his flashlight, promptly requested assistance from the traffic department. Yu Yu continued to search for the impressions on the ground, observing that the vehicle resumed its journey towards the city until it reached the intersection where the camera had been damaged. This intersection was a crossroads, with only one camera malfunctioning while the other was operational. Yu Yu promptly instructed the detective stationed in the surveillance investigation room to retrieve images of all vehicles that had exited that intersection during the time frame from Wang Jingsheng's vehicle's disappearance to the moment their police car entered the surveillance blind spot, and to send him the captured photographs. Before long, images began arriving on Yu Yu's phone. He quickly sifted through the photos, discarding those that were clearly irrelevant. From the width of the tire and its position on the road, Yu Yu was able to eliminate many vehicles. Some that matched the characteristics were also dismissed due to the significant disparity between the drivers and the suspect. Suddenly, a Volkswagen came into view, and Yu Yu confidently declared, "That's the one." The others were puzzled as to why Yu Yu was so certain. Although the driver's age was indeed similar to that of the suspect, there were many drivers who fit that description. To make such a crucial determination, he must have had some compelling evidence. The watch. Look closely at his watch. Is it not slightly luminous? That is not a reflection, but rather a natural glow. It is a well-known and expensive multifunctional tactical watch, which has been seen multiple times in photos of the suspect. In the blurry photographs, the watch was nearly indistinguishable, and considering that Yu Yu was viewing it on his phone, which displayed a rather small image, it remained challenging to discern. Although Yu Yu had magnified the image, it was still difficult for others to see clearly. Nevertheless, since the expert had identified it, they promptly turned around and, under the guidance of the surveillance investigator, pursued the black Volkswagen. Halfway through their pursuit, Yu received a call from Li Juanda. "Detective Yu, how are things on your end?"
Li Junda inquirat.
"We have combed through all the locations that Guan Hongyu frequented but have found no trace of him." Yu Yu replied, "He has already taken action against his adversary. It is unlikely he would return to his usual haunts. He must have a secret hideout, a place to confine victims and dismember bodies, as well as conceal remains. Such locations are typically not within the city. Is there anywhere else Guan Hongyu could access that resembles such a place? Check if there are any records under the names of his parents or his wife's parents," Li Juanda suggested. "All right, I'll look into it. Aren't you currently tracking a vehicle?" Yu Yu responded, "Yes, I am pursuing that car, but who knows when the clues might run dry. That guy is exceedingly cunning. No wonder he was a scout. By the way, do you know where his wife is buried?" Li Juanda asked. "Yes, I know. I've already dispatched someone to keep watch," Yu Yu replied. "He probably knows we have traced him now, so he might avoid returning to locations that are easily discoverable. If he changes vehicles and takes the victim to flee out of town, it will be troublesome," Li Juanda remarked. "I have already requested the traffic police and city security bureau to set up checkpoints everywhere. He cannot escape," Yu Yu expressed hope. Turning back, Yu Yu resumed studying Guan Hongyu's profile. Once an exceptional scout, Guan Hongyu was inexplicably reassigned to the military kitchen, specializing in butchering pigs. He was known as Guan One Knife for his swift kills. After his wife's incident, he quickly retired from the army. Post-service, Guan Hongyu had worked as a butcher, a deliverman, a mechanic, and a security guard, but none of these roles lasted more than a month. Having spent 7 to 8 years in the military, it was inconceivable for him to be so unsettled. Each job might have been part of a vengeful preparation. What purpose did these jobs serve? Yu Yu believed that Guan Hongyu's continued butchering after leaving the army was not merely to make a living. Could the slaughterhouse be the site where he dismembers his victims? Yu Yu swiftly cross-referenced the existing data with Guan Hongyu's information and discovered intriguing connections. The 4 victims he had butchered were also recipients of his deliveries, had their cars repaired by him, and had even been under his watch as a security guard. Guan Hongyu used these means to gather information about his targets, ultimately executing them through a meticulous plan. Detective, the target has vanished again. The video investigator lamented. It's all right, he won't escape, Yu reassured. After parking, Yu gazed at the distant, dark mountains, resembling lurking beasts, and declared, forget him. Let us go to his home. Unable to deduce where Guan Hongyu might take Wan Jingsheng, Yu deemed it more prudent to investigate his residence. If they could obtain something he frequently used, he would not elude Yu's meticulous search. Li Juanda, upon hearing that they had lost track of Guan Hongyu, felt a surge of frustration, almost wishing to smash his phone. However, he steadied himself to continue the investigation. He cannot escape, Yu comforted. We should inquire with Guan Hongyu's parents and in-laws to see where he typically frequents. I am heading to his new home, he added. He hasn't returned home in nearly 6 months. Both sides are the same. His wife's death has profoundly impacted him. When his in-laws accepted the compensation, I sensed he no longer viewed them as in-laws. I must arrange protection for them, Li Juanda noted. He is a devoted husband, but alas, he was born in the wrong era. Had Guan Hongyu lived in ancient times and employed less brutal methods, he might have become a hero like Wu Song. However, we live in a society governed by law, where murder is a grave offense, and Guan Hongyu must pay a heavy price for his actions. Upon arriving at Guan Hongyu's new home, Yu noted that it was indeed a new residence. He and his wife had been married for less than a year, having tied the knot on New Year's Day. After just 3 days of wedding leave, Guan Hongyu returned to the army, and he had only been back for 3 days during the Spring Festival. The new home, meticulously crafted by his wife, Suni Xuan, had likely been used for no more than 6 days. The house remained pristine despite the lack of use. Although Guan Hongyu did not reside there, he frequently returned to clean. The living room contained few personal items, prompting Yu to head directly to the master bedroom. There, he was met with a large wedding photo, depicting Guan Hongyu and Suni Xuan nestled together in bliss. Who could have foreseen the brevity of their happiness? In the bedside drawer lay a diary filled with neat handwriting chronicling Sun Yishuan's journey of meeting Guan Hongyu. Their marriage was hard-won, making his loss all the more painful. Guan Hongyu's first wife had departed 3 years prior, leaving him devastated. Many feared he would never marry again, yet he unexpectedly returned with a young and beautiful woman, astonishing those who knew him. That woman was Suni Xuan. They had met during a rescue of a drowning child. On her way home from work, Suni Xuan had spotted the child in peril and bravely leaped in to save him. However, her swimming skills were limited, and she soon found herself in danger. At that critical moment, Guan Hongyu appeared, rescuing both the child and Suni Xuan before disappearing. When they met again, Suni Xuan boldly pursued her savior. Despite her parents' opposition, they wed, with Suni Xuan financing their home. Just as Guan Hongyu's dreams of a happy life began to unfold, tragedy struck, and his anguish was palpable. The diary's final entries brimmed with visions of the future. Notably, the last page was torn out, catching Yu's attention. Employing his skills, Yu activated his vision to perceive details invisible to the naked eye. The empty space on the torn page revealed indentations where the previous content had been, the pressure from the pen leaving traces on the subsequent page. Day 15 after Yu returned to the army, I felt unwell in the morning, experiencing nausea and retching. Could it be so close to happiness that I might faint? I dare not think. Perhaps I should buy 2 test strips after work. Yu recalled that Suni Xuan had been targeted by Wan Jingsheng right after leaving the pharmacy. Suni Xuan had not written in the diary for the next 2 days, but the pages bore many water stains, perhaps remnants of her tears. Forensic examinations confirmed that Suni Xuan was indeed pregnant but had miscarried shortly before her tragic end. This may have been the heaviest blow that shattered Suni Xuan, also delivering a fatal strike to Guan Hongyu. Yu sighed quietly as he closed the diary and continued searching for items of significance to Guan Hongyu. The contents of Guan Hongyu's bedside drawer were few and impeccably organized, a testament to his military background. Yu's gaze fell upon a small wooden figurine. After examining it briefly, he set it back down and discreetly activated his vision-enhancing technique on his phone. The screen gradually displayed an image visible only to Yu. A figure seated in darkness, smoking. As the face became clearer in the glow of the cigarette, it was unmistakably Guan Hongyu. Yu sought to observe Guan Hongyu's surroundings to ascertain his location, but it appeared he was in a confined space, likely the back seat of a car. Examining the vehicle's details, Yu noted it seemed more spacious than the Volkswagen he had pursued for half the night. The seats were made of genuine leather, and the interior decor was quite luxurious. Through the rear window, he could discern that the car was parked in a very dark area, obscuring all details, possibly in a desolate wilderness. Suddenly, Guan Hongyu abruptly extinguished his cigarette and bent down to grab a man whose mouth was bound with tape. The man's hands were bound behind his back, and judging by his posture, he appeared to be the kidnapped billionaire Wang Jingsheng. Subsequently, Guan Hongyu produced a knife and pressed it against Wang Jingsheng's throat, causing him to tremble uncontrollably with fear. It was unclear what Guan Hongyu said next, but he proceeded to carve a hole in Wang Jingsheng's mouth, extracting several tightly stuffed walnuts from within. The ensuing events took Yu by surprise. Guan Hongyu began to unfasten his trousers. Yu briefly glanced at his phone, canceling the illusionary technique. He had already discerned the whereabouts of Guan Hongyu and Wang Jingsheng, yet Guan Hongyu's method of seeking vengeance was rather unexpected. Now that he knew their location and that Guan Hongyu would not kill Wang Jingsheng for the time being, the remaining question became how to apprehend Guan Hongyu. Yu could inform Zhou Lifu or Li Juanda of Guan Hongyu and Wang Jingsheng's location, and they would naturally pursue the apprehension. However, he could not allow Lin Lilian to be entangled in the police's scrutiny, so he had to find Guan Hongyu before the authorities could catch him. With no leads in sight, Yu shook his head and exited Guan Hongyu's new residence. In the elevator, he stifled a large yawn. Yu Shirhan immediately advised him to rest at the hotel, as it was quite late. Yu replied that he could not sleep without capturing the suspect, suggesting they stroll around the streets for inspiration. Reluctantly, Yu Shirhan acquiesced. With an SUV in the lead and a police car following closely, Yu instructed the driver, Zhang Hongyi, to accelerate and shake off the pursuing vehicle. Zhang Hongyi gasped in surprise, and Yu offered no explanation, discreetly adjusting the wheel of causality before them. Suddenly, a drunken man staggered into the middle of the road, blocking the police car's path. Though the police attempted to evade him, they were ultimately forced to halt. The inebriated man leaned against the hood of the police car, violently vomiting a foul substance upon it. The SUV sped away, leaving the detectives at a loss, who could only delegate the task of tracking Yu to the video surveillance team. Soon, the video team located the SUV, but Yu had long since vacated the vehicle. Alone, Yu hailed a taxi toward the site of Su Yishuan's incident, the very location where Guan Hongyu had paid tribute to his wife. This was the same spot where Wang Jingsheng had once harassed Su Yishuan, forcing her electric bike to a stop before dragging her into his vehicle. For over an hour, Su Yishuan had called for help, yet no one had heard her cries. It was indeed a secluded place. Be careful. This road is notorious for accidents, the taxi driver warned as Yu disembarked, before speeding off. Given the prevalence of robberies on this road, pedestrians were hardly safe. Yu was eager to confront someone today, yet he encountered no robbers. From a distance, he spotted Wang Jingsheng's SUV, lurking in the darkness like a famished tiger on the prowl. As Yu ambled toward the vehicle, it abruptly ceased its movements. Approaching the side, he knocked on the door and called out, "Guan Hongyu, it's time to stop the charade." There was no response from within, but Yu was aware that Guan Hongyu was dressing and observing him. "Rest assured, I am not a police officer, and I empathize with you. I am here to assist you," Yu continued. The car door swung open suddenly, revealing a gun aimed at Yu, as Guan Hongyu commanded him to get inside. Yu shook his head, stating, "I have no desire to witness that man's disgrace. Let us converse here instead." As he passed out, Guan Hongyu scoffed, countering, "Do you know what I have done to him?" Yu replied with a smile, "To be honest, I am somewhat taken aback." "Guan Hongyu, do you truly believe this vengeance is meaningful? Your wife loved you dearly. She would not want you to rush to join her by dealing with these scoundrels. Do not mention her." Guan Hongyu growled, "Who are you? If you do not get in the car, I will shoot." Yu asserted, "No, you won't. I have no interest in capturing you. I am here to help. Otherwise, the area would be swarming with police cars by now. Guan Hongyu sneered. I have killed 4 people. How do you intend to help me? And why would you want to? Yu explained. I am merely a visitor from Yanjing. That night when you discarded that severed leg in the suburbs, I happened to be at the disguised traveling circus. I was commissioned by the circus to silence you. Their intent is to eliminate you. However, I believe it is better to have you make a promise instead. We can procure the finest lawyer for you, provided you accompany me to turn yourself in. The likelihood of a life sentence is quite high. Guan Hongyu pondered Yu's words. Death may be a release for some, but do you not wish to live to see that scoundrel Wan Jingsheng meet his end? Su Yishuan's spirit is watching over you. She certainly does not desire for you to tread the path of self-destruction. After some contemplation, Guan Hongyu finally made his decision. Fine, but if you deceive me, my brothers will not spare you. He suddenly disassembled the gun and tossed it aside, only for a muffled scream to emanate from within the vehicle, followed by a bloodied knife being hurled out. Guan Hongyu exited the car, sizing up Yu. I did not expect the first person to catch up with me would be someone as refined as you. Technology has advanced remarkably. I know I will be apprehended eventually. Yu nodded, indeed, yet technology is only as effective as the individual wielding it. I am not as weak as you might presume. If you do not believe me, shall we engage in a sparring match while time permits? Guan Hongyu was devoid of enthusiasm. Forget it. I left a permanent mark on that scoundrel. If we delay too long, he may perish. Yu chuckled. With me here, he shall not perish. Observe. He threw a punch toward Guan Hongyu's face. Surprised, Guan Hongyu raised his hand to deflect it, then swiftly attempted to strike Yu's armpit. The two exchanged blows at a rapid pace, with Guan Hongyu growing increasingly astonished. Yu's speed was exceptional. Had it not been for his lack of strength, he might have already been subdued. Enough! Yu stepped back, declaring, You have been tense for quite some time. You must be exhausted. Do you not feel weak and ready to sleep? Guan Hongyu blinked in confusion, suddenly overwhelmed by fatigue. His body swayed, and he closed his eyes, collapsing to the ground. Yu placed the unconscious Guan Hongyu in the passenger seat. As he took the driver's seat, he glanced back, observing Wan Jingsheng slumped in the rear, the words rapist crudely carved into his shoulder. To his astonishment, Guan Hongyu had even castrated Wan Jingsheng. 2 severed eggs lay discarded on the seat. Just as Li Juanda was anxiously pacing like a restless ant, he received a call from Yu, who informed him that Guan Hongyu had turned himself in and that they were currently at the hospital. Turn himself in? Li Juanda was taken aback, astonished not only by the fact that Yu was with Guan Hongyu but also by Guan Hongyu's unexpected surrender. Serial killers often exhibit self-destructive tendencies, typically seeking to end their lives through the hands of law enforcement. After a moment of surprise, Li Juanda pressed for details. Why the hospital? Who is injured? Yu replied, Wan Jingsheng is undergoing emergency treatment, but he is not in mortal danger. Li Juanda sighed in relief and promptly drove to the hospital. Upon arriving at the entrance, he spotted Yu and Guan Hongyu sitting side by side by a flower bed, engaged in an animated conversation, resembling longtime friends. Upon encountering Li Juanda, Yu waved at him. As Li Juanda approached, ready to speak, Yu addressed him, Captain Li, this is Guan Hongyu. We have agreed that he will fully cooperate with the investigation, so please refrain from handcuffing him during transport. Li Juanda scrutinized Guan Hongyu, who was smoking. Had he not known the man's identity, he might have overlooked him entirely. Very well, Li Juanda replied. Yu tossed the car keys to him, stating, The evidence is in the vehicle Wan Jingsheng's SUV. Understanding the implication, Li Juanda nodded and said to Guan Hongyu, You two continue your conversation. I will attend to the evidence. Approximately half an hour later, Li Juanda returned to escort Guan Hongyu away. The latter exchanged a high five with Yu, remarking, I wish I had met you sooner. Yu smiled, responding, It's not too late now. Accept your judgment and rehabilitation. I will visit you frequently. Guan Hongyu reminded her, Remember your promise? Thank you. As he was taken away, Yu Shirhan asked, Sister Yu, what promise did you make him? Yu replied, I promised to visit his wife and children's graves for Qingming and Chongyang festivals each year. Tears brimmed in Yu Shirhan's eyes. After escorting Guan Hongyu to the police vehicle, he turned back to wave goodbye to Yu, his face displaying a serene smile of relief. How did you find him? Yu replied, I was fortunate. Now that my part is done, should you encounter any complex cases in the future, do not hesitate to call me. After 2 busy days, I am ready for some well-deserved rest.
Lige inden da returned Yu tog her hotel.
Filled with questions he did not know how to voice. Upon entering her room, Yu was greeted by a delightful fragrance. She smiled slightly and called, Xiao Han. You should rest early tonight. No need for you to serve me. Dressed in a light blue evening gown, Lin Lilian appeared before Yu, a glass of red wine in hand. With a charming smile, she remarked, Yu Xiao, your brilliance is truly exceptional. A case that troubled the police for so long was resolved in just 2 days. Yu replied, I owe it to the 2 assistants you sent and the formidable backing of Gu Yixian. Lin Lilian offered the wine to Yu, saying, Our establishment has limited capabilities. Please do not mock us. Investigating criminal cases is not our forte. If it were about antique business, you would see our true strength. Yu nodded. So you are aware that I have visited Lu Jia village? Lin Lilian smiled gently. Conversing with you is quite effortless. Your success in treating Luo Yangsheng has stirred considerable excitement within our ranks. Many believe we should deepen our collaboration with you. Are you available recently? Yu replied, Just say what you need. Do you want me to help you select stones? Lin Lilian beamed, You've had a long journey. Let's discuss this once we return to Yanjing City. Yu lightly clinked glasses with Lin Lilian, savoring a sip of the wine. This is a 1998 Bordeaux. I haven't had it in ages. Lin Lilian smiled. You truly are remarkable, discerning it so swiftly. This was prepared to celebrate your success. Now that the case is resolved, do you remember your promise to me? Yu affirmed, of course. Guan Hong, you will tell the police that he was attacked by a wild dog while disposing of the bodies, which delayed the process. Lin Lilian expressed her relief. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Do you not find this wine delightful yet potent? I feel quite warm. Yu chuckled. If you feel warm, take a break. I must wash off this scent of blood. After Yu emerged from the shower, he found Lin Lilian already waiting in his bedroom. Why so forward today? He laughed. Have you realized my merits? Lin Lilian rolled her eyes. Do you prefer me to be more proactive or less so? Yu responded, You've stumped me. I suppose being a bit more forward is preferable. Lin Lilian shot him another playful glare and stepped closer, declaring, Young master, allow me to serve you well tonight. With her initiative, Yu experienced the kind of exquisite service that most men could only dream of. In the morning, Lin Lilian awoke to melodious piano music. Reluctant to rise, she lingered for nearly half an hour until Yu entered, calling for her. With a playful whine, she entered the washroom. Upon seeing her reflection, she nearly mistook the satisfied woman staring back at her for someone else. I plan to stay an extra day in Xi'an and return to Yanjing City tomorrow morning, Yu informed Lin Lilian. She asked, Where would you like to go? I can accompany you. Yu replied, Just wandering about. Are there any famous Taoist temples in Xi'an? Lin Lilian suggested, Baxian and where Empress Dowager Cixi once resided. Xi'an's Buddhist temples are even more renowned. Will you not visit Fa Mensi? Yu decided, let's first check out Baxian and then stroll through the market to see if there are any hidden treasures. Lin Lilian added, Today is the 15th of the lunar month, coincidentally a temple fair. Perhaps we can find something intriguing. After breakfast, they all made their way to the vicinity of Baxian, and due to the crowd, taxis could no longer access the area, so they opted to walk. Along the way, numerous vendors sold various souvenirs, but Yu showed little interest and found nothing of value in the market. Noticing Yu's wandering gaze, Lin Lilian inquired, What are you looking to buy? Yu replied, I seek something truly useful. These trinkets are of no significance. Lin Lilian understood and offered, Allow me to inquire on your behalf. After a while, Lin Lilian led Yu to a relatively secluded row of shops near Baxian and where foot traffic was sparse, and the shopkeepers appeared indifferent, a stark contrast to the previous pushy vendors. However, the items here piqued Yu's interest. Various talismans and ritual implements appeared similar to those he had seen before, yet to Yu, an expert in the field, the differences were substantial. He picked up a stack of exorcism talismans and asked the shopkeeper, "How much for these talismans?" The shopkeeper, barely lifting his head, replied, 10,000. Yu was taken aback. So expensive? The shopkeeper scoffed, 10,000 each. Yu was utterly speechless. Although these talismans possessed some efficacy, they were far inferior to those he had casually given to the Liu family, which made their price seem outrageous. Were the talismans he had gifted to the Liu family worth $1 million? What a loss! What about this? Yu inquired, picking up a copper coin sword. The shopkeeper indifferently stated, 5,000 just for a touch. The brazen demeanor of the shopkeeper amused everyone, prompting Yu Shirhan to retort, "Is this how you conduct business? Charging for a mere touch? You might as well engage in extortion." The shopkeeper rolled his eyes and responded curtly, "If you want cheap goods, go to the front door. The items here are not for those who merely wish to browse." Yu declared, "I'll take this copper coin sword. Name your price." The proprietor finally lifted his gaze to meet Yu's eyes, stating that this magical sword was crafted by a highly accomplished Taoist priest, who meticulously wove it from 108 distinct copper coins predating the Qing dynasty, using aged vermilion-soaked hemp rope. The hilt was wrapped in an exorcism talisman, and it had been consecrated in front of the Three Pure Ones altar for a complete 49 days. Yu fiddled with the sword, interjecting, "You certainly have a penchant for verbosity. I am well aware of the extraordinary origins of this sword, and I also understand that it is of little use to the average person." The seller, taken aback, remarked, "I did not expect you to be a fellow practitioner. Since you grasp that it is ineffectual in ordinary hands, why then do you wish to purchase it?" Yu replied, "Who said I am an ordinary person? Name your price." The seller, astonished, responded, "The Taoist priest declared that it would be gifted to anyone capable of wielding it. It has remained here for a decade. Many know of it, yet none have succeeded in mastering it." Yu retorted, "Is that even a question? Otherwise, it wouldn't be in my hands." With the golden coin sword in hand, Yu silently recited incantations, finally drawing a line with his left index finger along the blade, leaving a trace of blood that swiftly seeped into the sword, vanishing in an instant. The sword shimmered momentarily, acknowledging its master. Only the seller witnessed the transformation, his jaw agape in disbelief at how quickly Yu had claimed the golden sword. True to his word, the seller declared that since the sword had found its rightful owner, he would gift it to Yu, and additionally offer a 50% discount on everything else at his stall. Yu was capable of crafting those talismans and artifacts himself, but doing so would squander considerable energy and magical power. Thus, purchasing them was the wiser choice. Yu procured several talismans and a few magical items, while the proprietor sought to unearth Yu's background, who merely smiled in response. After departing from the Bashan temple, Lin Lilian linked arms with Yu, softly inquiring, "Are you truly a master?" Yu replied, "I can at most be considered an apprentice. Please do not misinterpret my status. Now, let us find some bargains in Xi'an. Shall we explore the street stalls?" Lin Lilian glanced at Yu Shirhan and chuckled. "It seems Miss Yu is not particularly fond of such places." Yu retorted, "Wherever I go, she follows. What I enjoy, she enjoys too." Lin Lilian countered, "Is that so? Yet I seem to recall you displaying little interest in these locales." Yu Shirhan responded, "That is because the quality of these items is rather low. Nothing of interest catches the eye. My gentleman has no choice but to peruse such places, as he would otherwise disdain the wares on these stalls." Indeed, Xiao Han understands me well, Yu thought, determined to support Yu Shirhan, as her observations were not without merit. Lin Lilian regarded Yu Shirhan with newfound respect, saying, "I see. Then shall we venture to the antique market?" Yu affirmed, "Certainly. Occasionally one can discover hidden gems at street stalls, and that is part of the thrill. We will head to the city center later this evening." Adjacent to the Bashan temple lay an antique market, already bustling with crowds by the time Yu and company arrived. The stalls overflowed with trinkets, yet, as Yu Shirhan had noted, nothing caught their discerning eyes. Yu initially hoped to purchase a few items for personal enhancement, but to his dismay, he found nothing worthy of alteration. Ultimately, he conceded defeat, preparing to find a modest meal when he received a call from Zhou Lifu. "Zhou, let me clarify. I will not be attending the celebration banquet. What do you need?" Zhou Lifu sighed. It seems we are not yet at the celebration stage. Detective Yu, this morning, we discovered scattered body parts in the suburbs once again. Are you available to come take a look? Yu's brow furrowed. So the imitator has surfaced already? Fine. Send me the address. I will head there immediately. What imitator? Lin Lillian inquired. Is it a copycat of the dismemberment fiend? Yu nodded. Another set of discarded remains has been found. I must investigate without delay. You all may return. Lin Lillian insisted. I am not afraid. I wish to see. Yu Shirhan echoed. Neither am I afraid, Yugu. Let us go together. Yu nodded and turned to Zhang Hongyi, saying, let us procure some food along the way. Zhang Hongyi, wearing a reluctant expression, complied and turned to depart, clearly the only one disinterested in the venture, yet lacking the power to refuse. The group enjoyed steamed buns with fresh milk, which sufficed as a meal. Lin Lillian summoned 2 vehicles to transport them to the outskirts. Upon arrival, they spotted 5 police cars parked along a secluded roadside, one of which belonged to Zhou Lifu. Yu exited the vehicle, intending to cordon off the area, and Zhou Lifu greeted him upon spotting him. Yu instructed Yu Shirhan and the others to wait outside the perimeter while he entered, asking Zhou, what have you discovered here? Zhou Lifu replied, ahead. A farmer stumbled upon it while working the fields not long ago, and subsequently found other parts of the victim's body along the way. Yu observed the busy investigators and asked, may I take a look at the head? Zhou Lifu nodded. The face has been mutilated beyond recognition. It is quite gruesome. Yu remarked, that cannot have been the work of Guan Hongyu. He would prefer the police to identify the victim. It also suggests that the perpetrator was familiar with the victim, as identifying the deceased could potentially reveal the murderer. Zhou Lifu concurred. Indeed, the forensic expert stated that the severance was performed with a chainsaw, which is not characteristic of Guan Hongyu. Furthermore, the body had been frozen, indicating that the killer meticulously imitated the dismemberment fiend's methods, intending to frame him, yet failed to grasp the nuances of the fiend's techniques, resulting in glaring inconsistencies. Yu replied precisely, I will examine that head first. He approached the forensic vehicle, where he beheld the severed head stored in an evidence refrigerator. Despite the face being horrifically disfigured, Yu quickly discerned that the victim was a young man of affluence. This conclusion stemmed from the smooth and delicate remnants of skin on the face and neck, alongside a torn ear on one side and a half-earring still dangling from the other, adorned with 2 remaining diamonds, an indication of its considerable worth. Due to prior freezing, the exact time of death remained undetermined, but the minimal blood on the face suggested that the disfigurement occurred post-mortem, while the cause of death remained elusive. After examining the head for about half a minute, Yu placed it back into its storage. Any findings? Zhou Lifu inquired. Yu shook his head, stating, the forensic examination was thorough. I did not uncover new leads. I hope there are fresh discoveries concerning the rest of the body. Upon rejoining Yu Shirhan and the others, Lin Lillian remarked, since this case is not the handiwork of the dismemberment fiend, you need not involve yourself further. The Public Security Bureau can handle it. Yu replied, it is of no concern. I have a feeling this case will not consume much of my time. If you find it tedious, feel free to return. As more body parts were delivered, Yu scrutinized them one by one, gradually forming a vague image of the victim in his mind. The deceased appeared to be around 22 or 23 years old. From the length of the lower leg, I estimate his height to be approximately 175 centimeters. He likely exercised regularly, boasting a fine physique and a life of comfort, possibly a wealthy heir. He was strangled from behind with a thin cord. Detective Yu, how did you deduce so many clues? One of the detectives respectfully inquired. The widow. Yu smiled and remarked that it was rather simple. The deceased had smooth skin and appeared to be quite young. From the clues that his wisdom teeth had yet to emerge and his bone fractures had not fully healed, it could be deduced that he was under the age of 25. Based on my personal experience, he was likely around 22 to 23 years old. Everyone pondered Yu's words and began to meticulously observe the clues on the corpse. Yu continued, asserting that no one would dispute his assertion that the deceased frequently engaged in fitness activities. What leads me to conclude that he is a wealthy second-generation individual? He asked, prompting puzzled head shakes from the group. Yu explained, firstly, this half-earring on his ear is of considerable value. The diamonds adorning it are genuine, and a pair like this would cost at least several tens of thousands. Children from ordinary families cannot afford such luxuries. He went on, furthermore, observe the state of his body. It is exceptionally well maintained, particularly the soles of his feet, which show almost no signs of wear. This indicates that he seldom walks and is accustomed to being driven around. The group contemplated this, recalling their own feet, which certainly lacked such protection. But could this truly confirm that the deceased was indeed a wealthy second-generation individual? Yu asserted that the most significant reason lies in the deceased's left hand. He had evidently worn a watch for an extended period, leaving a distinct impression. Nowadays, those who wear watches are either elderly or affluent, with a few exceptions like Guan Hongyu, who prefers a tactical watch, or cycling enthusiasts who favor sports watches. However, the deceased likely did not belong to these latter categories. I believe you can understand my reasoning. As the group observed the watch's imprint, they were astonished that Yu could discern so many clues from such subtle details. He noted the deceased's slight narcissistic tendencies, evidenced by the application of clear nail polish, suggesting that he was rather handsome. The absence of signs of drug use or old scars indicated he was likely a well-behaved individual. Such a low-key wealthy second-generation person would be difficult to locate, but ultimately, he would be found. Everyone took note of Yu's observations. At that moment, Zhou Lifu's expression shifted uneasily as he stepped aside to make a phone call. Yu then turned to discuss the murderer, stating that it was evident the perpetrator had premeditatedly imitated a dismemberment maniac, intentionally dismembering the body after the murder. Unfortunately, they were unaware of the intricacies involved in a serial dismemberment case, resulting in numerous flaws in their execution. Pointing to the thin line of blood on the deceased's neck, Yu remarked that it was clearly a sign of strangulation with fine cord, a method typically employed in surprise attacks. This suggests that the murderer was not significantly stronger than the deceased. The damage to the deceased's face may have stemmed from a fear of exposure regarding his identity or possibly jealousy over his striking looks. Thus, the killer was likely someone close to him or someone envious of him. Upon hearing Yu's deductions, the group felt that uncovering the deceased's identity might lead them directly to the murderer. Was it truly that simple? Zhou Lifu returned, his face solemn, and declared that he might have identified the deceased. A friend's son fit the description, and after a brief phone inquiry, he learned that the son had not been seen for several days and had not contacted his father. Zhou Lifu requested that his friend check in, hoping it was not the young man in question. Somberness enveloped everyone. After a while, Zhou Lifu approached Yu and whispered that his friend had called back, and the person who answered was his daughter-in-law. She reported that 3 days prior, her husband had left without his phone and had yet to return. Yu suggested they promptly visit the home of the missing person. The young missing man's residence was located in a high-end community in Xi'an, housed in an independent villa. Zhou Lifu personally rang the doorbell, as he was acquainted with the missing man. He had attended the couple's wedding banquet. The door opened to reveal a young woman, who inquired with confusion, "Who are you?" Zhou Lifu replied, "Xiao Hua. I am a friend of your father-in-law, Zhou Lifu from the Xi'an Public Security Bureau. I attended your wedding banquet, and your father-in-law mentioned that he has not heard from Xiao Zhang in several days, so I came to check on him." Hua Yiji, surprised and perplexed, responded, "Oh, Uncle Zhou, I am also unaware of Shi Yu's whereabouts. He left suddenly 3 days ago and has not returned since." Zhou Lifu, unable to detect any suspicious signs on Hua Yiji's face, turned to Yu for guidance. Yu inquired, "May we come in and take a look?" Hua Yiji replied, "Of course, please come in." Once inside, everyone looked towards Hua Yiji, who, despite not wearing makeup, was still strikingly beautiful, exuding a delicate charm reminiscent of Lin Daiyu. Would such a woman truly harm her newlywed husband? Yu's gaze swept across Hua Yiji's face before surveying the surroundings. The room was immaculate, showing no signs of trouble. It was evident that a professional cleaning service was regularly employed, making it difficult to discern anything from mere appearances. Yu casually asked, "Did Zhang Xiu say anything before he left?"
No, Hua Yithi replied.
"At the time, I thought he was merely taking a stroll around the neighborhood, and I never expected he would not return. He didn't even take his phone, and I had no idea who to call. Officer, do you think something has happened to him?" Yu responded, he has been missing for 3 days. Have you called his parents or friends? Have you reported it to the police? Hua Yiji replied, I called 110 for advice, and they said he is an adult and unlikely to be lost, suggesting I wait a bit longer. Perhaps he will return home. Yu reassured her, we cannot be certain yet. Could you provide us with a recent photo of your husband? We could use it for a missing person notice. Hua Yiji agreed, sure, I will send you a photo. Officer, how much does it cost to issue a missing person notice? I might need to discuss it with my father-in-law. Officer, is my husband truly in trouble? Yu replied, there is currently no evidence indicating that he is in distress, so there is no need for you to worry. Please share his photo with us. It may turn out to be unnecessary. Hua Yiji sent a photo of Zhang Xiyu to Yu, who, upon viewing it, confirmed that the deceased was indeed Zhang Xiyu. Zhou Lifu was about to examine the photo when Yu turned off the screen and asked, Mrs. Zhang, what is your phone number? We will contact you if we find any news regarding Mr. Zhang. Hua Yiji provided her number, and Yu signaled to Zhou Lifu and the others to depart. Zhou Lifu, anxious, questioned, why are we leaving? Is it possible that the deceased is not Zhang Xiyu? Yu remained silent, merely retrieving his phone to show Zhou Lifu the photo. Upon seeing it, Zhou Lifu's hands trembled as he exclaimed, it's him. It's Zhang Xiyu. Detective, why didn't you tell her immediately? Yu explained, because I intend to play the long game. Play the long game? Zhou Lifu felt bewildered, unable to follow Yu's line of thought. Yu clarified, indeed. Do we possess evidence that allows us to search Zhang Xiyu's home? We do not. So what harm is there in delaying the delivery of this grim news to the deceased's family? Zhou Lifu hesitated as a fellow officer whispered, Detective, could the murderer be his wife? Yu replied, I cannot definitively answer that question at this moment. I can only say that her suspicion is indeed significant, but without solid evidence, we must refrain from making any hasty moves. Gradually regaining his composure, Zhou Lifu concurred. Right, we cannot act recklessly without evidence. Detective, what aspects of Hua Yiji do you find suspicious? My mind is currently in disarray. Yu remarked, concern breeds confusion, Zhou. From this point onward, you should distance yourself from the case. If Zhang Xiyu's father inquires, simply inform him that no leads have yet been uncovered regarding Zhang Xiyu's whereabouts. Zhou Lifu nodded and remarked that he should indeed avoid suspicion. I will leave once Deputy Chief Li arrives. Yu replied, no, we must leave immediately. Everyone should go. The key to solving the case does not lie here. We will discuss it after we depart. Upon exiting the residential complex, they encountered the arriving Li Juanda. Upon learning that the identity of the deceased had been confirmed and that he had already interacted with the victim's wife, he inquired of Yu whether there had been any findings. Yu responded, her demeanor was commendable, quite composed. Though her husband has been missing for 3 days, she claimed she did not know what to do. She neither contacted her in-laws nor reached out to her husband's friends. Nor did she seek assistance from the community security. She merely called the police. Li Juanda furrowed his brow, while the other detectives felt a pang of surprise. They had also heard her words but had failed to perceive anything amiss. Yu continued, I wonder if anyone noticed that in the trash can beside the coffee table in the living room, there were a few items resembling wet wipes, marked with traces of lipstick and other cosmetics. I believe they are makeup removal wipes rather than ordinary wet wipes. Given the early hour, even if she needed to rest, she shouldn't have removed her makeup in the living room. One detective exclaimed in astonishment. Really? I didn't notice that. I assumed she hadn't worn any makeup at all. Yu remarked, with her husband missing for 3 days, the wife was preoccupied with makeup at home, showing no urgency. When we arrived to inquire, she repeatedly asked about her husband's situation. Is she really that anxious? Li Juanda stated, if that is the case, she certainly appears suspicious. Should we apply for a search warrant for her residence? Yu replied, without evidence, obtaining a search warrant is not that simple. I plan to investigate whether there have been any unusual occurrences at the security company in the complex. You should send someone to the nearby grocery stores and supermarkets to check if anyone has recently purchased a chainsaw or an excessive amount of cleaning supplies. Everyone quietly admired the insight. Dismemberment and crime scene cleanup require tools like chainsaws and cleaning agents. While chainsaws are rarely found in a typical household, Cleaning supplies are ubiquitous. Yet removing bloodstains is far from straightforward. A chainsaw's operation would scatter blood, flesh, and bone fragments everywhere. Even in a bathroom, it would necessitate extensive cleaning. Anyone with a degree of awareness regarding evasion would realize that a single cleaning agent might not suffice to eradicate bloodstains, compelling them to procure a variety of cleaning products to experiment with. Li Juanda immediately dispatched investigators, leaving no stone unturned, even including online purchases, instructing the team to check with various courier companies to see if anyone had recently ordered a chainsaw or cleaning supplies. Yu also asked Lin Lilian to send someone to investigate Hua Yiji's social interactions and monitor her phone, acknowledging it might not yield results but deemed it necessary nonetheless. Yu and Li Juanda arrived at the security company responsible for the villa area, requesting access to video footage. The security company complied readily, even summoning the guard most familiar with Zhang Xiyu's family situation to assist in the investigation. The guard mentioned that Zhang Xiyu was a pleasant and reasonable young man, contrasting sharply with his wife, whose behavior he found perplexing. While Yu asked the guard managing the surveillance to retrieve the records of all vehicles entering and exiting in recent days, she listened attentively to the guard's account. The guard stated that Zhang Xiyu had never caused them any trouble, whereas his wife was constantly nitpicking and had lodged numerous complaints in the brief 3 months since their arrival, even engaging in disputes with neighbors. Hua Yiji had a penchant for shopping, frequently indulging in retail therapy both in-store and online, spending tens of thousands each month, yet she haggled over the few cents when asking the guard to collect her delivery boxes. At that moment, everyone recalled Hua Yiji's reaction when Yu requested to issue a missing person notice. She had inquired about the cost, suggesting her husband seemed less important than a few hundred yuan. What exactly does this woman do? Yu questioned. Li Juanda, having conducted preliminary inquiries, replied, I heard she is a small-time internet celebrity who does live streaming. It's unclear how she ended up with Zhang Xiyu, but they had a whirlwind marriage. Yu then inquired about Zhang Xiyu's father. What does he do? Does Zhang Xiyu not work? Li Juanda explained, Zhang Xiyu's father owns a retail chain in our city, with a fortune in the hundreds of millions. Zhang Xiyu graduated last year and is currently involved in digital and network management reforms at his father's business. Yu commented, Indeed, a young man well on his way to following in his father's footsteps. Li Juanda asked, Have you uncovered any leads? Yu replied, Since Hua Yiji moved into the complex, a man named Chun Weizhao has visited multiple times. There was a period of absence, but he has returned several times in recent days, with the last visit being last night at 8:10 p.m., leaving at 10:20 p.m. Li Juanda immediately arranged for investigators to look into Chun Weizhao's background and his relationship with Hua Yiji, while Yu instructed Lu Xing to trace the whereabouts of Chun Weizhao's vehicle after it left last night. Soon, news arrived. Li Juanda informed Yu that Chun Weizhao was Hua Yiji's cousin, and they were quite close, with some even speculating they were in a romantic relationship. Yu presented her findings as well, revealing that after Chun Weizhao left the complex last night, he drove along National Highway 108 towards Hanzhong but then abruptly turned back. The previous ghost market had been held along National Highway 108, and Zhang Xiyu's body was also discovered nearby, further amplifying Chun Weizhao's suspicion. Immediately seize Chun Weizhao's vehicle, Li Juanda ordered. I will apply for a search warrant right away. Yu interjected, Li Jingjian, it would be prudent to delay the application for the search warrant. Let your team locate Chun Weizhao's vehicle first. While they inform him of the seizure, we should pay a visit to Hua Yiji to deliver the tragic news of her husband's death.
Li Juanda inquirat.
Do you want to wait for Chun Weizhao to call Hua Yiji and catch them in the act? Yu replied, they likely possess multiple phones, so we should aim to stall as much as possible until we hear a phone ring. When someone asked what would happen if the phone never rang, Yu assured, we have numerous questions to pose. It should not be difficult to buy some time. Li Juanda smiled slightly and went to make arrangements. After a while, he announced that Chun Weizhao's vehicle had been located, and everyone prepared to approach Hua Yiji's door. Xiaohan, Zhang Hongyi, you may return. Your assistance is no longer required for this case, Yu stated. Yu Shihan pondered for a moment before agreeing. Very well. Miss Lin, will you be staying here? Lin Lilian responded with a smile, of course not. I have many matters to attend to. Yu Xiao, see you tonight. Goodbye. Yu Shihan left in a huff. while Lin Lillian departed with a self-satisfied air. Yu shook her head and, under the gaze of curious onlookers, walked alongside Li Juanda toward Hua Yiji's home. Li Juanda pressed the doorbell, and after a brief moment, Hua Yiji opened the door, looking perplexed at Yu and the others. "Officer, why are you back again?" she asked. Li Juanda replied, "Well, Mrs. Zhang, my surname is Li. You can call me Old Li. We have made some new discoveries regarding your husband. Let us discuss this inside." Hua Yiji welcomed them into her home, where they all took seats on the sofa. Li Juanda hesitated, wanting to find the right words. Hua Yiji inquired, "Officer Li, do you have news about my husband?" With a heavy sigh and a deliberate pause, Li Juanda finally spoke. Suddenly, Hua Yiji's phone lit up and began to ring. Everyone froze, wondering if Chen Weizhao had indeed lost his composure and called so soon. Hua Yiji glanced at her phone in disbelief, then looked at Yu with surprise. Yu waved her own phone and said, "My apologies. I was unable to reach you earlier, and I was quite concerned." Hua Yiji sighed and lamented that her iPhone 9 frequently failed to receive calls from Android devices. "Officer Li, do you have any news about my husband?" Li Jingda replied, "Madam Zhang, I must share some unfortunate news with you. Please remain calm and prepare yourself." He hesitated, then continued, "Your husband may have met with a tragic fate." Hua Yiji's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed onto the sofa, unconscious. The others exchanged glances, and Yu said, "Do not panic. I am a doctor. Let me check on her." Everyone was astonished to discover that Yu was indeed a physician. Was this a ruse? The one feigning was Hua Yiji, whose act of fainting was woefully poor. Nevertheless, Yu decided to assist her. He lifted her eyelids, observing her eyes quickly roll back, revealing only the whites. Yu smirked inwardly, declaring, "She has truly fainted. Let us allow her to rest on the sofa." Hua Yiji had intended merely to pretend. Just as she was about to open her eyes, she felt Yu's hand gently massage her head, causing her eyelids to feel heavy, and she truly fell asleep. Yu effortlessly carried her to the long sofa. Li Jingda quietly inquired, "Is she really unconscious?" Yu chuckled, "I rendered her unconscious. Why are you all still standing there? Hurry to the room and search for clues. Ensure the scene is preserved." The group shared an awkward smile, and Li Jingda waved his hand, prompting everyone to rush outside for their tools. Yu kicked open the trash can, revealing used makeup wipes, their crimson stains still glaringly vivid. He refrained from joining the search, instead sitting on a single sofa playing with a cat. After a short while, someone discovered a large freezer in the kitchen. It was mostly empty, but a thin layer of ice had formed at the bottom, and icicles hung from its walls. They quickly devised a plan to retrieve the ice for bloodstain analysis. "Do not touch anything," Li Jingda cautioned. "We can only search for clues. We must not disturb any evidence, or it will be deemed illegally obtained and inadmissible in court." Though he was correct generally, no one would question evidence submitted by the police, leading even his subordinates to feel a mix of doubt and helplessness. "Fear not," Yu reassured. "We shall soon be able to collect evidence legitimately." Hua Yiji gradually regained consciousness, her ears catching a familiar ringtone. A sudden pang of anxiety jolted her fully awake. "Madam Zhang, is this your phone?" Yu held up an iPhone XPS, the device ringing incessantly. The caller ID displayed cousin, prompting Hua Yiji to snatch the phone and hang up hurriedly. Yu remarked, "This call has come through several times since you fainted. Your cousin might be in urgent need. Do you not intend to answer?" Hua Yiji shook her head. "He has been pestering me for money. I cannot be bothered." "Officer, how long have I been asleep?" "Not long, just a few minutes." "Do you feel better now?" Yu inquired. Hua Yiji nodded. "I feel much better." "Officer, has my husband truly passed away?" Yu affirmed. "Yes, Madam Zhang, your husband has tragically been murdered, and we are all saddened by this news." Hua Yiji buried her face in her hands and wept bitterly. Yu and the others exchanged glances, noting her tears seemed devoid of genuine emotion, perhaps lacking substance altogether. After offering a few words of consolation, the phone rang once more. Hua Yiji hastily hung up again. "Shall I answer this call for you, Madam Zhang? I can tell them I am a police officer, and they will cease bothering you," Yu suggested. Hua Yiji quickly declined. "No, it would be inappropriate. He is still my relative." Yu smiled slightly. Enough of the deceit. Hua Yizhi. Chen Weizhao has already confessed. You and he conspired to murder Zhang Xiyu and dispose of his remains. The evidence is irrefutable. Further deception will only render you a laughingstock. Hua Yizhi was taken aback. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly kill my husband? What connection does this have with my cousin? Yu countered. Do you doubt me? Observe this. He dialed a number, and Hua Yizhi's phone rang again. Lowering her gaze, she saw cousin on the screen. Yu chuckled. I have already switched your SIM card. Officer Li. Please show her the conversation records with her real cousin. Li Jingda stepped forward, presenting his phone screen to Hua Yizhi. Hua Yizhi's eyes widened as she rushed to grab the device, but Li Jingda deftly pulled it away. The screen revealed a chat history. What is happening? The police have been here. I fear there is a listening device. Let's communicate via text. Cousin, it's bad. The police suddenly seized my car. There should be nothing in the car, right? I don't know. When disposing of the body, some water spilled in the trunk. Even though I got rid of the mat and cleaned the car, I still feel uneasy as if something is following me. Could it be Zhang Xiyu's ghost seeking vengeance? Hua Yizhi attempted to snatch the phone again, but two detectives restrained her by the shoulders. Yu stated, Chen Weizhao has confessed. He claims you lured him into the plan to kill Zhang Xiyu. The chainsaw and strangling rope have been found, and your freezer and the bathroom are smeared with blood. Do you think a few washes will erase the evidence? The heavens are vast, and nothing escapes scrutiny. There will always be traces you cannot cleanse. Hua Yizhi felt herself weaken, realizing she could no longer hide the truth. She screamed, he is lying. It was his idea from the start. That scoundrel gambled away the money I earned as a streamer, then forced me to meet those wealthy suitors. Hua Yizhi was indeed attractive, and after meeting those wealthy suitors, they showered her with gifts until she encountered Zhang Xiyu. Unlike the others, Zhang Xiyu may not have been the wealthiest, but he was the most charming and innocent. Upon learning he was the son of a prominent businessman in Xi'an, Hua Yizhi resolved to abandon the other suitors and pursue this promising prospect. Zhang Xiyu's father naturally disapproved of his son marrying such a woman. Yet Hua Yizhi and Chen Weizhao orchestrated a scheme to feign pregnancy and compel a marriage. Zhang Xiyu, the innocent young man, was captivated by Hua Yizhi and married her. However, after marriage, her true nature emerged, leading to conflicts between them. Zhang Xiyu's friends began to harbor suspicions about Hua Yizhi, eventually prompting Zhang Xiyu to question her relationship with her cousin. Furthermore, Hua Yizhi was not pregnant. Deceiving her partner proved far more difficult than anticipated. Before she could stage a dramatic miscarriage, Zhang Xiyu had already uncovered the truth. Hurt and betrayed, Zhang Xiyu chose not to inform anyone, merely wishing to quietly end their marriage. However, Chen Weizhao and Hua Yizhi refused to relent, plotting to murder Zhang Xiyu to claim his family's fortune. Amidst the public frenzy surrounding a notorious dismemberment case, they decided to mimic the killer's methods, intending to frame Zhang Xiyu's murder as the work of the notorious fiend. Yet, lacking both skill and experience, their attempts at murder and deception were riddled with flaws. Their greed-driven actions would inevitably attract the full force of the law's retribution. Soon, Chen Weizhao was apprehended and candidly confessed to his heinous acts. The decision to mutilate Zhang Xiyu's face and leave behind half of an earring was his own. Driven by jealousy of Zhang Xiyu's superior looks, he intentionally provided the police with a photograph of Zhang Xiyu wearing earrings, fearing they might struggle to identify him and that it could take 5 years to declare him legally dead, which would delay the acquisition of funds, a truly unnecessary complication. The imitation dismemberment case was resolved in less than half a day, yet no one felt joy, unlike the culprits killed by Guan Hongyu, whose fates were deemed just. Zhang Xiyu was an innocent victim. Upon learning that his son had been murdered and dismembered by his daughter-in-law and her lover, Zhang Xiyu's father was overwhelmed with grief, collapsing and requiring hospitalization. Zhou Lifu expressed his sorrow, lamenting the tragic loss. Upon returning to the hotel, Yu was greeted by Yu Shihan, who came to fetch water for him to wash his face. Yu inquired, Xiaohan, didn't you go shopping? Yu Shihan diligently wiped his face and replied, There's nothing much to browse. The wind and sand are too harsh, and I wish to avoid any trouble. Yu chuckled. How could there be so much trouble? Yet, the wind and sand truly are overwhelming. I returned covered in dust after just half a day outside. Yu Shihan asked, Has the case been solved? Yu Yu replied with a smile. Indeed, the culprits are Hua Yiji and her lover. She resembles Lin Daiyu, but her heart is even more malicious than that of the L family. Yu Shihan remarked, "You've worked hard, Yu Gu. Go take a shower. I'll give you a massage." Yu Yu acknowledged with a sound and went to shower, and upon his return, Yu Shihan tenderly massaged him. As he savored the gentle touch, drowsiness began to envelop him when Yu Shihan asked, "Yu Gu, do you like Lin Liliang?" Yu laughed. Yu finally asked, "To me, Lin Liliang is merely a pawn." That evening, Yu took Yu Shihan shopping, returning home nearly at 11 o'clock. Although Lin Liliang had waited long, she harbored no complaints, welcoming Yu Yu as a devoted little wife and flattering him with even more attentiveness than Yu Shihan. However, Yu Yu was not easily swayed by her charm, nor was Lin Liliang easily tamed. When he invited her to fly to Yanjing with him, she unexpectedly declined. The next morning, just before boarding the plane, Yu Yu greeted Zhou Lifu and Li Junhua, surprising them both. "I'll return to have a drink with you when I have the chance." He departed with an air of nonchalance. Upon his return, Yu Yu confided in no one, taking Yu Shihan directly home to visit his grandfather, Yu Chengshu. Now retired, Yu Chengshu was practicing calligraphy when Yu Yu found him. Patiently, Yu Yu waited for his grandfather to finish a piece before greeting him. "Grandfather, are you familiar with an organization called Rui Club?" Yu Chengshu, puzzled, responded, "Rui Club? I've never heard of it. What sort of organization is this? Why do you ask about them upon returning? Have they caused you trouble?" Yu Yu revealed, "I nearly fell victim to them." Yu Chengshu's brow furrowed. "What happened?" Yu Yu removed the longevity lock from around his neck and handed it to his grandfather, saying, "Grandfather, do you remember this longevity lock?" Yu Chengshu examined it closely and replied, "Of course, I remember. It was a gift from your cousin aunt for your first month." Yu queried, "If I were to die, what benefit would that cousin aunt gain?" Yu Chengshu rebuked, "What nonsense! What do you mean die? Where did you hear such rumors? Is there something wrong with the gift?" Yu Yu insisted, "Grandfather, you are well versed in many matters. Perhaps you should consult an expert about this longevity lock?" Yu Chengshu replied, "Speak plainly. You have worn this lock for over 20 years. How could it suddenly become evidence against you?" Yu Yu clarified, "No, grandfather, this longevity lock saved my life." He explained the lock's purported powers and his analysis to Yu Chengshu, who listened with increasing concern. He believed Yu Yu had no reason to fabricate such tales, and while the story seemed implausible, it was not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. As Yu Chengshu acknowledged, some matters defy scientific explanation. "That was a long time ago," he said slowly. "Perhaps you should ask your parents for clearer insights." Yu Yu sighed. "They are too occupied to concern themselves with me." Yu Chengshu continued, "Since this item has not harmed you but rather protected you, why pursue this matter further?" Yu Yu countered, "What if that old Chinese doctor who advised me was also in league with them? Recently, in Xi'an, I encountered someone who had fallen victim to a similar scheme, and I intervened to save him." Yu Chengshu understood the weight of saved him and nodded, "Well done. Saving a life is more valuable than erecting a pagoda. However, now that you have saved him, we must be cautious of those who may seek retaliation." "Grandfather, you are wise." Yu Yu grinned. Yu Chengshu shot him a stern look. "It seems you are already well prepared. Why come to me for help?" Yu Yu replied, "Grandfather, I am but one person, and my strength is limited. How can I contend with them? They are not merely one or two individuals, but rather an evil organization that has allegedly existed for over 1,000 years." Yu Chengshu stated, "Such organizations are not numerous. I cannot assist you with this. You must devise your own solutions." Yu Yu declared, "Then I shall seek out that cousin aunt." Yu Chengshu cautioned, "Handle your own affairs. I am too old for some matters. Go have lunch first. I wish to speak with Xiaohan for a while." Yu Yu reluctantly left, and after about 10 minutes, Yu Shihan found him, appearing somewhat dejected. Yu asked, "Xiaohan, what troubles you? Did my grandfather scold you? I shall seek justice on your behalf." Yu Shihan shook her head. "No, grandfather did not scold me. It is all my fault." Yu Yu laughed. "If he didn't scold you, why the tears? Later, we will visit that cousin aunt's home. I hear her grandson has been ill. We shall return the longevity lock and wish them all long lives." Yu Shihan replied, You go, according to grandfather, that family has already learned their lesson. One should be merciful. Let us not escalate the situation. You scoffed. Their lives were worth less than mine before. Were it not for the invitation to lunch, I would have already gone to smash their home. Yu Shirhan cautioned. That family is insignificant. The real challenge lies with those behind them. Even Gu Yishuan is reluctant to offend them, indicating they are not to be trifled with. Yu smiled slightly. I will ensure they understand who is truly formidable and not to be provoked. Yu Chengshu invited Yu to lunch, engaging him in a series of questions. Yu's responses were surprisingly fluid, bringing great comfort to Yu Chengshu, who finally felt at ease. The only lingering concern was the sparse offspring of the Yu family. When would Yu provide him with a great-grandson? This question stumped Yu, who could only explain that his health had suffered in recent years, requiring a couple of years of care before considering children, to which Yu Chengshu could only agree. Xiaohan, I am seeking misfortune for that family. You should refrain from joining me, Yu told Yu Shirhan, who was driving. No, she firmly rejected. I want to see how you deal with them. Yu sensed that Yu Shirhan had changed subtly since her return. He remained unaware of what Yu Chengshu had imparted to her. Yu Chengshu asserted that the family had already faced punishment. However, the truth is that the couple was imprisoned due to embezzlement and dereliction of duty, bearing no connection to the Yu family. They have since been released and continue to thrive in business in Yanjing City, thanks to their ties with the Yu family. Upon visiting the company owned by her cousin and his wife, Yu was informed by the receptionist that an appointment was necessary to see the president, and she was resolutely denied entry. Such arrogance. Seizing the opportunity, Yu slammed her hand on the desk and exclaimed, Do you know who I am? I can have your little company shut down. Quickly summon that pair of scoundrels to bring me upstairs, or I shall have your doors barred immediately. The security guards, incensed, approached with their plastic batons and shouted, What do you think you're doing? This is not a place for your antics. If you do not leave now, we will forcibly escort you out. Yu let out a cold laugh, poised to retaliate, when suddenly Yu Shirhan stepped forward, unleashing a flurry of slaps on the guards, striking them across the face. She then kicked their knees with her high heels, causing them to drop their batons and collapse to the ground in agony, tears streaming down their faces. Without hesitation, Yu Shirhan seized their collars and dragged them to the entrance, pushing them down the stairs. And down they went. Even Yu was momentarily stunned. The others in the company stood in shocked silence. How could such a beautiful girl unleash such ferocity? Her strength was remarkable, effortlessly tossing two grown men out. Returning, Yu Shirhan clapped her hands and surveyed the crowd, asking, Is there anyone else who wishes to throw my young master out? Silence enveloped the room. Approaching the receptionist once more, Yu Shirhan forcefully slammed the desk, declaring, If you do not summon them down, you shall bear the consequences. The receptionist hastily made a call, and shortly after, a middle-aged couple emerged from the elevator. Upon seeing Yu, their faces lit up with sycophantic smiles as they called out from a distance, Isn't this young master Yu? What a rare visit. Why didn't Tu announce your arrival to your aunt? It's all a misunderstanding, Yu replied with a feigned smile. Aunt, uncle, it is quite a challenge to see you. I've come today to deliver a token of my gratitude for your years of support. Feng Chengye and Xieshi sensed something was amiss with Yu, but they could not pinpoint the source of tension, awkwardly smiling as they replied, Little Yu, you are too polite, we are utterly flattered. Why don't we discuss this in the office? Yu nodded, saying, Earlier, in my haste, I accidentally injured your security guard. Perhaps you could assist me with their medical expenses, considering they were hurt on your behalf. Feng Chengye cursed inwardly, yet maintained a facade of respect, saying, Of course. Yu let out a snort, leading the way to the elevator. Upon reaching the reception area outside Feng Chengye's office, the couple hurried to prepare tea, whispering to each other, This boy seems formidable. Could the incident have been exposed? Xieshi sneered. Regardless of his intentions, it cannot bode well for us. We must assess the situation. If necessary, we may have to eliminate him. What? Feng Chengye gasped. Have you lost your mind? The Yu family is too powerful. We cannot escape them. Xieshi retorted, If it truly is exposed, do you think the Yu family will spare us? No matter how hard we try, we are merely outsiders. When trouble arises, no one will come to our aid. The Yu family's young master has committed numerous offenses over the years. Have you seen how they handle such matters? Feng Qingye gritted his teeth, conceding, fine. If it comes to that, let us ensure it's done cleanly. The couple, with their tea in hand, returned to the reception area, presenting the cups to Yu while cautiously inquiring, "Young Master Yu, what brings you here so unexpectedly?" Yu replied with a chilling smile, "What brings me? I heard that my cousin is nearing his first birthday, so I have brought a gift to wish him longevity and health. Look at this longevity lock. It's exquisite. You gifted it to me years ago, and now it's time to return it to its rightful owner." Feng Qingye's face turned pale as he stammered, "Once given, such items cannot be reclaimed. Young Master Yu, we appreciate your good wishes, but please keep the longevity lock." Xie added, "Indeed, a longevity lock is unlike other gifts, cannot be worn by another." Yu smirked, "So, does this mean that all those longevity locks in the market are merely for display? Or will they be destroyed?" "Yes," Xie confirmed, "there is indeed such a saying." "Very well, then. I happened to acquire a new longevity lock during my recent trip to Xian at Baixian Temple. Since I have no immediate use for it, I shall give it to my cousin." Yu made it clear that he was not genuinely gifting anything. Who would dare accept his offerings? Xie discreetly signaled to Feng Qingye, who understood and gratefully accepted the longevity lock, saying, "Then I shall express my gratitude on his behalf." Quietly, Xie added a dark powder to the tea, which dissolved upon contact with water. "Young Master Yu, please enjoy a cup of tea, all right?" Yu accepted the cup, blowing on it before commenting, "It's still a bit hot. Perhaps uncle could drink it for me." As Feng Qingye was about to decline, Yu suddenly pinched his cheek, forcing his mouth open, and then poured the entire cup of tea down his throat. "Ah!" Feng Qingye cried out, clutching his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Xie was taken aback, shouting, "Yu, have you lost your mind?" Yu coldly replied, "If I had drunk that tea, I would truly be mad. And I must thank you. Had it not been for this longevity lock you gifted me, I would have perished long ago. Now, with uncle's time running short, let us speak plainly. Why did you wish to harm me?" Enraged, Xie hurled the teacup at Yu, shouting, "I want you dead." Before Yu could react, Yu Shihan kicked the teacup from Xie's hand, delivering another kick to her face. The cup shattered, splattering tea everywhere, and Xie fell, scalding tea hitting her face. "Ah!" Xie screamed, clutching her face, while Yu Shihan, still unsatisfied, rushed forward to kick her several more times. This was the first time Yu had witnessed Yu Shihan's impulsive and violent side. Astonished, he remarked, "Xiaohan, why are you so impulsive today? I taught you martial arts for self-defense, not for attacking others." Yu Shihan retorted, "I cannot bear the thought of them having harmed you for so long. I, too, am a victim, having grown up alongside Yu and caring for him. She had endured great pain during his illness, often sacrificing her own rest to tend to him, only to later find herself on guard against his misdeeds. Thus, her words were justified." Understanding Yu Shihan's suffering, Yu remained silent as he lifted Xie, demanding, "Now, confess honestly. Who provided you with these harmful items?" Xie laughed mockingly, "I want to tell you. If you dare, kill me. Someone will surely seek revenge." Yu slapped her twice, saying, "Wouldn't it be better if I went to find them to deliver death? Speak quickly. You won't last long. Soon, I shall carve my knife across your face and hand you over to the National Security Bureau. They are particularly interested in individuals like you who employ sinister methods to harm others." Xie pondered for a moment and said, "If I tell you, you won't kill me?" Yu replied, "In my eyes, you are akin to an ant. It would be beneath me to kill you. Speak quickly. Who provided you with these harmful items?" Xie spoke softly, urging, "Please come closer." These words can only be whispered in proximity. I fear there may be ears hidden in the walls, for those individuals are exceedingly formidable. All right? Yu leaned in. A fierce intent surged in Xiexi's gaze as her lips parted, releasing a faint green mist that swiftly invaded Yu's ear.